This man clearly awakened the first ever 3S level hidden profession in history. Yet, he is mocked by classmates as having the most useless profession. This is because the 3S level firearms profession requires a large amount of magic crystals to use. Without a strong background, one's family cannot support this profession. I, couldn't help but laugh at this, simply because of my talent. I don't need those so-called magic crystals to use it at all. During my awakening of my professional talent, I also activated the Divine Cannon system. All weapons gained the talent of unlimited bullets. I can shoot anytime and anywhere. It even comes with a fully functional blue SS level weapon that automatically locks on. I can shoot wherever I want as soon as I draw it. It turns out that 2.5 years ago, Liu Chen suddenly crossed over to this world called Blue Star. However, over 200 years ago, the sudden arrival of the Tao of Heaven game brought numerous terrifying creatures, magic caves, and retro elements. In this world, humanity also gained the opportunity to level up and change professions. Professions are mainly divided into combat professions, support professions, and life professions. However, according to statistics from the Shenzhou Empire's job transfer office, only 20% of people can change to combat professions. But the transfer probability for support and life professions has reached 30%. Suddenly recalling from memory, Liu Chen realized that today is the awakening day for the school-wide job transfer ceremony. After a furious shout from the principal on the podium, everyone stood at attention as he declared that today is the most critical turning point in your lives. I hope you can become the guardians and builders of the Shenzhou Empire. After speaking, he turned to look at an old man in a black robe beside him, indicating that they could begin. Liu Chen, I think you're mostly going to change to a life profession, a harsh voice came through. It was Wang Qianlong from Liu Chen's senior class 5, who came from a wealthy family. His arrogance and tyranny are like a plague in the class, unafraid. In contrast, Liu Chen, who crossed over from Earth, had the top academic performance in the class and even the whole school. Often receiving heartfelt confessions from many girls at school, Wang Qianlong opposed Liu Chen at every turn because of this. Liu Chen ignored Wang Qianlong, while the surrounding girls glared at him angrily. As time passed, students from each class took the stage to change their professions, and soon a transfer teacher called out Wang Qianlong's name. As he took the stage, he shot a mocking glance at Liu Chen. After all, the Wang family in Yingtian City had many members engaged in combat professions. This is also why the Wang family has a place in Yingtian City. Wang Qianlong was furious, and there was an uproar among the warriors below the stage. A rare profession has appeared. No wonder it's the Wang family. Everyone is of warrior blood. Under the urging of the transfer teacher, Wang Qianlong arrogantly walked down from the podium. Liu Chen prepared to change professions, and the teacher, seeing it was the top student in the school, was also full of expectations for his transfer. As Liu Chen placed his hand on the transfer stone, a metallic gleam suddenly emanated from it. A golden light shot directly into the sky. This was a phenomenon that shook the heavens and the earth. Liu Chen is about to change to a hidden profession, one teacher on the podium exclaimed excitedly, while Inspector Li also revealed a knowing smile. He remarked, "Interesting. I've seen hidden profession transfers before, but this silver gleam of light is a first for me." On the transfer platform, a beam of light broke through the clouds, followed by a series of rumbling sounds from afar. Everyone looked up, only to see a dense formation of fighter jets rapidly flying in the sky. Accompanying this was the sound of gunfire, reminiscent of a battlefield. A mushroom cloud rose in the distance, and everyone even felt the ground shake. The ground trembled until the vision ended, and the entire audience of students still could not recover from their shock. The transfer teacher looked at the transfer, mouth agape in disbelief, and finally said, "Liu Chen, SSS level master of firearms." The crowd stirred once more. An SSS level profession. Wang Qianlong saw that Liu Chen had actually transferred to a 3S level hidden profession. He wore a smug smile. The Wang Qianlong's words that firearms professions are the most useless made those around him puzzled. Do you think it's over 200 years ago? Nowadays, all firearms have long been restricted by the Tao of Heaven's will. All firearms must use magic crystals as their energy source to function, which means even the simplest basic attacks for firearms professions burn money. Each shot costs 100 coins. Do you think Liu Chen is like me? That poor guy can actually handle a gunsmith? As soon as these words came out, the students below looked at Liu Chen with disdain. At the same time, Principal Zhao on the podium and the old man in the black robe, Inspector Li, both sighed deeply. He's indeed a good seedling, but it's a pity that he's a master of firearms. Let's go down and have a chat with this student later. At this moment, Liu Chen stepped forward, seeing that he had changed to a 3S level firearms profession, without any regret. He actually felt excited, because in front of him appeared a system panel, detecting that the host had completed activation of the Heavenly Gun God system. By activating, the host could gain the 3S level talent of unlimited bullets and the 3S level talent of automatic targeting. At this moment, the system had been fully activated, and Lu Chen opened the system to check again. He was instantly infuriated by the dog system. The system was filled with recharge and pay-to-win options for enhancements, lottery functions, and more, all requiring money to activate. Any random function required millions of dragon coins to activate. Fortunately, the system still provided a basic function for Lu Chen to explore for free. Free exploration of objects within his own level and family background. Lu Chen focused intently on the system panel, appearing like a deity to those around him. When he snapped back from the system panel, a smile crept onto his lips just as he was about to step down from the stage. Zhao Xiao and Inspector Li walked over from the podium, and Zhao Xiao called out, "Lu Chen, remember to come to the school conference room after the transfer ceremony ends. Every B-level and above professional will receive a complete set of beginner's equipment from the school." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Okay, I will definitely be on time," then turned and walked down from the transfer platform. Ignoring the mocking gazes of his classmates, time quickly passed, and the transfer ceremony concluded. After Lu Chen left the playground and arrived at the school conference room, he received a set of black combat gear. However, he looked around and found no beginner weapons. The school official said regretfully, "I'm sorry, Lu Chen. Our school hasn't had any students transitioning to firearms classes for a long time, so we don't have any weapons for gunners. However, we can compensate you with some magical gold." At that moment, Inspector Li handed him a black handle. This gun had been gathering dust in the Education Bureau's warehouse for years. Now that it's given to you, it can finally be put to good use. "You're welcome to come by the bureau sometime," said Li. Lu Chen took the briefcase but didn't open it immediately. "Thank you, Inspector Li. I'll definitely pay you a visit another day," Inspector Li said with a smile. "I look forward to seeing how you perform in the college entrance exam in 3 days. Make sure to prepare well." After the meeting, Lu Chen left the conference room and headed to the novice dungeon at the Jiling District Sports Center. At this time, high school seniors from various schools had already gathered here. Lu Chen found a quiet corner to sit down and took out the black briefcase that Inspector Li had given him from his backpack. When he opened the briefcase, a vintage revolver with strange patterns was revealed inside. Saint Flower Zolan, quality, bronze level requirement, low. He didn't expect it to be a little artifact. Lu Chen packed his things and walked toward the hall, just as the hall's announcement sounded. "Transferee No. 09527, Lu Chen, please prepare to enter the dungeon at entrance 3. Lu Chen quickly got up and walked toward the entrance of dungeon 3. At the entrance of the dungeon, 5 people were surrounded by blood mist, and one of them was even spitting blood, supported by 2 companions. As soon as they exited the dungeon, the nearby dungeon manager quickly dispersed the onlookers and went to check on the injuries. Seeing the crowd at the dungeon entrance disperse, Lu Chen went straight up and clicked start. A confirmation window popped up at the dungeon entrance. The current dungeon is the novice dungeon of the Biological Research Institute. Number of players, 1/5. Do you confirm entry? Without hesitation, Lu Chen clicked confirm and disappeared from the spot in an instant, leaving the onlookers nearby stunned. Did someone just enter the dungeon? The crowd turned to look at the entrance of Dungeon 3. Dungeon 3 currently has 1 player, transferee No. 09527, Lu Chen. Who the hell is Lu Chen? Did he click the wrong button? The nearby administrator quickly reported to his superior. In front of the monitor, a group of people was watching the situation in each dungeon when suddenly a phone rang. On the other end of the line was Chen Wu, the director of the National Security Bureau. After hearing the administrator's report, he told the administrator that everything was normal. Chen Wu, who was originally trained in martial arts, thought that Lu Chen's behavior of soloing the dungeon showed he was just a rookie. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had appeared inside a bus, looking out the window. Before him was a square filled with wandering zombies. Across the square stood a 10-story high building. Lu Chen opened the system's mini-map. He noticed that the entire square and high building were surrounded by high walls, leaving only the entrance where Lu Chen stood. Based on the information he learned in theoretical classes at school, the entire Biological Research Institute dungeon likely contained 200 to 300 zombies, with a small chance of encountering mutated zombie groups. Lu Chen got off the bus. To prepare for the imminent zombie ambush, he approached the guard's office and used his skill to teleport to the rooftop. As soon as he reached the roof, several zombies were attracted by the noise. Hearing a roar, the zombies quickly charged toward his position. Lu Chen assessed the zombies' information. Zombie level, 1, strength, 10, constitution, 10. Lu Chen pulled out his weapon and shot immediately, firing several rounds. Several zombies' heads exploded, and they fell heavily to the ground. He glanced at the game panel and realized his experience had only increased by 10%. As the gunfire rang out, nearby zombies were drawn to the sound. He couldn't let them gather too much. Lu Chen quickly fired again, and within just a minute, most of the zombies in the square had been eliminated. To his surprise, his level had risen to level 5 in that minute. At that moment, a series of urgent barks interrupted Lu Chen's thoughts, and a dozen slender mutated dogs charged out from the building. Mutated dog level 1, strength 20, constitution 10, health 100, magic 10. Having undergone terrifying scientific modifications, they were agile and exceptionally nimble. Their teeth and claws were deadly weapons. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately used fire suppression to increase his attack speed by 10% and aimed his gun at the mutated dogs. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets fired by Lu Chen hit their targets, sending several mutated dogs flying. Just as one mutated dog leaped off the ground to jump onto the roof, the last bullet ended its life, causing it to drop to the ground and transform into a few mini magical crystals. Lu Chen didn't rush to pick them up but instead sat on the edge of the roof, controlling the Saint Flower, shooting down the zombies charging at him one by one. Before long, a large number of zombies and mutated dog corpses lay in the square, and at that moment, Lu Chen's level rose to level 8. He jumped down from the roof, picked up 2 mini magical crystals, and walked directly toward the building. According to the novice dungeon strategy, the boss battle would begin after entering the building, so he simply stepped inside. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed, and a huge shadow leaped down from the building, crashing down with a tremendous noise. Bloodthirsty Butcher. Level 10, Strength 50, Constitution 100, Health 2000, Magic 100. After examining the data, Lu Chen thought, "This is a damn blood cow." The bloodthirsty butcher slowly stood up after landing. It let out another roar, and some blood splattered out of its mouth, which was utterly disgusting. Lu Chen didn't dare to slack off and immediately unleashed his skill, Hellfire. A black-purple magic circle appeared in front of the bloodthirsty butcher, followed by 3 rounds of artillery fire. Each round of bombardment in the magic circle contained 3 shells, and before the bloodthirsty butcher could react, a total of 9 shells struck its head in rapid succession. As the smoke cleared, the bloodthirsty butcher was instantly vaporized by the artillery fire. He couldn't believe he had just one-shot a boss with a skill. After defeating the boss, Lu Chen's level also rose to level 9 after killing the bloodthirsty butcher. He received a skill stone and a bloodthirsty ring mini magical crystal. Outside the dungeon, students and teachers watching the monitor were completely stunned. What kind of monster is Lu Chen? Chen Zhu thought. If I remember correctly, the situation of one-shotting the bloodthirsty butcher should have never happened since this novice dungeon was activated. Chen Wu stood in shock, his cigarette burning down to the filter without him noticing, when suddenly his phone rang. This snapped him back to reality, and he saw that it was Inspector Li Boli from the Education Bureau calling. Li said, "Old Chen, the 3S level student I told you about should be starting the dungeon now. How's he doing?" Chen Wu had never seen such a monster before. "Old Li, did you give him some mythic level skill? He just one-shot the bloodthirsty butcher." "What?" Li Guoli shouted. "I'm coming right over." Chen Wu hung up the phone. He continued to watch the monitor. Lu Chen, who should have ended the dungeon and chosen his reward, did not immediately exit the dungeon. According to the Jin Tian novice dungeon strategy, there was actually a hidden nightmare difficulty in the novice dungeon. He walked straight through a metal door. A staff member in the monitoring room shouted, "Shinju, that Lu Chen just activated the hidden nightmare difficulty." Just as Chen Zhu was about to take a break, she immediately turned to the monitor. "What is that little brat up to?" The staff member turned to Chen Wu and cautiously asked, "Should we forcibly terminate Dungeon 3? With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Wu replied, "Continue to monitor Lu Chen's actions. If we spot any signs of life-threatening danger, terminate the dungeon immediately." Inside the dungeon, after Lu Chen walked through the metal door, he found himself in front of an elevator. Lu Chen entered the elevator and pressed a button. The elevator ran for nearly 10 minutes before finally stopping. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, revealing an abandoned office in front of Lu Chen. In the abandoned office, some zombies were still wandering around, and Lu Chen estimated there were about 30 of them, fearing they might react. Lu Chen didn't dare to waste any time and immediately drew his gun, firing rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. Thanks to the office desks acting as barriers, the zombies couldn't surround Lu Chen right away, but it took less than 30 seconds. Lu Chen quickly dealt with all the zombies in the office. There were only 2 exits. One was the elevator door, and the other was a passage labeled to B1 area. Lu Chen went through the passage to the B1 area. This area was filled with various cultivation jars. Inside the cultivation jars were mutated dogs. Seeing so many of them, he realized that if they woke up, it would be a huge threat. Without a second thought, Lu Chen opened fire. As the gunshots rang out, one cultivation jar after another was destroyed, but the mutated dogs in the other jars were also awakened at the same time, causing them to start thrashing around, the sound of breaking glass ringing from each jar. Lu Chen wasn't about to wait for the mutated dogs to come out. He fired a suppressive shot. Under his attack, 7 or 8 mutated dogs had already fallen, but as they broke through the jars, they charged toward Lu Chen. He leaped back, immediately casting Hellfire. Hellfire not only had automatic targeting abilities for high single target damage but also functioned as an explosive area skill. The damage area expanded dramatically. The mutated dogs charging at Lu Chen were all killed in the hail of gunfire. After 3 rounds of bombardment, the remaining mutated dogs were successfully shot down by Lu Chen. Although he easily dealt with these mutated dogs, the sudden emergence of over 20 of them still left Lu Chen feeling uneasy. Then, Lu Chen continued forward, passing through Zone 2 and heading into Zone 3 via the passage. This area also had some cultivation jars stacked up. Lu Chen counted 10 jars, but these were different from the mutated dogs earlier. Inside were terrifying creatures with well-developed muscles. Lu Chen checked the level of the crawlers. Level 10, Strength 50, Constitution 50, Health 500. For safety's sake, Lu Chen fired off a burst shot. Before they could even struggle, they were killed, but with the gunfire. The crawlers in the other petri dishes began to awaken. Once awake, the crawlers frantically slammed against the dishes. A series of sharp sounds of shattering glass and breaking metal echoed through the air. The crawlers struggled to escape from the petri dishes. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lu Chen unleashed artillery hell, with 9 shells accurately hitting the remaining 9 crawlers, and even 3 shells that failed to find a target randomly bombarded the ground. Under this wave of saturation bombardment, the 9 crawlers melted instantly. These few crawlers contributed 5 micro-magic crystals to Lu Chen. After picking up the magic crystals, Lu Chen waited for a while until the skill cooldown ended before continuing to the next area of the dungeon. Lu Chen arrived in Zone B3 through the passage and found it to be a relatively spacious large laboratory. The laboratory was in disarray, covered in bloodstains. From the corpses scattered on the ground, it seemed that a bloody massacre had taken place here. However, as soon as Lu Chen entered the laboratory, these corpses began to writhe madly and crawled up from the ground in various strange postures. Zombie LV5, there were about 50 of these zombies. After investigating, he learned that these were evolved zombies, with a higher level than the ones outside. Their health had also reached 300 points. For Lu Chen, these level 5 zombies and level 1 zombies were merely problems that could be solved with 1 or 2 shots. Lu Chen initially wanted to gather the zombies together, but unexpectedly found that these zombies were significantly faster than the level 1 ones. If the level 1 zombies moved as slowly as a centenarian, these level 5 zombies had reached the speed of a normal person walking briskly. Several of the zombies, possibly due to evolving with the same attributes, were already rushing towards Lu Chen. Bang bang bang! Lu Chen decisively opened fire. In fact, he didn't need to focus on aiming, just pulling the trigger was enough. So while shooting, Lu Chen also moved quickly, using the laboratory equipment to maintain distance from the zombies. In just a few seconds, Lu Chen had already dealt with 8 or 9 zombies. However, just as Lu Chen was running and shooting, happily evading the zombies, a massive explosion suddenly occurred in the center of the laboratory. With a dull sound of snapping steel cables, a gigantic monster crawled out from the explosion site. Lu Chen focused his gaze. This monster was even larger than the bloodthirsty butcher, its body wrapped in chains. Atop its massive frame was a bumpy bald head. Lu Chen used the investigation function. Tycoon Butcher, level, LV15, strength, 100, vitality, 200, agility, 30, intelligence, 10, health, 6000, magic, 10, failed product of the super soldier gene serum, possessing an ultimate physique while having its brain and body coordination destroyed. In the eyes of the tyrant, there is only slaughter. Biochemical virus, hunger, terrifying muscle, health *3, death-chasing iron hand. After charging, it dashes forward madly, knocking away all obstacles in its path. The further the dash, the greater the impact damage. At this moment, the Tycoon Butcher had completed its charge and was rushing towards Lu Chen's position. I'm hungry. Lu Chen quickly sidestepped to avoid the Tycoon Butcher's attack, but due to the approaching zombies and the constraints of the laboratory equipment, he was always locked onto by the Tycoon Butcher. In an instant, the Tycoon Butcher charged right in front of Lu Chen, a giant hand reaching out to grab him. Lu Chen seized the opportunity and hurriedly cast Blink Leap. He instantly disappeared from his original spot and reappeared 1 meter away. Bang bang bang! While shooting, Lu Chen retreated, trying to delay the Tycoon Butcher's attack. After creating some distance, Lu Chen decisively used artillery hell. Boom boom boom. The cannonball shot out from the magic array, and Lu Chen saw that the face of the tyrant butcher not only showed no fear but instead revealed a hint of mockery. I have 6,000 health points, can you kill me in an instant? What if I withstand one of your big moves? As a result, after 3 rounds of bombardment, 12 cannonballs accurately hit the tyrant butcher's bald head. In an instant, it dealt over 10,000 points of damage. The tyrant butcher, still maintaining a mocking expression, was instantly covered by the cannon fire and killed in seconds. Kill boss tyrant butcher, rewards, skill stones *2, critical strike gauntlets, LV10, strength +20, agility +20, critical hit rate and critical damage +20%, small magic crystals *3. With the previous experience of instantly killing the bloodthirsty butcher, Lu Chen had begun to get used to the terrifying damage of Firestorm Purgatory. Within the skill's range, some invading zombies were also affected by the explosive damage and were similarly killed in an instant. In the monitoring room of the sports center instance, Li Guoli hurried to the scene. Old Chen, where's that kid Lu Chen? Quick, bring him to see me. Chen Wu stood stiffly in front of the monitoring room, motionless, as if petrified. Li Guoli patted Chen Wu, but he did not respond. It was only then that Li Guoli realized that in the entire monitoring room, dozens of people had not made a sound. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the monitor for instance 3. Following everyone's gaze, Li Guoli happened to see the moment Lu Chen killed the tyrant butcher. This sight was astonishing. Li Guoli also joined the ranks of the petrified, standing rigidly in front of the monitor. Previously, when Lu Chen changed to the SSS level hidden class, he merely thought that this was a rare SSS level talent in the entire Jiangdong province. Yet now, on the monitor screen, this guy whom everyone mocked as a useless class had not only killed the boss of the novice instance but had also killed the boss of the nightmare difficulty. Beside him, Chen Wu murmured with a trembling voice, a prodigy. Truly a prodigy. As Lu Chen continued to clear the zombie minions, the people in the monitoring room finally came back to their senses. He can actually kill the boss of nightmare difficulty in an instant? Director Chen, is there a bug in the instance? This is a nightmare difficulty boss, a 6,000 health ultimate tank, and he killed it again. Have you noticed something even more terrifying? In fact, all the monsters he encountered along the way were killed in an instant. I looked closely, aside from one crawler and the final level 5 zombie, everything else was killed in an instant. Right. And every shot was aimed at the head, hitting without fail, every shot a headshot. Oh my, could he be a 1 in a million shooting genius? I remember no schools offer shooting classes, right? Li Guoli, recovering from his shock, said to Chen Wu. Old Chen, is that how he killed 2 bosses? Chen Wu nodded in response. That's right, 1 skill, and he killed the boss. Since he entered the nightmare instance, I've thought several times about forcibly terminating the instance, but he always managed to easily kill those terrifying monsters. To be honest, I even suspect he might be your illegitimate son. Did you give him a myth level skill? Li Guoli was taken aback and said, you need to be responsible for what you say. Besides, do you think myth level skills are as common as cabbage? I can just give them out as I please. Chen Wu lit a cigarette and said slowly, then it can only be said that this Lu Chen is truly a prodigy. After saying that, Chen Wu pointed at the monitor screen for instance 3. Look, he's actually leveled up to level 10. You know, since the novice instance was established, no one has ever soloed the instance. And the highest record for this novice instance was level 6. Now, Lu Chen has directly refreshed this record to level 10. You should know how difficult it is to level up from level 9 to level 10. It takes over 3,400 experience points to go from level 1 to level 9. But just to level up from 9 to 10 requires 5,000 experience points. If it weren't for Lu Chen soloing, it's hard to imagine that the experience from the novice dungeon would be just enough to reach level 10. Li Guoli looked at the surveillance screen, where Lu Chen had already finished the battle, and said, could it be that he awakened a talent during his job change ceremony? Chen Wu nodded and replied, it's very possible. In the dungeon, after Lu Chen dealt with the zombies, a prompt for dungeon completion appeared. Congratulations! You have cleared the Dungeon Biochemical Research Institute and its Hidden Nightmare Dungeon Underground Research Institute. Clear rating, SSS, rewards, skill book, chain fireball, silver level, skill book, chain fireball, silver level. Requires intelligence attribute of 200 or above. Skill effect, after use, it continuously fires several fireballs, with the number and damage increasing as the skill level rises. Lu Chen equipped the critical strike gauntlets that dropped. The backpack space panel changed. Backpack space, for tense mini magic crystal *30 small magic crystal *4 skill stone *2 skill book, Silver level chain fireball. Lu Chen decided to use all the skill stones, upgrading Inferno Artillery LV2 to LV4. Inferno Artillery LV4 summons 6 rounds of artillery fire in an 8-meter radius, with each round firing 6 regular shells, each shell dealing 400 plus agility attribute *1. 3 damage. Consumes 100 mana, cooldown 5 minutes. Unfortunately, it was a designated skill book. If it were a silver level skill scroll, Lu Chen could still use it. In the Tiandao game, aside from innate skills of professions, there are many ways to acquire skills, such as mentorship, skill books, or skill scrolls, etc. Different grades of skill scrolls can randomly grant skills corresponding to the profession's grade upon use. This chain fireball skill book is still a small premium skill of silver grade. In the Tiandao game, skills are categorized not only by level but also by grade. Grade indicates the skill's upper limit. Black iron skills can only reach level 9 through skill stones. Bronze skills can use skill breakthrough stones at level 9, with a chance to break through to level 10, and their upgrade limit reaches level 19. A silver level skill like this can be upgraded to a maximum of level 29. Above silver, there are gold, platinum, diamond, master, extraordinary, king, epic, and the highest mythic levels. Lu Chen's Inferno Artillery skill is a mythic level skill, which means it can be upgraded infinitely. However, the higher the skill level, the more materials are needed for upgrades and breakthroughs, making it increasingly difficult. At the first tier, upgrading a skill requires 1 skill stone, but at the second tier, it requires 2, and at the third tier, 4. Beyond the 4th tier, regular skill stones lose their effectiveness, and upgrading requires high-level skill stones. Lu Chen decided to sell this skill book. Firstly, he didn't lack firepower. The chain fireball was of little significance to him. Secondly, this skill book was a mage-type skill, and Lu Chen didn't consider the intelligence attribute as one he needed to enhance for leveling up. His intelligence and mana values were not high. Moreover, Lu Chen's automatic targeting talent only applied to gun and artillery damage and skills. Mage skills could not automatically target. Having an unnecessary skill wasting mana wasn't cost-effective, and Lu Chen also didn't plan to waste attribute points to raise his intelligence to 200. He decided to sell it after going out to exchange for funds to unlock other system features. After the dungeon ended, Lu Chen was teleported back to the entrance of the sports center's Dungeon 3. At this moment, the entrance of Dungeon 3 was already crowded with onlookers. Look, that man who soloed the dungeon is coming out. How come he's so clean? Did he not kill any monsters at all and just hide for over 20 minutes? It's possible. A regular team takes more than half an hour to clear this novice dungeon. How could he possibly finish it in just 20 minutes solo? At this time, Wang Qianlong, who had already finished the dungeon and was waiting at the entrance of Dungeon 3 to see Lu Chen's embarrassment, seemed to have found a point to mock him. Wang Qianlong pointed at Lu Chen and laughed. Ha ha ha, look closely, this is our once-in-a-century genius Lu Chen from Yingtian City. He is an SSS level hidden class gunner master. Upon hearing SSS level hidden class, the crowd at the dungeon entrance was instantly shocked. Hiss, an SSS level hidden class, that's terrifying. Wait, what class is he? Did I hear that right, gunner master? At this moment, Wang Qianlong added, that's right, gunner master. That useless class. Ha ha ha. The crowd, initially shocked by the SSS level hidden class, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I said it. A dungeon that takes over 30 minutes to clear in a team, how could he possibly finish it solo in 20 minutes? He must have run out of magic crystals and ended the dungeon early. I thought he was some kind of expert, turns out he's just a dreamer. He really thinks being an SSS level hidden class makes him invincible. He should take a look at what class he actually switched to. Exactly, the gunner class is the worst of the worst, more expensive than a mage, yet without the mage's burst damage. Same investment but can't deal the mage's damage. Hey! What a waste of that SSS level hidden class. If I had an SSS level warrior class, I would really solo the novice dungeon. Come on, you and your SSS level warrior, dream on. A crowd of people surrounded the entrance of Dungeon 3, completely disregarding Lu Chen's feelings, chattering incessantly. Lu Chen felt that it was too noisy here and was about to explode. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the edge of the crowd. Everyone, quiet down. Disperse. With this shout, the crowd finally quieted down, turning to look at the source of the voice. At this moment, Chen Wu and Li Guoli, accompanied by several staff members, hurried over. Chen Wu's years of military life gave him an air of authority. The crowd parted to make way for Chen Wu and Li Guoli. Seeing Li Guoli among the group, Lu Chen guessed they were here to find him. The group approached Lu Chen, and before Li Guoli could introduce him, Chen Wu extended his strong right hand and said, "Truly, heroes emerge from youth. The long-sealed level record has been refreshed to level 10 by you. Lu Chen shook Chen Wu's hand and replied calmly, "You're overpraising me." Chen Wu smiled. "Ha ha, a genius youth like you is the hope for the revival of our Shenzhou empire." The onlookers were stunned upon hearing Chen Wu's words. What a joke, this guy broke the novice dungeon level record. Level 10. Even if you solo 300 zombies and a dozen mutated dogs plus the boss, it wouldn't be enough for level 10 experience, right? Yeah, the experience needed to go from level 9 to level 10 is even more than going from level 1 to level 9. At this moment, an onlooker explained. If you had read more books, you would have known. The high school textbook's novice dungeon strategy says that there is a hidden nightmare difficulty dungeon in the Ingtian City novice dungeon. If you include the monsters from the hidden nightmare difficulty dungeon, then reaching level 10 makes sense. Hearing this, the others were once again shocked. Wow, he not only soloed the beginner dungeon but also soloed the hidden nightmare difficulty dungeon. My goodness, wasn't it said that gunner classes are useless? How is this guy so strong? Who just said Lu Chen was a useless hidden class? Come out and take the heat. So, in the world of Tiandao games, there are only useless job changers, not useless classes. Wang Qianlun was extremely frustrated. Logically, Lu Chen, as a gunner class, shouldn't be this strong. Amidst the crowd's criticism, Wang Qianlun quietly slipped away from the scene. Chen Wu, seeing the crowd at the dungeon entrance, invited Lu Chen to the office on the top floor of the sports center. Lu, let's find a quieter place to talk. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. The staff beside Chen Wu dispersed the crowd, and Lu Chen followed Chen Wu, Li Guoli, and others as they took the elevator away from the first floor dungeon exit. A group of people watched this unfold and began to discuss. The big shot who just shook hands with Lu Chen must be a high-ranking official. You can tell by his aura that he's been through the military. That's Director Chen of the National Security Bureau of Ingtian City, once a renowned giant spirit warrior. It's rumored he's been stuck at level 99 for years without a breakthrough. Giant spirit warrior. Is that the S-class hidden class? Lu Chen's performance in the dungeon today must have earned him recognition from the higher-ups in Ingtian City. Otherwise? Soloing a nightmare dungeon, breaking the record for the beginner dungeon level, and instantly leveling up to 10. Each of these achievements is unique in the province. On the top floor of the sports center, in the office of the beginner dungeon command center, Chen Wu made a cup of tea for Lu Chen and Li Guoli, who were sitting on the sofa. The beginner dungeon only opens every year in May and June, so this office is temporary, please bear with it. Li Guoli was not polite, picking up the teacup and taking a sip, smiling as he said, Director Chen, this treatment is quite nice. If I'm not mistaken, this tea is Longjing essence tea, right? If it weren't for Lu's help, I wouldn't get to taste such good tea. Chen Wu chuckled as he sat down across from them, gesturing for Lu Chen to try it as well. Lu Chen picked up the teacup but only took a small sip because it was too hot. However, just that small sip made him feel much of the fatigue from battling in the dungeon dissipate. Seeing Lu Chen put down the teacup, Chen Wu asked, "How is it? Do you feel like you've regained some stamina?" Lu Chen nodded and replied, "Yes, I've regained some. I didn't expect this tea to have such effects, it really is good tea." Chen Wu leaned back on the sofa and smiled. This tea is grown by gardeners who are job changers in the Agricultural Bureau of Ingtian City, then processed by chefs who are also job changers. Chen Wu took out a cigarette and asked, "Do you mind?" Lu Chen replied, "Go ahead." Chen Wu lit the cigarette and continued, "There are also teas that replenish health and magic points. But most of these teas are supplied to the military, and some of the market-bound teas have been reserved by several prominent families. So, it's rare to find this kind of tea on the market now." Li Guoli watched Chen Wu speak so freely and laughed. "I say, old Chen, you must have come from the ranks, right?" Hearing this, Chen Wu nodded, "Yes. Ha, when did you learn to be so roundabout?" Chen Wu waved his hand, saying, "What roundabout? I'm just trying to build rapport." After saying this, he looked at Lu Chen and continued, "Little un, let me be straightforward. No matter how strong an individual is, they need to find an organization. Only by finding the right organization can they unleash their full potential. Just like this tea, although it's not anything special, if an ordinary person wants to buy it, it's still a case of having a price but no market." At this point, Chen Wu extinguished his cigarette and spoke earnestly. "I invite you to join the Divine Machine Army of Ingtian City to fight against the invasion of foreign tribes together," Chen Wu said. Li Guoli also looked at Lu Chen with an expectant expression, waiting for his response. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Joining the army would mean receiving support from the military and government, gaining many resources. However, joining the army also meant being constrained by the authorities of Ingtian City and the Shenzhou Empire. Lu Chen was used to a free and easy life and couldn't stand too many restrictions. So, he sat up straight and said, "Thank you, Director Chen and Inspector Li, for your kind offer, but I still hope to take the college entrance examination and aim for Shindu University. I hope to gain more knowledge and skills through further education at the university, so that I can serve the Shenzhou Empire on the battlefield of the myriad tribes in the future. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Guoli laughed heartily and pointed at Old Chen. Old Chen, you lost. Remember to bring this year's new tea to my office. After saying that, Li Guoli turned to Lu Chen and continued, years of hard study lead to the day of success. You've studied for so many years and endured so much hardship, isn't it all for the chance to soar in the college entrance examination? I support you. With your abilities, you will definitely represent the entire Jiangdong province and achieve the national top score. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless, realizing that the two big shots were treating him as a bet. Seeing that Lu Chen had made his decision, Chen Wu said, young people should indeed learn more. The invasion of foreign tribes will only intensify in the future. That will be the time for you talented youths to serve your country. With that, he took out a token and a scroll from his drawer and handed them to Lu Chen. This is the token for entering and exiting Yingtian City and the scroll for the giant ruins outside the city. After finishing the novice dungeon, you will need to continue to improve your strength outside. Although you can buy it with money, it's not cheap. Consider this a small reward for you. Thank you, Director Chen. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Chen took the token and the scroll. Li Guoli then took out a check and handed it to Lu Chen. This is a scholarship from the Education Bureau, totaling 1 million dragon yuan. It was originally for the top 100 in the province. With your current strength, making it into the top 100 should be a piece of cake. Your profession consumes a lot of magic crystals, and this amount may not be enough. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to the Education Bureau's inspection team office to find me. Lu Chen took the check and saw that it was made out to the Yingtian branch of the Shenzhou Empire Bank, with the amount written as 1 million yuan. With this money, Lu Chen was one step closer to unlocking new features in the system. After thanking them, Lu Chen decided to leave the sports center, as he still needed to sell the skill book and quickly go to the outside dungeon to level up. The two did not try to keep Lu Chen any longer. Exiting the sports center, he ran into Li Yaoyao, who was heading towards the sports center. Logically, Li Yaoyao should have already completed the novice dungeon by now, so why was she still rushing there? Lu Chen didn't care about others' affairs and simply greeted her before preparing to leave. Seeing this, Li Yaoyao called out to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, after finishing the novice dungeon, let's team up to tackle the outside dungeon together. That way, we can look out for each other. Usually, Li Yaoyao was as cold as an ice queen, so Lu Chen didn't expect her to actively invite him to team up today. However, Lu Chen had other plans and did not agree to Li Yaoyao. I think I'll pass. I actually have other arrangements. With that, Lu Chen quickly left. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Li Yaoyao bit her lip and stomped her foot. Humph. She then turned and walked towards the sports center. Lu Chen hadn't walked far when his phone rang. Taking out his phone, he saw that it was a call from Su Billy. As soon as he pressed the answer button, Su Billy's excited voice came through the line. Wow, Shaoan, do you have any idea what miracle you just created? Soloing the Hidden Nightmare Dungeon, you broke the level record. You actually soloed the Hidden Nightmare Dungeon and set a new level record. How did you do it? On the other end of the phone, Su Billy was so excited that he didn't give Lu Chen a chance to speak, his mouth never stopping. After a while, Lu Chen finally found an opportunity to say something. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the sports center. If you don't come, I'm leaving. Su Billy immediately agreed and then hung up the phone. Before long, Su Billy ran out of the sports center, drenched in sweat. As he approached, he stretched out his hands towards Lu Chen and said, I heard a big shot invited you to talk on the top floor of the sports center. What treasure did they give you? Hurry up and show it to Daddy. Lu Chen ignored him and turned to hail a taxi by the roadside. Su Billy was taken aback and shouted, You stingy bastard must have struck it rich. You usually take the bus, but today you're actually taking a taxi. Lu Chen opened the car door and turned back to ask, Are you getting in or not? Su Billy hurried over. Once inside, Lu Chen told the taxi driver, Master, take us to the Jinling Commercial Center. Su Billy's pupils immediately contracted as he looked at Lu Chen. You. Lu Chen punched Su Billy and said, Alright, we'll talk when we get there. For the rest of the ride, Su Billy unusually kept quiet. Before long, the two arrived at the Jinling Commercial Center. The Jinling Commercial Center is very large, the biggest commercial street in Yingtian City and even in Jiangdong Province. It is divided into 3 areas. The outermost third ring area is a free trading zone where any items that transmuters want to sell can be traded, and one can also set up a stall to sell goods after paying a certain stall fee. Moving inward, the second ring area is filled with shops, where all kinds of goods can be found, including supplies needed before entering dungeons. The innermost area is the first ring area, which is a large auction house where many valuable weapons, equipment, and skill books are auctioned off every day. The destination of Lu Chen and Su Billy's trip was the first ring area, where Lu Chen intended to sell the skill book he had. After walking for a while, they finally reached the first ring area and entered the auction house in front of them. Soon, a beautiful receptionist approached them. "Gentlemen, are you here to participate in the auction or to sell items?" Lu Chen replied, "To sell items." "All right, please follow me to register." Lu Chen and Su Billy followed the receptionist through the hall to the counter. "Hello, sir, employee number 10086 at your service. What item would you like to sell?" the receptionist asked enthusiastically. "A silver level skill book." Lu Chen took out the skill book, Chain Fireball, silver level, from his backpack and held it in his hand. The receptionist's eyes widened when she saw the silver level skill book. It wasn't that silver level skill books were particularly rare, but such skill books rarely appeared on the market. Most were bought at high prices by well-informed big families. The receptionist quickly registered Lu Chen's item, then took the skill book to the back for appraisal. Soon, she returned to the counter and said, "Sir, our appraiser has quoted 8 million dragon yuan for this skill book. If you're not satisfied with the quote, you can apply to enter the auction, but the auction house will charge a 10% handling fee." Lu Chen didn't have time to wait for an auction. He was going to leave the city to enter a dungeon tomorrow and needed to get the money today to spend. Lu Chen took out his bank card and placed it on the counter, saying, "That's fine, transfer the money to this card." The receptionist took the card and replied, "All right, sir, please wait a moment." Before long, Lu Chen received a text message from the Shenzhou Empire Bank confirming a deposit of 8,800,000 yuan. Su Billy beside him was wide-eyed. "Wow, you made this much just from a... Did I hear that right? 8 million? Although Lu Chen had never seen so much money, thinking of the detestable pay-to-win system, he figured that if he spent this 8 million on it, it would be gone in minutes. To Lu Chen, this 8 million was really just a string of numbers. Seeing Su Billy's exaggerated expression, Lu Chen chuckled. "Call me daddy, and I'll give you some pocket money." Su Billy laughed and swung a fist at Lu Chen. "You little brat, now that you're making money, you're getting cocky, huh? Go buy a KFC bucket to honor your dad." Seeing this, Lu Chen got up and ran. Although Su Billy's family wasn't a big one, they ran a business, so they weren't short on money. The two of them playfully tussled and slipped out of the trading hall under the astonished gazes of the crowd. In the first ring area, Lu Chen found the Shenzhou Empire Bank Xingtian branch at the Jinling Commercial Center, entered, and exchanged the check, depositing it into his card. "Isn't there still some money hidden away?" Su Billy, seeing Lu Chen just earned 8 million, immediately got excited when Lu Chen pulled out another check for 1 million. No, this is all I have. The family bucket plan is cancelled. We must have a full spa treatment tonight." Lu Chen laughed. "Aren't you afraid your dad will break your legs?" In the end, the two decided to indulge at the Jinling Grand Hotel. They usually had big appetites, and after a hearty meal, they spent 8,800 dragon yuan. Lu Chen didn't have any luggage to pack for school, so he simply booked a room at the Jinling Grand Hotel to rest well. He thought Su Billy would stay too, but this guy left home, citing a principled stance against being gay. Lu Chen returned to his room, freshened up, and lay on the big bed, ready to recharge the pay-to-win system. He opened the Multiverse Gun God system and clicked the recharge button. Initially, Lu Chen was worried that he couldn't use the money in his bank card for recharging, but when he saw the recharge page, he found that he could not only use his bank card balance but also recharge with magic crystals. The exchange rate for magic crystals was the same as the market price, micro 1,000, small 10,000, regular 100,000. Now, Lu Chen had 9,795,300 dragon yuan in his bank card, 30 micro magic crystals, and 4 small magic crystals available for recharging. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Chen checked the system. Host current level is LV10, can unlock mall function, requires 5 million dragon yuan. The only function that could be unlocked at the current level was the mall. More system functions would gradually unlock as levels increased. Lu Chen unlocked the mall function, and in the blink of an eye, 5 million was gone. After recharging, the system panel underwent some changes. Mall LV1, Lu Chen clicked to enter the mall, where the products were dazzling, mainly divided into several categories. Firearms LV1, attachments, to be unlocked for 5 million, support, to be unlocked for 5 million, special, to be unlocked for 5 million. The entire mall hadn't even shown any products yet. The new pay-to-win system was right in front of him. This meant Lu Chen spent 5 million and only unlocked a quarter of the mall's functions. In the firearms category, he had now unlocked the handgun products, while options like shotguns, rifles, machine guns, and artillery still showed as locked, requiring 50 million to upgrade the main mall to LV2, and then another 50 million to upgrade the firearms store to LV2 to unlock new types of firearms. This is really a scam. This system designed by that damned Penguin Company is simply shameless in its pay-to-win approach. Lu Chen clicked on the handgun category, and the system prompted, current host level is 10, only bronze level equipment is unlocked, silver level unlocks at level 20. Lu Chen looked at the list of firearms. Desert Eagle, 1 million bronze level, damage 20 to 20, attack speed normal, ammo 9, skill tier. Glock pistol, 1 million bronze level, damage 5 to 5, attack speed fast, ammo 15, skill burst. Kiss of the Python, 1 million bronze level, damage 10 to 10, attack speed normal, ammo 6, skill venomous fang. After looking for a long time, Lu Chen decided to spend 2 million to buy 2 Desert Eagles. Desert Eagle quality, bronze level requirement, 10 magazine capacity, 9 rounds, each micro magic crystal replenishes 9 rounds of ammo. Attack speed, normal attack power, 20-20 critical damage plus 20% tier. Each attack has a 10% chance to stack a layer of tier effect on the target. Each layer of tier effect deals 15 plus agility attribute points damage per second, lasting 3 seconds, maximum 6 layers. The main reason for choosing the Desert Eagle was its damage. The Desert Eagle has the highest damage among bronze-level pistols, and the accompanying tier effect, when fully stacked to 6 layers, deals 90 plus 134 points of damage per second. With the support of the automatic headshot talent, Lu Chen didn't have to worry about accuracy while dual-wielding Desert Eagles. In the Tiandao game, firearms could originally be equipped with attachments, and since the ammo was magically crystallized, there was actually no need to replenish bullets. Therefore, firearm attachments included not only muzzles and scopes but also bullet head attachments. Installing special bullet head attachments could change the bullet type, providing powerful elemental abilities or damage bonuses. Unfortunately, there was no money to unlock new attachment shops now. Firearm attachments would have to wait until he earned money to spend. Lu Chen looked at his remaining 2,795,300 yuan and fell into deep thought. He had been too extravagant, spending 7 million dragon yuan in just one night. The next morning, after getting up and washing up, the Jinling Grand Hotel provided breakfast. After eating at the hotel, Lu Chen went downstairs to buy some food and water at a nearby supermarket. After buying his things, Lu Chen took the bus to the East Gate exit of Yingtian City. Along the way, Lu Chen comforted himself, saying he should save where he could and spend where necessary. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a taxi, but the bus was more cost-effective. Arriving at the East Gate exit, there were already many people rushing to leave the city. Most of the crowd were high school seniors who had just awakened this year. There was no choice, the college entrance examination was approaching, and in the last few days, everyone wanted to level up quickly to achieve good results and get into prestigious schools. The East Gate exit was large, with separate entrances and exits, consisting of 5 pedestrian passages and 5 vehicle passages. The entrance and exit were separated by the central East Gate, which was 30 meters high and 80 meters wide, and usually remained closed, only opening during major events or when large transport convoys passed through. Lu Chen arrived at the No. 2 pedestrian exit, queued up with the crowd to leave the city, and saw that at each entrance and exit inspection point, there were 2 soldiers on duty. Soon it was Lu Chen's turn. He took out the city exit token and placed it at the card reader of the inspection machine. Beep, student card, please pass quickly to avoid congestion. The duty soldier glanced at Lu Chen but said nothing, only gesturing for him to pass. Lu Chen walked into the No. 2 pedestrian passage, which was a tunnel stretching 1 kilometer long, meaning the city wall of Yingtian City was a staggering 1,000 meters thick. This was also a helpless move by humanity after the arrival of the Tiandao game. The Tiandao game not only brought job changes and various dungeon secrets to humanity but also introduced many special magic caves connecting to other worlds. These magic caves could not be closed and could allow large numbers of monsters to surge into Blue Star at any time. Although human warriors have spent over 200 years destroying many demon lairs, there are still a large number of lairs that they cannot temporarily resolve. Therefore, in addition to building defensive lines near the lairs, human settlements across the land have erected high walls. The 1,000-meter-thick walls of Yingtian City are not only a barrier for the city but also a solid shield against the threats posed by the demon lairs in the southeastern region. The passageway is brightly lit and has an independent ventilation system, so the air is not murky. Although it feels somewhat oppressive, overall it is quite similar to the underground pedestrian walkways that Lu Chen experienced in his previous life on Earth. After walking for a while, Lu Chen finally exited the city walls. Outside the walls are several small towns closely situated by the city gates, separated by the main roads that pass through the gates. Lu Chen has memories of living in a small town before high school, but in those memories, there are only traces of his life in the welfare institute, with no recollection of his parents. In fact, the people living outside the city walls are not prohibited by the city governments from entering. They reside in the small towns for one reason only: to make money. Many professions, such as farmers and miners, find it difficult to secure jobs within the city, so they gradually settled outside for convenience. After all, most of the demon lairs near Yingtian City are under control, and any occasional demon creatures wandering in from afar are mostly eliminated by various outposts along the way. Some that slip through become experience points for those looking to level up. Of course, there are always unexpected dangers. Living in the small towns is still perilous. From time to time, news emerges of residents being killed by demon creatures. Moreover, if a large-scale invasion of demon monsters occurs, the city lord will usually notify the residents of the small towns in advance to take refuge in the designated areas of the city, ensuring their safety. After all, where there are people, there is money. Although the residents of these small towns only see Yingtian city staff during tax collection, failing to pay taxes could result in being taken away by the Tax Bureau and the National Security Bureau for enforcement or forced labor. Lu Chen did not linger in the small town but made his way to the Giant Ruins dungeon located not far to the east of Yingtian City. This dungeon was originally situated in a small town, and at first, the influx of people brought by the dungeon led the town's residents to engage in businesses catering to food and supplies. The adventurers coming down into the dungeon were generous, so the townsfolk's lives were even better than before the arrival of the Heavenly Dao game. However, later on, the town was invaded by demon creatures, and the humans there were slaughtered, leaving the entire town in ruins. Nowadays, with the surrounding demon lairs largely under control and no demon creatures invading near Yingtian City for many years, some people have taken risks to open shops around the dungeon. Of course, those daring enough to do business near the wild dungeon are either combat professionals or have hired combat professionals as muscle. These shops mainly sell supplies or provide food and lodging. Because the Yingtian city government only occasionally comes to collect taxes and rarely inspects the situation here, some illicit industries have also taken root. Lu Chen arrived at the small square at the entrance of the Giant Ruins dungeon, where many people were already gathered, forming teams to prepare for the dungeon. Those without teams were continuously calling out to recruit others. Newbie team, tank and damage dealers ready, need one support. Need one damage dealer. Mages and rangers in. Need a tank class join the group. The entire square for the Giant Ruins dungeon was bustling with activity. At that moment, someone noticed that Lu Chen was without a team and invited him to join. "Brother, what class are you?" "I'm a tank, and our team still needs one damage dealer and one support." Lu Chen did not respond and simply walked toward the dungeon entrance. Seeing that Lu Chen did not reply, the tank class player's expression changed, and he said, "TCH, what a joke, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were some kind of expert." A female priest from the tank transmigrators team discovered the handgun hanging at Lu Chen's waist. She pointed at Lu Chen's gun and said, "Look at his handgun, he's in a gunner class. I heard that a gunner transmigrator broke the record for the novice dungeon yesterday." At that moment, a transmigrator who had seen Lu Chen at the sports center yesterday confirmed and spoke up, "That's him. This is the great Lu Chen, you all didn't know? He soloed the novice dungeon and cleared the hidden nightmare difficulty dungeon, breaking the novice dungeon record." "What? I must have misheard, he soloed both the novice dungeon and the hidden nightmare difficulty dungeon." "Yes, he soloed the dungeon, and it even attracted the attention of the head of the National Security Bureau, who personally came to the dungeon entrance to meet him." "Wow! Is the gunner class really that powerful? As long as you have the money to support the consumption, a gunner will show you what damage really means." "True, this guy is probably some rich heir from a big family. Someone like me can't afford to play such a class." Amidst the discussions, Lu Chen opened the dungeon panel. Giant Ruins dungeon level requirement, level 5 dungeon difficulty, easy, recommended for around level 5, normal, recommended for above level 5, nightmare, recommended for above level 10, hell, recommended for above level 15, free attempts, 3 times, refreshes daily at midnight, please select dungeon difficulty. Lu Chen looked at the dungeon and decided to choose nightmare difficulty to adapt. Current difficulty, nightmare, team size 1/5, do you want to consume one free attempt to start the dungeon? Lu Chen clicked yes and was instantly teleported into the dungeon. The people around were stunned. This was not a novice dungeon. The lowest level monsters in the Giant Ruins dungeon were level 5 zombies, and the giant butchers were as numerous as dogs. Even a fully equipped 5-man team faced the risk of total annihilation at any moment. Holy crap! Lu Chen is going to solo the dungeon again. Is he crazy? This is the giant ruins, not a novice dungeon. My god, he really is a monster. Some people scoffed at Lu Chen's actions. He's just a conceited guy. If he were a warrior or a magic tank, it would be fine, but a shooter soloing? What's he trying to prove? Exactly, just wait and see. Today is the day the genius falls. It must be said that everyone loves the story of an underdog rising, but if it's not their own rise, they prefer to see the fall of other geniuses. In the dungeon, Lu Chen appeared in the center of an intersection on a city avenue. The city was enveloped in a deathly silence, as if all life had been devoured, leaving only empty streets and the whispers of the wind. The intersection was surrounded by dilapidated high-rises that had been abandoned for who knows how many years. The four corners of the intersection were encircled by time-eroded buildings, like forgotten historical relics silently recounting the traces of past prosperity. According to the information Lu Chen saw in Jiangdong Province Dungeon Appreciation, there would be 4 waves of enemies in the easy and normal difficulties of the giant ruins, while in nightmare difficulty, it increased to 8 waves of enemies. After finishing the 8 waves of zombies, the dungeon boss would spawn. Lu Chen scanned the intersection and found that various cars were used as roadblocks, lying across the avenue. In the center of the intersection, there was a platform made of steel plates, about 2 meters high and roughly 10 meters square, with 4 staircases corresponding to the 4 directions of the intersection for going up and down. Lu Chen walked up to the platform, where the view was average. The higher trucks among the car roadblocks obstructed much of the sight. At that moment, the dungeon prompt sounded. The first wave of zombies is about to begin, please prepare. The second wave of zombies will automatically start in 20 minutes. Here they come. They are coming. Hungry, roar. With the system prompt sounding, a wave of zombie howls echoed from the east road. Lu Chen jumped off the platform and quickly ran towards the roadblock in the east, using a blink leap. After blinking, Lu Chen appeared on the roof of a truck. At the end of the road, a horde of corpses was surging towards the intersection. Leading the charge were about 20 level 10 mutated dogs, moving at an incredible speed, rushing towards Lu Chen. Following them were over 20 level 15 giant butchers, their massive bodies nearly 5 meters tall, blocking the road almost entirely. Lu Chen used the detection function to gather information on the giant butchers. Giant butcher, level, LV15, strength, 100, vitality, 200, agility, 20, intelligence, 20, health, 2000, magic, 100, a massive and terrifying monster, a solid frontline for the undead army. Biochemical virus, hunger. The giant ruins dungeon had only ordinary monsters at the start, yet they were already stronger than the boss in the novice dungeon. A large number of level 5 zombies were blocked behind the giant butchers, slowly pushing towards the intersection. Although their speed was significantly reduced, the giant butchers also shielded them from attacks coming from the front. If the giant butchers weren't dealt with, when the horde got closer, it would be an insurmountable problem. Lu Chen fired simultaneously with his dual desert eagles. The mutated dogs were fast, but their health was low, and the main challenge was hitting them. However, with Lu Chen's automatic headshot talent, in just 10 seconds, all the mutated dogs were killed. The firepower then shifted to the giant butchers. The damage from the desert eagles was outrageous. Without considering the tearing effect, each bullet could deal nearly 500 points of damage with various bonuses. Thus, the giant butchers fell like paper before Lu Chen, going down with just 4 or 5 shots each. In less than 40 seconds, the giant butchers were all down, and the horde of zombies behind them was completely exposed to Lu Chen's firepower. To pit flesh against gunfire was simply a path to self-destruction. These ordinary zombies were mostly 1 shot each, and as the gunfire from Lu Chen's 2 guns rang out continuously, they fell like wheat being harvested. About 200 zombies were eliminated before they had even covered half the distance. At this point, there were still 16 minutes left until the second wave of zombies would begin. The road before Lu Chen resembled a battlefield, with bodies sprawled everywhere. At the same time, some light points were flickering continuously. Lu Chen knew these were the loot dropped by the horde. Jumping down from the truck, Lu Chen quickly collected the spoils. He obtained 9 micro-magic crystals and 5 small magic crystals. At this moment, the dungeon prompt sounded again. Detected that the first wave of zombies has been cleared. The second wave will begin in 15 minutes and 21 seconds. Would you like to start the second wave immediately? Without a second thought, Lu Chen immediately started it. Here they come. They are coming again. This time, the horde surged from the southern intersection. Lu Chen arrived at the southern intersection, found a black SUV with an open door, and sat diagonally in the passenger seat. Casually aiming his dual guns at the approaching horde, he opened fire continuously. Bang bang bang! Before long, Lu Chen had dealt with the second wave of zombies. This wave brought him 11 micro magic crystals and 6 small magic crystals. After tidying up, Lu Chen immediately started the third wave. Here they come. They are coming in pairs. Fourth wave. Here they come. They are coming again. Fifth wave. Here they come. They are coming once more. In just over half an hour, Lu Chen had completed the first 8 waves of the Nightmare Difficulty Giant Ruins dungeon. Lu Chen stretched, feeling a bit tired. After finishing this wave of the dungeon, he wanted to see if there were any chairs or sofas for sale outside. It would be so pleasant to buy one and sit while grinding the dungeon. After defeating the first 8 waves of monsters, Lu Chen had obtained 77 mini magic crystals and 43 small magic crystals. At this point, Lu Chen's level had risen to 36%. Due to his level being much higher than the monsters, the experience gained from killing ordinary level 5 zombies had already decreased by 99% at level 15. In the Tiandao game dungeons, for every level above the monster, the experience gained decreased by 10%. If the player was more than 10 levels higher, they could only gain 1% of the experience. If they were 20 levels above the monster, there would be no experience gained at all. If it weren't for the limitations of the Tiandao game system, many powerful human players could have accumulated a large amount of experience by repeatedly slaughtering low-level monsters. After allocating his points, Lu Chen's 4-dimensional attributes were as follows: Strength, 45, Constitution, 49, Agility, 159, Intelligence, 28. Due to the lack of equipment bonuses, his intelligence had become his lowest attribute. Since intelligence was related to magic power, it was also an attribute Lu Chen urgently needed to improve. Fortunately, the intensity of the nightmare level dungeon was not as great as he had imagined, and since he would recover health and magic after leveling up, Lu Chen hadn't even used any blue potions. At that moment, the ground began to shake violently, and as the tremors grew stronger, a figure nearly as tall as a 7-story building gradually approached from a distance. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by the shaking ground, the footsteps of the giant figure grew louder. Just then, the giant figure suddenly charged up and leaped high, landing directly at the intersection. What the hell? Lu Chen quickly moved away from the giant figure's landing spot, using a blink skill to create distance. However, when the giant figure landed, the platform instantly collapsed and shattered, causing Lu Chen to nearly fall due to the ground shaking. Taking advantage of the giant figure not attacking yet, Lu Chen quickly used the detection function. Butcher Warlord level, LV20 Strength, 300 Constitution, 500 Agility, 100 Intelligence, 200 Health, 25,000 Magic, 100 Armor, 100 The Pillar of the Undead Frontline Army, composed entirely of super biochemical muscle, incredibly hard. Biochemical muscle, health value *5, armor plus 100 war tread, slams the ground, dealing area damage equal to strength attribute *1 within a 5-meter radius. The Butcher Warlord straightened his body, his muscles tensing up, filled with a sense of power. Just as the Butcher Warlord spread his arms and roared, Lu Chen cast his skill, Inferno of Artillery. In midair, a black-purple circular magic array appeared. The magic array grew much larger, possibly related to the increased attack range of the skill. Boom boom boom. 6 rounds of cannon fire hit the Butcher Warlord's head with a total of 36 shells. Each shell had a base damage of over 500 points, totaling nearly 20,000 damage, and the autolocking ensured that each shell accurately hit the boss's head, causing 6 times critical damage. Overall, the single target explosive damage of the Inferno of Artillery skill reached an astonishing 70,000. Under the barrage, the Butcher Warlord had no chance to struggle, like an ant. Unsurprisingly, the Butcher Warlord, with 25,000 health, was instantly killed. Killed boss Butcher Warlord, obtained, Skill Stones *3, Butcher Battle Armor, Ordinary Magic Crystal *1. Butcher's Armor Set, 1/5, Set Effect Not Activated Quality, Bronze Level Requirement, 15 Strength plus 50 Constitution plus 50 Agility plus 10 Intelligence plus 5 Armor plus 10 Unexpectedly, it is still a set, although it focuses on Strength and Constitution attributes. The overall attribute bonus is still more than 10 times higher than his current combat suit set. Congratulations! You have cleared the Giant Ruins dungeon on Nightmare difficulty. Clear rating, SSS, Receive Dungeon Reward, Gale Necklace. Gale Necklace Quality, Bronze Level Requirement, 10 Agility plus 100 Gale Step, increases movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds after activation. Lu Chen changed out of his combat suit jacket and put on the Butcher's armor, causing the attribute bonuses from the combat suit set to disappear, and then he equipped the Gale Necklace. Lu Chen's 4-dimensional attributes surged dramatically. Strength, 90 Constitution, 94 Agility, 209 Intelligence, 28 after getting dressed. Lu Chun used both skill stones on the Firestorm Purgatory skill. Firestorm Purgatory Mythical Level 1, LV7, summons 9 rounds of artillery strikes within an 11-meter radius, each round firing 9 regular shells, each shell dealing 700 plus agility attribute *1. 6 damage. Consumes 100 mana, cooldown 5 minutes. Having finished the Giant Ruins dungeon, Lu Chun reappeared at the entrance square. Hey, look, Lu Chun is out of the solo dungeon so quickly? Yeah, it's only been a little over half an hour. The crowd that had been waiting to see Lu Chen's fall from grace was mostly still gathering their teams. I said it was impossible to solo this dungeon. Each wave of the Undead Tide only has 30 minutes. If you don't clear the first wave, the second wave will follow right after in 30 minutes. You're talking about easy and normal modes. I heard Nightmare difficulty has an even shorter time, only 20 minutes. Ha ha, so it seems Lu Chen is just a name without substance. He must have failed to deal with the first wave of undead, and when the second wave came, he felt he couldn't handle it, so he exited the dungeon. Sounds reasonable. A sharp-eyed ranger in the square suddenly exclaimed upon seeing Lu Chen wearing the butcher's armor. Wow, isn't Lu Chen wearing the butcher's armor? Others turned to look at the armor on Lu Chen. No way, it really is the butcher's armor. Didn't they say that only the helmets and boots of the butcher said drop in easy and normal modes? Yeah, only bosses above Nightmare difficulty have a small chance to drop the butcher's armor. The square fell into silence, and after a moment, could it be that he soloed the Giant Ruins on Nightmare difficulty? No way! No way! Could someone really solo the Giant Ruins? And it's Nightmare difficulty. Easy and normal don't drop armor. Oh my god, how did this guy do it? A marksman without a tank or support, soloing the Giant Ruins. No one would believe it if I told them. However, while everyone was still in shock, Lu Chen started the second dungeon again. This time, Lu Chun chose Hell difficulty. He returned to the center of the crossroads. Tall buildings, wide roads, obstacles, platforms. Everything was just like Nightmare difficulty. However, the dungeon prompt had changed slightly. The first wave of the Undead Tide is about to begin, please prepare. The second wave of the Undead Tide will automatically start in 10 minutes. Sleep vomit 10,000 they're coming. They're coming. Hungry, roar. The Undead Tide surged from the west side of the road, with monsters still being mutated dogs, giant butchers, and zombies. Only the levels have increased by 5, and the numbers have doubled. There are 40 mutated dogs, 40 giant butchers, and the horde of corpses is so dense that it's hard to count, probably around 400. Lu Chen activated fire suppression, and his attack speed slightly increased by 10%. With the 209 points of agility attribute boosting his attack speed, Lu Chen's attack speed bonus has reached 39%. The 2 desert eagles immediately went into a frenzy of shooting, and the mutated dogs at the front were quickly wiped out. However, there were simply too many giant butchers behind them. After the level increase, the health of the giant butchers reached 3,000 points. But with Lu Chen's increased agility, the gun damage nearly doubled, and under the influence of the automatic headshot talent, each bullet that hit a head dealt over 800 points of damage, allowing him to kill each giant butcher with just 4 shots. Lu Chen looked at the doubled horde of corpses and decided to set off a firecracker. Within the 11-meter damage radius of Firestorm Purgatory, the horde was instantly cleared. Detected that the first wave of corpses has been eliminated, the second wave will begin in 8 minutes and 21 seconds. Would you like to start the second wave immediately? This time, Lu Chen did not click to start right away but sat on the platform floor, somewhat bored, waiting for his skill cooldown. Sitting on the ground, Lu Chen patted his head. How did I forget to buy a sofa to sit on? I must check the store for a comfortable sofa when I go out later. 5 minutes later, the second wave of corpses attacked. Lu Chen remained seated on the ground, casting Firestorm Purgatory and firing another shot. The horde vanished in the explosion, leaving not even a limb behind, reduced to a fine powder. 45 minutes later, the 11th wave of corpses was eliminated. The 12th wave of corpses attacked. The Hell difficulty horde only had 12 waves, and shortly after the horde ended, the boss would appear, leaving no time for Lu Chen to wait for the cooldown of Firestorm Purgatory. Lu Chen sat on the ground after firing 11 rounds, feeling a bit strained in his waist. Feeling a bit tired, he stood up to shoot at the horde with his handgun. Lu Chen moved to the north side of the horde's approach, standing on a pickup truck at the roadblock, activating fire suppression, and shooting wildly. By the time the mutated dogs and giant butchers were killed, the horde was already very close, only 7 or 8 meters from the roadblock. These level 10 zombies had 800 health points. The Desert Eagle continued to headshot and kill instantly. Bang bang bang! Zombies were continuously being killed, but there were still too many. Seeing zombies starting to climb over the roadblock, Lu Chen decisively used Blink to leap off the pickup truck and ran towards the platform. The speed of level 10 zombies had increased significantly. If level 1 zombies moved like a baby just learning to walk, level 5 zombies moved like a limping adult. Level 10 zombies moved at the speed of an ordinary person walking briskly. Taking advantage of the horde not being too close yet, he shot and eliminated some more zombies. As the horde approached, Lu Chen activated the skill of the Gale Necklace, increasing his movement speed by 20%. Lu Chen carefully maintained his distance from the horde, continuously shooting. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the last zombie fell under Lu Chen's gun. At this point, the ground trembled as expected. With the experience from the last time, Lu Chen quickly left the platform and ran towards the edge of the intersection. Boom! The appearance of the Butcher Warlord was still impressive, landing, rising, raising his arm, and roaring all in one go. Lu Chen gave a thumbs up for the Butcher Warlord's entrance actions. However, the thumb was not just for praise, it was also for aiming. Under Firestorm Purgatory, the Butcher Warlord was instantly killed as soon as he completed his grand entrance. With the boss defeated, Lu Chen's level also reached 17. Defeated the boss Butcher Warlord, obtained, Skill Stones *4, Butcher Boots, Medium Magic Crystal *1. Butcher Boots, set, 1/5, set effect not activated, quality, bronze level requirement, 15, strength plus 40, constitution plus 40, agility plus 30, intelligence plus 5, armor plus 10, along with the magic crystals dropped by the minor monsters. This run of the dungeon yielded a total of small magic crystals *114, ordinary magic crystals *72, medium magic crystal *1. As expected, Lu Chen once again achieved an SSS level dungeon rating. Congratulations! You have cleared the Giant Ruins dungeon on Hell difficulty. Clear rating is SSS level. Obtain dungeon reward, gold level skill scroll *1. A gold level skill scroll actually dropped. Lu Chen decided not to sell the skill scroll and used it directly. The Grenadier skill belongs to the agility attribute enhanced gunner skills, and Lu Chen decided to learn it himself. After using the skill scroll, Lu Chen checked the skill description. Brave Grenadier, gold level, tier 1, LV1. Throws 3 explosive grenades at the target, damage radius of 1 meter, causing 100 plus agility *0. 5 explosive damage. Magic power cost 80, cooldown time 2.5 minutes. Not a bad AoE skill, it can fill the firepower gap during the cooldown of the Firestorm skill. Lu Chen used the 4 skill stones he obtained, using 2 to enhance the Firestorm skill, raising its level to the peak of tier 1 level 9. Firestorm, mythical level, tier 1, LV9, summons 11 rounds of artillery fire in a radius of 13 meters, each round firing 11 ordinary shells and 1 white phosphorus incendiary shell, each ordinary shell causing 1100 plus agility *1. 8 damage. Magic power cost 100, cooldown 5 minutes. With 2 skill stones remaining, Lu Chen decided to use them to enhance the firepower suppression skill, as increasing attack speed would also help him clear monsters quickly in the dungeon. Firepower Suppression Master Level, Tier 1, LV3, increases shooting speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Magic power costs 30, cooldown 1 minute. After finishing the dungeon, Lu Chen reappeared in the plaza of the Giant Ruins dungeon. This time, Lu Chen spent just over an hour in the dungeon. The number of people in the plaza had increased. Although some had formed teams to enter the dungeon, many more were arriving at the Giant Ruins dungeon plaza. At this moment, Wang Qianlong and his team had just finished their dungeon run. Several members of the team were warriors, and one of them appeared to be in his 30s. Lu Chen scanned this person and found out he was a level 39 berserker. This must be the muscle sent by Wang Qianlong's family to assist him. Among the 5, except for the level 39 berserker, the others looked exhausted and were covered in blood. Wang Qianlong saw Lu Chen standing alone at the dungeon entrance, looking clean, and thought Lu Chen hadn't found a team. Seeing this, Wang Qianlong immediately became excited. Lu Chen, are you planning to solo the Giant Ruins dungeon again? Or are you saying you can't find a team? If you ask me, you might as well solo it. The simple dungeon only has a few hundred zombies, dozens of mutated dogs, and a giant butcher. Oh, right, the boss only has 10,000 health. Ha ha, you, being an SSS level hidden class, wouldn't dare to take on a simple dungeon, would you? No way. Lu Chen looked at Wang Qianlong's sarcastic demeanor and didn't even feel angry, as if he were watching a boastful monkey. Yeah, I don't do simple dungeons. What level are the monsters in a simple dungeon? You can't even gain experience. The monsters in hell dungeons are at a higher level, so leveling up is faster. Wang Qianlong, upon hearing this, thought Lu Chen was rambling and laughed heartily. Ha ha, I said, Lu Chen, if you kneel down and beg me, I might consider taking you along. After saying this, he He pointed to the level 39 berserker in Wang Qianlong's team and added, "This is our Wang family's level 39 berserker, Wang Zifeng. Level 39 might be a level you can never reach in your lifetime." Lu Chen looked at Wang Zifeng in surprise and said, "You're in your 30s and still level 39? You really bring honor to your Wang family." At that moment, Su Bailey also finished the dungeon, and everyone in the team looked quite disheveled. The large wooden shield in Su Bailey's hand was left with only a handle and half a board hanging on it. Su Bailey happened to overhear their conversation and immediately rushed over, pointing at Wang Qianlong's nose and cursing. "What the hell are you pretending for? If you have the guts, don't find someone to carry you through the dungeon, do it solo. Damn, a level 39 carrying through the giant ruins, you're so impressive." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianlong was furious. "Su Bailey, you'd better watch your mouth, or you won't even know how you died." Su Bailey was no pushover either and continued to curse. "Relying on the Wang family's power to act tough here, you're just a dog of the Wang family." Wang Qianlong was about to make a move in anger but was stopped by Wang Zifeng beside him. Wang Zifeng noticed the butcher armor Lu Chen was wearing, which could only drop from nightmare difficulty or higher in the giant ruins. Moreover, since the butcher's set belonged to warrior equipment and was difficult to gather, it was basically impossible to buy on the market, existing in a situation of being priced but unavailable. If this was equipment Lu Chen obtained, it meant he had the ability to clear nightmare difficulty, which shouldn't be underestimated. "Xiaolong, don't waste time, let's focus on leveling up." Wang Qianlong felt a bit surprised because Wang Zifeng was known for his bad temper in the clan, and he usually didn't dare to provoke him. Why was he now advising him not to fight? Wang Zifeng didn't care about Wang Qianlong's thoughts and pulled him aside to rest. Seeing Wang Qianlong retreat, Su Bailey said to Lu Chen, "You didn't manage to form a team all morning, did you?" Lu Chen waved his hand. "No." Su Bailey immediately turned back to his teammates and said, "I have some personal matters to handle, you guys find someone else to team up with." Such temporary teams were inherently unstable, and it was common to change members. Hearing this, a few of them walked away to find others. Seeing Su Bailey being so loyal, Lu Chen thought about taking him along to do the Hell Dungeon, and the two of them spoke in unison. "Call me Daddy, I'll take you through the dungeon. Call me Daddy, I'll take you through the dungeon." After they finished speaking, they both froze, and after a while, they exchanged smiles. Su Bailey continued, "Your daddy is already level 9, taking you is more than enough." Lu Chen chuckled and said, "I'm already level 17. What are you, a level 9 brother, talking about?" Su Bailey was stunned upon hearing this. "Weren't you just level 10 yesterday?" Lu Chen didn't want to waste any more time on leveling up and didn't respond, instead saying, "I'm planning to take people to clear the Hell Dungeon. How much does it usually cost for a team to go through the Hell Dungeon?" Su Bailey looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. "Are you crazy? The Hell Dungeon?" Lu Chen pointed to the butcher armor and butcher boots he was wearing and said, "I've already cleared the Hell Dungeon." Su Bailey saw that Lu Chen was indeed wearing armor and boots that could only drop from nightmare and hell difficulty, and he was completely shocked. It took him a while to come back to his senses. "Damn, you're really a big shot, so you won't charge me, right?" Lu Chen replied, "I will charge you, if you keep talking, I'll charge you 10 times the price." Su Bailey then said seriously, "Generally, a simple team costs 10,000 per person, and a regular team costs 50,000. There are basically no nightmare teams, but I've heard that in the past, someone charged 300,000 per person. As for the hell difficulty, no one dares to lead a team, alright?" Lu Chen said. "Then it's 1 million per person, pay after, and we'll start as soon as we gather." Su Bailey confirmed Lu Chen's butcher armor again and decided to trust his words. He turned around and began shouting in the square. "Hell Team! Led by an SSS level hidden profession master, spots are 1 million each, first come first served. Hell Team! Led by an SSS level hidden profession master, spots are 1 million each, first come first served." After shouting twice, Su Bailey seemed to find it too straining on his voice, so he bought a loudspeaker from a nearby shop, recorded his announcement, and held it above his head while continuing to shout. In the square, people began to murmur. "Is it true? Have they done hell difficulty? An SSS level hidden profession master leading? Sounds promising." At that moment, a graceful figure appeared in front of Lu Chen. He focused his gaze and realized it was Li Yaoyao. Li Yaoyao spoke up. "Lu Chen, are you leading a team for the hell difficulty dungeon?" Lu Chen nodded and replied, "Yeah, do you want me to take you?" 1 million. Li Yaoyao thought for a moment and said, 1 million? Lu Chen assumed Li Yaoyao didn't have enough money, so he said, "For the school beauty, if you don't have enough, I can give you a discount. How much do you have?" Li Yaoyao responded, "No, I mean, the hell team is only 1 million per person. Is your team safe?" Lu Chen was momentarily speechless and pointed to his butcher armor, saying, "This is equipment that only drops from nightmare and hell difficulty. I soloed it." Li Yaoyao continued, That's not what I meant. Alright, since you're somewhat handsome, I'll let you take me for a trial run." Lu Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on as he looked at Li Yaoyao. Li Yaoyao then brought over 2 other girls, who looked to be around the same age as Lu Chen and the others. One was dressed as a warrior, carrying a giant sword, with a fiery figure but a cold expression, staring intently at Lu Chen. The other wore a white robe, had golden long hair, and wore glasses, looking like a priest-type profession. Lu Chen used the inspection function to check the information on the 2. Li Xiaoyun, level 29, profession, judgment swordsman. Li Baitao, level 29, profession, apostle of holy light. Lu Chen didn't expect both of them to be level 29 professionals. They must be family members of Li Yaoyao who came to help her level up. "Lu Chen, you should take them along, I'll pay," said the judgment swordsman, Li Xiaoyun, looking surprised at Li Yaoyao. Li Yaoyao patted Li Xiaoyun's hand and said, it's fine, Sister Xiaoyun. Didn't you see his butcher armor? He should have the strength." Lu Chen was also surprised. Both of them were level 29, and they had no experience in the giant ruins at all. Moreover, needing someone to lead at level 29 for this kind of dungeon? However, Lu Chen had no intention of arguing over money. As long as they paid, he didn't care about their levels. Thus, Lu Chen, Su Billy, Li Yaoyao, Li Xiaoyun, and Li Baitao formed their hell team. Just as everyone was ready to enter the dungeon, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. "Everyone wait for me for 2 minutes." Lu Chen hurriedly ran to the nearby shop, bought some items, and returned to the team. Lu Chen opened the dungeon panel. Current difficulty, hell, team size, 5/5. Do you want to consume 1 free attempt to start the dungeon? The moment Lu Chen clicked yes, the 5 of them disappeared from their spot. Inside the dungeon, Lu Chen found himself at the familiar crossroads. He took out a sofa and a coffee table from his backpack space and placed them in the center of the platform at the crossroads. Under the curious gazes of the 4, Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa, propping his feet up on the coffee table. Li Xiaoyun shook her head at this and walked alone towards the southern entrance where the first wave of the zombie tide was indicated. At this moment, Lu Chen spoke up. "Everyone, don't move. I'm afraid I might scare you later." As the zombie tide refreshed, Lu Chen unleashed his inferno artillery, and instantly, the southern avenue was engulfed in smoke and fire. The level 9 inferno artillery skill had a damage radius of 13 meters, and after the bombardment, the entire wave of zombies was consumed by the flames. Once the sound of artillery ceased, the intersection fell into a terrifying silence. The other 4 were so shocked by Lu Chen's skill that they forgot they were in hell difficulty. Li Yaoyao looked at the scene before her with mixed feelings. She never expected Lu Chen to be so terrifyingly strong. On the second day of his job change, he was already able to solo the hell difficulty giant ruins dungeon. Meanwhile, she still needed help from her family to find someone to carry her. Truly, comparing people makes one feel inferior. At this moment, Li Xiaoyun was equally stunned into silence. She and Li Baitao had awakened their rare professions months in advance and were directly admitted to the Divine Capital University. They had met some strong upperclassmen during their interview at the university. However, she had seen powerful high-level job changers before, but she had never encountered a freak like Lu Chen. With just one skill, he had wiped out nearly 500 various zombie monsters. The power and damage of this skill were terrifying. At this time, Lu Chen, sitting on the sofa, took out a bottle of cola from his backpack and opened the cap. SSS gulp gulp ha. The 4 of them looked at Lu Chen as if he were a monster. "Hey, want some cola?" Lu Chen took out 4 more bottles of cola from his backpack and placed them on the coffee table. Su Billy trembled as he reached for a bottle of cola and said, "What the hell did you just do? I didn't even see the monsters, and you wiped them all out with one skill? Not a scrap left." Li Yaoyao also looked incredulous. "Lu Chen, are you sure you just selected hell difficulty?" At this moment, Li Xiaoyun also spoke up. "Yaoyao, even if it were a normal dungeon, this is too exaggerated. Just one skill ended a wave of zombies." The healer, Li Baitao, covered her mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to comment on this terrifying scene. Lu Chen took a sip of cola and said to the 4 of them, "The entire dungeon process might be a bit boring. It will probably take about an hour to finish, so you can find a place to sit and play on your phones." Bored during a dungeon run? The 4 were stunned by Lu Chen's approach to the hell difficulty dungeon. This was not a dungeon run, it was a vacation. Just moments ago, they had been fighting for their lives against a horde of zombies, and now Lu Chen was reminding them that it might get a bit boring later. Su Billy had already begun to accept Lu Chen's terrifying damage. Sitting at the coffee table in front of Lu Chen, he said, "You're really not being fair. You bought a sofa just for yourself. Lu Chen laughed. I was a bit anxious earlier and forgot. I'll buy a few more sofas later. Su Billy fully unleashed his imagination and continued. How about we order a table full of dishes and have a nice meal here? Lu Chen wholeheartedly approved of Su Billy's suggestion, and with his approval, Su Billy immediately took out his phone to start ordering takeout. I'll place the order now. By the time we're done, the takeout will arrive. Li Yaoyao and the other three saw how Lu Chen and Su Billy were acting, and it hardly resembled a dungeon run. It was getting more absurd by the moment. But there was nothing they could do. After all, Lu Chen had the strength to back it up, wiping out monsters with a single skill. They could only obediently comply, sitting on the ground near Lu Chen, as the waiting time was indeed boring. After a few minutes, the cooldown for Lu Chen's Inferno artillery skill was up. Lu Chen put down his phone and said to everyone, "Excuse me, I'm using my skill now, don't be scared." After speaking, Lu Chen initiated the second wave of the zombie tide, and with the refresh of the tide came the hellfire. Boom boom boom. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the once surging tide of zombies seemed to have never existed, leaving only a devastated ground and gaping craters. The four looked at the remnants and craters left by the bombardment, unable to help but marvel at how truly monstrous Lu Chen was. Then came the third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. The four had begun to get used to Lu Chen occasionally using his skill, then going back to playing on his phone while clearing dungeons. After the 11th wave ended, Lu Chen stood up and stored the sofa and coffee table into his backpack space. The four, seeing Lu Chen rise, put away their phones and looked over. Lu Chen said, "For the 12th wave, I need to save my skills to kill the boss, so there might be some zombies slipping through to the platform area later. Just avoid the zombie horde, and remember to stay away from the center of the platform. When the 12th wave ends, there can't be anyone in the center of the platform." Seeing that Lu Chen seemed serious, the four stood up and prepared for battle, ready for anything. The 12th wave began. The zombie tide surged from the eastern entrance, and Lu Chen ran to the eastern barricade, using a blink skill to leap onto the roof of a truck. Li Yaoyao rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, "How did Lu Chen just get up on that truck roof?" Li Xiaoyun beside her explained, "It should be a blink or spatial leap type of skill." Standing on the truck roof, Lu Chen opened fire. The first 40 mutated dogs at the front barely held out for 15 or 16 seconds under Lu Chen's hail of bullets. Li Xiaoyun, seeing Lu Chen shoot so quickly, thought he was going to use firepower to cover the rapidly moving mutated dogs. What shocked her was that Lu Chen hit the head of each mutated dog with every shot, killing one with each bullet. His marksmanship was truly terrifying. Next to suffer were the giant butchers walking in front of the zombie horde. Under hell difficulty, although the giant butcher's health had been further enhanced, it couldn't last 4 seconds in front of Lu Chen. Soon, the giant butcher was nearly cleared, and the zombie horde was closing in on the barricade. Seeing that they were close enough, Lu Chen used the skill Brave Grenadier. 3 grenades flew into the horde. Boom! 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 After the explosions, a flurry of severed limbs and broken arms flew about. The unupgraded Brave Grenadier had a damage radius of only 1 meter. However, the density of the zombie tide was beyond imagination, and the 3 grenades still took out over a dozen zombies. Oh my god, Lu Chen is simply a war maniac. Yeah, his firepower is just insane. As the zombie horde approached the barricade, there were less than 2/3 of the zombies left. Lu Chen jumped off the truck and ran towards the platform. While running, he casually pointed 2 guns behind him and shot. The 4 watched in amazement as Lu Chen performed acrobatics, running and shooting at the same time. Li Baitao covered her mouth again, murmuring, "His marksmanship is so impressive. I didn't expect Lu Chen to be so good at shooting besides having strong skills," Su Billy said, looking at Li Baitao's serious expression, speechless. At that moment, Lu Chen had already reached the platform, looking at the dwindling zombies, pointing to the direction of the platform where there were no zombies, and said to everyone, "You can go down to the other side of the platform. Once we deal with the horde, the boss will be coming." The 4 now listened to Lu Chen's words without question and quickly ran down the platform to wait aside. Bang bang bang! The gunfire never ceased. In just 2 minutes, the last zombie was shot in the head by Lu Chen. Roar! The boss of the giant ruins dungeon, the Butcher General, made a grand entrance, landing, rising, raising his arm, and roaring. The health value of the Butcher Warlord under hell difficulty has already reached 50,000. However, under the baptism of artillery hell, it still cannot change its fate of being killed in an instant. Subsequently, the Butcher Warlord, honored as the dungeon boss, disappeared in the artillery fire. Kill boss Butcher Warlord, rewards, Skillstone *4, Butcher Belt, Medium Magic Crystal *2. Butcher Belt set, 1/5, set effect not activated quality, bronze level requirement, 15 strength plus 20 constitution plus 80 agility plus 10 intelligence plus 5 armor plus 10. The four of them had not yet reacted when Lu Chun had already killed the boss. Su Billy looked at the dungeon settlement panel that popped up in front of him. Because Su Billy had no damage resistance, healing, or any other data in the dungeon, his dungeon rating was F level. Su Billy looked at Lu Chen and said, "Damn. Lu Chen, did you find a way to bug the game? Where did you hide the boss just now?" Lu Chen helplessly waved his hand and said, "Isn't invincibility so lonely? Have I become so strong that you can't understand?" Li Yaoyao could hardly accept the reality before her. Just moments ago, Lu Chen had instantly dealt with the corpse tied with artillery. Now, facing a hell difficulty boss, the boss didn't even have a chance to fight back before being killed by Lu Chen. It's important to note that the final boss of the Giant Ruins is known for its high health as the Butcher Warlord, with a health value of 50,000 under hell difficulty. The boss didn't even have time to launch any attacks before being killed by Lu Chen. It was simply terrifying. Seeing the boss being easily killed by Lu Chen, Li Xiaoyun couldn't help but think that if she were to face Lu Chen in a duel, she would probably find it very difficult to withstand his terrifying strike. In the end, Lu Chen's dungeon evaluation was naturally SSS level. Congratulations! You have cleared the Giant Ruins dungeon on hell difficulty. Clear rating is SSS level. Rewards: Critical Strike Ring. Critical Strike Ring. Quality: Bronze level. Level requirement: 15. Agility plus 75. Critical rate plus 30%. Critical damage plus 30%. This time in the dungeon, Lu Chun earned Small Magic Crystal Asterisk 109, Ordinary Magic Crystal Asterisk 68. After tidying up the loot and rewards, everyone finished this dungeon. Back at the dungeon square, Lu Chen asked Su Billy to prepare items for the next dungeon. Then he said to Li Yaoyao and the other two, "Ladies, it's time for you to pay up." Having witnessed Lu Chen's terrifying prowess, Li Yaoyao felt that going into the hell dungeon with Lu Chen was almost like a vacation. Although Lu Chen led the team into the dungeon, she couldn't participate in killing monsters to gain kill experience. However, every monster killed would still contribute to team experience. Plus Lu Chen was leading a hell difficulty dungeon with experience bonuses. So in fact, it was still faster than others doing nightmare dungeons and normal dungeons. Even if Li Xiaoyun and Li Baitao took Li Yaoyao into the dungeon together, they couldn't level up as quickly as Lu Chen. Worried that Lu Chen might not take her due to the price, Li Yaoyao said, "Lu Chen, I'll cover your spot in the hell team. How many times are you planning to run the dungeon today?" Lu Chen took out the Giant Ruins dungeon scroll and said, "The free runs are all used up. This Giant Ruins dungeon scroll has 10 chances to run the dungeon. Let's do these 10 times today." Upon hearing this, Li Yaoyao discussed with Li Xiaoyun for a moment and then said to Lu Chen, "You take the three of us through these 10 hell difficulty dungeons, plus the first one, and I'll give you 100 million dragon yuan. How about that?" Hearing Li Yaoyao's words, Lu Chen felt that there were so many rich people in this world, 100 million dragon yuan felt like it was nothing. Averaging it out, each person would be spending nearly 3 million dragon yuan for one dungeon run. "Okay, but you have to pay first," Li Yaoyao said. "Okay, just a moment, I'll transfer it to your bank card." After saying that, Li Yaoyao took the bank card that Lu Chen handed over and pulled out her phone to transfer money to him. A few minutes later, Lu Chen received a text message stating that 100 million yuan had been credited to his account from Shenzhou Empire Bank. With this dragon yuan, Lu Chen couldn't wait to spend it. At this time, Su Billy had already returned with the items he bought, and the five of them were ready to start their second hell dungeon vacation trip. Entering the dungeon, Su Billy took out a camping picnic table from his backpack, set up a sunshade next to it, and arranged 5 lounge chairs around the picnic table. Then, Su Billy took out the takeout he had just ordered, a large table of dishes delivered from the Yongtian City restaurant, Tongjude. Su Billy arranged the dishes and drinks neatly and said to Lu Chen, "Alright, you can start firing now." Lu Chen initiated the first wave of the zombie tide and then used the artillery hell skill. After the bombardment, the 5 of them sat down. It was just lunchtime, and everyone was a bit hungry, so they began to feast. Soon, after the 11th wave of the zombie tide ended, everyone was full and satisfied. After Su Billy cleaned up the scene, Lu Chen dealt with the 12th wave of the zombie tide and the dungeon boss, the Butcher General. For the entire day that followed, Lu Chen and his team continuously entered the dungeon. Starting from the 5th dungeon, Su Billy even began to sleep as soon as he entered, and even the occasional sounds of gunfire couldn't wake him. Finally, the usage count for the Giant Ruins dungeon scroll was exhausted. Lu Chen had taken 4 people through the Hell dungeon 11 times in total. Even with just the basic team experience points shared, the experience boost from the Hell dungeon and the 11 dungeon run significantly increased their experience. Lu Chen even broke through level 19, reaching level 20. Su Billy looked at his level in disbelief. He had reached level 15, unable to believe that in just one day, he not only broke through the level 9 bottleneck but also leveled up 6 times. By this time, it was getting late, and there weren't many people left in the dungeon square. Although today's Hell Dungeon journey was quite easy, the continuous 11 runs had left everyone feeling exhausted. In the giant ruined square, Li Yaoyao said to Lu Chen, "Xiaoan, thank you for helping me level up. I didn't expect to reach level 16 today. I didn't expect you to become so strong in just 2 days. Your strength is truly shocking to us. The college entrance examination is tomorrow, and with your level, I believe you can definitely get into Shindu University. Good luck." Lu Chen replied. "You too, good luck with the exam. How about we go back to the city together for a meal? We've been busy all day, and I'm starving." Lu Chen also felt a bit hungry. Although they had a picnic in the dungeon, they had spent the whole day in the giant ruins dungeon, which consumed a lot of energy. Hearing this, Li Yaoyao readily agreed. Sure, everyone should rest early after eating. Li Xiaoyun then took the initiative to suggest going to get the car. "Yaoyao, I'll go get the car." Li Yaoyao nodded. "Okay, Xiaoyun, be careful." At this time, Su Billy volunteered to accompany Li Xiaoyun. As a result, he was met with a round of complaints from Xiaoyun, but Su Billy still stubbornly followed her. At this moment, Li Baitao quietly asked, "Yaoyao, should I go with them to move the car?" Before Li Yaoyao could respond, Li Baitao had already jogged to catch up with Su Billy and Xiaoyun. Seeing Li Baitao running after them, Li Yaoyao turned back with a meaningful expression, instantly understanding her intention, and her pretty face flushed as she playfully scolded, "Baitao, you're too much." The only response to Li Yaoyao was a burst of clear laughter from Baitao. Lu Chen was also helpless. How could these two girls complicate his and Li Yaoyao's simple financial relationship so much? Lu Chen didn't know what to say, and the two of them stood in the giant ruined square waiting for a while until Li Xiaoyun arrived in a black business car. They got in the car, and Li Xiaoyun drove the 5 of them towards the city. In the car, Lu Chen organized the gains from today's dungeon run. First were the magic crystals. From 11 dungeon runs, he had collected 169 micro magic crystals, 11 small magic crystals, 766 ordinary magic crystals, and 35 medium magic crystals. He had also gathered the butcher set. In addition to the butcher battle armor, butcher boots, and butcher belt he had already obtained, Lu Chen acquired the butcher leg guards and butcher gloves. Butcher leg guards, set 5/5, set effect activated, quality, bronze, level requirement, 15, strength plus 40, constitution plus 40, agility plus 30, intelligence plus 5, armor plus 10, butcher gloves, set 5/5, set effect activated, quality, bronze, level requirement, 15, strength plus 80, constitution plus 20, agility plus 10, intelligence plus 5, armor plus 10. The butcher equipment mainly focuses on attribute bonuses, emphasizing strength and constitution. After gathering the butcher set, Lu Chen received the slaughterer set effect. Normal attacks deal an additional 150 damage and have a 10% chance to cripple the target, destroying the corresponding limb to reduce its combat ability. In addition to the butcher set, Lu Chen also obtained 2 pieces of equipment, the turquoise ring and the sapphire ring. Turquoise ring. Quality, bronze, level requirement, 15, agility plus 90, attack speed plus 10%, critical rate plus 25%, sapphire ring. Quality, bronze, level requirement, 15, magic value plus 1250. After equipping everything, Lu Chen's attributes received a significant boost. Name, Lu Chen, level, LV20, 13%, strength, 275, constitution, 218, agility, 466, intelligence, 53, health, 2480, magic, 1780, armor, 50, attack speed plus 56. 6%. From the dungeon rewards, Lu Chen also received 2 breakthrough stones and 40 skill stones. Now, Lu Chen had as many as 44 skill stones. Additionally, he obtained 4 silver level skill books, but 3 of them were not applicable to him. Only one defensive skill, Life Shield, silver level, was somewhat useful to Lu Chen. With 2 breakthrough stones in hand, Lu Chen decided to use 1 breakthrough stone and 2 skill stones to upgrade the Firestorm Purgatory skill to the 2nd tier. The Firestorm Purgatory skill was Lu Chen's trump card, and after upgrading it to the 2nd tier, he didn't hesitate to spend another 18 skill stones to elevate it to the peak of the 2nd tier. Firestorm Purgatory, mythical level, 2nd tier, LV19, summons 21 rounds of artillery fire in a radius of 40 meters, each round firing 20 ordinary shells and 1 white phosphorus incendiary shell. Each ordinary shell deals 1900 plus agility attribute *2. 9 damage, and each white phosphorus incendiary shell ignites the target and the surrounding ground, dealing 100 plus intelligence *1 magic damage per second. Consumes 400 magic, cooldown 5 minutes. The damage of the Firestorm Purgatory skill at its peak second tier was absurdly high, completely beyond Liu Chen's expectations. A simple calculation showed that if used for single target burst damage, it could deal a terrifying 5.3 million damage. Liu Chen even felt that if Deities had health bars, they probably wouldn't withstand the 21 rounds of artillery fire from his Firestorm Purgatory. There was still one breakthrough stone and 24 skill stones left. After much contemplation, Liu Chen decided to upgrade his remaining 3 class talent skills to the peak of the first tier. He spent 6 skill stones to raise firepower suppression from level 3 to level 9, increasing the attack speed bonus to 90%. This attack speed bonus greatly enhanced Liu Chen's firearm basic attacks, allowing him to shoot his pistol faster. He then spent 8 skill stones to upgrade the blink leap skill to level 9, increasing the blink radius to 9 meters. Liu Chen had never used the gunfighting skill nor invested any points in it. Due to the automatic headshot talent, the skill effect of controlling bullets with gunfighting seemed somewhat redundant. However, this skill was epic, second only to Liu Chen's mythic skill, Inferno of Artillery, with a maximum level cap of 99. If the mythic skill with no level cap was the supreme celestial art, then the epic skill with a level cap of 99 was the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Thus, Liu Chen spent another 8 skill stones to raise gunfighting to level 9, at which point the skill description added the following introduction. The mental connection you have established with firearms is further strengthened. Perhaps further progress will allow you to master unprecedented firearm combat techniques. Holding one breakthrough stone, Liu Chen was filled with anticipation for the gunfighting skill, which was only slightly inferior to Inferno of Artillery. Gritting his teeth, Liu Chen used his last breakthrough stone and 2 skill stones to elevate gunfighting to Tier 2, Level 10. Gunfighting, Epic Tier 2, LV 10. Mastery of firearm control. You have established a close mental connection with firearms. You can now automatically shoot with one firearm without manual operation, and the bullets can change direction within a certain range. Consumes 20 mana, cooldown 1 second. Indeed, it was an epic skill. After the breakthrough, gunfighting transformed from being somewhat useless to a divine skill. Liu Chen excitedly thought that being able to control an additional firearm to shoot automatically would free his hands, achieving automatic pistol shooting. Now, just from the panel, Liu Chen already appeared terrifyingly strong. After the upgrade, the blink distance increased to 9 meters, and as long as he maintained continuous output, Liu Chen could shoot with up to 3 guns simultaneously, achieving multiple headshot critical hits in a second. With the cooldown reduction from blink leap, Liu Chen's flexibility in battle greatly improved. The damage from the Inferno of Artillery skill had reached a terrifying level. Liu Chen couldn't imagine any monster that could withstand the baptism of 21 rounds of artillery fire without being instantly killed. After allocating his skill points, Liu Chen opened the Celestial Mall system. Currently, Liu Chen had ample funds. After spending a day in dungeons with Li Yaoyao, he earned 100 million dragon yuan. Coupled with the equivalent of 140 million dragon yuan in magic crystals, it was time to start spending money like crazy. Host level reached 20, map function online, unlock requires 10 million dragon yuan. Just 10 million dragon yuan? Liu Chen pressed the unlock button. Clicking on the minimap function, he found that the minimap currently displayed a real-time satellite map within a radius of 1 kilometer centered on himself. In the center of the map, Liu Chen saw the black business car he was in, and the map changed its display area as the car sped along. The map function also had upgrade options for spending money. Map LV1, current map type, satellite map, range, radius 1 kilometer, more map types to be unlocked. Upgrading to map LV2 requires 100 million dragon yuan. This was truly a money-grabbing system. A mini-map function required spending over 100 million dragon yuan. To know that in the Blue Star world, most people wouldn't earn 10 million dragon yuan even if they didn't eat or drink for a lifetime, let alone 100 million dragon yuan. After complaining, he still had to continue spending money. Liu Chen spent 15 million to unlock level 1 accessories, support, and special shops. The accessory shop mainly sells firearm expansion accessories, with the level 1 accessory shop only offering muzzle types, while the level 2 accessory shop unlocks bullets. The support shop primarily sells various disposable items, such as potions unlocked by the level 1 support shop and throwable items unlocked by the level 2 shop. The level 1 special shop does not sell goods but provides equipment enhancement functions. The maximum enhancement at level 1 is +1. A +1 enhancement requires the consumption of 10 million dragon yuan, with a success rate of 100%. According to the special shop's introduction, the higher the enhancement level, the greater the consumption, and the lower the success rate. If the enhancement fails, it may result in a downgrade of the enhancement level or even a complete loss of the enhancement level, potentially damaging the enhanced equipment. A +1 enhancement costs 10 million Dragon Yuan, so subsequent enhancement levels could require hundreds of billions or trillions of Dragon Yuan. Moreover, if the enhancement fails, not only is the money wasted, but the equipment could also be damaged. What a trap! After unlocking the 4 major shops, Lu Chen did not rush to place an order for equipment because he saw that the level 2 firearm shop would unlock shotguns. Although the shotgun has a low attack speed, its damage depends on the number of pellets that hit, and with Lu Chen's automatic headshot talent, he could unleash the full terrifying damage of the shotgun. If the shotgun were unlocked, Lu Chen would have a backup for firepower during the cooldown period of his artillery purgatory skill. The prerequisite for upgrading to the level 2 firearm shop is to first spend 50 million to upgrade the main mall to level 2. The level cap of the 4 major shops is determined by the main mall level. Only by upgrading the main mall level can the 4 major shops continue to be upgraded. There was no choice. Lu Chen spent 50 million to upgrade the main mall level to LV2 and another 50 million to upgrade the firearm shop level to LV2. Without having purchased any substantial items yet, Lu Chen had already spent 115 million Dragon Yuan. The upgraded level 2 firearm mall had an additional option in its firearm list, the shotgun. Current host level is 20, only silver level equipment is unlocked, gold level unlock level is 30. Exorcism Holy Flame, 10 million silver level, Thunder Fury, 10 million silver level, Rebellion Razor, 10 million silver level. Lu Chen then opened the updated silver equipment pistol list and immediately spotted a pistol he liked. Raging Pup, 10 million silver level. Although this gun is listed under pistols, it is actually a micro submachine gun. Its biggest feature is its attack speed, which reaches a rapid rate, meaning it can fire 4 bullets per second. Additionally, the Raging Pup has an attack speed bonus in its attributes, making its attack speed extremely terrifying. Lu Chen decided to purchase 2 Raging Pups for dual wielding. Then, for the shotgun, he chose the Exorcism Holy Flame. If Lu Chen's main idea for the high attack speed of the Raging Pup was to pair it with control-type accessories for crowd control, then his plan for the high damage of the Exorcism Holy Flame was to pair it with attack-type accessories for burst damage. In the level 1 accessory shop, only muzzle accessories are currently unlocked. Shadow Muzzle, 10 million silver level, reduces firearm noise by 60%. If no shots are fired for 60 seconds, the first shot after 60 seconds will gain a shadow strike effect with a 100% critical hit. Kinetic Muzzle, 10 million silver level, increases firearm damage by 40%. Brutal Muzzle, 10 million silver level, has a 10% chance to cripple the target, stacking up to 6 layers of crippling effect, with each layer reducing the target's movement speed and damage by 10%. Flame Muzzle, Ice Muzzle, Gale Muzzle. Based on his previous thoughts, Lu Chen decided to purchase 1 Kinetic Muzzle, 1 Ice Muzzle, and 1 Savage Muzzle. The Kinetic Muzzle was attached to the Exorcism Sacred Flame, while the Ice Muzzle and Savage Muzzle were installed on 2 Frenzied Puppies. Due to the 100% success rate of the +1 enhancement, Lu Chen enhanced all 3 new guns to +1. Frenzied Puppy +1, Ice Muzzle quality, silver level requirement, 20 ammo capacity, 30 rounds, each small magic crystal replenishes 30 rounds of ammunition. Attack speed, rapid +1 attack power, 3030 attack speed plus 40% Ice Muzzle, each shot has a 20% chance to apply 1 layer of ice effect to the target, up to a maximum of 60 layers. Each layer reduces the target's movement speed and attack speed by 1%. Can actively freeze targets with more than 20 layers of ice effect, consuming all ice layers to freeze the target for 1 second. For each additional layer, the freeze time increases by 1%. Frenzied Puppy +1, Savage Muzzle. Savage Muzzle, 20% chance to cripple the target with each attack, up to a maximum of 6 layers of crippling effect. Each layer reduces the target's movement speed and damage by 10%. Exorcism Sacred Flame +1, Kinetic Muzzle quality, silver level requirement, 20 ammo capacity, 9 rounds, each small magic crystal replenishes 9 rounds of ammunition. Attack speed, extremely slow +1 attack power, 28033360. Although the potions from the support shop were slightly better than those available in Ingtian City, Lu Chen felt he didn't need them for now, so he refrained from spending more money. Money is indeed earned quickly, but spent even faster. After a spree of spending, Lu Chen had spent a total of 185 million Dragon Yuan, and now his cash was depleted, leaving only 207 ordinary magic crystals worth over 50 million and 38 medium magic crystals. With his eyes closed, Lu Chen was frantically spending in the celestial gun god system, appearing to Li Yaoyao and the others as if he were asleep, so they did not disturb him. Time passed quickly, and Li Xiaoyun had already driven to the South Ming district, at the foot of the South Ming building on Bolan Street. Lu Chen and the others got out of the car, and under Li Yaoyao's lead, they took the elevator to a restaurant located on the 8th floor of the building. The group found a private room, ordered their dishes, and sat together. Li Yaoyao asked, "Shaoan, the college entrance examination is tomorrow. With your strength, you must be aiming for Shindu University, right?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, my goal is Shindu University." Hearing this, Li Yaoyao looked at Li Xiaoyun and Li Baitao and said, "These two cousins of mine have been directly recommended to Shindu University. And my goal is also Shindu University, so we will be classmates then." Lu Chen looked at Li Xiaoyun and the others, surprised that they had been directly recommended to Shindu University. He then asked, "What are the conditions for being directly recommended to Shindu University?" Li Xiaoyun put down her teacup and said, "There are many ways to be directly recommended. Bai Tao and I were recommended because we advanced to rare professions early and awakened our professional talents. Later, we went to Shindu University for an interview, where they assessed our professional strength, talent abilities, and combat aptitude. Bai Tao and I passed the interview at Shindu University and were successfully recommended." Upon hearing the term professional talent, Lu Chen immediately thought of the 2 SSS level talents he obtained from the system. He wondered what professional talents these two gifted girls had. Seeing Lu Chen deep in thought, Li Xiaoyun explained, "Not everyone awakens a professional talent. The probability of awakening is extremely low. The teachers at Shindu University told us that less than 1% of those who change professions might awaken a professional talent during the transition. I and Bai Tao both awaken S-level talents. My talent is the Judgment Holy Sword, and Bai Tao's talent is the Holy Light Guardian." Lu Chen heard that both of them had S-level professional talents and were directly admitted to the Divine Capital University. With his SSS level talent, getting into Divine Capital University would be a piece of cake. Li Yaoyao seemed to remember something and asked Lu Chen, "Shaoan, did you explode a few skill books today?" Lu Chen then recalled that besides using one life shield, he had 3 skill books. Although the drop rate for skill books is extremely low, at hell level difficulty, danger and reward coexist. After 11 hell dungeon experiences, Lu Chen had indeed dropped 4 skill books and 1 skill scroll. Lu Chen said, "I only dropped 4 skill books, but only 1 is useful to me." Su Billy, who was drinking water, choked upon hearing Lu Chen's words, spraying water all over the table. "Put! Cough cough! Cough!" The nearby waiter covered his mouth and laughed as he fetched a towel from the cupboard to wipe the table clean. After a fit of coughing, Su Billy said, "You only dropped 4 skill books? Are you kidding me? Do you know how low the drop rate for skill books is?" Lu Chen waved his hand and said, "Come on, I dropped 4 today, and I've already used 1. Li Yaoyao was curious about what the remaining 3 skill books were, so she asked, "What are the other 3 skill books?" Hearing this, Lu Chen took out the 3 skill books from his backpack and placed them on the table. Force Field Wave, silver level, Holy Amulet, silver level, Wrath of the Storm, silver level. Su Billy's eyes widened at the sight of the Force Field Wave skill book, and he grabbed it, examining it repeatedly. Then he said to Lu Chen, "This skill book is for Dad. I'll transfer the money to you right now." Without waiting for Lu Chen to stop him, he pulled out his phone and transferred 12 million to Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the payment record on his phone and smiled. "I wasn't even planning to take your money, and you gave too much. 10 million is enough, right?" Su Billy waved his hand and said, "The extra is just your living expenses from Dad." At that moment, Li Yaoyao tapped Su Billy on the head and said angrily, "From now on, you two are not allowed to call each other Dad anymore." Su Billy exaggeratedly covered his head and exclaimed, "My daughter-in-law has hit her father-in-law." Li Yaoyao, furious, stood up and gave Su Billy a deliberate punch. "You better watch your mouth, or I'll turn you into Su Gonggang." After some playful scuffling, Lu Chen picked up the other 2 skill books and asked, "Are you two interested in these?" Li Yaoyao and Li Baitao replied in unison, "Yes. I want the Holy Amulet. I want Wrath of the Storm." Then Li Yaoyao and Li Baitao each took their respective skill books, and Li Yaoyao transferred 24 million to Lu Chen. At this point, the restaurant had prepared the meals, and the waiter pushed the cart in to serve the food. After battling in the dungeon all day, everyone was already tired and hungry, so they stopped chatting. Once the food was served, everyone began to eat heartily. Especially Su Billy, who usually had a big appetite, was now stuffing food into his mouth without caring about his image. By the end of the meal, Su Billy had eaten the most. After satisfying their hunger, everyone went home. Lu Chen took a taxi to the Jinling Grand Hotel, as his college entrance examination location was at the Jinling Sports Center the next day. The Jiling Grand Hotel was quite close to the sports center, so Lu Chen decided to stay there for another night. After checking into the hotel, Lu Chen took out his phone and saw that the class teacher was notifying the class about the important points for the college entrance examination tomorrow. Dear students, those of you transitioning to combat and support professions, tomorrow is the college entrance examination. Please make sure to log into the Jiangdong Education Platform app today to register and verify your personal information. Before arriving at the exam venue tomorrow, be sure to check the location of your exam room, as it will be assigned based on the personal levels you filled out today. The exam room assignments should be available by early this morning. Everyone should rest well today, and you will be able to see your exam room first thing tomorrow. Shortly after the class teacher's message was sent, the students immediately began discussing in the group. Leveling up is really too difficult. Our 5-person team has cleared the novice dungeon and the giant ruins 3 times, yet we're still stuck at level 9. Level 9 is the first bottleneck. To break through level 9, we can only spend money to buy dungeon scrolls and run the dungeons more times. Although buying scrolls allows us to run dungeons more times, time is limited. Exactly, even for simple dungeons, it often takes 2 to 3 hours to finish. Not eating or drinking would only allow for 5 runs. Lu Chen didn't waste time chatting in the group. Instead, he logged into the Jiangdong Education Platform, registered his personal information and level, and then went to sleep. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination, and Lu Chen didn't want to be late. The next morning, Lu Chen woke up early and went to the sports center. In the square in front of the sports center, there were candidates for the college entrance examination, parents and teachers sending them off, and reporters covering the exam situation everywhere. Lu Chen even spotted a helicopter hovering above the sports center for live broadcasting. A female reporter was in front of the square, reporting on the situation before the exam. Dear viewers, I am currently outside the college entrance examination venue at the sports center in the Jinling district of Yingtian City, Jiangdong Province. We can see that this year's candidates have already arrived and are waiting outside the exam venue. The college entrance examination has always attracted high social attention, as the results mean whether candidates can enter university to further their studies and learn more profession-related knowledge and skills. For the general public, the emergence of talented students who can transition to powerful professions during the exam also signifies the future of the empire. Whether clearing demon lairs or battling on the battlefield, many powerful figures of the empire perish each year. If the college entrance examination cannot timely select new powerful talents, the empire will face even greater difficulties against demons and on the battlefield. The normal lives of ordinary citizens will also be greatly affected. Therefore, before and after the college entrance examination each year in the Shenzhou Empire, all sectors of society pay close attention to this exam that determines the future of the empire. At this moment, Lu Chen was passing by the female reporter. The female reporter saw Lu Chen and thought to herself, "Are high school students really this good-looking now?" For a moment, she even forgot that she was live broadcasting the exam situation, staring at Lu Chen in a daze. At this time, the cameraman noticed that the female reporter was silent and thought she had forgotten her lines, so he temporarily turned off the camera and reminded her. "Why did you forget your lines again?" The female reporter then reacted. Seeing that Lu Chen was young, he should be a candidate for this exam, so she and the cameraman hurried to catch up with Lu Chen and asked, "Excuse me, I am a reporter from Yingtian TV. Are you a candidate for this college entrance examination? Would you be willing to accept our interview?" Lu Chen looked at the time on his phone and saw it was only 8 o'clock. Yesterday, the class teacher mentioned that the entry time for the exam room was 8:30, and the exam would start at 9 o'clock. Thinking that there was still time, Lu Chen stopped and said, "Sure, go ahead and ask." The cameraman turned the camera back on, and the female reporter asked, "May I ask what your name is?" Lu Chen replied calmly, "Lu Chen." The female reporter then asked a question that was both amusing and perplexing. "Lu Chen, do you have a girlfriend?" Hearing this, Lu Chen looked at the female reporter with a puzzled expression and said, No, that's not it. What does this have to do with the college entrance exam?" At this moment, the onlookers watching the live news broadcast saw the screen return, revealing the female reporter's astonishing question. The live comments were buzzing with discussion. Although this guy is indeed very handsome, shouldn't the content of today's news broadcast be about the college entrance exam? Wow! A guy this handsome actually doesn't have a girlfriend. I want to wait for him at the sports center entrance. The female reporter continued, "May I ask what your views are on relationships between older women and younger men?" Lu Chen, upon hearing the reporter's question, felt overwhelmed and answered randomly, "I think spaghetti should be mixed with concrete no." 42, because the length of this screw can easily affect the torque of the excavator. The audience watching the live broadcast, who had been eagerly anticipating Lu Chen's thoughts on relationships, found his answer so ridiculous that they laughed uproariously. I can't agree with his point. When frying instant noodles, the brightness should be increased because when the screw twists inward, it produces carbon dioxide, which is not beneficial for economic development. Ha ha ha. You upstairs, you and this guy are simply a perfect match. I didn't expect that beneath this handsome exterior, he has such a goofy heart. The female reporter listened seriously to Lu Chen's nonsensical ramblings and finally realized she had lost her composure. Ahem. May I ask, what is your profession? Seeing that the female reporter had finally snapped out of her infatuation, Lu Chen replied, gunsmith. The female reporter's face showed a complex expression. This candidate had no one accompanying him to the exam, and he didn't seem to come from a wealthy family. A guy this handsome had actually switched to such a money-burning profession as a gunsmith, which made her worry for him. Although it's a gunsmith profession, as long as it's used properly, it's still quite strong. Student, would you mind revealing your current level? Lu Chen answered, level 20. The female reporter couldn't believe it and asked again, level 20? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Lu Chen nodded in response, you didn't hear wrong, level 20. The comments section exploded. Wow. I was about to feel sorry for this guy for switching to such a money-burning profession, but I can only feel sorry for a second. He's actually level 20. Yeah, by the way, it's only been 2 days since the job change ceremony, and he's already reached level 20. He must have not eaten or drunk anything and just stayed in dungeons, otherwise, it's impossible to reach level 20. Yeah, is it possible this candidate is just randomly replying after reading? Ha, I didn't notice until you mentioned it, it really could be. Rather than believe a gunsmith can reach level 20 in 2 days, I'd rather believe fried chicken needs 95-octane gasoline. The female reporter also felt that Lu Chen was just talking nonsense, so she asked, how did you reach level 20 in just 2 days? Lu Chen had no intention of hiding anything and said, I just soloed dungeons, and before I knew it, I was in my teens. Then I thought it was too boring to solo, so I drove a few people to do dungeons together and made $1 billion in the process. The female reporter felt that if it weren't for the fact that this guy was handsome, she would have long since lost interest in this candidate who was spouting nonsense. So you made $1 billion by taking people through dungeons? Who would spend $1 billion to hire someone to take them through dungeons? Lu Chen replied seriously, ordinary dungeons definitely wouldn't work. I took them through hell dungeons 11 times. The comments section completely dismissed Lu Chen's words, thinking he was just randomly replying after reading. Ha, I didn't expect this guy to be so humorous. Even if he's a gunsmith, there's no way he could solo a hell dungeon, right? At this moment, some sharp-eyed spectators noticed the blood-red battle armor that Lu Chen was wearing and said, this armor looks a bit familiar, doesn't it? It resembles the butcher armor that only drops from nightmare level or higher in the giant ruins dungeon. It really does look like the butcher armor. Take a closer look. It's not just one piece of butcher armor, okay? That's a complete set of butcher gear. Look at those boots, leg guards, and gauntlets. Wow, you're right. It really does look like the butcher set. Could it be that he really cleared the hell dungeon and got the butcher set? If what he's wearing is indeed the butcher set, then he didn't just clear the hell dungeon. What he said about taking people through the hell dungeon 11 times might actually be true. Oh my god, isn't he a gunslinger? How could he possibly clear the hell dungeon? He's probably some young master from a big family. At this point, the cameraman signaled the female reporter that it was time to shoot elsewhere, and she reluctantly shifted her gaze away from Lu Chen. Until the interview ended, the female reporter couldn't believe that Lu Chen, as a gunslinger, could reach level 20 in just 2 days. Classmate, even though you're a gunslinger, I believe you will achieve great results. Good luck. Lu Chen nodded. I will do my best. After all, I have only one goal, and that is to get into Shindu University. The audience naturally took Lu Chen's words as boasting and didn't believe him. After saying that, Lu Chen walked into the sports center under the watchful eyes of the news audience. Inside the sports center's hall, a crowd surged with students coming to take the college entrance examination. Everyone was verifying their personal information, and the vast majority of students were taking the exam in the sports center's giant soccer field. Because the physical fitness of athletes on Blue Star far exceeded that of Earth before Lu Chen's transmigration, the size of the soccer field had long been unable to meet the requirements of modern soccer matches. The area of the sports center's soccer field was more than 10 times that of the soccer fields on Earth. The stands, along with the field itself, could accommodate nearly 1 million students taking the exam at the same time. Lu Chen walked to the registration desk and presented his electronic admission ticket to the staff. After the staff scanned Lu Chen's admission ticket and checked the information, they looked at him in surprise and asked, "You filled in your level as 20? Lu Chen nodded and replied, Yes, exactly level 20. The staff asked Lu Chen to place his hand on the detection stone to read his personal information. After Lu Chen complied, a panel appeared above the detection stone. Name, Lu Chen. Profession, Gunslinger Master, SSS level. Hidden profession, level, LV20, 13%, Strength, 275 Constitution, 218 Agility, 466 Intelligence, 53 Health, 2480 Mana, 1780 Armor, 50 Attack Speed, plus 136, 6% Lifesteal, 1% of Damage Critical Rate, 50% Critical Damage, 290%, Base bonus for normal critical hits 200%, base bonus for critical hits in fatal positions 300%. Skills, Gunfighting LV10, Fire Suppression LV9, Blink Leap LV9, Artillery Hell LV19, Brave Grenadier LV1, Life Shield LV1. The surrounding students and staff, upon seeing the panel on the detection stone, could hardly believe their eyes. A warrior-looking student exclaimed, "Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? He actually leveled up to 20 in just 2 days. I've been grinding through dungeons for 2 days and haven't even broken level 9. Other students also gasped upon seeing Lu Chen's panel. Is an SSS level hidden profession really that strong? Damn it, whoever says gunslingers are useless, I'll make them eat shit. Exactly. If the gunners can reach level 20, what does that make us who haven't even hit level 10? Just unlucky for you. Ha ha. After confirming Lu Chen's identity, the staff handed him the college entrance examination dungeon token. The token no longer recorded Lu Chen's examination number but instead had a new string of numbers. Ingtian 2224000000001. At the same time, the token also indicated Lu Chen's examination room location. Exam room No. 1. Lu Chen looked at the information on the token, puzzled, because he only knew that in previous years, during the college entrance exams in Ingtian City, everyone would take the exam together in the football field, without separate independent exam rooms. So, Lu Chen asked the staff, "Where is exam room No. 1? The staff replied, "I almost forgot to tell you, this year, the top 100 ranked candidates will be arranged to take the exam in the large conference room on the top floor of the sports center." After saying this, the staff pointed to a nearby corridor and continued, "You just need to find the elevator from the corridor and go up to the 24th floor, there will be other exam staff to assist you up there." Lu Chen nodded, thanked the staff, and headed straight for the elevator. Upon hearing that the top 100 ranked candidates were given a separate indoor conference room for the exam, some candidates around him were immediately displeased. Why should those 100 people take the exam in the large conference room while we have to take it in the football field? That's not fair. Yeah, we're all the future of the empire. Why do we have to be in the football field? Of course, there were also those who accepted this reform. Unfair? If someone with level 12 or 13 gets to go to the conference room, I think that's unfair because they might have someone helping them level up. But this Lu Chen is already level 20. May I ask which big shot can help someone reach level 20 in just 2 days? The only possibility for him to reach level 20 is that he soloed a large number of high difficulty dungeons. Otherwise, even if someone helped him, if he didn't participate in killing monsters, he wouldn't have gained this much experience. The crowd's discussion quickly shifted from whether the independent exam room setup was fair to whether Lu Chen really soloed high-difficulty dungeons to reach level 20. At this point, Lu Chen had arrived at the large conference room on the 24th floor via the elevator. Under the arrangement of the exam staff on the 24th floor, Lu Chen waited in the waiting area outside the large conference room. Lu Chen checked the time, it was already past 8:20, and there were less than 10 minutes until the exam was to start. At this moment, dozens of people were already waiting in the waiting area for the exam to begin. Lu Chen scanned the crowd and spotted Su Billy. Su Billy had also seen Lu Chen early on. He walked up to Lu Chen, took out his college entrance examination dungeon token, and said excitedly, "Look, my token number is Ingtian 2224000000053. Does that mean I'm ranked 53rd among the candidates this year?" Lu Chen asked. "The number on the token should indicate the ranking," Su Billy continued. "Shaoan, you're already level 20, does that mean you made it into the top 10? Lu Chen laughed. "Your dad is the best in all of Jiangdong province, okay? My number is Ingtian 2224000000001. Su Billy seemed to have known this all along. "I knew it. Your level should be an overwhelming presence." After a while, the exam supervisor entered and announced loudly, "The exam is about to begin. Please line up according to your college entrance examination dungeon token numbers and enter in an orderly manner." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen naturally walked toward the front. Everyone's gaze naturally fell on Lu Chen. Who is this person? He doesn't look like someone from any of the prominent families in Ingtian, yet he's ranked so high? I don't know, but just look at the butcher set he's wearing. You should know this guy is not simple. The butcher set is equipment that only drops from nightmare level or higher difficulty in the giant ruins dungeon. Not only that, to complete the set, the butcher helmet and butcher gloves can only possibly drop from hell difficulty. This guy's strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Lu Chen strode to the front of the line, and under the arrangement of the exam staff, he was the first to enter the large conference room. Lu Chen walked into exam room No. 1, where the front row had the number 001 written on it, and he sat down. On the podium in front of exam room No. 1 sat an old man with a gray beard in a deep blue robe in the center. On either side were representatives from the Education Bureau, Li Guoli, and Shen Wu, who was in charge of security for the college entrance examination. There were also the principals of various high schools in Yingtian City. When they saw Lu Chen walk in, the principals, who had reviewed Lu Chen's information in advance, couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Li Guoli then signaled to Chen Wu with a glance, indicating he should take a look at the first student who entered. At that moment, a balding man around 50 years old saw that the first to enter was Lu Chen from Yingtian City's No. 13 middle school and quietly remarked to Principal Zhao from No. 13 middle school beside him, Principal Zhao, how many years has it been since a new profession appeared in Yingtian City? I didn't expect that this year your No. 13 middle school would actually contribute an SSS level hidden profession. Principal Zhao's eyes were filled with pride. He never expected that although Lu Chen held the prestigious SSS level hidden profession, he came from humble beginnings and had chosen a money-burning profession. Originally, Principal Zhao had no hope, but Lu Chen surprisingly reached level 20 in just 2 days. Being able to achieve the top level among the first 100 students in the first year of the new college entrance examination reform was an excellent opportunity for No. 13 middle school to become a top high school in Yingtian City. Once this news spread, it would greatly assist No. 13 middle school's future enrollment efforts. At that time, people from all walks of life would certainly mention that Lu Chen received his vocational education at No. 13 middle school. Thinking of this, a proud smile appeared on Principal Zhao's face. Lu Chen's tremendous progress is inseparable from his own efforts and talent. The other principals couldn't help but feel envious. At this time, other candidates began to enter the room one after another, with Li Yaoyao entering as the 39th candidate. Su Billy, who was only one level below Li Yaoyao, entered as the 53rd candidate. What surprised Lu Chen was that Wang Qianlong also made it into the top 100, entering as the 97th candidate. Wang Qianlong had seen Lu Chen enter the exam room first from outside, and now seeing Lu Chen sitting in seat No. 1, his expression changed from confusion to shock and then to resentment. Wang Qianlong felt extremely unbalanced. Why, as a member of Yingtian City's top family, did he, despite having the warrior genes flowing through his family, only manage to change to an A-level rare warrior profession? Compared to Lu Chen's SSS-level hidden profession, Wang Qianlong felt an overwhelming sense of unfairness. With the support of his family's influence and the guidance of experts sent by his family, he had rushed through dungeons for 2 days and only managed to reach level 12, barely making it into the top 100. Yet this poor guy, Lu Chen, was ranked first in level. The more Wang Qianlong thought about it, the angrier he became, but he could only watch helplessly as the gap between him and Lu Chen grew larger. Under the urging of the exam staff, Wang Qianlong took a seat at the back, sitting in seat No. 97. All candidates had entered and taken their seats. The old man in the deep blue robe stood up at the podium. The old man's robe was embroidered with complex runes and star patterns, which seemed to glow faintly with each breath he took. Lu Chen noticed that the old man's fingers were adorned with 10 rings, each shimmering with different colors, representing the elemental powers he commanded. Lu Chen used his probing function to take a glance. Name, Gandaoji, other unknown, to be unlocked, unlock amount, 990,000 dragon yuan. 990,000. Lu Chen was shocked. He knew that he was already level 20, and to probe Gandaoji's detailed information required 990,000, which meant this old man's level had reached 119. Gandaoji slightly parted his lips and said, "Silence." Though his voice was not loud, those 2 short words resonated like thunder, shaking the hearts of all present. Next, you will participate in the National Unified Examination for the higher education institutions of the Shenzhou Empire in the year 2224. Once the exam begins, you may use the college entrance examination instance token to enter the exam instance. The exam uses a point system, divided into 5 rounds. Final rankings will be calculated based on total points and levels. Note that the exam carries certain risks. You will face monsters summoned by the Empire through the Heavenly Dao game. They are real, and if you are killed by them, you will die in the instance. Therefore, while striving to earn points, if you encounter life-threatening danger, promptly crush the college entrance examination instance token in your hand. You will then be instantly teleported back to exam room No. 1. At this point, Gandaoji glanced at the time. It was already 8:58. Thus, he quietly stood on the podium, watching the 100 candidates below. The candidates remained silent, completely suppressed by Gandaoji's imposing presence. Time passed, second by second. Finally, the long 2 minutes came to an end. I declare the exam officially begins. Candidates may now enter the instance. Almost the moment Gandaoji announced the start of the exam, Lu Chen immediately used the college entrance examination instance token and was teleported into the exam instance. At this moment, Lu Chen found himself in a void white space. There was nothing around, only a black magic circle on the ground about 10 meters in front of him. Lu Chen knew this was the monster's teleportation portal. The first round of the exam tested the candidates' combat abilities. This way, they could avoid selecting candidates who relied on family power to level up quickly but lacked combat skills. Above the black magic circle was a panel that read, LV20 Orc Warrior. Orc Warrior, level, LV20, Strength, 400, Vitality, 200, Agility, 100, Intelligence, 50, Health, 2000, Mana, 500. Only the strongest orcs in the orc tribe have the chance to become noble orc warriors. Orc warriors value strength and take pride in battle. Their combat skills are honed through rigorous training, excelling in the use of heavy weapons such as battle axes, great swords, and war hammers, capable of unleashing bloodshed on the battlefield. Orc Bloodline, Strength *2, Smash. The types of monsters in the college entrance examination vary each year. This time, the monsters were different from the common corpse monsters in Jiangdong province. They were beast-type monsters. In the first round of the exam, everyone encountered the same type of monster in the college entrance examination instance, but the monster's level changed according to the candidates' levels. Thus, Lu Chen, already at level 20, was now facing a level 20 orc warrior. The name of the orc warrior was followed by a countdown. Lu Chen slowly took out the holy flame of exorcism and held it in his hand. He quietly waited for the monster to spawn. The countdown reached 0. A strong green-skinned orc emerged from the black magic circle, its muscular lines exaggerated, wielding a double-bladed giant axe. Although the orc warrior's appearance was quite exaggerated, it gave off a sense of strength and power. But in front of Lu Chen, any monster was no different from paper. Lu Chen did not give the orc warrior any chance to react. Bang! The powerful impact of the demon-banishing sacred flame shattered the orc warrior's upper body and sent its remaining lower half flying over 10 meters away. Each shot of the demon-banishing sacred flame contained 12 pellets, each with its own agility and critical hit bonuses. With the talent of automatic targeting, let alone an orc with only 2,000 health, even a nightmare difficulty giant boss with 25,000 health could be taken down with a single shot. Kill the orc warrior, points +1. Current points, 1. In the college entrance examination instance, killing monsters would not yield experience or any rewards, only college entrance examination points, which would be the final score for the candidates. At this moment, Don Daoji and several high school principals from Yingtian City had moved to the examination monitoring room nearby, leaving a few exam staff on site to handle any potential emergencies. During the college entrance examination, each candidate's test was conducted under the supervision of the Shenzhou Empire's examination monitoring system. This examination monitoring room displayed the situation of all 100 candidates in the first examination room on various monitoring screens. The candidates in the monitoring screens were engaged in fierce battles with orc warriors. At this time, the invigilators in the monitoring room saw that this year's monsters were actually orc monsters, and they were all astonished. Why are there orc monsters? Orc melee monsters are not only tough but also have terrifying attack power. Yeah, it seems that this year's monster types are a bit difficult for the candidates. As they spoke, the invigilator monitoring Lu Chen's instance gasped when he saw Lu Chen kill the orc warrior with a single shot. Wow, this kid is impressive. Hearing this, Don Daoji and several principals turned to look at the screen of the first instance. Teacher Lu, what happened? Invigilator Lu, who was monitoring Lu Chen, pulled his chair to the side, allowing everyone to see the monitoring screen. On the screen, Lu Chen was holding a shotgun with an ancient design and strange patterns. The muzzle was still smoking, and the orc warrior, with only half a body left, was sent flying over 10 meters. Don Daoji revealed a slight smile but said nothing. Meanwhile, on the screen, Lu Chen, under everyone's gaze, actually took out a second-hand sofa and coffee table that he had purchased in the Giant Ruins instance square. Lu Chen elegantly placed the demon-banishing sacred flame on the coffee table, then lazily slumped onto the soft sofa, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. Li Guoli's mouth twitched as he muttered, "This kid, Yao Yao really didn't lie to me." At this moment, Invigilator Lu, monitoring Lu Chen, showed a troubled expression and turned to Gan Daoji. Chief Examiner, this kind of behavior won't affect his examination eligibility, will it? Gong Daoji's smile grew wider as he said, this kid really knows how to enjoy himself. It's fine, as long as he doesn't use any potions or disposable items that affect the exam results, he can do whatever he wants. However, Lu Chen's excessive behavior was not over. He even took out a bottle of cola from his backpack space, twisted off the cap, and took a sip. Invigilator Lu was on the verge of breaking down. If a candidate engaged in cheating and the invigilator did not notice in time, it would lead to serious consequences in a national-level exam like the college entrance examination. Fortunately, right next to Lu was the chief examiner Gong Daoji. Gong Daoji smiled and said, zoom in on the water bottle in his hand. Hearing Gong Daoji's words, Lu quickly operated the monitor to zoom in on Lu Chen's right hand holding the bottle, only to see the blue packaging of the bottle containing black liquid boldly labeled, by Show Cola. It's by Show Cola. Ha ha. Li Guoli couldn't help but laugh out loud, and for a moment, the entire examination monitoring room lost its usual seriousness, bursting into laughter. Only Zhao Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quietly asked, Chief Examiner, cola shouldn't be considered a prohibited item, right? Gong Dao's eyes remained fixed on Lu Chen's monitoring screen, merely nodding. At this moment, the first round of the first monster battle had ended, and the candidates who had not defeated the monster were eliminated. The countdown for the second monster had also begun. Lu Chen leisurely capped the cola bottle, and under the influence of gunfighting techniques, with just a thought, the demon-banishing sacred flame seemed to come to life, hovering in midair, the gun body steady as a rock. At this time, a prompt appeared on the gunfighting skill panel. First time using gunfighting technique to control the gun, please select attack mode, indiscriminate shooting. The external gun will automatically attack all targets within range, except for the skill owner. Hostile target shooting, the external gun will automatically attack hostile targets within range. Selected target shooting, the external gun will automatically attack the selected target. If the target is out of range, it will automatically move within effective range to fire, moving within a range of 10 meters. Controlled shooting, the external gun will fire under the control of the skill user. Lu Chen thought for a moment and chose hostile target shooting mode, just in case he forgot to change to indiscriminate shooting mode after leaving the instance, which could lead to accidental injury. The monster spawn countdown ended. A new monster appeared before Lu Chen. Orc Mage, level, LV20, Strength, 100, Constitution, 100, Agility, 100, Intelligence, 250, Health, 1000, Magic, 2,500. Only the strongest orcs in the orc tribe have the chance to become noble orc warriors, while the few intelligent orcs choose to become orc mages. Don't underestimate these orc mages, they are just not as strong as orc warriors. Fireball, landslide. However, the orc mage didn't have time to greet Lu Chen. The hovering demon-banishing sacred flame silenced it forever. Bang! The orc mage, like the orc warrior, was left with only half its body flying out. Kill orc mage, points +1. Current points, 2. In the examination monitoring room, the crowd was instantly stunned by Lu Chen's actions. I've really never seen such a gunner before. Yeah, I've seen the swordsmanship skills of sword fighters and the needle skills of assassins, but this is the first time I've seen a shotgun skill. I was wondering how he made the shotgun hover. I didn't expect it to fire automatically. Gong Dao's smile grew wider as he said, this kid is really getting more interesting. Zhao Zhao's eyes widened. He never expected that his student in the gunner profession would be this strong. Chen Wu was very frustrated that he hadn't successfully recruited Lu Chen at the time. If Lu Chen had joined the Divine Machine Army, it would have significantly enhanced the overall combat power of the army. In the instance, after Lu Chen shot down the orc mage, he still needed to wait for the other candidates to finish their battles. Feeling a bit bored, Lu Chen took out a pack of Wei Feng spicy strips, eating while passing the time. The people in the examination monitoring room seemed to have gotten used to Lu Chen's casualness and had selectively ignored his behavior. Before long, the third monster appeared. This time it was the orc archer. Lu Chen was too lazy to check its attributes. The exorcism holy flame hovering in the air instantly opened fire and killed it. Another headless corpse appeared in the dungeon. Kill orc archer, points +1. Current points, 3. Then the orc assassin made its appearance. This orc looked different from the previous one, with black and gray fur all over, resembling a cat person. Bang! Before Lu Chen could take a closer look, the orc assassin was blasted to death by the exorcism holy flame. Kill orc assassin, points +1. Current points, 4. Finally, the orc summoner appeared. Unfortunately, it hadn't even summoned its summoned beast before its life came to an end. Kill orc summoner, points +1. Current points, 5. Soon, the first round of the college entrance examination was over. A prompt appeared in the college entrance examination dungeon. The first round of the college entrance examination has ended. You have 1 minute to prepare for the next round of the exam 100059. The second round of the college entrance examination tests the ability to sustain combat. In the second round, monsters will continuously spawn at a rate of 1 every 10 seconds for a duration of 5 minutes. The spawn monsters will be similar to the player's profession, and due to the large number of monsters, their levels will be reduced to 75% of the player's level. A minute later, the black magic circle in front of Lu Chen began to spawn monsters. Lu Chen faced the orc archer. In fact, Lu Chen felt that it didn't matter what monsters spawned, he could deal with them all with a single shot. The attack speed of the exorcism Holy Flame was extremely slow, about 0.5 shots per second. However, Lu Chen's current attack speed bonus had reached 136.6%, bringing the attack speed of the exorcism Holy Flame to 118 shots per second. So Lu Chen didn't even get up. With a monster spawning every 10 seconds, it was just another boring exam for him. He took out a bag of sunflower seeds from his backpack and started to munch on them. Bang! 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 With the rhythmic gunfire of the exorcism Holy Flame, the spawned orc archers were continuously killed by Lu Chen. In the exam monitoring room, Teacher Lu was yawning unconsciously. Teacher Lu thought to himself that supervising Lu Chen was incredibly boring. Who takes the college entrance exam lying on a sofa, with no technical skills or combat techniques involved, not even controlling the weapon themselves? Just a shotgun floating in the air, shooting automatically. A minute passed, and many candidates were struggling to quickly deal with the monsters in this round of the exam. As a result, many candidates were facing the predicament of being surrounded and beaten by monsters. At this moment, a candidate dressed as a warrior was being besieged by a large group of orc warriors and was already covered in wounds. Although the orc warriors he faced were only level 9, with their attributes significantly weakened, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. After being knocked back by the double-bladed axe of an orc warrior, this candidate decisively took out the college entrance examination dungeon token and crushed it. The candidate instantly disappeared from the spot and returned to the main examination hall located in the sports center's football field. This candidate lay on the ground, covered in blood, cursing. Let them face me one-on-one if they dare. What kind of skill is it to gang up on me? Subsequently, this candidate was carried away by the exam staff and medical support personnel present. Meanwhile, for Lu Chen, after 5 minutes, amidst his yawns, the monster spawning seemed to have stopped. Kill Orc Archer, points +1. Current points, 35. If it weren't for the loud gunfire of the exorcism Holy Flame, Lu Chen might have fallen asleep. He even thought about whether to buy a silencer to reduce the noise of the exorcism Holy Flame, as it was too loud and not good for his ears. At this moment, in the exam monitoring room, Gong Dao spoke up. Add a wave of monsters for candidate number 1, and increase the monster spawn rate by 10 times. The others in the examination monitoring room were stunned. Chief Examiner, isn't 10 times too much? He has already completed the second round of the exam. What if increasing it tenfold causes him to fail? Principal Zhao was also worried that Lu Chen, the hope of the 13th middle school, might encounter problems, and quickly echoed this concern. Yes, Chief Examiner, increasing the difficulty of the exam at the last minute doesn't comply with the examination regulations, right? Don Daoji did not turn around, merely stating calmly, as the Chief Examiner, I fully represent the imperial government in this national unified examination for the higher education institutions in Yingtian City. During the exam, I have the right to make any changes to the exam content. You just need to follow my orders. I will bear all consequences. Don Daoji added, as if addressing Principal Zhao. If he fails in the additional assessment, I will give him another chance to retake the exam. The examination staff, sensing Gong Daoji's resolute tone, followed his instructions and added another round of monster spawns for Lu Chen, increasing the spawn rate to 1 monster every second. In the instance, Lu Chen waited for a long time without receiving the prompt that the second round of the exam had ended. Instead, the black magic array began to spawn orc archers again. Moreover, the spawn rate was much faster than before, reaching 1 monster per second. However, the attack speed of the exorcising Holy Flame had already reached 118 shots per second, so this spawn rate only made Lu Chen feel a bit more noisy. A minute later, in the examination monitoring room, Gong Daoji spoke again. Increase candidate number 1 spawn rate to 20 times. At this moment, Li Guoli could no longer bear to watch. He didn't want to see Lu Chen encounter problems during the exam. But just as Li Guoli was about to speak, he was stopped by Chen Wu beside him. Chen Wu whispered to Li Guoli, boldly, I think Lu Chen might really be able to handle the 20-fold difficulty. Even if he fails, didn't the chief examiner promise him a chance to retake the exam? Upon hearing this, Li Guoli felt that Chen Wu made a lot of sense and continued to watch the screen recording Lu Chen's exam with a complicated mood. In the instance, Lu Chen clearly felt the spawn rate had accelerated again. However, whether it was one monster or two monsters spawning every second, it made no difference to the exorcising holy flame. Each shot of the exorcising holy flame contained 12 pellets, and each pellet, under the enhancements, dealt enough damage to instantly kill an orc archer with only 1000 health. So when two orc archers were spawned, they were immediately shattered and sent flying as the gunfire of the exorcising holy flame rang out. With the continuous spawning of monsters, the exorcising holy flame kept shooting. Monsters were often killed the moment they appeared, leaving them no chance to attack Lu Chen. In the examination monitoring room, the staff saw that Lu Chen was handling the 20-fold spawn rate so easily and instinctively looked towards Gan Daoji. Gan Daoji did not continue to increase the difficulty for Lu Chen and said, "Alright, stop spawning monsters and prepare to start the third round of the exam." The examination staff nodded in agreement and went to stop the monster spawns in the instance for candidate number 1, where Lu Chen was. Lu Chen heard the gunfire stop, opened his eyes, and found that the black magic array had ceased spawning monsters. At this moment, the instance displayed a score leaderboard. The second round of the current exam has ended, and the score rankings are as follows. First place, Lu Chen, score 215. Second place, Zheng Tao, score 35. 31st place, Li Yaoyao, score 35. 46th place, Su Billy, score 35. Apart from Lu Chen's score of 215, all others who made the leaderboard had a score of 35. Because the other candidates, without the chief examiner's special care, had the same number of monsters in their first two rounds. There were 35 monsters in total, but only Lu Chen had experienced two waves of monsters that were strengthened tenfold and 20-fold. In cases where the scores were the same, the candidates who finished the second round first would have their rankings appear ahead. The second place Zheng Tao was an S-class hidden profession swordsman from Yingtian No. 1 High School. He barely made it through the second round thanks to the swordsman's powerful base attack bonus and a skill set with extremely short cooldowns. To his surprise, the first place on the leaderboard was not himself, but Lu Chen, whose score had reached an astonishing 215 points. This isn't fair. Why does this guy named Lu Chen have so many more points than everyone else? Cheating wouldn't be this obvious, would it? Everyone faced 35 monsters in the first two rounds. How did he get 215 points? Li Yaoyao and Su Billy were also shocked by Lu Chen's score, although they acknowledged that Lu Chen was indeed very strong. However, the exam rules stated that it was 1 point per monster, and neither of them could figure out how Lu Chen had achieved 215 points. Other candidates were equally puzzled by Lu Chen's score, jotting down his name and deciding to report him for cheating after the exam. Soon, the third round of the exam began. The third round was a boss battle, testing compatibility against powerful monsters. However, boss fights were usually done in groups, and since the exam was an individual event, the difficulty was lowered. The chosen boss was typically a tank-type monster, and its health was only 20% of its original value. However, in the exam monitoring room, Gan Daoji demanded of the exam staff, in candidate number 1's instance, do not reduce the boss's health, let it appear in its complete form. The exam staff gasped. The boss selected for this exam was the Taoran Chieftain. In its complete state without reduced health, the Taoran Chieftain would have a health value of 100,000. But since the chief examiner had issued the order, the exam staff complied, curious about how this prodigy named Lu Chen would deal with the fully formed Taoran Chieftain. In the instance, a massive Taoran slowly appeared on the black magic circle in front of Lu Chen. Tauren Chieftain level, LV 20 strength, 800 constitution, 1000 agility, 100 intelligence, 50 health, 100000 magic, 500. The Tauren Chieftain is the guardian of the orc tribe. Strength and courage are key to their survival. In battle, they fear neither life nor death, facing hundreds alone, using their courage and strength to protect their kin and territory. Resilient body, health * 10 furious hoof, wild charge. Lu Chen used the detection function and saw that the boss Taoran Chieftain had a health value of 100,000. The Taoran Chieftain wielded a massive stone pillar and let out a thunderous roar upon entering. Roar! However, just as the Taoran Chieftain was charging up to launch a wild charge at Lu Chen, a barrage of shells rained down from the sky. A total of 21 rounds of bombardment, totaling 420 regular shells, plus 21 white phosphorus incendiary bombs. The smoke from the cannon fire enveloped the entire instance like a thick fog of war, obscuring vision. Even on the monitoring screen in the exam control room, the towering 5-meter Taoran Chieftain was shrouded in smoke. As the smoke cleared on the exam control room's screen, the Taoren chieftain had vanished. There were no corpses, no remnants, only the white phosphorus flames still burning on the ground. The Taoren chieftain had been instantaneously killed by Lu Chen with a single skill, leaving not even a trace behind. The ultimate blood cow with 100,000 health, the Taoren chieftain, had been reduced to ashes under Lu Chen's skill. Don Daoji was stunned. He thought that with Lu Chen's strength, facing the 100,000 health point Minotaur chief should be no problem. However, he never expected that Lu Chen would directly use a skill to instantly kill the Minotaur chief. Meanwhile, Li Guoli and Chen Wu were much calmer, as they had previously seen Lu Chen take down 2 bosses in the novice dungeon. Teacher Lu, who was monitoring Lu Chen, had his mouth agape, unable to believe what he was seeing. In all his years of supervising exams, he had never seen a candidate achieve such a feat of instantly killing a boss in the 3rd round of the exam. Moreover, the Minotaur chief that Lu Chen faced was specifically required to appear in its complete form by the main examiner. That was a 100,000 health point boss, 5 times the health of the Minotaur chief faced by other candidates, with an additional 80,000 health points. At that moment, other candidates were still slowly chipping away at the Minotaur chief's health with their attacks. Su Billy, after dodging the Minotaur chief's wild charge, struck back with a heavy blow to the chief's thigh. 344, after hitting the Minotaur chief, Su Billy's confidence soared. In fact, there were strategies for the 3rd round boss battle in the high school curriculum, as the exam's boss battles were all against tank-type bosses. These types of bosses had incredibly high health but were not very agile. As long as one was careful with positioning, they could still be slowly killed. However, the margin for error in boss battles was very low because although these bosses were not agile, their damage was still very high. A warrior class like Su Billy could probably withstand 2 to 3 attacks from the boss. But for classes like mages and archers, without skills like shields, they could easily be killed in one hit by the boss. Taking advantage of the Minotaur not having turned around yet, Su Billy used the skill Lu Chen had sold him, Force Field Wave. As Su Billy swung his long knife at the Minotaur chief, the invisible Force Field Wave struck like a tangible blade, fiercely hitting the Minotaur chief's back, causing a tremendous impact that even knocked it to the ground. 544, seizing the opportunity, Su Billy rushed up and began to slash wildly at the Minotaur chief lying on the ground. 114, 108, 117, after the Minotaur chief got back up, Su Billy quickly ran away to create distance. The situation for other candidates in the exam room was similar. They either used control skills to immobilize the boss before dealing damage or utilized agility to kite the boss. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was really about to fall asleep. After the skill Inferno of Artillery ended, he had already waited for a full 5 minutes. The results of the 3rd round of the exam had not yet come out. Helpless, Lu Chen took out a bag of KFC potato chips to pass the time. In the academic monitoring room, Don Daoji stroked his gray beard, watching Lu Chen's performance. He was increasingly curious about the true strength of this candidate. Instantly killing a 100,000 health boss clearly indicated that he had not yet exerted his full power. After a while, the exam staff reminded him, "Chief Examiner, the 3rd round of the exam has now concluded." At this point, the exam score leaderboard reappeared, and Lu Chen, as expected, once again took 1st place. 1st place, Lu Chen, score 1315. 2nd place, Zheng Tao, score 335. 3rd place, Long Taoan, score 335. 8th place, Li Yaoyao, score 335. 11th place, Su Billy, score 335. The score for this round of the exam was calculated based on the damage dealt *1%, with an additional 100 points awarded for killing a boss. Lu Chen was pleased to see Li Yaoyao and Su Billy's rankings rise. However, the other candidates were no longer calm upon seeing Lu Chen's score. What's up with this guy? Why is it that every time there are so many inexplicable extra points? Isn't the score calculation for the 3rd round just a percentage of the damage dealt? Suddenly adding 1,000 points, does that mean the boss he faced has 100,000 health? That's impossible. Damn it, the cheating is so obvious. I must report this Lu Chen once we get out. The candidates who have survived the first 3 rounds of the college entrance examination will face a reward stage in the 4th round. It's called a reward stage mainly because there is no danger in this round. They just need to attack the damage testing dummy. This round primarily tests the candidate's burst damage, but considering that some skills or attacks have a long windup or a long duration of damage, the effective scoring time is 10 seconds. All damage dealt to the damage testing dummy within those 10 seconds will be recorded. The final damage will be divided by 10 to calculate the damage per second, which will be included in the exam score. Lu Chen looked at the upcoming 4th round and quickly adjusted his gunfighting shooting mode to control shooting mode. He didn't want the automatic shooting of gunfighting to start the exam early. After all, the damage test for the 4th round starts counting when the damage testing dummy is attacked. Lu Chen decided to give it his all. He wanted to see just how terrifying his damage could be under full firepower. Taking out 2 berserk puppies to dual wield, Lu Chen quietly awaited the start of the 4th round. A few seconds later, a scarecrow-like damage testing dummy appeared in the black magic circle. Lu Chen activated firepower suppression, which gave him a 90% attack speed bonus, combined with his own 136.6% attack speed bonus, resulting in a terrifying total attack speed bonus of 226.6%. After the enhancement +1, the attack speed of the berserk puppies reached rapid +1, which is 5 shots per second. With the attack speed bonus, the attack speed reached a horrifying 16 shots per second. At this moment, Lu Chen had not yet fired but simultaneously used the skills Heroic Grenadier and Artillery Inferno. 3 grenades flew straight toward the damage testing dummy's head. At the same time, the cannon fire from Artillery Inferno and the bullets fired from the 3 guns under Lu Chen's control hit the damage testing dummy's head simultaneously. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Amid Lu Chen's continuous attacks, he unexpectedly found that the damage testing dummy had disappeared. What was going on? Had his carefully prepared artillery feast not hit the target? Or was there a bug in the college entrance examination instance? At this moment, in the examination monitoring room, a group of exam staff were frantically checking the data information of Lu Chen's examination instance. How is it? Did you find the reason? Gan Daoji asked the exam staff. One staff member wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Chief Examiner, we carefully checked the instance data and found no issues with the damage testing dummy's data. It's just that the damage information received by the damage testing dummy has a serious overflow." In the examination monitoring room, everyone thought they had misheard. The damage testing dummy actually had a serious overflow of damage. Gan Daoji had been the chief examiner for many years but had never encountered a situation where the damage dealt to the damage testing dummy resulted in serious overflow, so he asked, "Is there a historical highest data for the damage testing dummy?" The exam staff immediately nodded and replied, "Yes. Let me check. Found it. In 2199, a candidate named Li Tsuani. It was General Li Tsuani. Li Tsuani, the current top general of the Shenzhou Empire. He had fought on the battlefield for many years without defeat. He continuously expanded the empire's territory on the vast wilderness north of the Great Wall, establishing multiple strongholds. Within the Shenzhou Empire, people held General Li Tsuani in the highest respect. Gan Daoji nodded and asked, "What was General Li's score back then?" The exam staff looked it up and replied, "General Li's score was 774,396. Gan Daoji did not expect that Li Tsuani could inflict such terrifying damage back then. Since Li Tsuani's damage of over 770,000 did not overflow, just how much terrifying damage had Lu Chen caused in front of him? At this moment, the exam staff asked, "Chief Examiner, how is Lu Chen's score calculated for the 4th round?" Gan Daoji thought for a long time but did not make a decision. By now, the scores of all the candidates had been released. The 4th round of the current exam has ended, and the rankings are as follows. First place, Zhang Tao, score 8461. Second place, Li Yaoyao, score 7447. Ninth place, Su Billy, score 4835. Because Lu Chen's damage could not be calculated, his score remained at 1315, having dropped out of the top 100 on the leaderboard. Zhang Tao, seeing that he had finally reached first place, immediately shouted in excitement. Lu Chen must have been caught cheating, otherwise, how could his score not change at all? Even if he only dealt 1 point of damage, that would still give him 1 point. This guy's score hasn't increased at all, he must have been dealt with by the exam inspection team. Ha ha ha. In contrast to Zhang Tao's elation were the worries of Li Yaoyao and Su Billy. Both had surged to the top of the leaderboard in the 4th round. But now, seeing Lu Chen's ranking fluctuate violently and drop out of the leaderboard, they began to worry about him. In the exam monitoring room, Gan Daoji pondered for a long time and seemed to have made a decision. Does the damage testing dummy have a health value setting? The exam staff quickly checked the database for information. After a while, the staff found all the data for the damage testing dummy, which included its health limit setting. Chief Examiner, the health limit of the damage testing dummy was originally 1 million. In 2199, after General Li's damage of over 770,000, it was adjusted and has been used ever since. Now, the health value limit of the damage testing dummy is 2 million. Gan Daoji nodded and said, "It seems that in future exams, the health value limit of the damage testing dummy will need to be raised again. Calculate Lu Chen's score based on 2 million damage." The exam staff's eyes widened in disbelief at Gan Daoji's statement about recording 2 million damage for Lu Chen. Seeing the staff stunned, Gon Daoji reiterated, calculate his score based on 2 million damage. Only then did the staff react and input the data into Lu Chen's score. Lu Chen's ranking suddenly soared, reappearing in first place. First place, Lu Chen, score 201315. Second place, Zheng Tao, score 8461. Third place, Li Yaoyao, score 7447. Zheng Tao, who was still immersed in the joy of reaching first place, suddenly saw Lu Chen appear in first place, pushing him down to second. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen's score was actually 201,315. How is it possible for someone to get 200,000 points in the fourth round? Even the top warrior of the Shenzhou Empire couldn't have scored that much back then. Lu Chen must have cheated. 200,000 points. That means he had to deal 2 million points of damage. That's impossible. What does 2 million even mean? Is that the kind of damage a college entrance exam candidate can inflict? Amidst the complaints of the candidates, the fifth round of the exam was about to begin. In fact, many candidates would only participate in the first 4 rounds, because the fifth round would only select the top 100 candidates from each provincial examination area to participate. Moreover, the scene of the fifth round of the exam is a weakened real dungeon. The monsters faced by everyone during the exam will be real dungeon monsters. Therefore, the mortality rate of candidates in the fifth round of the exam has always remained high. Although candidates can exit the exam by crushing the college entrance examination replica token when they encounter danger, there are always candidates who, due to arrogance, slow reactions, or greed, fail to crush the token in time and lose their lives. Thus, every year in the fifth round of the exam, there are always candidates among the top 100 who withdraw from the exam before it starts, and the vacant spots are filled according to the points ranking. This time, none of the top 100 candidates from Jiangdong province withdrew from the fifth round of the exam. In the exam monitoring room, Gon Daoji, the chief examiner for the Jiangdong province college entrance examination, showed a relieved smile upon seeing that all the outstanding candidates from Jiangdong province participated in the fifth round of the exam. Lu Chen naturally confirmed his participation in the fifth round of the exam. Once the candidates were confirmed, the 100 candidates were teleported to the location of the fifth round of the exam. Lu Chen felt a darkness before his eyes. After a while, as Lu Chen gradually regained his vision, he found himself in a forest filled with black, withered trees. At this moment, the college entrance examination prompt appeared. This exam, the fifth round, selects the dungeon as the underworld dungeon. Monster types include underworld monsters, mainly underworld demon dogs, terrifying worms, demon eyes, etc. The level cap for dungeon monsters is equal to the level of the candidates. Please resist 5 waves of monster invasions in the dungeon. Each wave of monsters increases from 10 to 50. Friendly reminder, if you encounter danger, please crush the college entrance examination replica token in time to exit the exam. The underworld dungeon is a common type of dungeon on Blue Star. Lu Chen learned from his high school textbooks that the known types of dungeons include underworld, undead, orc, evil spirit, and ethereal, among others. These terrifying creatures exist not only in dungeons and instances but also appear in various terrifying forbidden places across Blue Star. For example, north of the Great Wall on the northern border of the Shenzhou Empire lies a vast wasteland, a burial ground, and an extreme cold ice field. These terrifying forbidden places are home to a large number of horrifying monsters. They often surge southward to attack the Great Wall defense line of the Shenzhou Empire, and in earlier years, they even breached the Great Wall, causing significant casualties. Just as Lu Chen recalled the textbook knowledge about dungeons and various monsters, the first wave of attacks came. From the distant withered forest, 10 agile figures quickly approached Lu Chen's position. After investigating, Lu Chen realized that they were underworld demon dogs. Underworld demon dog, level, LV20, strength, 400, constitution, 300, agility, 800, intelligence, 200, health, 3000, magic, 2000. This is a terrifying underworld creature that lurks in dark corners, waiting for prey to appear. Their sharp claws and fangs can easily tear apart an enemy's flesh, and the underworld magic they wield makes it difficult for enemies to defend themselves. Underworld Claw deals physical damage to the target and adds a bleeding effect. Underworld Charge deals magical damage to a single target and has a chance to induce a state of fear. Lu Chen saw the attribute panel of the underworld demon dog and found that its attributes were significantly higher than those of an orc warrior of the same level. Although it didn't affect him much, it was undoubtedly a huge threat to other candidates. Lu Chen looked at the increasingly close underworld demon dogs and couldn't afford to think too much. He opened fire, and the attack speed instantly skyrocketed as 3 guns fired simultaneously. Day. Bang bang bang. The holy flame of exorcism could take down one monster with a single shot, and although the damage of the frenzied little dogs was not enough to instantly kill the underworld demon dogs. However, with the boost of high attack speed, the speed of clearing monsters was much faster than the exorcism's sacred flame. In just a few seconds, 10 infernal hellhounds met a tragic end under Lu Chen's gun. In the examination monitoring room, everyone had grown accustomed to Lu Chen's monstrous performance and said nothing. Only Gan Daoji furrowed his brows and commanded the nearby examination staff, "Something's not right, pull up the data on the dungeon monsters." The staff quickly operated the machine to retrieve the data, and soon it was successfully extracted. Chief Examiner, this is bad. The data on the dungeon monsters hasn't been weakened. It's not just Lu Chen's instance, all 100 candidates from Jiangdong province facing the 5th round of exams are up against fully formed dungeon monsters. Gan Daoji sensed that there might be an unknown change in the dungeon and immediately ordered, "Stop the exam immediately, terminate all candidates' instances, and have them all leave the dungeon." If this unforeseen event led to the deaths of these 100 geniuses from Jiangdong province, it would be a tremendous loss for the empire. It would also cause social unrest. This risk must be interrupted. At this moment, the sweating examination staff, after multiple failed attempts to terminate the instance, anxiously said to Gan Daoji, "Chief Examiner, the instance cannot be terminated." Moreover, on the screens of the candidates, some had already been knocked to the ground by the infernal hellhounds. Strangely, these candidates were not killed by the hellhounds but were instead bitten on their hands and feet and dragged deep into the dungeon. Gan Daoji had never encountered a similar incident. After a rapid mental calculation, he decided to enter the instances one by one to rescue the candidates. However, when Gan Daoji used the Chief Examiner's special examination instance token, a crimson aura of infernal energy enveloped the token. No matter how he clicked, it could not be used. Frustrated, Gan Daoji threw the token to the ground. "Damn it, what is going on?" At this moment, the vast majority of candidates in the instances had been dragged deep into the dungeon by monsters during the first wave of invasion. Only Lu Chen, after easily passing through the first wave of monster invasion, faced the second wave, which added just 10 terrifying worms, monsters that lived underground and had been moving beneath the surface before attacking. However, under the automatic targeting talent, no matter where they hid, Lu Chen's bullets always accurately hit the heads of these monsters. The third wave of monster invasion began as expected. Following the infernal hellhounds were 10 floating eyeballs. Demon Eye level, LV20 strength, 200 constitution, 200 agility, 500 intelligence, 600 health, 3000 magic. 2000 demon eyes are common low-level monsters in the infernal world, formed by magic or curses. They are closely linked to a powerful underworld deity. Infernal Ray deals magical damage to the target. Infernal Shock deals magical damage to a single target and has a chance to induce a state of fear. These eyeballs were covered in blood vessels, and after Lu Chen quickly dealt with the nearby infernal hellhounds, the 10 demon eyes that had entered the range of the infernal ray began to float in midair, gathering energy. In the center of the eyeballs, the black pupils glowed with a black-purple light. 10 infernal rays shot straight towards Lu Chen's position. Lu Chen quickly used a blink to evade this wave of infernal ray attacks. Then, he fired with all his might, and within a few seconds, the floating demon eyes and the terrifying worms underground were successfully cleared by Lu Chen. At this moment, in the examination monitoring room, everyone wore worried expressions. Gan Daoji stared intently at the only remaining candidate, which was Lu Chen's monitoring screen. Li Guoli and Shen Wu, as local education and security system officials, were also very concerned about the safety of these candidates. Li Guoli cautiously asked Gan Daoji, "Chief Examiner, have you found the reason for today's incident?" Gan Daoji sighed upon hearing this and replied, "This magic cave was a small one that was broken into by the Imperial Army 5 years ago in the vast wilderness. Originally, the monsters of the underworld were extremely powerful, and after the Empire mobilized elite troops and made thorough preparations to enter, they found that the underworld monsters inside were unexpectedly weak. The magic cave was quickly breached by the Imperial Army because the monsters inside were not strong, and once it was broken, someone proposed to use this cave as a testing ground for the college entrance examination. However, judging by today's situation, this cave is clearly a trap. Inside the cave, the underworld demon god has secretly hidden a strand of divine consciousness." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. The underworld demon god. If he appears in this year's college entrance examination magic cave, then all 100 of Jiangdong province's geniuses will be devoured. Not to mention these candidates, even those present, it seems only Chief Examiner Gan Daoji has the strength to contend with him. However, just moments ago, Chief Examiner Gan Daoji's attempt to enter the instance to rescue the candidates also failed. Now it seems everyone can only watch helplessly as these 100 geniuses are consumed by the underworld demon god. No! There is still one candidate fighting. Lu Chen was not affected by the monster's enhancements and easily dealt with the first 3 waves of monster invasions. The subsequent 4th and 5th waves only increased the number of monsters, which did not pose a significant threat to Lu Chen and were quickly resolved. Just as Lu Chen swiftly dealt with the 5 waves of monster invasions, what awaited him was not the end of the exam. A gigantic eye appeared in the sky, and this shadow became increasingly clear. The enormous eye was covered in blood vessels, some of which hung down from the air. In the examination monitoring room, everyone was focused on Lu Chen's safety. The scene in the instance instantly shocked everyone present. It really was a demon god. It was the eye of the demon. Li Guoli did not dare to believe what he was seeing. How could the eye of the demon appear in the college entrance examination? Could it be that this year's top genius students from Jiangdong province are all going to perish here? Chen Wu beside him also clenched his fists. He had heard in the army that a single eye of the demon had slaughtered an elite force of thousands. Now appearing in the college entrance examination, this would likely be the greatest loss in over 200 sessions of the Shenzhou Empire's college entrance examinations. How could this happen? Are the people in the examination institute raised on feces? How could they allow a demon god like the eye of the demon to appear in the college entrance examination? This kind of mistake is simply murder. The people in the examination institute must face the judgment of the imperial court. It's terrifying. That is the eye of the demon. The Imperial Army's once confident expedition across the vast wilderness was completely annihilated because they encountered an eye of the demon. Gan Daoji furrowed his brows tightly. He must report the Examination Institute's mistake this year truthfully. It's just a pity for this student before him, who has truly given him too many surprises. But now, faced with such a terrifying eye of the demon, even the most monstrous genius is destined to fall. In the magic cave, Lu Chen looked at the increasingly clear gigantic eye. He activated the probing function. Demon's Eye, Remnant Soul Consciousness, level, LV20, limited by the Heavenly Dao Game. The highest level is the examinee's level, Strength, 200,000 Constitution, 300,000 Agility, 500,000 Intelligence, 600,000 Health, 300,000 Magic Power, 600,000. He is a demonic god from the void, a watcher of the underworld divine court, holding many unknown secrets of this world. Under his evil gaze, no creature can escape the infinite terror he brings. Demonic Ray inflicts massive magical damage on the target. Underworld God Impact inflicts magical damage on a single target, with a chance to induce a state of fear. Summon Demon Eye summons a multitude of demon eyes to attack the target. Fear. After locking eyes with the demon's eye again, Lu Chen felt an uncontrollable fear rising in his heart. It was not just because of his staggering 3 million health points, but more so a fear from deep within, being watched by the underworld god. Just then, under the control of gunfighting techniques, the exorcism sacred flame, suspended in midair, suddenly fired. Bang! The gunshot pulled Lu Chen out of his overwhelming fear. At this moment, the demon's eye had not fully manifested, and the bullets from the exorcism sacred flame passed through its phantom and shot into the sky. Then, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell echoed, deep and mournful, as if it could penetrate the soul, sending chills down one's spine. Hungry ah! Sacrifice. Not all gathered. One remains. Missing. Lord Underworld God. Angry. One remains? Could it be that the others have all been captured by the demon's eye? Lu Chen, dual-wielding the frenzied puppy, no longer felt fear under the encouragement of the exorcism sacred flame's gunfire. He stared at the demon's eye, which was about to manifest, and mustered his courage to shout. Where are the other examinees? Where have you taken them? A hint of astonishment flickered in the large pupil of the demon's eye. It did not expect that a human could break free from the fear that came from hell. Sacrifice. On the altar. And you. Come here. Facing such a terrifying demonic god for the first time, Lu Chen naturally did not dare to underestimate it. Although the demon's eye had a health value as high as 3 million, as long as the Inferno artillery could deal full damage, it could ensure its defeat. With the SSS level talent of automatic headshot locking, the Inferno artillery, as a myth-level skill, had terrifying damage. A killing intent rose in Lu Chen's heart. What of the demonic god? Under the saturation firepower, even a deity would turn to ashes. Lu Chen activated firepower suppression. To ensure that the damage from the Inferno artillery could be maximized, he decided to shoot at the demon's eye first. He had to ensure that the damage from the Inferno artillery would not be negated by shields or other skills. Bang bang bang. Da-day-day-day-day-day. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and bullets shot straight toward the center of the demon's eye's black pupil. Puff puff puff. As the bullets struck the demon's eye, waves of blood mist erupted from its enormous pupil. 49648889228950. The health of the demon's eye continued to decrease, but what surprised Lu Chen was that these attacks did not produce any headshot critical damage. Was it that the demon's eye had no so-called head as its fatal weakness? Or was the demon's eye's fatal weakness simply not within the attackable range at that moment? Although in just 2 seconds, Lu Chen had dealt nearly 60,000 points of damage to the demon's eye, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to its 3 million health points. The demon's eye would not just stand still and take 2 minutes of bullets. This was the first failure of Lu Chen's automatic headshot talent. Damn it! The bullets continued to hit the eye of the demon incessantly. The rampaging puppy was equipped with a frost muzzle, and as the bullets kept striking the eye of the demon, the massive eyeball gradually changed from blood red to a pale blue. However, after the dual-wielded rampaging puppy quickly stacked 60 layers of frost effect, Lu Chen discovered that the freezing skill of the frost muzzle had no effect on the eye of the demon. At that moment, a black-purple light cluster, similar to that of the demon eye, lit up on the eyeball of the eye of the demon, but the color of the light cluster was darker, resembling a pool of blood about to congeal. It was coming. That was the prelude to the demon ray skill. While shooting, Lu Chen kept a close watch on the movements of the eye of the demon, ready to use the blink leap skill at any moment. The light cluster grew larger, almost as big as the eyeball of the eye of the demon, like a black-purple moon suspended in mid-air. The demon ray was fired. Lu Chen seized the opportunity and quickly used blink leap to the side. He appeared 9 meters away from his original position, and at that moment, the gun in his hand did not stop firing. The blink leap also refreshed quickly after the bullets continued to hit the eye of the demon. At this time, the demon ray had not ended. Instead, it swept toward Lu Chen's position. Lu Chen could only use blink leap again to leave his original spot. The demon ray continued for a full 10 seconds before it stopped. After the shooting ceased, the eye of the demon began to shake left and right in midair, and a large number of demon eyes flew out from the blood vessels that hung in the air. For Lu Chen, the demon eyes were just a waste of a bullet, but there were too many of them, reaching hundreds in an instant. The demon eyes densely floated in the air, all staring at Lu Chen, making him feel a chill in his heart. In the examination monitoring room, Gong Dao had already accepted this major mistake. He couldn't bear to see Lu Chen being devoured by the eye of the demon, slumped on the sofa with his eyes tightly closed, not knowing what he was thinking, until he heard an exclamation from the nearby examination staff. "This is outrageous! If we had equipped Lu Chen with a few frontline tanks to draw fire, I guarantee he could kill this eye of the demon. Yeah, look at this, in just a few seconds, the eye of the demon has already lost 10% of its health. This is infuriating. Given time, Lu Chen will definitely become the greatest warrior of our Shenzhou Empire. But today, he encounters the eye of the demon." Hearing this, Gong Dao suddenly opened his eyes. Indeed, although the screen was densely filled with demon eyes, the health of the eye of the demon had already decreased by more than 10%. Could it be? This candidate could really accomplish this impossible task. Gong Dao seemed to think of something and asked the other examination staff, "Has he used that artillery skill from the 4th round of the exam yet?" Teacher Lu, who had been watching Lu Chen on the monitoring screen, immediately replied, "No, Chief Examiner." Upon hearing this, Gong Dao felt a glimmer of hope rise in his heart. He actually believed that Lu Chen might be able to kill the demon god before him. It should be noted that the health limit set for the 4th round's damage testing puppet reached 2 million, yet it was still damaged to the point of malfunction by Lu Chen. If Lu Chen launched an attack, everything would turn out well. As long as he seized the opportunity, Gong Dao felt that today he would witness a battle of godslaying. Lu Chen continuously dodged the demon eye's nether ray, and around 200 demon eyes kept falling from the air amidst Lu Chen's hail of bullets. The large eye of the demon was filled with confusion. As a remnant soul, it could not understand why this young sacrifice had not been caught yet. Instinctively, it intensified its assault on Lu Chen. Nether God impact. Lu Chen was astonished to see a horizontal line of blood appear in the center of the eye of the demon. The bloodline grew thicker. No way! That is not a bloodline. That is the eye of the demon splitting open. At this moment, the eye of the demon has transformed into an eyeball with a giant abyssal mouth. Some air currents are gradually appearing around it. Lu Chen's heart jolted. Could it be the impact of the underworld god? Just then, the relentless rain of bullets seemed to have found their destination, crazily surging into the mouth of the eye of the demon. 1933, 1924, 34775, 34396. Critical hit. The weakness of the eye of the demon is in its mouth. Lu Chen dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately unleashed the inferno of artillery. Countless shells rained down from the sky, like wild horses breaking free, charging straight into the giant mouth of the eye of the demon. Boom! 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 Amidst the billowing smoke, Lu Chen was extremely tense. If he couldn't deliver a fatal blow, he would be unable to evade the eye of the demon's attack when his magical power ran out. The entire demon lair was filled with thick smoke, and the monitoring screens in the examination control room could not see what was happening inside the lair at all. The exam staff nervously stared at Lu Chen's monitoring footage. They had no idea who would be left when the smoke cleared. On the monitoring screen, the smoke gradually dissipated. Some gray powder floated in the air. The people in the examination control room saw a figure gradually becoming clear. It's Lu Chen. He did it. My God. He really killed the eye of the demon. An unprecedented feat. We actually witnessed a battle against a god. This is definitely a battle that will go down in history. Heavens, did you see that? The gray powder floating in the air must be the body of the eye of the demon. So powerful. Even a deity, under Lu Chen's artillery baptism, must turn to ashes. Who would have thought that a student who just completed his job transition could kill a demon god in the college entrance examination? This is not just a battle without precedent, but one that will have no successors. No one can break this record. After Gan Daoji recognized the figure in the smoke as Lu Chen, the anxiety in his heart finally eased. This candidate was truly unexpected. Not only did he frequently break college entrance examination records, but he also propped up a collapsing building, preventing the losses caused by this examination institute's mistake from further escalating. He just didn't know if the remaining 99 candidates were still alive. If Lu Chen could rescue them, he would be the greatest hero of Jiangdong province this year. Li Guoli and Shan Wu both breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Chen safe and sound. The oppressive feeling brought by the eye of the demon was simply too intense. Because of this major mistake, both of them had already prepared to resign and accept the Empire's judgment. But now Lu Chen had killed a demon god with a mortal body. From the words of the eye of the demon, it seemed that the other candidates still had a glimmer of hope for survival. Both of them felt a bit regretful. They had offered too little when they initially recruited Lu Chen. If they had used irresistible benefits to recruit him before he reached today's height, then their families would surely become one of the top families in the nation relying on Lu Chen in the future. Inside the demon lair, as the smoke cleared, Lu Chen nervously looked in the direction of the eye of the demon. Ashes fell from the sky, and the eye of the demon had turned to dust. Lu Chen's anxious heart finally relaxed. However, amidst the ashes, a crystal slowly descended. As the crystal fell, it became exceptionally bright. The low, mournful voice of the eye of the demon echoed once more. What a pity! A genius of humanity, is it? Let me see, Lu Chen, master of artillery. Oh, there are even things I cannot see. Little one, I am becoming more and more interested in you. I will come to find you again. Aha, aha! The voice of the eye of the demon faded away, and the light of the crystal also dissipated, quickly falling at Lu Chen's feet. Lu Chen picked up the crystal. It was a transparent, diamond-shaped crystal. Demon Prism, the energy crystal core of the eye of the demon, a tool for connecting with the god of the underworld. Carrying it will put you under the surveillance of the god of the underworld. Epic material, an important material for crafting epic-level special demon equipment. Lu Chen looked at the demon prism in his hand, unsure of what to do. On one hand, the demon prism was an ultra-rare material for crafting epic-level equipment. But on the other hand, from its description, carrying the demon prism was tantamount to completely exposing oneself to the surveillance of the god of the underworld. At that moment, a white teleportation array appeared in front of Lu Chen. To his surprise, the chief examiner, Gandao, appeared in the teleportation array. Gandao stroked his gray beard and smiled. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect you to be able to kill the eye of the demon. You are indeed a young hero of this age. As Gandao spoke, he noticed the demon prism in Lu Chen's hand and exclaimed, "You actually obtained the demon prism." Lu Chen nodded. Yes. Gandao's tone became urgent. You probably can't keep this material on you. You've seen the effects of the demon prism, right? Lu Chen picked up the demon prism and looked around, replying, I've seen it. The bearer of the demon prism will be monitored by the god of the underworld. Gandao nodded and said, how about this? Let me reintroduce myself. I am a senior researcher at the Central Research Institute of the Shenzhou Empire and also a professor at the School of Magic and Technology at the Chengdu University. I think very few people in the Shenzhou Empire, or even in the world, would dare to carry this demon prism. You can safely leave it with me. If in the future you gather the materials, I will return it to you for crafting equipment. At this point, Gandao smiled and continued, "Of course, this demon prism is of great help to our research on the underworld god court. During my custody, I hope you will allow me to study it." Lu Chen currently did not want to have more interactions with the underworld god court. From this eye of the demon, it was clear that the complete form of the underworld demon god was not something he could contend with. Moreover, behind it was the ruler of the underworld god court, the god of the underworld. Furthermore, Gandao, as a professor at Chengdu University, was also a high-ranking figure in the academic world of the Shenzhou Empire. Handing the demon prism over to him would ensure both his and the demon prism's safety, and it could also be seen as doing Gandao a favor. It was a win-win situation. Lu Chen shrugged and said, "An innocent man is guilty only for possessing a treasure. Then I will trouble the chief examiner to take care of this demon prism." Upon hearing this, Gandao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He had seen too many arrogant geniuses. If Lu Chen insisted on not giving it, it would have been a huge trouble. Gandao took the demon prism that Lu Chen handed over and said, I truly did not misjudge you, you are indeed a young hero. When you arrive at Chengdu University, come find me at the School of Magic and Technology. I will give you a gift as a reward for allowing me to study this demon prism." Lu Chen was overjoyed to hear this. Gandao, as a professor at Chengdu University, making such a statement was equivalent to giving Lu Chen a guarantee. Lu Chen had already secured a spot in the Shenzhou Empire after the college entrance examination. Lu Chen nodded in agreement, happily saying, "Thank you, Chief Examiner, I will definitely pay you a visit then." The matter of the demon prism was resolved, but Lu Chen still had too many questions about today's college entrance examination, because throughout the entire examination, there had been too many differences. More monsters, unweakened boss, and the vanished test dummies, and the terrifying demon gods that appeared in the dungeon. Many of the test contents were completely different from the descriptions in the high school textbooks regarding the college entrance examination. Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Master Examiner, are these exam contents all arranged by you?" Don Daoji sighed and said slowly, some are not. Your performance has indeed been impressive, so I made some adjustments to the exam content in the first 4 rounds. I hope to see your true strength. Your performance has been so good that the entire college entrance examination system cannot accurately assess your abilities. Don Daoji pointed to the ashes left behind after the demon eye in the sky was killed and continued, "However, this change in the dungeon is not something I can alter. This dungeon is a trap. It is a trap set by the underworld demon court to eliminate the genius newcomers of my divine empire. In multiple tests of this dungeon before the exam, nothing unexpected happened. The remnants of the demon god hidden in the dungeon are very patient, they only awakened after you entered the dungeon." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen thought about the fact that he had indeed fought a demon god and felt a bit scared. Don Daoji gently patted Lu Chen's shoulder and said, "But you did it. It's truly unbelievable, your potential far exceeds my imagination." Then, Don Daoji changed the subject. "Let's talk about other things after the exam is over. Now, we need to see if the other candidates are still alive." After saying this, Don Daoji raised his right hand, and a transparent light orb appeared in his palm. The light orb quickly spread out, like a radar, expanding towards the dungeon. "This is a reconnaissance spell that can help us find the other candidates." Lu Chen nodded, and while the reconnaissance spell had not yet located the other candidates, he opened the system's mini-map. A semi-transparent map panel appeared before Lu Chen, visible only to him. The mini-map had a radius of only 1 kilometer, and within that range, Lu Chen did not find any other candidates or the so-called altar mentioned by the demon eye. After a while, Don Daoji seemed to sense the location of the candidates and waved for Lu Chen to come closer. Once Lu Chen approached, Don Daoji drew a magic circle in the air. Soon, as the magic circle was completed, a teleportation portal appeared before the two. Don Daoji sensed Lu Chen's confusion and explained, "This is a one-way teleportation portal, which can be generated through teleportation spells or scrolls. Alright, let's go take a look." At Don Daoji's gesture, Lu Chen followed him into the teleportation portal. After a brief moment of dizziness, the two appeared in front of an altar filled with blood-red patterns. A thick stone pillar spanned across the altar, with countless bloody, fleshy tentacles hanging down from it. Lu Chen looked closely and saw that these bloody tentacles were binding many people. Don Daoji frowned and waved his hand to release a giant light sphere. The light sphere completely enveloped the people bound by the bloody tentacles, and then a flash of white light occurred. The bloody tentacles seemed to have their blood drained and quickly withered, allowing the people to break free. Wrapped in the light orb, they slowly fell to the ground. Lu Chen stepped forward to check, and everyone was in a state of unconsciousness. Don Daoji also approached the group and said, "Let's take them out first." He then released another teleportation portal. The light orb wrapping around the people transformed into an elongated shape, and one by one, the unconscious individuals flew into the portal. Once everyone had successfully left the dungeon, Lu Chen followed Gan Daoji into the portal, concluding the college entrance examination. Returning to exam room No. 1, Lu Chen saw many logistics staff carrying unconscious candidates out on stretchers. After successfully retrieving all the candidates, Gan Daoji let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Chen had killed the eye of the demon, minimizing the impact of this exam incident. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. The subsequent matters no longer required Gan Daoji's concern. Li Guoli and Chen Wu, as education and security officials of Yingtian City, would handle the remaining issues. Gan Daoji slowly walked up to Lu Chen and said, "Now, the next step is to evaluate your exam results. Follow me." At Gan Daoji's gesture, Lu Chen followed a group of exam staff to a small conference room. Lu Chen was arranged to sit next to Gan Daoji. Once Gan Daoji saw that all participants had arrived, he spoke up. In this year's college entrance examination, the Jiangdong Province examination area experienced an unprecedented major operational error. The examination process, especially that of this candidate beside me, Lu Chen, is strictly prohibited from being disclosed. Otherwise, any violations will be dealt with severely. Gan Daoji paused here. The attendees nodded in agreement. Gan Daoji then continued, "As for Lu Chen's results in this year's college entrance examination, due to a series of special circumstances, they could not be clearly assessed during the exam. Therefore, after consulting with the Prime Minister of the Imperial Cabinet and the Central Examination Institute, Lu Chen's score is designated as the highest in the nation. The specific score is unknown. No one is allowed to view Lu Chen's results without permission from the Central Examination Institute." After hearing this, Lu Chen felt utterly dismayed. This was too unfair. He was given the title of national champion but without disclosing his specific score, leaving him to face everyone's doubts about his results in the future. However, Gan Daoji showed no intention of seeking Lu Chen's opinion and directly announced the end of the meeting. "The meeting is adjourned. Dismissed. Lu Chen, stay behind." The attendees looked at Gan Daoji in surprise. The meeting lasted only a minute before it was dismissed. It wasn't until Gan Daoji emphasized it again that they gradually left the conference room. At the door of the conference room, the principals involved in the exam logistics were chatting with Principal Zhao. "Old Zhao, you've hit the jackpot this time." "Yeah, Jiangdong Province hasn't produced a national champion in years, and now it's been snatched by your No. 13 middle school. I say, Old Zhao, you have to treat us tonight. You can't leave until you're drunk." Right. Old Zhao must treat us." Principal Zhao felt an unprecedented sense of achievement. His head unconsciously held a bit higher as he smiled. This national champion relies on Lu Chen's own efforts. Although I have an eye for talent and applied for many subsidies for this student from a difficult background, and I have placed great emphasis on cultivating Lu Chen in my teaching work. But to achieve the national champion, I and the teachers of No. 13 middle school can take at most 1/10 of the credit. The group of principals burst into laughter. At this moment, the principal of Yingtian City No. 1 high school said with a smile, "I say, Old Zhao, that 1/10 of the credit might be more significant than the heavens. You know, you have nurtured a student who, with a mortal body, has slain a demon god." Just as this principal was halfway through his sentence, he was interrupted by a slap on the back from someone beside him. This person, who interrupted the principal of No. 1 high school, whispered, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? The chief examiner just made a disciplinary requirement." Hearing this, the group reluctantly left. In the conference room, only Lu Chen and Gan Daoji remained. Gan Daoji stood up, leaving one seat between him and Lu Chen, then took out a document. Lu Chen looked at Gan Daoji in confusion, and Gan Daoji smiled and said, "This is a confidential document from the Central Examination Institute of the Empire, and I cannot show it to you. You can only listen to me explain the parts you can hear," Lu Chen said, shrugging his shoulders helplessly. "Do confidential documents also need to be kept secret from the victims of the incident?" Gan Daoji replied calmly after listening. "This matter has too great an impact and involves too many people, so we must be cautious." "Alright, actually, you might not be interested in the rest of this document," Lu Chen said. "Then let's start with what you're interested in, which is your score situation." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately became interested and asked, "Score? Isn't that just the college entrance exam results? Didn't they say they wouldn't be made public?" Gan Daoji organized the documents in his hand and said, "Scores have a dual attribute in the college entrance exam. They are both your exam results and an important resource after you enter university. What exactly is it useful for? I think once you get to Shindu University, you'll understand." "Alright, enough small talk. Your score situation is quite special. In order to avoid disrupting the university's score order and to obscure your college entrance exam results as much as possible, he continued, the score given to you is not calculated but determined by the Central Examination Institute, totaling 400,000. After saying this, Gan Daoji opened his left hand, and 4 fingers appeared prominently in front of Lu Chen. In fact, Lu Chen did not really understand what the score was for, but 400,000 points meant that his college entrance exam results reached a terrifying 400,000 points, or even more. It should be noted that the admission score line for Chengdu University only fluctuates around 20,000. Lu Chen's score this time exceeded the score line of the first academy of the Shenzhou Empire by nearly 20 times. Seeing Lu Chen lost in thought, Gan Daoji said, of course, to compensate for your loss in scores, the Central Examination Institute has decided to give you a small compensation. Lu Chen came back to his senses upon hearing this and listened attentively to Gan Daoji. Gan Daoji turned a page in the document and continued, the specific compensation content will be decided by Chengdu University. After a comprehensive assessment of your development direction, the President's Council of Chengdu University will ultimately confirm your compensation. Lu Chen looked at Gan Daoji, still waiting for him to continue speaking, but Gan Daoji stopped, as if he had finished. After waiting for a while without hearing more, Lu Chen complained, so, the current compensation is just this empty check, right? Gan Daoji looked at Lu Chen with a doting expression, not minding his complaint at all. When you get to Chengdu University, you'll know everything. With that, Gan Daoji pulled out a document from the file and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took it and saw that it was the admission notice from Chengdu University. Opening the notice, a shadow of a tall tower appeared on the ancient paper scroll. Gan Daoji pointed to the shadow of the tower on the notice and said, this is the iconic building of Chengdu University, Shuntian Tower. This is the foremost of the top 10 trial towers in the Shenzhou Empire, with a total of 999 floors, and no one has ever reached the top. Each floor contains infinite opportunities. Lu Chen nodded upon hearing Gan Daoji's explanation and then looked at the text on the notice. Student Lu Chen, you are hereby admitted to our school for study. Please bring this notice to register at the school. The registration time starts 3 days after the college entrance exam ends. For specific location and process, see the attached new student enrollment guidelines for Chengdu University. Gan Daoji also explained at the right moment, the enrollment time for new students at Chengdu University is much earlier than other schools. You can register the day after tomorrow. For Lu Chen, the sooner the school starts, the better. After all, as the highest institution of the Shenzhou Empire, Chengdu University possesses countless resources for dungeons, and Lu Chen was already looking forward to his upcoming university life. Gan Daoji looked at Lu Chen's impatient demeanor with great satisfaction and said, remember, Chengdu University is not your destination, but your starting point. After entering Chengdu University, with your potential, your goal should be to enter the Super God Academy of Chengdu University. This was the first time Lu Chen had heard the name of this academy, and he asked in confusion, Professor Gan, what is the Super God Academy? Gan Daoji stroked his gray-white beard and replied, in simple terms, the Super God Academy is a talent camp for geniuses within Chengdu University, where you can truly unleash your full potential. After saying this, Gan Daoji put away the documents in his hand, stood up, extended his right hand, and said, welcome to Chengdu University. I believe I will see your name in the Super God Academy in the future. Lu Chen also stood up, reached out his hand to shake Gan Daoji's extended hand, his gaze firm. I will not disappoint everyone. There were still some matters regarding the college entrance examination that needed Gan Daoji's decision, so he did not keep Lu Chen any longer. After bidding farewell to Gan Daoji, Lu Chen left examination room No. 1. As he walked into the hall of the sports center, he saw Li Xiaoyun and Li Baitao, who were supporting Li Yaoyao as they walked out of the logistics room for the college entrance examination. Su Billy was also following the three of them, and as soon as Su Billy spotted Lu Chen, he waved his hand and shouted, Xiao Anzi, we're over here. Lu Chen quickly approached and saw that Li Yaoyao, who was being supported, still looked very weak. He asked, how are you feeling? Li Yaoyao's breath was unsteady as she replied softly, not bad, they just did some simple treatment here, I'm a bit weak now. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't noticed Li Yaoyao in the altar of the demon lair earlier due to the crowd. Then you should go back and rest. We'll talk about anything later. Li Xiaoyao nodded and, along with Li Baitao, slowly helped Li Yaoyao out of the sports center. After watching the three leave, Su Billy turned around and sized up Lu Chen. Lu Chen was puzzled by what Su Billy was looking at and asked, what's wrong? Did I become handsome again? Su Billy raised his fist as if to punch Lu Chen but thought better of it and instead opened his palm to gently pat Lu Chen on the shoulder, saying, you recovered pretty quickly. I waited for you guys on the first floor for a long time. Just now, including Li Yaoyao, a total of 34 people were carried down from upstairs unconscious. After saying this, Su Billy leaned closer to Lu Chen and whispered, I heard that there were some incidents in the demon lair during this college entrance examination in our Jiangdong province examination area. I don't know if it's true. Lu Chen was puzzled upon hearing this. Didn't I see you ranked 11th in the 3rd round? Did you not participate in the 5th round? Su Billy looked at Lu Chen helplessly and said, the 5th round was for the top 100 in the entire Jiangdong province examination area. My ranking of 11th in the 3rd round was for the Yingtian City examination site. I didn't meet the requirements, so I came down to wait for you after the 4th round. With Lu Chen's diversion, Su Billy forgot to inquire about the incident in the demon lair. As the two walked out of the sports center hall, a large number of reporters were interviewing the candidates leaving the examination room, hoping to get some juicy stories from them to make headlines. At that moment, not far away, Zhang Tao was being interviewed by reporters. Although he had only lasted until the 2nd wave in the demon lair before being knocked out by a Mingxia monster and captured at the altar, he still spoke with righteous indignation to the reporters about the cheating incident he encountered during the college entrance examination. During this college entrance examination, someone actually disregarded the examination regulations of the Shenzhou Empire. Openly, boldly, with great fanfare, cheating. This is a desecration of the empire's talent selection system. Upon hearing this, the surrounding reporters immediately swarmed over like flies discovering a pile of dung. A large crowd of onlookers gathered to watch the drama unfold. In an instant, countless cameras and phone lenses were aimed at Zhang Tao. Classmate, please elaborate on the cheating behavior of this exam candidate. Classmate, how does this cheating affect the overall ranking of the college entrance examination? Can you reveal the name of this cheating candidate? Zhang Tao clenched his fists and directly shouted out Lu Chen's name. His name is Lu Chen. During the exam, his scores in each round greatly exceeded the maximum score limit for that round. After the 4th round of exams, I had clearly risen to 1st place through my own efforts. But then, just seconds later, Lu Chen's name suddenly dropped in front of me, and Zhang Tao paused for a moment, as a swarm of reporters thrust their microphones toward him, with one in-turn reporter losing balance and accidentally poking Zhang Tao in the corner of his mouth with the microphone. At that moment, Zhang Tao was unsure if he was excited or angry. His body began to tremble slightly, and he pushed the microphone away from his mouth, saying, "What are you doing?" Just as Zhang Tao was about to continue accusing Lu Chen of cheating, Chen Wu, upon receiving the news, rushed to the scene with a team of national security agents. With their help, Chen Wu strode over to where Zhang Tao was surrounded by reporters. 2 agents followed closely behind, standing behind Zhang Tao and discreetly pressing his hands behind his back. Chen Wu's voice boomed like thunder as he spoke. "I am the director of the National Security Bureau of Yingtian City. My name is Chen Wu, and I am also the security head for this year's college entrance examination at the Jiangdong province testing site in Yingtian City. This year's college entrance examination has fully embodied the principles of fairness, justice, and openness." Zhang Tao's statements are merely his personal assumptions. "I hereby solemnly declare that no candidate has engaged in cheating during this examination. The video of the entire examination process is managed by the Central Examination Institute. If any cheating behavior is discovered afterward, we will ensure severe punishment. As for personal assumptions and speculations, you may apply to the relevant departments for an investigation. If there is no basis for your claims and you defame candidates, deliberately create negative statements, and guide media opinion, we will take serious action." After finishing his statement, Chen Wu did not respond to the reporter's questions and left directly. The 2 agents stood on either side of Zhang Tao, appearing to follow him normally, but in reality, they had already taken control of him and led him away from the scene. Lu Chen and Su Billy quietly watched the whole event unfold. Seeing Zhang Tao being taken away, Su Billy loudly commented, "Defamation, this is outrageous. I bet this person is just jealous of Lu Chen's talent and has deliberately fabricated a baseless cheating incident." At that moment, the reporters seemed to find a new target and turned their cameras toward Lu Chen and Su Billy. "You really know how to get me into trouble," Lu Chen muttered, leaving Su Billy behind as he ran toward a place away from the crowd. Su Billy was left to be engulfed by the throng of reporters. Lu Chen quickly left the square in front of the sports center and crossed the street. At that moment, a girl stood directly in front of him, blocking his path. Lu Chen focused and realized it was the female reporter who had interviewed him that morning. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, "Sorry, I'm not doing interviews. Goodbye." With that, he walked to the side. The female reporter quickly changed her angle and blocked Lu Chen again, anxiously saying, "I don't have a photographer with me, I just want to talk to you." Lu Chen stared at the female reporter and replied word by word, "Not interested." Seeing that Lu Chen was unyielding, the female reporter said, "If you won't talk to me, then I'll have to shout." Lu Chen felt speechless. What was this female reporter thinking all day? You can shout all you want, but what good will it do? The female reporter did not respond, merely pointed to the large group of reporters across the street and raised her hand to her mouth, as if about to shout. Lu Chen's gaze instantly turned cold, and Yang Xiaomi felt the temperature around her drop, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She looked at Lu Chen, feeling that this candidate was completely different from the one she had seen before the exam in the morning. Under his deep-set eyes, Yang Xiaomi even felt an uncontrollable fear rising from her heart. Lu Chen pulled out the demon-repelling sacred flame, quickly took off his coat to wrap it around, and pressed the gun directly against Yang Xiaomi's waist. Cold sweat broke out on the female reporter's forehead. She had never expected that the sunny and handsome young man in front of her could transform into a terrifying cold-blooded killer in an instant. "Why you, don't be impulsive, I mean no harm." Lu Chen's stern gaze fell on her collar. She instinctively touched her collar, where a miniature camera was hidden. At that moment, in her live broadcast room, a crowd of onlookers began to discuss the explosive scene. "Damn, did this guy just pull a gun?" "Yes. Although he moved quickly, I saw it, it was definitely a long gun." "Xiaomi really went too far, her hosting is so naive, no, it's just too bold." Anyway, Xiaomi really touched his bottom line this time. Lu Chen glanced at a nearby ice cream shop and pointed the gun at its entrance. She understood and walked inside, with Lu Chen following her into the shop. They found a place to sit down, but the female reporter seemed unwilling to give up, trying to continue the interview by introducing herself. "I'm a reporter from Ingtian TV, my name is Yang Xiaomi, I really mean no harm, nice to meet you." Lu Chen, holding the wrapped demon-repelling sacred flame, pointed the gun at Yang Xiaomi and asked, "How happy are you?" Yang Xiaomi immediately panicked, unsure how to respond. At that moment, new viewers, unaware of the situation, flooded the live chat with comments. "Isn't today the college entrance exam? Why is Xiaomi out with a handsome guy? Handsome guy daily. Have you ever seen a handsome guy pull a gun and shove it in your mouth? I would call him a steel straight man." Just then, a waiter approached their table and asked, "What would you like?" Lu Chen casually replied, "A glass of violent fresh orange juice." After the waiter noted it down, he asked, "And for this lady?" At this point, Yang Xiaomi was completely flustered and blurted out, "Anything is fine." The waiter then looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen said, "Get the lady a cappuccino." Yang Xiaomi's face darkened, disregarding the gun pointed at her. She looked at Lu Chen and said, "Auntie, am I that old? I just turned 18. Lu Chen, sitting in his seat, pointed the gun at her collar and said sternly, "Take off your coat." Yang Xiaomi was still quietly adjusting the live broadcast settings when she heard his words and was startled. Do we have to do it here? I am not used to it." Lu Chen, holding the demon-repelling sacred flame, reached forward and said, "I'm not used to your methods either, take it off." Yang Xiaomi was taken aback and tremblingly removed her coat. In the live broadcast room, comments flooded in. "Damn, is it this intense? Is this the kind of show I can see without paying? Shocking." The untold story between an unknown female reporter and a cold college entrance exam candidate. Lu Chen extended his left hand, signaling Yang Xiaomi to hand him her clothes. Yang Xiaomi cautiously complied. He took the clothes, swiftly removed a button-like miniature camera from the collar, and directly crushed it underfoot. Yang Xiaomi stared at Lu Chen in shock. How did he find out? The live broadcast room instantly went black. "I told you, if you don't pay, you definitely won't see the exciting show. Lights out, lights out." At this moment, the waiter brought the drinks. Lu Chen took the glass of orange juice and took a sip, saying, "If there's any more of this behavior next time, I wouldn't mind wasting a bullet." Yang Xiaomi felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. She had thought she could dig up some useful information today. Unwilling to give up, she glanced at the gun wrapped in a coat and then at Lu Chen, mustering the courage to ask, "I remember you said in an interview before the exam that you had already reached level 20. Lu Chen nodded, continuing to drink his orange juice without saying a word. Yang Xiaomi continued, "Just now, Zhang Tao said he was originally in first place, and then you suddenly parachuted in front of him to become first. So what was your college entrance exam score?" Lu Chen placed the orange juice on the table and replied, "Unknown." Yang Xiaomi was puzzled, asking, "What? Unknown? You don't know your own score?" Lu Chen remained silent, the drink in his cup only half full. At this moment, Yang Xiaomi felt a bit disheartened. Although the young man in front of her seemed somewhat intimidating, how could his exam score be unknown? Without a score, she was starting to worry about whether Lu Chen could successfully get into college. However, she also keenly realized that if the score was unknown, did that mean there was indeed a problem with Lu Chen's results? So if you have no score, does that mean it confirms you had some sort of violation during the exam? Yang Xiaomi asked delicately, but still posed the question. Lu Chen shook his head, continuing to drink. To avoid the public opinion turning against him, he took out the admission notice from Chengdu University. As the notice was opened, a shadow of the imposing Shuntian Tower appeared before Yang Xiaomi. She was stunned, momentarily forgetting the gun pointed at her, leaning forward to look at the admission notice on the table. Some indescribable images made Lu Chen feel a bit flushed. My God, he actually received the notice right after the exam ended? Yang Xiaomi looked closely. It really was Lu Chen's name on it. This was the admission notice from Chengdu University, and that tower was the Shuntian Tower, the top of the 10 imperial trial towers of Chengdu University. At that moment, a thought arose in Yang Xiaomi's mind. Lu Chen definitely did not cheat, otherwise, he wouldn't have been admitted to Chengdu University. It should be known that Chengdu University, as the strongest institution of higher learning in the country and even across the entire Blue Star, had a scoreline that was consistently high, usually above 20,000 every year. Moreover, to be admitted to Chengdu University, one had to pass the 5th round of exams, which were carefully selected dungeons filled with terrifying monsters. A slight misstep could lead to death. Yang Xiaomi stared blankly at the admission notice in Lu Chen's hand, stammering, "This is the admission notice from Chengdu University? You were admitted today?" Lu Chen closed the admission notice and put it into his backpack. Yang Xiaomi leaned forward again. How could you be admitted to Chengdu University without an exam score? Lu Chen took a sip of his orange juice, forcing himself to look elsewhere, and said, although I don't have an exam score, I am the national top scorer of this year's college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaomi stood up, leaning over the table with her hands pressed down. National top scorer? Are you sure? Lu Chen was drinking his beverage when he was suddenly choked by the exhilarating scene. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Xiaomi felt it was unbelievable. If that was the case, what Lu Chen said in the morning about being level 20 was indeed true. It couldn't be fake. After all, he was the national top scorer admitted to Chengdu University. So, his college entrance examination results are unknown, which only leaves one possibility. His score is so outrageous that it might be far more than 30,000 points. Yang Xiaomi quickly pulled out a few tissues and handed them to Lu Chen, apologizing. I'm sorry, I got a bit too excited. Lu Chen took the tissues, coughed violently a few times, and then slowly said, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. In a couple of days, when the exam rankings come out, you'll see. Yang Xiaomi wanted to ask for more details but was interrupted by Lu Chen. I've been taking the exam all day, and I'm a bit tired now. I need to go back and rest. Yang Xiaomi nodded in disappointment, then took out her phone and said, let me add you on QQ. If anything gets revealed, we can talk about it later. Lu Chen shook his head, stood up, and said, you'd better not interview like this in the future, it's really presumptuous. With that, he ignored Yang Xiaomi, who was still holding her phone, and left the cold drink shop. Seeing Lu Chen leave, Yang Xiaomi felt a bit unwilling but also breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure he brought just now was too strong, completely different from when she met him this morning. She recalled Lu Chen's words and the admission letter from Chengdu University she had seen. Lu Chen absolutely could not have cheated. Therefore, Zhang Tao's earlier remarks were slanderous and criminal. She could not allow anyone to defame Lu Chen like that. Thinking about what had just happened, although Lu Chen's behavior had frightened her, his handsome appearance, cold gaze, and powerful aura made her heart flutter. She couldn't help but feel her face heat up and unconsciously shift her sitting position. Taking a sip of her cappuccino, she resolutely picked up her phone and wrote a draft for a news article. After some thought, she wrote the title, Slander. Criminals maliciously defame national top scholar. Possible dark forces at work. Leaving the cold drink shop, it was already late, and Lu Chen took a taxi directly to the Jinling Grand Hotel to rest. After spending money, Lu Chen was no longer a billionaire, but after selling skill books, he still had a balance of 36 million dragon yuan, making him a millionaire. He didn't have much luggage to pack, so he decided to just rest in the hotel for the next 2 days. Upon arriving at the Jinling Grand Hotel, Lu Chen spent 5,999 dragon yuan to book a luxury suite for 2 nights. After having dinner sent by the hotel, a weary Lu Chen fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lu Chen was awakened by the ringing of his phone. G, you're too beautiful baby G, you're too beautiful baby G, you're really too beautiful baby. Lu Chen was sleeping soundly. Perhaps the continuous dungeon runs and exams over the past few days had made him feel a bit tired. He picked up his phone and saw it was a call from Su Billy. What do you want? Hey, why are you calling so early in the morning? On the other end, Su Billy looked at the time on his phone in disbelief. and after confirming it was already 1 in the afternoon, he said, "Dude, it's already 1 in the afternoon. Are you still in a daze from sleeping?" Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to argue about the time and asked, "If you have something to say it quickly. If not, I'm going back to sleep." Su Billy stopped wasting time and said, "Aren't you checking the group messages? Many classmates in the class suggested having a graduation party tonight, since after the college entrance exam, many students won't have the chance to meet again." Lu Chen scratched his head and directly refused. If he had to spend time and energy attending this graduation party tonight, he might as well run a dungeon or at least stay in the hotel to play games and rest. "I'm not going." Su Billy seemed to know Lu Chen would say that and continued, "Don't. I saw it on the headlines. Damn it, you're the national top scholar. How can you not come? You have to give me a good reason." Lu Chen casually replied, "Tonight, the Emperor of the Holy Martial Empire invited me to have hot pot." After saying this, he hung up the phone. At that moment, the hotel delivered lunch again. After Lu Chen had a simple meal, he took a bath, set his phone to silent, and lay down, soon falling asleep. When Lu Chen woke up again, he realized he hadn't even had dinner and had slept straight through to 5 a.m. the next day. Fortunately, the hotel had left a message for Lu Chen, stating that no matter when he wanted to eat, they could prepare it and deliver it immediately. So, Lu Chen called the hotel front desk to order a meal and lay back down to look at his phone. First, he searched for teleportation tickets from Yingtian City to Chengdu. In Blue Star, after the arrival of the Heavenly Dao game, people had an additional option for long-distance travel besides the usual land, sea, and air transport, the teleportation array. Teleportation arrays had been constructed near major cities, strongholds, and controlled monster dens. The entire teleportation network was extensive, safe, and quick, allowing people to reach their destinations almost instantly. Teleportation had thus become the first choice for long-distance travel in Blue Star. Of course, while the teleportation arrays were efficient and safe, they were also quite expensive. Lu Chen found that a teleportation ticket from the Yingtian City Jinling teleportation station to the Chengdu Shuntian Tower station cost as much as 29,999 Dragon Yuan. Moreover, due to wild monsters, planes, trains, and ferries all had significant safety risks, even though all routes tried their best to avoid dangerous areas. However, since the arrival of the Heavenly Dao game, the accident rate of these conventional transportation methods had sharply increased. Fortunately, because Lu Chen was a college entrance examination candidate, his admission information had already been entered into the Empire's Ministry of Transportation Network, and the state had gifted him a teleportation ticket from Yingtian City directly to Chengdu University. Lu Chen claimed the teleportation ticket on his phone. He then browsed the news for a while. At that moment, the headlines were dominated by the college entrance examination. Lu Chen's name prominently appeared at the top of the trending searches. The National College Entrance Examination top scorer was announced, Lu Chen from Jiangdong Yingtian No. 13 Middle School. Below the trending topic, there were news articles about candidates who, out of jealousy, accused Lu Chen of cheating on the exam. Lu Chen took it as a joke and ignored it. Soon, the hotel front desk delivered his meal. Not caring whether it was dinner or breakfast, he was starving after oversleeping and devoured the food ravenously. After a quick wash-up, Lu Chen, with no luggage, went downstairs to hail a taxi to the Jinling teleportation station. Upon finding the teleportation array corresponding to his ticket, he activated it outside the array. As the teleportation array was activated, Lu Chen stepped inside. White light surged within the array, growing brighter and brighter. In an instant, Lu Chen felt his feet leave the ground, a sensation of weightlessness washing over him. This feeling was completely different from the teleportation array cast by Gong Dao in the monster den before. Perhaps due to the long distance of the teleportation, a dizzying sensation followed the spatial distortion. 10 seconds later, Lu Chen appeared at the Chengdu Shuntian Tower station, 80,000 kilometers away from Yingtian City. The Shuntian Tower was the iconic building of Chengdu University, located at the east gate of the university. As Lu Chen exited the teleportation station, he saw the towering Shuntian Tower rising into the clouds not far ahead. At that moment, a girl noticed Lu Chen standing there and exclaimed in surprise, "Shaoan, I didn't expect you to arrive so early." Lu Chen focused his gaze and realized it was Li Baitao. "There wasn't much going on in Yingtian, so I came over as soon as I could," Li Baitao said, covering her mouth with a smile. "You really are quite impatient. Come on, let me take you to find your dormitory," Li Baitao said, leading Lu Chen into Chengdu University. Along the way, Li Baitao chatted non-stop, a stark contrast to when Lu Chen had taken them to fight the giants in the ruins. It seemed Li Baitao sensed Lu Chen's confusion and spoke up. "I had just had my wisdom tooth removed that day, and Yao Yao insisted on dragging me along, saying how could there be no healer in the team. It's really infuriating, Lu Chen echoed. Ah, I see. Before long, Li Baitao brought Lu Chen to the dormitory area of Chengdu University. This is the dormitory area of Chengdu University, which is divided into 4 zones. Zone C has 4-person dorms, and the accommodation fee is 500 points per month. Zone B has 2-person dorms, and the accommodation fee is 1,000 points per month. Zone A has single dorms, and the accommodation fee is 2,000 points per month. Of course, in the center of the dormitory area, there is a villa area. Those are all standalone villas, and the price starts at over 10,000 points per month. Li Baitao brushed her silver-white long hair and continued, since you're just starting school and points are tight, you might as well stay in a 4-person room first. When you earn enough points, you can move to a different dorm. Lu Chen was curious about the point system in the university since accommodation was paid with points. Sister Baitao, what can points be used for in the university? Li Baitao blinked and said, points are very useful in the university. For food, clothing, housing, transportation, equipment, skills, and everything you can think of can be paid with points. But I advise you to save a bit. Wherever you can use Dragon Yuan, try to use Dragon Yuan. Lu Chen pondered. Points could even be exchanged for equipment and skills in the university. He definitely needed to check it out when he had time. Although his system allowed him to buy firearms and accessories with money, it didn't provide a purchasing channel for other equipment. He was still wearing a butcher's outfit mainly focused on physical attributes. To improve his combat power, he needed to switch to a set of ranged profession equipment focused on agility. Li Baitao continued, as for how to earn points, there are many ways. You can complete tasks released by the school's task center or achieve special accomplishments in some dungeons to earn points. Of course, there are many other ways to earn points in the school, you can explore them slowly. At this point, Li Baitao seemed to think of something and continued, by the way, points can be exchanged for Dragon Yuan. 1 point can be exchanged for 100 Dragon Yuan. But Dragon Yuan cannot be exchanged for points. You may earn some money, but don't have any crooked thoughts about this. Trading points for Dragon Yuan privately will be dealt with seriously by the school. Lu Chen nodded and said, thank you for the reminder, Sister Baitao. Let's go to Zone A, I'm not used to living with others. Li Baitao looked at Lu Chen in surprise. I know you're the national top scorer, and the country will reward you with 100,000 points, but you shouldn't be so extravagant as soon as you get to university, right? Now it was Lu Chen's turn to be confused, asking, the national top scorer gets rewarded with 100,000 points? I don't have that. Li Baitao said, then where did you get the points to stay in Zone A? Lu Chen smiled and said, you can earn points from the 5 rounds of the college entrance examination. Li Baitao touched her forehead and said, okay, I was admitted to Chengdu University through recommendation and completely forgot about that. So how many points did you earn in the college entrance examination? It shouldn't be much, it's better to save a bit. Lu Chen raised his right hand and extended 4 fingers. Li Baitao said, 40,000? That's too much, it almost breaks the historical record of the college entrance examination. Lu Chen shook his head and said, it's 400,000. Hearing this, Li Baitao stopped in her tracks, feeling incredulous. To have earned 400,000 points just from the college entrance examination meant that his exam score was an astonishing 400,000. Li Baitao stared blankly at Lu Chen. A college entrance examination score of 400,000 was simply unbelievable. No wonder Lu Chen's college entrance examination results haven't been announced. Who would believe it if it were said? Li Baitao could only sigh. Lu Chen truly was an extraordinary presence. Alright, since you're so wealthy, I'll take you to Area A. The two arrived at the dormitory registration office in Area A, where the staff took Lu Chen's ID card and, after a series of operations, deducted 2,000 points from Lu Chen's account. You've paid your accommodation fee for this month. Your room number is a 04396. Seeing that the accommodation fee was settled, Li Baitao led Lu Chen towards the dormitory. When they reached the bottom of Building 4 in Area A, Li Baitao did not follow him up. You can go up and tidy up your dormitory by yourself. Lu Chen nodded in response. Thank you, Sister Baitao, for today. Li Baitao waved her hand and said, you're welcome. By the way, there are many clubs in the school, and they organize everyone to tackle some large dungeons to earn points and contribution points. Xiao Yun and I are in the Demon Hunting Club, and we're going to tackle the Dark Forest dungeon this afternoon. The club has just been restructured and is short on manpower, so you can join us this afternoon. Lu Chen thought he had nothing else to do, so he agreed. Okay, where can I find you? Li Baitao thought for a moment and said, I'll leave you a phone number. After you tidy up, go to the cafeteria no. 3 for lunch. We'll meet at the cafeteria later. After saying that, the two bid farewell, and Lu Chen walked straight up to the dormitory building. Lu Chen's dormitory was on the 3rd floor, and he arrived at the door of room 96. The door lock was a smart lock. Lu Chen placed his ID card on the information sensing area. The lock prompted that first-time entry required fingerprint and facial recognition, so it wouldn't be so troublesome to swipe the ID card next time. After recording the information, Lu Chen opened the door and walked into the dormitory. The room was quite spacious, with all the basic furniture one would expect. Lu Chen tidied up the dormitory a bit, checked the time, and realized it was already lunchtime. He then opened the system mini-map. The cafeteria No. 3 was not far from Lu Chen's dormitory, and the mini-map marked some important location information. Lu Chen washed his face and followed the mini-map towards cafeteria No. 3. The few hundred meters distance was quickly covered. At this time, the cafeteria was bustling with noise, with students chatting and eating in the dining area, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Chen arrived at the ordering window, chose a few favorite dishes with a mix of meat and vegetables, and only spent 5 yuan. It must be said that as the top university of the Shenzhou Empire, Chengdu University, despite its high admission requirements, still showed care for students through the prices of the cafeteria meals. A meal for 5 yuan already included 2 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. If one were a bit more strapped for cash, Lu Chen even felt that one could fill up for just 1 yuan in this cafeteria. This meant that as long as you could get into Chengdu University, with the point system and the school's assistance, even if you came from a humble background, you could still have a relatively fair environment for growth. Just as Lu Chen finished getting his meal, he spotted Li Baitao eating with a few students not far away. Lu Chen walked over and noticed that there were people sitting on both sides of Li Baitao. Sister Baitao. Li Baitao also saw Lu Chen and smiled. "Hey, Shaoan, you're here." She pointed to the seat diagonally opposite her and said, "Sit down quickly. The food at Chengdu University is quite delicious, eat more. After we finish eating, I'll take you to the club activity room." Lu Chen nodded and found a spot to sit down. Just as he took a couple of bites, he heard a voice beside him. "I told you, Li Baitao, I've mentioned it several times already." Lu Chen looked over to see a burly man sitting next to him. "Although our demon hunting club has just been restructured, the president said our goal is to build an elite club. The goal of club members should be the 4 major academies, or even the Super God Academy. Your sister, Li Yao Yao, was rejected by the president for not having enough level, and now you're bringing another pretty boy this afternoon?" Li Baitao heard this and put down her chopsticks, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed as she scolded, "Zhou Zihao, don't go too far." Zhou Zihao was equally unyielding, speaking harshly. "Don't think you can use connections in the club, you're just an assistant, and you want to bring anyone into the club?" Usually soft-spoken, if it were Li Xiaoyun, she would have already drawn her sword and fought Zhou Zihao by now. Li Baitao gritted her teeth and said, "Don't slander me. Lu Chen is the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Examination." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zihao's eyebrows twitched as he glanced at Lu Chen, stubbornly retorting, "Top scorer? So what? Go ask the students eating here, how many of them aren't top scorers, and how many aren't geniuses who skipped the college entrance exam and were directly admitted to the Divine Capital University? A mere national top scorer, and he dares to act so arrogantly here?" Lu Chen did not interject, not out of fear, but to probe Zhou Zihao's personal information. Zhou Zihao, level 35, occupation, giant hammer warrior. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zihao was already level 35. In the Tiandao game, every 10 levels, the experience required to level up increases exponentially. To level up quickly, one must constantly challenge terrifying dungeons and powerful monsters. Zhou Zihao thought this newcomer was scared silly and provocatively stared at Lu Chen. "Kid, our demon hunting club has a minimum entry requirement of level 20. If you know what's good for you, just scram and stay lost in your dream of being a top scorer." Lu Chen picked up a fresh meatball and slowly chewed it before saying, "Sister Baitao, the food at Divine Capital University is indeed good, but the students here can't all be as disgusting as this big fool next to me, right? No way?" Li Baitao, who had been quite angry with Zhou Zihao, felt her anger dissipate a bit after Lu Chen's words. Zhou Zihao, upon hearing this, suddenly stood up. "Kid, I don't care where you're from. Once you come to Divine Capital University, if you're a dragon, you must curl up, if you're a tiger, you must lie down." Zhou Zihao snorted coldly and continued, "Without level 20, I don't care if you're a national top scorer or some random nobody, don't even think about entering my demon hunting club." Lu Chen also stood up, his gaze instantly turning cold. Zhou Zihao felt a suffocating killing intent the moment he locked eyes with Lu Chen, making him shiver slightly. Lu Chen had faced the underworld demon god, the Eye of the Demon. Now, he exuded an aura of a godslayer. Lu Chen directly pulled out the demon-repelling sacred flame, pointing the muzzle at Zhou Zihao, and slowly said, "First, I was already level 20 before the college entrance exam. Second, in the Demon Hunting Club, what are you even worth? Joe Ziheo was furious upon hearing this and made a move as if to strike. At that moment, a girl with long red hair tied in a high ponytail approached with a tray, standing between the two tense individuals. Joe Ziheo, once you're full, go prepare for the club's activities. Seeing the newcomer, Joe Ziheo dared not say more. He merely shot Lu Chen a glare before leaving the cafeteria. The red-haired girl sat down in Joe Ziheo's original spot, and Li Baitao smiled as she said, President, Shaoan is really strong. Before the college entrance exam, he even soloed the hell difficulty of the giant ruins dungeon outside Yingtian City. Lu Chen examined the red-haired girl, referred to as the club president. Song Qiaying, level 39, occupation, flame mage. Lu Chen was secretly astonished. The president of the Demon Hunting Club had actually reached level 39. At level 39, to level up further, one must obtain a second transfer job scroll and pass the second transfer trial. The second transfer profession scroll can only be obtained in the Demon Cave or the Trial Tower. Although it can also be purchased on the market, the price is extremely high, far beyond what an ordinary person can afford. Even if one obtains the profession scroll, the second transfer trial must be completed independently, and the difficulty is immense. If one fails, the profession scroll will be damaged and cannot be used again. Upon hearing that Lu Chen had soloed a hell-level dungeon, Song Qiaying couldn't help but regard him with a bit more respect. The Dark Forest in the Afternoon is an important resource dungeon for obtaining entry qualifications for the Trial Tower. Originally, Song Qiaying did not want to bring newcomers along, but several senior members of the Demon Hunting Society had gone to new academies during the recruitment process, automatically withdrawing from the society. At Chengdu University, newly enrolled students are generally allowed to develop freely. Once they meet the corresponding requirements, they can apply to join various colleges at Chengdu University. Therefore, students who have not joined a college at Chengdu University spontaneously organize some societies. They help each other and team up for dungeons. This year, Song Qiaying is already a sophomore, and her goal is the first college of Chengdu University, the Super God Academy. In addition to strict requirements for admission to the Super God Academy, it is also stipulated that students must complete their second transfer before the second semester of their sophomore year. After this semester, Song Qiaying will be completely out of reach of the Super God Academy. After meeting the requirements of the Super God Academy, students must also pass an interview and be assessed on their profession, skills, and practical experience before being considered for admission. Therefore, the number of students admitted to the Super God Academy each year is extremely small, making it one of the most difficult colleges to enter in Chengdu University and even the entire country. Song Qiaying looked at Lu Chen, thought for a moment, and asked, "What is your profession?" Lu Chen put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and replied, "President, my profession is gunmaster." Upon hearing this, Song Qiaying was somewhat surprised. This newcomer had actually reached the national top with a gun-related profession. Moreover, she had never heard of the gunmaster profession, which was likely a new profession, indicating that this newcomer's strength should not be underestimated. Song Qiaying nodded, and Li Baitao, who was beside her, added, "President, he caused a phenomenon in the world when he transferred to an SSS-level hidden profession." Song Qiaying turned to Li Baitao and replied, "So it's a hidden profession, no wonder I haven't heard of it. How about this, for the Dark Forest dungeon this afternoon, Lu Chen, you can join us first. Since you are an SSS-level hidden profession, the society definitely needs talents like you, show everyone what you can do later." In fact, Lu Chen didn't care much about joining the society. He was not interested in the power struggles that felt like child's play within the society. He came to the Demon Hunting Society purely because of Li Baitao's invitation, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to join any society. Moreover, as a newcomer to university, he was still in a novice state regarding various matters in the university, and being in the society would allow him to see how they operated. Lu Chen nodded and agreed. After everyone finished their meal, the group walked out of the No. 3 cafeteria and arrived at the activity center of the society located next to the Dungeon Square in the eastern district of Chengdu University. Upon entering the activity room of the Demon Hunting Society, everyone sat down at a round table. Lu Chen counted and realized that there were only 8 people, including himself, so he quietly asked Li Baitao, who was sitting next to him, "Sister Baitao, are there only this few people in the Demon Hunting Society?" Li Baitao flicked her long hair and replied softly, "Of course not, some members went to help with the welcoming work. The school rewards students who participate in welcoming activities with points. Like Xiaoyun, she also went, not to earn points, but to pick up Yao Yao." After saying this, Li Baitao looked at Lu Chen and spoke, "You're something, Coming here early in the morning without waiting for our Yao Yao. Lu Chen scratched his head and laughed. I couldn't wait to come to Shindu University, so I set off on my own. Li Baitao lightly flicked Lu Chen on the head and continued. Some of the other members are busy leveling up and have gone to grind other dungeons. The Dark Forest dungeon doesn't give much experience, but the process is long, and you have to navigate a maze. This maze changes every time you enter the dungeon, so it takes quite a bit of time. At the end of the maze, there's a hidden dungeon where you can get the entry ticket for the trial tower. Li Baitao pointed at Song Qiang, who was still organizing her gear, and said, the president's goal is the Super God Academy, and she has reached the second job transfer requirement, but she still needs a job transfer scroll. Lu Chen nodded. He wouldn't have chosen to enter the Dark Forest dungeon either. If it weren't for Li Baitao's invitation, he might have gone to grind in other dungeons with more experience. After Song Qiang finished packing, she said, as you all know, I'm about to undergo my second job transfer, so I want to thank everyone here for taking the time to join me in the Dark Forest dungeon. I've already sent everyone the specific strategies for the dungeon. Today's newcomer, Lu Chen, you'll follow the team closely, and Li Baitao will explain the dungeon's precautions to you. Seeing that no one had any objections, Song Qiang led the team out to the dungeon square. This dungeon square was about the size of an ordinary soccer field on Blue Star in Lu Chen's past life. Numerous dungeon entrances surrounded the square, and in the center stood a huge virtual display screen, where you could clearly see the information from any direction. The screen listed the main information for each dungeon. Wailing Abyss, LV-15, Dark Forest, LV-20, Red and White Dual Demons, LV-25. Lu Chen looked at the many dungeons on the display screen, feeling a bit excited. The more dungeons there were, the faster he could improve his strength. Li Baitao noticed Lu Chen was lost in thought while looking at the screen and reminded him, there are indeed many dungeons here, but there are a few you must approach with caution. Lu Chen looked at Li Baitao in confusion. Li Baitao pointed at the screen and said, look at that Red and White Dual Demons dungeon and the Strange Hotel. These dungeons are filled with ghostly monsters, most of which are incorporeal. So you could say they are 100% immune to physical damage. You can only attack them with elemental damage or magic damage. Lu Chen thought about how, as a gunner master, his main output was almost entirely physical damage, and it indeed wasn't suitable for those dungeons right now. It seemed he needed to find a way to increase his attack methods, otherwise, he would be in trouble when facing ghostly monsters. Song Qiang led everyone to the entrance of the Dark Forest dungeon. Once everyone was gathered, they prepared to enter the dungeon. As a level 20 dungeon, the basic difficulty of the Dark Forest wasn't high, with the maximum difficulty being Nightmare level. A level 39 mage like Song Qiang could easily solo it. However, the hidden dungeon within the Dark Forest, deep in the forest, had a significantly higher difficulty. The deeper you went, the higher the monster levels became, with the boss of the Deep Forest dungeon, the Goblin King, already at level 35. Song Qiang clicked on the Nightmare difficulty for the Dark Forest dungeon, and everyone disappeared from the dungeon square. They appeared at the edge of a dense jungle, where a winding path extended into the depths of the forest. Zhou Zihao, as the front line of the team, carried a giant hammer and walked to the front of the group. He slammed the giant hammer heavily on the ground, turned back, and glared at Lu Chen, saying fiercely, "Top scholar, be careful, the forest is very dangerous." Lu Chen took out the demon-repelling sacred flame, remaining silent as the gun's muzzle subtly pointed towards Zhou Zihao. Song Qiang stopped the two, her voice stern. "In this dungeon, our first priority is unity. Anyone who fights among themselves will be kicked out." After saying this, she arranged the task distribution for this dungeon run. Before we enter the depths of the dense forest, the 4 members below level 25 will be the main damage dealers. This way, you can gain more experience. Li Baitao, keep an eye on everyone's health and heal them in time. I, Zhou Zihao, and Lu Rini will provide support. If any enemies slip through, finish them off quickly. Hearing this, everyone nodded and walked along the path into the forest. Soon, a few goblin scouts appeared. Goblin Scout, level, LV-20, Strength, 100, Constitution, 100, Agility, 200, Intelligence, 50, Health, 1000, Mana, 500. Goblin Scouts are usually less than half the size of humans, possessing agile limbs and a pair of keen eyes, allowing them to navigate even the most complex environments with ease. Chop, the small goblins have accumulated much combat experience in battle, such as jumping up to strike their opponent's knees. A few goblins, seeing the humans, screeched and charged at them. Lu Chen fired the demon-repelling sacred flame, blowing the head off one goblin scout. The automatic headlocking talent was indeed powerful, but it also limited the area damage capability of the demon-repelling sacred flame. During the intervals of Lu Chen's attacks, the other 3 members below level 25 also launched their assaults. A warrior charged forward, swinging his sword in a back-and-forth fight with a goblin. The remaining ranger and mage attacked the goblins from a distance, but their aim was so poor that several shots missed completely. Bang! The demon-repelling sacred flame fired again, claiming another goblin's life. At this moment, Joseheo complained from the side. "President, if we let them fight like this, we won't reach the depths of the forest in less than an hour." Song Chieying did not respond but instead watched Lu Chen's seemingly casual attacks, lost in thought. Why did his seemingly random shots always hit the target's head with precision? Before long, several goblin scouts were killed. Out of a squad of 7 goblin scouts, 5 were taken down by Lu Chen. However, the team had not walked far before they encountered another squad of goblin scouts. Joseheo appeared somewhat impatient, saying, "I think we shouldn't let them level up this time. Who knows how many more small monsters we'll encounter on the way. If each squad takes a few minutes, when will we be able to start the hidden dungeon?" Song Chieying glanced at Lu Chen and said, "Let's observe a bit more." Lu Chen also heard their conversation and replied nonchalantly, "You just want a speedrun, why not say so earlier?" With that, he activated his gunfighting technique, and the demon-repelling sacred flame floated in the air, firing automatically. Lu Chen then pulled out 2 berserk puppies and began shooting wildly. Song Chieying was stunned. Lu Chen could not only control the firearms from a distance like wielding a sword, but all 3 guns shot straight for the goblin scouts' heads, each shot resulting in a headshot. In just 3 seconds, an entire squad of goblin scouts was wiped out. Joseheo was taken aback. Even though he was now level 35, it would still be somewhat difficult for him to take down a squad of goblin scouts in 3 seconds. Song Chieying also looked at Lu Chen in disbelief, as he had seemingly completed the monster clearing task almost instantly, and he hadn't even used any area damage skills. Just his basic attacks were enough to eliminate a squad of goblin scouts in 3 seconds. His strength was not to be underestimated. Lu Chen stopped shooting and said to the still-dazed group, "Let's go, don't waste any more time. Later, when we encounter monsters, I'll handle it. You all just keep moving forward." Along the way, more than 20 teams of goblin scouts were instantly dealt with by Lu Chen, which greatly changed Song Chieying's impression of him. Even when she took action to clear monsters herself, she couldn't achieve the same relentless attacks against over 20 teams of goblin scouts. As a mage, her area skills could indeed clear monsters in an instant, but the cooldown time and mana consumption limited her, making it impossible to replicate Lu Chen's earlier performance. Li Baitao seemed to be used to it, casually following behind Lu Chen as if taking a stroll. Before long, the group encountered a Minotaur stronghold, which housed 10 Minotaurs and an elite boss, the Minotaur Chieftain. The Minotaur Chieftain was an old acquaintance. Lu Chen had encountered him during the college entrance examination. He was just a small boss with 100,000 health, while the Minotaurs were a weakened version of the Chieftain. When Joseheo saw they had encountered an elite boss, he turned to Song Chieying and said, "President, you should take action. Don't waste time here." Song Chieying didn't respond but instead fell into thought as she watched Lu Chen's seemingly casual attacks. While Joseheo spoke, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Lu Chen. Song Chieying was puzzled as to why Joseheo was so chatty today and felt dissatisfied. "Alright, if they can't handle it, I'll step in." Lu Chen thought for a moment and, to speed things up, simply unleashed his skill, Artillery Hell. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, a black-purple magic circle appeared above the Minotaur stronghold. In an instant, shells began to rain down. 21 rounds of bombardment, a total of 441 shells fell. Boom! 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 The entire Minotaur stronghold was engulfed in the smoke of gunfire. In the team, the others were all shocked by the scene before them. Some were even so startled by the deafening explosions that they screamed loudly. However, the sound of the explosions was so overwhelming that it completely drowned out her screams. All that could be seen was her covering her ears and gaping mouth. As the smoke cleared, the ground, covered in white phosphorus shells, continued to burn, crackling with sound. Li Baitao covered her ears and, after the bombardment ended, gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. Song Chieying, recovering from the madness of Lu Chen's artillery hell, had only one thought in her mind. So monstrous. This skill, both in visual impact and actual damage, was truly shocking. No wonder he was the national champion this year. He really had some skills. Even her signature skill, Meteor Fire Rain, couldn't achieve such an exaggerated effect as Lu Chen's. After all, Meteor Fire Rain was an area damage skill, and its single target burst was insufficient. If she used Meteor Fire Rain against this 100,000 health Minotaur chieftain at the same level, it was very likely she wouldn't be able to kill it. Looking at Lu Chen, who appeared calm, Song Chieying thought, is this the terrifying aspect of an SSS level hidden class? Joseheo was at the front of the team, his eyes red from the smoke of the bombardment, coughing continuously. After struggling to open his eyes, he found there were no monsters left. The Minotaur stronghold had been reduced to ashes, leaving only charred earth. Joseheo coughed violently a few times and spat out a thick phlegm. He felt furious inside. Damn it, Lu Chen must have done this on purpose, not even giving him a heads up, leaving him in such a mess. Just a small elite boss and he needed to use a big move to deal with it. It seemed he was just a strong bow at the end of its string. In the Minotaur stronghold, a few lights flickered, and the Minotaur chieftain dropped some items. Just as Joseheo, recovering his composure, was about to step forward to collect them, Song Qianying reached out to stop him and said to Lu Chen, "You killed this elite boss, so the items should belong to you." Lu Chen didn't refuse and, once the flames subsided, picked up the dropped items. Backpack Space Expansion Crystal increases backpack space by 10 slots. Common Magic Crystal *1 Skill Stone *1 The Backpack Space Expansion Crystal is a great item. Lu Chen used it directly, expanding his backpack space from 10 to 20. He then tossed the other items into the backpack space. After Lu Chen finished picking up the drops from the Taoran chief, Song Qianying spoke up. "Let's keep moving." The team advanced almost non-stop along the way. The goblin squads they encountered were swiftly shot down by Lu Chen. Soon, they arrived at the boss camp in the dark forest. In the camp, a goblin cavalryman riding a wild boar stood proudly in the center. Goblin Vanguard level, LV 25 strength, 400 constitution, 400 agility, 800 intelligence, 200 health, 40,000 mana, 20,000. The Goblin Vanguard is the commander of the Goblin Patrol, possessing a certain level of intelligence and combat skills, which allows them to compensate for their height disadvantage by taming and riding wild boars. They are cunning and cruel, so one must always be wary of their ambushes. Goblin Noble Bloodline, health and mana *10 charge, accelerates towards the target while riding the wild boar. Throws the spear in hand at the target. In addition, there were about 100 goblin scouts scattered throughout the camp. Lu Chen looked at Song Qianying and asked, "Leave it to me?" Song Qianying wanted to see if Lu Chen could handle so many goblins, and nodded, saying, "If you're confident, go ahead and give it a try." Lu Chen didn't say anything further and walked to the front of the team. He estimated the size of the camp, which was slightly larger than the damage radius of the artillery hell skill at 40 meters. Moreover, the distribution of the goblin scouts was quite scattered, so he decided to attract some goblins from the camp first. Lu Chen used the Brave Grenadier skill, which he hadn't upgraded due to a lack of extra skill stones, so it was still at level 1, meaning the damage wasn't high. He planned to use the explosion from the Brave Grenadier to draw the goblins over. 3 grenades were thrown towards the entrance of the goblin camp, directly aimed at the head of an unfortunate goblin scout, and the grenades exploded instantly, killing the goblin scout. The noise from the explosion startled all the goblins in the camp, and the Goblin Vanguard, riding on the wild boar, looked around in the direction of the explosion, spotting Lu Chen and his group. At that moment, the goblin camp was in chaos, with about 100 goblins scurrying around like ants in a hot pan. The Goblin Vanguard shouted, "Voila!" The goblins, who were running around, seemed to receive a command and all stopped in their tracks. Immediately after, the Goblin Vanguard continued to issue orders with a series of strange calls. "Gua gua! Gu la la! Genie! By GA by GA!" The goblins, standing at attention, immediately started running again, but this time they didn't scatter like before. Instead, they gradually formed a line in front of the Goblin Vanguard. Seeing that the goblin scouts had organized into a line, the Goblin Vanguard raised his head in a provocative manner. He pointed his spear at Lu Chen and, with difficulty, uttered a phrase in the language of the Shenzhou. "Ni, Gua Lai A." Lu Chen stood at the very front of the team, his face already beaming with a smile. He turned to Li Baitao and whispered, "This Goblin Vanguard is quite interesting, he can even speak Shenzhou language." Li Baitao covered her mouth and chuckled, explaining to Lu Chen, "These goblins often raid human camps, so for the past 200 years, they've learned to speak some human languages." The goblin commander saw Lu Chen and the others still chatting and laughing, completely disregarding him, and he became furious, muttering and screeching incessantly. "Voila! Jili Guala!" Seeing that the goblin commander had gathered all the goblins for him, Lu Chen waved his hand at the goblin commander and shouted, "Thanks! I'll send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, a black-purple magic circle appeared above the goblin camp. With the experience from last time, Joseheo took a few steps back. The others also hurriedly covered their ears. The goblin commander looked up in confusion at the suddenly appearing magic circle. Having grown a brain, he instantly sensed the danger, but it was too late. Boom! 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 A massive barrage of shells fell into the goblin camp, and the goblin commander and his army didn't even have time to let out a wail. They left peacefully. When the bombardment ended and the smoke cleared, the group finally lowered their hands from their ears. The 3 teammates below level 25 all let out a sigh of relief. A female mage patted her chest and said, "That was terrifying. Going into dungeons with Lu Chen is fast, but it's not good for the heart." Another level 23 warrior beside her excitedly said, "Just say whether it's fast or not. If possible, I'll be Lu Chen's personal meat shield from now on, as long as he takes me into dungeons." Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he turned to the warrior and said, "Sure, but I charge for taking the team into dungeons. Guaranteed to be quick and successful. If you're interested, you can contact me." The others looked at Lu Chen with puzzled expressions, while only Li Bai Tao covered her mouth and chuckled. Lu Chen waved his hand and continued, "There's no way around it. Being a gunner costs a lot of money." Only then did the others begin to understand Lu Chen a bit. It was well known that gunner classes were big spenders, and thinking about it this way, Lu Chen's words seemed reasonable. At this point, the flames in the goblin camp had almost extinguished, and Song Chieying led the team to the spoils dropped by the goblin commander. Song Chieying picked up a key and handed the other items to Lu Chen. Lu Chen naturally accepted everything without hesitation. Goblin Commander's Order, Quality, Bronze, Level Requirement, 20, Agility plus 150, Skill Stones *3, Common Magic Crystals *8. The Goblin Commander's Order was a type of equipment that provided a high agility bonus, and Lu Chen equipped it immediately. The key that Song Chieying took was for opening the hidden dungeon in the Dark Forest, a key item for the main quest deep within the Dark Forest. After picking it up, Song Chieying walked to a large wooden door at the back of the goblin camp and inserted the key. The door slowly opened. At that moment, a prompt for the dungeon sounded. "The hidden dungeon in the Dark Forest has been opened. Please enter within 30 seconds. The hidden dungeon door will close in 30 seconds. Lu Chen and the others quickly walked through the door. Before long, the door behind them slowly closed again. Behind the door was a maze made up of trees and bushes. The trees on either side of the maze path were impassable. Even if one tried to force their way through, they would be blocked by barriers set by the maze's creator. Therefore, to reach the depths of the Dark Forest, they could only slowly find the correct route. At this time, Song Chieying said, "Once we enter the maze, the strength of the monsters will greatly increase. Everyone needs to be careful. Zhou Zihao and Lu Rini, you two need to block any monsters you encounter in time. The rest of you should output all your strength without holding back. The strength of the monsters here is completely different from those we faced earlier, so we must give it our all." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Only Lu Chen seemed to be in a daze, staring blankly ahead. In fact, Lu Chen was checking the system's mini-map. The maze twisted and turned, appearing complex, but it didn't cover a large area. The small map with a radius of 1 kilometer completely enveloped the maze. Lu Chen enlarged the small map a bit and clearly saw the entrance of the maze where everyone was currently located. At almost every corner of the maze, there was a team of monsters lying in ambush. Soon, Lu Chen found the correct path through the maze on the small map. He used the path display feature of the small map to draw the route forward, then reduced the size of the small map and hung it to the side for easy reference. Zhou Zihao had already experienced Lu Chen's formidable strength in the previous instance, but this person seemed to have a natural talent for being foul-mouthed. Seeing him standing still, staring straight ahead, he was about to open his mouth to spew insults. Lu Chen had already checked the map and, noticing Zhou Zihao was about to speak, raised his vicious puppy and fired a burst of bullets above Zhou Zihao's head. Day. Because Zhou Zihao and Lu Chen were in the same team in the instance, and the automatic headlocking talent did not target him, the bullets flew over Zhou Zihao's head. Lu Chen, holding the vicious puppy in both hands, aimed it directly at Zhou Zihao and said sternly, "If you say one more word, I'll kill you." At this moment, Song Chieying also stepped between the two and scolded Zhou Zihao. Within the guild, unity is paramount. If anyone disrupts the internal unity of the guild and causes conflict among members, I will ask them to leave the guild and seek other opportunities. Zhou Zihao did not expect Lu Chen to shoot so quickly and decisively. Under Song Chieying's reprimand, he reluctantly shut his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Chen did not pursue the matter further and instead shared that he had found the correct route. "I used my skill to detect the situation in the maze, and I have now found the correct path. I will guide you all, and I can lead everyone out of the maze in one go." Song Chieying turned to look at Lu Chen and chose to trust his words. "Alright, then you guide everyone later." The group set off, and under Lu Chen's lead, they turned left at the first intersection. After walking a few steps, they encountered the first wave of monster ambush. Leading the charge was a goblin warrior, followed by several goblin archers. Goblin warrior level, LV 30 strength, 500 constitution, 500 agility, 1000 intelligence, 300 health, 5000 magic, 3000. Goblin archer level, LV 30 strength, 400 constitution, 300 agility, 1200 intelligence, 300 health, 3000 magic, 3000. Although these goblins had increased in strength, they were still just small fry to Lu Chen. The holy flame of exorcism had a maximum damage of 41,000. With one shot, he sent the leading goblin warrior flying, leaving only half of its body to pass over the heads of the goblin archers. Before the goblin archers could react, both vicious puppies fired simultaneously, and the blue flames formed by the bullets swept through the goblin archers. In an instant, before the goblin archers could even shoot, they were completely wiped out by Lu Chen. Although they had long witnessed Lu Chen's terrifying damage, they did not expect him to be able to resolve the level 30 goblins so quickly. The group continued forward, and under Lu Chen's guidance, they exited the maze in just 2 minutes. Song Qianying felt it was unbelievable. This was not her first time in this instance, and almost every time they spent a lot of time in the maze. This was also the reason why, apart from teams aiming for the trial tower entry tickets and gold farming teams, very few people were willing to tackle this instance. Yet Lu Chen had passed through the maze in just 2 minutes, while Song Qianying's best luck had taken nearly half an hour to get out of the maze. Due to the lack of official statistics, the fastest time that everyone hears about is still over 20 minutes. Song Qianying increasingly admired the new student in front of her. Such talent must be kept in the club. Whether it was monster farming, boss fights, or puzzle solving, Lu Chen could always complete tasks at the fastest speed, truly a rare gem in the gaming world. Seeing Song Qianying staring at him intently, Lu Chen waved his hand in front of her and said, "President? Although I do look quite handsome and stylish, this isn't the time to be starstruck, is it?" Upon hearing this, Song Qianying's pretty face instantly turned crimson. "You lunatic!" Zhou Zihao and Lu Rinni were both stunned. As veterans of the Demon Hunting Club, they had only ever seen the fiery-tempered Song Qianying and had never witnessed her in such a delicate, feminine manner. Song Qianying tossed out a remark and, regardless of everyone's reactions, walked ahead. Li Baitao, hearing Lu Chen's words, immediately became displeased. She pinched Lu Chen's waist and twisted it hard. "Humph!" Lu Chen yelped in pain. Li Baitao ignored his discomfort and followed after Song Qianying, leaving Lu Chen behind, clutching his waist in agony. Once everyone had left, Lu Chen endured the pain and caught up with the group. As he trailed behind, he secretly grumbled that Li Baitao, a healer dedicated to saving lives, was surprisingly ruthless. She was truly a toxic healer. Not far from the maze's exit, the group arrived at the final boss camp of the dungeon along a narrow path, a goblin tribe enclosed by wooden fences. The group paused at a high point outside the fence, looking down into the enclosure. Song Qianying remained silent, and everyone stood quietly in place. After a while, Lu Chen finally spoke up. "How about I give it another try?" Song Qianying replied coolly, "The Goblin King is a level 35 boss. Do you think it's like the Goblin Vanguard we faced earlier?" Li Baitao chimed in, "President, with how handsome Lu Chen is, he should be able to charm the Goblin King, right?" With that, Li Baitao pouted and shot Lu Chen a sideways glance. Lu Chen shrugged in response, feeling helpless, thinking that Li Baitao seemed to be straying further down the path of toxicity. Just as everyone was holding back their laughter, Lu Chen had already dashed toward the Goblin tribe. Song Qianying's eyes flickered, and she was about to follow when Li Baitao stopped her. "President, I've seen Lu Chen's strength, he should be able to handle it." Before the college entrance exam, he soloed the hell difficulty of the Giant Ruins dungeon 11 times. His strength is truly impressive. To be honest, there was indeed a part of Li Baitao wanting to defend her sister Li Yaoyao, but she genuinely believed in Lu Chen's abilities, confident that he could crush the Goblin King. After all, no candidate had ever scored 400,000 points in the college entrance exam. Li Baitao thought to herself that this was also for the Li family, to assess Lu Chen's true strength for Yaoyao. The group watched as Lu Chen quickly approached the wooden fence, which was nearly 3 meters high, but it posed no obstacle for him. With a flash, Lu Chen instantly entered the Goblin tribe's interior. Inside the tribe, there were over 200 goblins, and upon discovering the intruder, they all shrieked and rushed toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately opened fire, shooting at the encroaching goblins, who fell like harvested wheat under the hail of bullets. Goblin warriors charged at Lu Chen recklessly, giving some goblin archers the chance to aim. Arrows rained down toward Lu Chen's position. Calmly, Lu Chen used his blink ability to evade the arrows, and in an instant, more goblins fell. The critical hit from the blink ability reduced the cooldown time by 2 seconds. So as long as Lu Chen kept shooting, with the automatic lock-on talent and the frenzied puppy's incredibly high attack speed, he could almost achieve continuous use. The crowd outside the Goblin tribe was once again stunned. What kind of monster was Lu Chen? Song Qianying watched as Lu Chen blinked to dodge arrows while continuously firing his gun, and couldn't help but marvel at the immense power of his SSS level hidden class. Zhou Zihao was completely shocked by Lu Chen's extraordinary strength. Despite being only level 20, he felt a hint of fear. Even though he was already level 35, he felt that if he and Lu Chen had truly faced off just now, he would likely have been utterly powerless against Lu Chen. Li Baitao had never seen such a flexible and artistic fighting style from Lu Chen. At that moment, she was surprised to realize that although she had known Lu Chen for several days, she still hadn't grasped his true strength. She even began to regret whether her earlier action of pinching Lu Chen had been too much. She wondered if Lu Chen was the type to hold grudges. If he blamed her afterward, what would she do? Thinking of this, Li Baitao unconsciously twirled her waist-length silver hair, contemplating whether she should apologize to Lu Chen after the dungeon ended. Just 10 seconds had passed, and Lu Chen had already eliminated more than half of the goblins on site, leaving only 50 or 60 slow-running goblins still coming to their doom. At that moment, a roar came from a wooden house in the center of the tribe. A purple-skinned goblin burst out of the house. The Goblin King was massive, completely different in size from other goblins, standing over 3 meters tall with blackish-purple skin. While regular goblins were green, this black-purple goblin was clearly the Goblin King. Goblin King level, LV 39 strength, 2000 constitution, 2000 agility, 2000 intelligence, 1200 health, 200000 magic, 120000. Known for their cunning and resilience, goblins were originally scattered but organized by various tribes. Each goblin tribe has a ruler known as the Goblin King, who is often the strongest and wisest goblin. The ascension of each Goblin King signifies that the new king has killed the old one. Goblin Royal Bloodline, all attributes *2, health and magic *10. Summon goblins, summons his goblin minions. King's Challenge, even at a height of 3 meters, the challenge has been ingrained in the goblin race's genes. The Goblin King charged out of the house, looking at the corpses of his goblin subjects scattered around Lu Chen in the central square, and immediately flew into a rage. Just as he was charging up for the King's Challenge, a magic circle appeared above his head. Boom! 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 This time, the demon hunting team stationed at a distance was not significantly affected by the bombardment. Everyone stared intently in the direction of the Goblin King, although they had already concluded that the Goblin King was undoubtedly doomed. However, they were still curious whether Lu Chen could indeed kill this boss, whose level was far above his. As the smoke cleared, the vast majority of goblins, including the Goblin King, had been killed by Lu Chen, leaving only a few stragglers. At this moment, Lu Chen gained a massive amount of experience, leveling up, and even had more than half of the experience needed after reaching level 21. Name, Lu Chen level, LV 21, 63%, strength, 276 constitution, 286 agility, 624 intelligence, 54 health, 3160 magic, 1790. The remaining stragglers, seeing the Goblin King was killed, screeched and scattered into the dense forest. The goblins were too scattered, and Lu Chen was too lazy to chase them one by one. After shooting down a few slow-running goblins, Lu Chen waved for the others on the hillside to come over. By the time the group entered the goblin tribe, the burning effect of the white phosphorus bombs had already ended. In the central square of the tribe, a multitude of white light spots flickered. Lu Chen collected all the loot. This boss battle was fought through his own hard work. When Song Qianying arrived beside him, Lu Chen handed her the trial tower entry ticket that had dropped. After all, the team was formed for this ticket. He had originally just wanted to take it easy, but in a moment of impulse, he took on the whole task. Since he wouldn't need it in the short term, he considered it a favor for the club president. Song Qianying thought for a moment but still accepted the trial tower entry ticket. She extended her right hand and thanked him. "Thank you. This ticket is very important to me." Lu Chen nodded lightly and extended his hand to firmly shake hers. "It's just a small matter," he replied casually. At that moment, Lu Chen received a message from the University Points Network. He withdrew his hand and opened his phone to see that Song Qianying had transferred 3,000 points to him. Seeing this, Song Qianying said, "I don't want to owe anyone, this 3,000 points is your reward." The other veteran members present were stunned. The market price for a trial tower entry ticket was only 2,000 points. Lu Chen held 400,000 points and didn't think much of the 3,000 points, but since Song Qianying had said so, he accepted it gladly. At that moment, the dungeon prompt sounded. The Dark Forest dungeon and its hidden dungeon had been completely cleared. Lu Chen gained 200 points, Bu Yangji gained 2 points, Wu Keting gained 2 points. The entire dungeon was almost completed solely by Lu Chen, so he enjoyed the full 200 points. Only Bu Yangji and Wu Keting each killed a goblin at the beginning, gaining an extra point. The others received the basic 1 point. With the dungeon now over, everyone left and returned to the dungeon square. What puzzled the group was that a large crowd was gathered at the entrance of the Dark Forest dungeon, chattering incessantly. Lu Chen looked curiously at the onlooking students and followed their gaze to the record board for the Dark Forest dungeon. Nightmare difficulty clearance history, including hidden dungeon, NO. 1. Demon Hunter Club 18 minutes 24 seconds, Lu Chen 200 points, NO. 2. Hongxing Club 38 minutes 51 seconds, Chen Haonan 116 points, NO. 3. Shadow Club 45 minutes 18 seconds, Jean 8 97 points. Lu Chen smiled, he hadn't expected to accidentally break the dungeon's historical record. The onlookers were buzzing with discussion. Wow, the record board must be bugged. How could it be cleared in 18 minutes? Yeah, that maze in the depths of the dark forest takes forever. I got lost last time and it took me almost an hour. Who is this Lu Chen? He just came in and led the Demon Hunter Club to break the dark forest historical record. I don't know, I've never heard of him before. Look for yourselves, the Demon Hunter Club surpassed the second place by nearly 20 minutes. And how did this Lu Chen get 200 points? Did he do all the damage? Is he that strong? I feel like even a dog could follow Lu Chen and clear this dungeon. Hearing this, the members of the Demon Hunter Club, except for Lu Chen, showed displeasure on their faces. The student who had just said a dog could clear the dungeon quickly buried his head and fled the scene. Zhou Zihao swung his fist fiercely at the back of that person and cursed, "You better come over and say that again." The onlookers burst into laughter, creating an extraordinary commotion. Lu Chen shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He just wanted to quietly level up in the game, but unexpectedly attracted such a crowd. At that moment, Lu Chen's phone received a message from the school. Lu Chen, you have broken the historical record for clearing the Dark Forest dungeon, including hidden dungeons. In recognition of your outstanding performance, you have been awarded 10 credits as encouragement. Lu Chen was a bit confused and was about to ask someone what the credits were for when he noticed Li Baitao standing in front of him. Lu Chen had a bad feeling. It was just some casual banter, and the target of that banter wasn't even Li Baitao, so why was she reacting this way? However, adhering to the principle of better to offend a villain than a woman, Lu Chen thought it would be best to apologize. But to his surprise, Li Baitao lowered her head, looking like a little girl who had done something wrong, and softly said, "Shaoan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pinched you in the dungeon just now, please don't take it to heart." Lu Chen was even more puzzled. Could it be that Li Baitao was captivated by his charm? Not understanding the situation, Lu Chen quickly waved his hands and said, it's okay, I'm tough." Only then did Li Baitao lift her head, her big eyes blinking in surprise as she exclaimed, "Really? Then you mustn't be angry." Lu Chen thought to himself that he hadn't taken it to heart at all. At this point, Lu Chen also told Li Baitao about the credits he had just received. "By the way, Sister Baitao, the school just sent me a message saying I was awarded 10 credits. Sister Baitao, what are credits for?" Li Baitao was still filled with regret over pinching Lu Chen earlier. However, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, her eyes nearly popped out. "What did you say? 10 credits?" At that moment, Song Qianying and the others heard Li Baitao's words and came over. After learning from Li Baitao that Lu Chen had received 10 credits, they were all left speechless. Zhou Zihao, upon hearing this news, was completely convinced. Lu Chen was definitely the luckiest guy around, and he dared not oppose him anymore. Damn it, it's really true that some people are just born lucky. Who gets 10 credits on their first day of school? Song Qianying also looked incredulous. She had been at the school for a year and had worked hard to earn only 1063 credits throughout her freshman year. Yet Lu Chen had already earned 10 on his first day. Lu Chen looked at the excited expressions of the others, confused. What are these credits for? Li Baitao brushed her bangs out of her eyes and said, credits are an important indicator for entering various colleges. Let me put it this way, the admission requirement for the Super God Academy, besides level and second transfer, is that you need over 1,200 credits. Many students struggle to earn credits in a year, and you, on your first day, have already earned 10. Lu Chen smiled and continued to ask, so what are the ways to earn credits? Song Qianying stepped forward and said, I know a bit about this, let me explain. She continued, the school has a task hall where various tasks are regularly posted. Among them are some rare credit tasks, which are our main way to earn credits. However, credit tasks are always in short supply. For simpler tasks, you might not even be able to grab them, and those difficult tasks not only have a high risk factor but are also extremely hard to complete. Even so, these credit tasks usually offer a reward of 1 to 5 points based on their difficulty. As for tasks worth 6 points or more, those are high-scoring tasks and are very rare. At this point, Song Qianying glanced at Lu Chen and continued, of course, aside from credit tasks, you can also earn school rewards by breaking instance records, just like you did today. However, the difficulty of obtaining credits this way is extremely high, and very few people can accomplish it. Additionally, some instructors have a certain allocation of credits each semester, which they can distribute through class attendance tests or by completing temporary tasks assigned by them to earn a small amount of credits. So, do you understand what your 10 points of credit mean now? Lu Chen hadn't expected that simply completing an instance would earn him such a rare resource. At this moment, the crowd gathered around the Demon Hunter Society, who had come to witness the record-breaking, gradually dispersed. Song Chieying addressed everyone, "Thank you all for your help today. I need to hurry to the trial tower now. Goodbye." After everyone bid farewell, they went back to their own business. Only then did Lu Chen have time to check the loot he had just obtained from the Goblin tribe. Goblin Heart Skill Stones *5 Breakthrough Stone *1 Common Magic Crystal *36 Medium Magic Crystal *3 The Goblin Heart is an inlay item, similar to gems and runes, that can be embedded in equipment with socket slots to enhance its attributes. Certain specific inlay items or combinations can even transform a regular socketed piece of equipment into a powerful special item, or even a supreme mythical item. The specific effect of the Goblin Heart was not displayed, so Lu Chen would need to find an inlay master for identification to know its exact effect. After storing the loot, Lu Chen had obtained a total of 9 skill stones and 1 breakthrough stone from this instance. After some thought, Lu Chen decided to use 8 skill stones to upgrade his Brave Grenadier to the peak level 9 of the first tier. Brave Grenadier, Gold Tier, First Tier, LV9. Throws 3 explosive grenades at the target, with a damage radius of 5 meters, causing 900 plus agility *0. 9 explosive damage. Mana cost 80, cooldown time 2.5 minutes. Although the Brave Grenadier skill is only at the gold level, and the single target burst damage after upgrading is not high, it is one of Lu Chen's only 2 area damage skills. During the cooldown of the skills in the Firestorm Inferno, the upgraded Brave Grenadier skill should be able to fill the gap in firepower to some extent. After upgrading the skill, Lu Chen found a bench in the instance square to sit and rest. From what he had seen at the Divine Capital University today, there were still many issues he needed to address and areas he needed to improve. First was the Academy issue. His goal was naturally to be the strongest and the best, so the Super God Academy was the only choice. Therefore, he needed to quickly raise his level and prepare for the second transfer while paying close attention to the situation regarding credit tasks. From Song Chieying's words, it was clear that 1,200 points was not an easy score to achieve. Then there was the equipment. He was still making do with a set of butcher gear suited for warrior-type professions, which did not provide him with significant bonuses. Before heading to the trial tower, he needed to prepare a set of archer equipment, otherwise, even if he went to the trial tower, he might just be wasting his entry ticket. With this in mind, Lu Chen looked at the display screen in the instance square, pondering which instance would be suitable. He decided to run the Dark Forest instance again since it wouldn't take much time. Lu Chen returned to the entrance of the Dark Forest instance, clicked on Nightmare difficulty, and entered the instance. At this moment, the students next to the instance entrance realized that Lu Chen had actually gone into the Dark Forest instance alone. Damn, that person just now didn't team up, right? I only saw him operating alone at the entrance before he entered the dungeon. Are you seeing things? I told you to stop rushing. Is your eyesight getting worse? Shut up, I really saw someone soloing the Dark Forest. In the dungeon, Lu Chen reappeared on the small path at the edge of the Dark Forest. This time, after entering the dungeon, Lu Chen directly used his gunfighting technique to control the demon-banishing Sacred Flame, then dual-wielded the frenzied puppy and quickly walked into the Dark Forest. Along the way, goblins that showed their heads were instantly killed. In fact, with the automatic lock-on talent, Lu Chen didn't even need to aim. Goblins that didn't show their heads were also taken down in an instant. Passing by the Taorun stronghold, the Taorun chief hadn't even gotten up when he was instantly killed under the saturated bombardment of artillery hell. After killing the Taorun chief, Lu Chen sat on a tree stump and waited for a while. One reason was to wait for the white phosphorus bomb to burn out, and the other was that if he moved too quickly, the 5-minute cooldown of the artillery hell would not have ended by the time he reached the goblin camp. Finally, the burning time of the white phosphorus bomb ended, and Lu Chen picked up the loot and headed towards the goblin camp. On the way, any careless goblin was killed with a single blow. Arriving at the goblin camp, Lu Chen used the Brave Grenadier skill to attract the attention of the Goblin Vanguard as usual. Then he quietly enjoyed the Goblin Vanguard's formation performance outside the camp. To be honest, Lu Chen felt that these goblins seriously lacked discipline. Their formation could not be described as chaotic, but rather as completely without order. During his high school military training in his previous life, their class lined up better than this group of goblins. However, it must be said that although the goblin formation was all over the place, it still saved Lu Chen a lot of time. Lu Chen waved at the Goblin Vanguard again and shouted, "Comrades, you've worked hard." The Goblin Vanguard, with its poor command of the common tongue, naturally couldn't understand what Lu Chen was saying, but felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Soon, artillery shells came raining down, and the goblin vanguard and his army were instantly wiped out. After waiting for a while, Lu Chen picked up the loot. Using the key dropped by the goblin vanguard, he opened the door to the hidden dungeon. Lu Chen walked through the door and opened the mini-map again at the entrance of the maze. Sure enough, the layout of the maze had changed. After mapping out the route, he walked straight into the maze. This time, it took even less time. In about a minute, Lu Chen ran out of the maze. Without stopping, he headed straight for the goblin tribe, blinked into the tribe, and rushed to the room of the goblin king in the center of the tribe. After harvesting a few seconds of goblins that gathered around, the goblin king made his appearance on time. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen directly cast the artillery hell, instantly killing the goblin king. Lu Chen also successfully leveled up to level 22. With less than half of the goblins left, they began to scatter and flee. Before the white phosphorus bomb burned out, he chased down some slower goblins and killed them. When the burning of the white phosphorus bomb ended, Lu Chen picked up the loot and directly finished the dungeon. The Dark Forest dungeon and its hidden dungeon had been completely cleared. Lu Chen gained 200 points. Returning to the entrance of the dungeon, Lu Chen checked his loot. Trial Tower entry ticket, Goblin Heart, Skill Stone *9, Breakthrough Stone *1, Common Magic Crystal *29, Medium Magic Crystal *3. At this moment, the classmate who had just seen Lu Chen soloing the dungeon now saw him coming out alone and pulled his companion, saying, "I told you, he really soloed the Dark Forest. It's only been about 10 minutes, he must have failed the solo run." True, in the Dark Forest, the Tauren has 100,000 health, the Vanguard has an army, and the Goblin King has 200,000 health. How could it be so easy to solo? However, after someone glanced at the record board of the Dark Forest, they exclaimed, "Wow, look! The historical record of the Dark Forest has been refreshed." Everyone turned to look at the record board for the Dark Forest instance. Nightmare difficulty completion historical record, including hidden instances, NO. 1. None, 15 minutes 18 seconds, Lu Chen 200 points, NO. 2. Demon Hunting Society 18 minutes 24 seconds, Lu Chen 200 points, NO. 3. Homeshing Society 38 minutes 51 seconds, Chen Haonan 116 points. In the instance square, the surrounding people were drawn in by the commotion here, gathering around. Why does the first place team information say none? Of course, none means no team, it's a solo record. Damn, who exactly is Lu Chen? Breaking the record twice in a row, and the second time was solo. I remember now, I saw on the headlines this morning that Lu Chen is this year's national top scorer in the college entrance examination. Not just the top scorer, what's even weirder is that Lu Chen has no college entrance examination results at all. How is that possible? Isn't it only those who are directly admitted to university that don't have exam results? To be precise, Lu Chen doesn't have no results, but his results are unknown. From the current situation, Lu Chen's results might be so exaggerated that the officials dare not announce them. Just as Lu Chen was planning to take this opportunity to find a sponsor to lead a team into the instance, his phone rang. "Gee, you are so beautiful, baby." Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen calmly took out his phone and answered the call. "Lu Chen, you really are high profile." He recognized the voice of Professor Gon Daoji as soon as the call connected. "Professor Gon, it's not that I want to be high profile, it's just..." Before Lu Chen could finish, Gon Daoji interrupted him. "It's just too easy, right? So, I have a slightly challenging task for you. Come to the Academic Affairs Office on the 8th floor of the administration building immediately." Lu Chen recalled that Gon Daoji had promised him a gift because he had lent him the demon prism for research. So he quickly agreed to Gon Daoji, and after hanging up, he left the scene swiftly under everyone's gaze. Outside the instance square, there was a small campus teleportation array, which connected to other teleportation arrays within the Shindu University internal teleportation network. As long as one consumed the corresponding dragon essence, magic crystal, or points, they could teleport to any teleportation array connected to the Shindu University network. Besides the teleportation arrays, the campus also had shared bicycles, buses, and other conventional transportation methods. If there was no rush, these transportation methods were more cost-effective. However, since Gon Daoji had already emphasized that Lu Chen should go to the Academic Affairs Office immediately, Lu Chen had no choice but to spend money on the teleportation array. The administration building was still a bit far from the instance square, and Lu Chen spent 100 dragon essence to teleport from the East District Instance Hall to the Central District Administration Building. Lu Chen arrived at the door of the Academic Affairs Office, which was wide open. Out of politeness, he still knocked on the door. When Gon Daoji saw that it was Lu Chen, he waved him in. Lu Chen walked into the office, where there were two other people besides Gon Daoji. One was an elderly man in traditional Hanfu, looking ethereal. The other was a sturdy man with a buzz cut, giving off a serious vibe. The three of them stared at Lu Chen without saying a word as he entered. Lu Chen didn't know what to say either, so he tentatively used the system's probe function to check the information of the two, but naturally failed. Name, Yi Zhengtian, other unknown, to be unlocked, unlock amount, 1. 77 million dragon essence. Name, Gao Chang, other unknown, to be unlocked, unlock amount, 1. 57 million dragon essence. Lu Chen didn't want to waste money unlocking the information of the two people, but from the unlocking fee, he could see that the buzzcut man, Gao Chang, was actually at level 179. The elderly man in Hanfu, Yi Zhengtian, had even reached a terrifying level of 199. After checking the information, Lu Chen noticed that the atmosphere in the office seemed a bit strange. The three of them were still staring at him without saying a word. Don Daoji and Yi Zhengtian were fine, both were older and looked somewhat kind. However, the buzzcut man, Gao Chang, had a fierce gaze, staring intently at Lu Chen, making him very uncomfortable. Seeing that no one was speaking, Lu Chen thought to himself that anyone could go crazy, so he decided to just stare back at Gao Chang. When Gao Chang noticed that Lu Chen dared to look at him like that, he instantly stood up and took a step forward. The two were less than half a meter apart, locked in a stare. Lu Chen had experienced the endless fear brought by the demon eye, the immense pressure of giant eyeballs, and the terror of being gazed upon by a demon god. This experience had strengthened Lu Chen's aura, making him unafraid to meet anyone's gaze. Gao Cheng's fierce look was indeed aggressive and oppressive, but to Lu Chen, he was merely a target with potential threat. At that moment, Yi Zhengtian slowly spoke up. Gao Cheng, don't scare the child. Upon hearing this, Gao Cheng's fierce expression instantly changed, revealing a smile that looked worse than crying. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Gao Cheng stepped back and sat down again, saying, boring. His voice was powerful, like steel clashing together. Don Daoji could no longer hold back and laughed heartily. Ha, I said Lu Chen wouldn't be scared by this kind of scene. At your age, you two are still so childish. Shaowen, this is the vice president of the Super God Academy, the captain of the Qilin team, Dean Gao. Even while sitting, Gao Cheng sat up straight, once again showing that smile worse than crying, extending his hand and saying, hello, little friend. Lu Chen reached out to shake his hand, saying, hello, Dean Gao. Don Daoji then looked towards Yi Zhengtian and said, this is the vice president of Shindu University, a member of the school board, and the director of the academic affairs office, Dean Yi. Lu Chen reached out to shake hands with Yi Zhengtian, saying, hello, Dean Yi. Yi Zhengtian looked ethereal and gave off an air of someone who was above worldly concerns. Hello, please sit down. Yi Zhengtian gestured for Lu Chen to take a seat. Once Lu Chen was seated, Don Daoji finally revealed the purpose of calling him here. Shaowen, the reason we called you here is to inform you of something. It was only Lu Chen's first day at school, and he was only at level 22, so he wondered what could be important enough to warrant the attention of three high-ranking school officials. Don Daoji stroked his beard and said, it's like this, the school has a task to assign to you. To the north of the Great Wall defense line in the northern Shenzhou Empire, there is a vast wasteland where the Mingsha monsters gather. As he spoke, Don Daoji used the remote control on the coffee table to turn on the large screen in the office. A map of the Blue Star world appeared on the display, which was almost identical to Earth, Lu Chen's hometown in his previous life. However, the area of Blue Star was dozens of times larger than Earth, and besides the countries that existed on Blue Star, some forbidden areas were also marked. These forbidden areas were places where terrifying creatures gathered after the arrival of the heavenly Dao game on Blue Star. Before Lu Chen could take a closer look, Don Daoji zoomed in on the northern part of the Shenzhou Empire, near the Great Wall defense line. Using a laser pointer, Don Daoji slid northward from the Great Wall, explaining, to the north of the Great Wall, there are mainly three major forbidden areas. The vast wasteland directly to the north is home to a large number of Mingsha monsters, and the influence of the Mingsha divine court spreads throughout this area. To the northwest is the burial ground, primarily inhabited by undead monsters. To the northeast is the extreme cold ice field, filled with terrifying phantom creatures. The recent Eye of the Demon incident during the college entrance examination has garnered significant attention from the Empire's Central Authority, which has swiftly launched a retaliatory action against the Underworld God Court. The three major strongholds in the vast wilderness have simultaneously launched attacks, and 2 demon lairs have already been destroyed. Don Dao pointed to the map again, focusing on the vast wilderness. A fortress appeared on the map. Don Dao placed the laser pointer on the fortress and continued, this is Fort No. 4, and 2,000 kilometers to the north, the Imperial Army is fighting here. The battle is almost over, but a rare instance of a dungeon with a level cap has appeared in the demon lair, with a restriction of level 29 and below. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen thought, could it be that because of the level restriction, they want me to go into the demon lair? That's too much. With my small frame, I'd be dead if a monster even touched me in there, right? So, this dungeon is for me to go to? Gan Dao nodded and said, yes, this is a requirement from the Central Examination Institute. Dungeons of this type generally drop a core. Once obtained, it can be used to relocate the dungeon elsewhere. For example, the demon lair from the 5th round of the last college entrance examination. Lu Chen was completely unsettled. Wasn't the eye of the demon terrifying enough last time? Now they want him to go into another demon lair. Before Lu Chen could refuse, the vice president of the Super God Academy, Gao Chang, spoke up. Kid, our Super God Academy will send members from the preparatory class who are level 29 and below to accompany you. If it weren't for Professor Gon's strong recommendation, you wouldn't even have this chance. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and looked into Gao Chang's eyes, saying, so what? Just as Gao Chang was about to say something, Yi Jingtian raised his hand and said to Gao Chang, alright, your provocation tactic probably won't work. After saying that, Yi Jingtian took out a document and handed it to Lu Chen, saying, this is your compensation list for the college entrance examination. Once you return, it will be fulfilled, and it includes additional rewards for this task. Although Yi Jingtian was at level 199, Lu Chen couldn't help but complain upon hearing his words. Wasn't this just taking his own things and then rewarding him with them? Principally, this compensation was originally mine, right? Do you think it's appropriate to tie it to the new task rewards? Yi Zhengtian glanced at Gan Dao, looking as if he expected this, and then slowly said to Lu Chen, why don't you take a look at the list? Hearing this, Lu Chen looked down at the list. College Entrance Examination Points Compensation Plan, Trial Tower Token, allows entry to the Trial Tower 10 times, within 100 floors, can directly enter any floor within personal records. First floor pass for the Dungeon Hall, holders can enter the first floor of the Divine Capital University Dungeon Hall. Red Dominance Talisman LV1 10, after use, within 1 minute, increases attack speed by 40%, lifesteal by 5%, and burn damage by 10%. Blue Dominance Talisman LV1 10, after use, within 1 minute, increases mana recovery by 100 points per second, spell power by 5%, and cooldown reduction by 10%. Skill Crystal Core 10, Breakthrough Stone 10, Vast Wilderness Demon Lair Task Reward Plan, Lu Chen, Equipment, Archer Set, Golden Level, Full Set, 6 pieces, 50 credits. After reading the list, Lu Chen felt that the entire compensation and reward plan was quite good. After all, the market price for a Trial Tower entry ticket is already 2,000 points, and 10 tickets would cost 20,000 points. Moreover, the Trial Tower token allows entry without starting from the first floor each time, making it even more valuable. The Skill Crystal Core is a key item for skill breakthroughs at level 29 and for continuing to upgrade skills, which is very important for his future strength enhancement. The Archer set would allow Lu Chen to replace his Butcher set, and the increase in his ranged damage should also be considerable. Thus, Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Principal Yi, when does the task start? Yi Zhengtian saw Lu Chen agree and smiled. Tomorrow morning at 8, gather at the teleportation array here in the administration building. Dean Gao will lead the teleportation over. After hearing this, Lu Chen felt he could still run a few more dungeons today to level up. Okay, I will definitely be there on time. Just as Lu Chen was about to say goodbye, Gan Daoji called out to him, extending his hand and saying, Shaoan, wait a moment, this is for you. Lu Chen took the green small pot that Gan Daoji handed over. Pot of Greed automatically collects loot within a radius of 10 meters, limited to loot dropped by monsters you kill. This is a treasure. Lu Chen recalled the pain of picking up the mini magic crystal dropped by zombies in the Giant Ruins dungeon. If he had this treasure back then, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. Thank you, Professor Gon, this equipment is really useful. Seeing how much Lu Chen liked the equipment, Gan Daoji said with a doting expression, it's just a little toy. Our School of Magic and Technology may not be suitable for you, but you definitely need our technical support. Lu Chen nodded, remembering the goblin heart he had just obtained today, and took it out to ask, Professor Gon, can this goblin heart be identified at your school? Gan Daoji took it, looked at it, and then returned it to Lu Chen, saying, yes, but I don't have the embedding specialty. You can find an embedding master on Blacksmith Street in our school for identification. Lu Chen thanked him and said goodbye to the 3 school leaders. Teachers, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to prepare for tomorrow's task. After leaving the administration building, Lu Chen reluctantly spent another 100 dragon yuan and headed straight for the dungeon square. It was already afternoon, and Lu Chen initially wanted to go to the entrance of the Dark Forest dungeon to call for a team. However, he noticed some team information appearing on the display screen in the dungeon square. Level 25 Evil Spirit Dungeon, led by a level 28 Taoist, lacking a Holy Class Meat Shield. Level 30 Ancient Altar Dungeon, lacking a damage dealer, Mages Preferred. So it can also post announcements. Lu Chen quickly walked to the display screen, where there was an office. Inside the office, besides an administrator, there were about 20 operation screens. Lu Chen looked up and saw a fee schedule behind the administrator. Regular announcement, 1 point, lasts 10 minutes. Long-lasting announcement, 10 points, lasts 3 hours. Screen spam advertisement, 100 points, automatically turns into a long-lasting advertisement after 1 minute of spamming. Lu Chen checked the time, it was already 3 o'clock. He decided to post a long-lasting announcement. By the time it ended in 3 hours, it would be almost dark, and he should be heading back then. Hello, I want to post a long-lasting announcement. The administrator looked up at Lu Chen and said, a new student, right? Lu Chen nodded. The administrator continued, you can find any operation screen to post your announcement, just use facial recognition for payment. So that's how it is. Lu Chen found the nearest operation screen and entered the announcement for leading a dungeon run. The record holder for the Dark Forest solo run is leading a dungeon, seeking sponsors, guaranteed to clear 10 times in 3 hours. After posting the announcement, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the Dark Forest dungeon. By now, quite a few people had gathered at the entrance, and as soon as Lu Chen appeared, he was recognized by the crowd. Hey, you are Lu Chen, right? Are you leading the dungeon run? Lu Chen nodded and said, yes, my best record is a clear time of 15 minutes and 18 seconds. At this moment, someone questioned, 15 minutes? You probably only cleared to the vanguard, right? Before Lu Chen could respond, a bystander spoke up first. Look up at the record board, who are the first and second places. The person looked up and exclaimed, I can't believe it, clearing the dungeon in just 15 minutes. At this moment, everyone began to discuss whether to join Lu Chen's team. Clearing it in 15 minutes means we can do it about 4 times in an hour. Although we only get 10% experience for not fighting monsters in a group, the speed is what matters. I think it's fine. In 3 hours, we should be able to clear it at least 10 times, which is equivalent to getting all the experience from a single run, enough to level up, right? Seeing that everyone was interested, Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, 10 million for 3 hours, at least 10 runs. Upon hearing Lu Chen's offer, everyone immediately became agitated. That's 10 million. Why does it feel like Lu Chen is talking about 1,000 bucks? Isn't that too expensive? I wouldn't spend 100,000 in 4 years of college, and now it's 10 million for 3 hours. It is expensive, but outside, leading a team in a nightmare difficulty dungeon starts at 300,000, not to mention this hidden dungeon in the Dark Forest has hell level difficulty. As expected, such good deals aren't for us commoners. I might as well just grind dungeons on my own. As they spoke, most of the crowd dispersed, leaving only a few to watch the excitement. Just when Lu Chen was worried that no one would join, a graceful figure appeared in front of him. Hey, Shaoan. Lu Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw it was Li Yaoyao and Li Xiaoyun. Hello, what are you two doing here? Li Yaoyao held Li Xiaoyun's hand and said, I just got to school not long ago, and Sister Xiaoyun brought me to get familiar with the campus, so we came over to take a look. Are you going to lead a team in the dungeon again? Lu Chen nodded and replied, yeah, 10 million for 10 runs, all familiar faces, I'll give you a 10% discount. At this moment, Li Xiaoyun saw the dungeon record board and exclaimed, you broke the record? And you joined the Demon Hunter Guild? Lu Chen was a bit puzzled. Didn't Li Baitao tell her? Yeah, this dungeon is quite simple. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyun couldn't help but complain. Anyone could tell that this dungeon was a trash dungeon, and the maze of the hidden dungeon was incredibly time-consuming. Yet Lu Chen cleared it in just 15 minutes, and it was only his first day at school. Seeing this, Li Yaoyao was determined to join Lu Chen in the dungeon. Shaoan, I've transferred 20 million to you, take me and Sister Xiaoyun alone. Just as Li Xiaoyun was about to refuse, Li Yaoyao shook her hand and said, Sister Xiaoyun, by the time we finish, it will be dark, how can you bear to leave me here? With no choice, Li Xiaoyun had to agree to accompany her, but this dungeon had monsters above level 30, and after 10 runs, she should be able to gain about 10% experience. After waiting a few more minutes, 3 more rich second-generation students in their 20s joined the team. Although they didn't fill the group, Lu Chen didn't want to waste time, so he collected the fare and prepared to set off. Just follow me, you don't need to worry about anything else. Don't fight monsters, don't pick up items. As he spoke, Lu Chen led everyone back into the Dark Forest dungeon. Everyone followed behind Lu Chen, amazed at his speed in killing monsters. This was hardly a dungeon run, it felt more like a picnic. The group's pace hardly paused, only stopping briefly at the 2 bosses, the Tauron and the Vanguard. After Lu Chen defeated the Goblin King, it felt like a dream as they finished the dungeon. At this point, the record board for the Dark Forest dungeon was completely dominated by Lu Chen's name in the top 3 spots. Seeing that no new players were joining, Lu Chen directly started the dungeon. 3 hours later, everyone appeared at the entrance of the Dark Forest dungeon, somewhat fatigued. Although Lu Chen did all the damage, everyone just needed to keep up with him. After walking for 3 hours straight, Li Xiaoyun and another student warrior were fine, but Li Yaoyao and the other 2 felt utterly exhausted. As soon as Li Yaoyao exited the dungeon, she slumped onto a bench beside the entrance, fanning herself with her hand and saying, "I'm so tired. Is there really such a thing as a dungeon run? It feels like I've been running for 3 hours." Li Xiaoyun laughed and sat down next to Li Yaoyao, saying, "It is tiring, but you should have leveled up to 19 by now." Li Yaoyao wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied, "Yeah, thanks to Xiaoan, I'm one step closer to reaching level 20 and joining the Demon Hunter Society with the sisters." Lu Chen had completed the dungeon 10 times and was already at level 26, having gained 92%, almost reaching level 27. He glanced at the time, it was already 6:16 p.m., and the dungeon square would close at 6:30 p.m. He could clear a run in as little as 15 minutes, mainly limited by the cooldown time of the Hellfire Purgatory. Thinking of this, Lu Chen tried to ask Li Yaoyao, "Yaoyao, do you have any cooldown reduction items or potions?" Upon hearing this, Li Yaoyao took off a charm from her waist and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took a look at it. Mysterious Mage Emblem, Quality, Silver, Level Requirement, 15, Intelligence plus 100, Mana plus 1000, Cooldown Reduction plus 20%. A 20% cooldown reduction was just right. Lu Chen didn't waste any time, thanked her, and rushed into the dungeon. Li Xiaoyun watched Lu Chen's back, thinking he was simply a dungeon-running maniac. How could he not be tired after running through the dungeon so many times in a row? In just 12.5 minutes, Lu Chen finished the dungeon and reappeared at the entrance, now at level 27. Li Xiaoyun glanced at the record board for the Dark Forest dungeon and was stunned. What kind of monster was this? He completed the dungeon in just 12.5 minutes. Nightmare difficulty completion history, including hidden dungeons, NO. 1. None 12 minutes 26 seconds, Lu Chen 200 points, NO. 2. None 15 minutes 18 seconds, Lu Chen 200 points, NO. 3. Random team 15 minutes 51 seconds, Lu Chen 200 points. At this moment, the top 10 completion records were all dominated by Lu Chen, with none exceeding 16 minutes. After resting for a while and regaining some stamina, Li Yaoyao smiled and said to Lu Chen, "Xiaoan, you're amazing. All the records for this dungeon are dominated by you." Lu Chen looked at the record board and shrugged, saying, "I just wanted to run the dungeon a few more times, and accidentally broke the record." As the sky began to darken, Li Yaoyao and Li Xiaoyun invited Lu Chen to dinner. However, he had several goblin hearts on him and was thinking about identifying them at Blacksmith Street, so he returned Li Yaoyao's charm and bid farewell to the 2. On the way to the teleportation array, he checked the loot from the 11 runs. First, he had obtained Goblin Vanguard orders and backpack expansion crystals, which didn't drop every time. He got 7 Goblin Vanguard orders and 8 backpack expansion crystals. Lu Chen used all the backpack expansion crystals, increasing his backpack space to 100 slots. Since similar items could stack, this 100 slot space was more than enough. The Goblin Vanguard order could only be equipped as a charm, so he planned to sell the extras later. The Goblin Hearts, however, dropped every time he killed the Goblin King, and he now had 13 of them. This time, the consumable loot was quite abundant. He obtained 100 skill stones, 11 breakthrough stones, 496 common magic crystals, and 33 medium magic crystals. He didn't rush to upgrade his skills but headed to the teleportation array. Blacksmith Street was in the southern district of the Divine City University, a bit closer than the central district's administrative building. Lu Chen spent 80 coins to teleport to the Blacksmith Street. There were not many people left on the street, but some stalls were still in operation. He found a gemcrafter's stall and asked, "How much to identify 13 goblin hearts?" The gemcrafter, a bespectacled young man, thought he had misheard and asked, "What? 13? Lu Chen nodded and took out all 13 goblin hearts from his backpack, placing them on the gemcrafter's table. The gemcrafter was stunned by the sight of the 13 goblin hearts. Although goblin hearts weren't particularly rare items, the Dark Forest dungeon took time, and it was rare for someone to bring out so many at once since only one heart dropped from the Goblin King. After thinking for a moment, the gemcrafter said, "I have some gem setting orders that need goblin hearts. Why don't you sell these to me?" Lu Chen felt he wouldn't need so many goblin hearts, but he didn't rush to agree. He put away the hearts, leaving just one on the table. "First, help me identify one. I want to see its attributes." The gemcrafter picked up the goblin heart and held it in his palm. A faint light glowed from his hand, and a few seconds later, the identification was complete. Instead of immediately handing the goblin heart back to Lu Chen, the gemcrafter raised a finger and said, 100 points. Lu Chen had plenty of points, so he paid the gemcrafter directly, who then handed him the identified goblin heart. Goblin heart, gem, agility plus 50. Is that it? He felt cheated as he looked at the gemcrafter. The gemcrafter seemed unfazed and said, even if you remember the attributes of the gem, you can't use it without identification. No wonder they say that job changers spend money, they earn a lot but spend even more. Since the goblin heart was an agility-type gem, perhaps using it as the main gem would lead to suitable equipment for him. Are there any gem combinations with goblin hearts suitable for ranged professions? The gemcrafter thought for a moment and replied, yes, the Goblin King ring has a very high agility bonus. He paused and continued, the materials needed are 3 goblin hearts, but the base material for a 3-socket ring is a bit expensive. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he asked, do you have a base material for a ring around level 27? The gemcrafter rummaged through a nearby safe and took out a black ring. Black iron ring, black iron grade, LV25, all attributes plus 10, gem socket, 3 sockets. Lu Chen took out 2 more goblin hearts, had the gemcrafter identify them, and then set them into the ring. Under the effect of the gem setting technique, the 3 goblin hearts quickly transformed into green light and flew into the 3 sockets of the black iron ring. A flash of green light later, the Goblin King ring appeared. Goblin King ring, 3-socket ring silver grade, LV25, agility 300. The single attribute bonus of this ring was absurdly high. The Goblin Vanguard token, also a silver grade item, only added 150 agility, while the Goblin King ring doubled that bonus. Lu Chen picked up the ring and asked, how many points? The gemcrafter thought for a moment and said, if you sell me all the other goblin hearts, I can waive the setting fee for this ring. You'll only need to pay for the base material and identification fee, totaling 1,200 points. Lu Chen took out all the goblin hearts, leaving 10 remaining. In the end, the gemcrafter bought these goblin hearts at a price of 500 each, and he was also willing to buy the extra 6 Goblin Vanguard tokens for 2,000 points each. Thus, Lu Chen ended up earning 15,800 points. After handling all these matters, he teleported back to the area near his dormitory. I bought some food at the convenience store in the dorm area and went straight to bed when I got back. So tired. Today was quite fruitful. Looking at the 110 skill stones and 14 breakthrough stones in my backpack, my skills should be able to improve further. Which skill should I upgrade first? I opened the skill list, and the highest level skill was the second tier level 19 Inferno Barrage. Inferno Barrage, Mythical level 2, LV19, Epic level 1 Gunfighting, LV10, Master level 1 Firepower Suppression, LV9, Diamond level 1 Blink Leap, LV9, Golden level 1 Brave Grenadier, LV9, Golden level 1 Life Shield, LV1. Inferno Barrage is indeed a divine skill, and it should be my priority for upgrading. Next is Gunfighting. At the second tier, it unlocked the ability to use gun attachments. If I further enhance it, I might be able to attach more guns, significantly boosting my sustained damage output. Other skills are also useful, but with the limited skill stones, I can only prioritize upgrading a portion of them. At the peak of the second tier, skill breakthroughs require 2 breakthrough stones and 4 skill stones, while upgrading to the third tier requires 4 skill stones for each level. After consuming 4 breakthrough stones and 98 skill stones, both Inferno Barrage and Gunfighting were upgraded to the peak of the third tier, level 29. To continue upgrading the skills, I need to consume 4 breakthrough stones and 1 skill core for the breakthrough. Principal Yi Zhengtian promised to give me 10 skill cores after I returned from the wasteland. The upgrades for these 2 skills will have to wait until the subsequent rewards are distributed. Inferno Barrage, Mythical level 3, LV29, summons 31 rounds of artillery fire in a radius of 100 meters, with each round consisting of 30 regular shells and 1 white phosphorus incendiary shell. Each regular shell deals 2,900 plus agility attribute *3, 1 damage, and each white phosphorus shell ignites the target and the surrounding ground, dealing 1,000 plus intelligence *2 magic damage per second. Consumes 600 mana, cooldown 5 minutes. Gunfighting, Epic level 3, LV29. The firearms are almost integrated with you, like a part of your body, establishing a close mental connection with the guns. You can now automatically fire 2 attached firearms without manual operation, and the bullets can change direction within a certain range. Consumes 20 mana, cooldown 1 second. The damage of the Inferno Barrage skill has further increased. Preliminary calculations show that if only considering single target burst damage, Inferno Barrage could deal nearly 20 million points of damage. It's hard to imagine what kind of monster could survive such terrifying bombardment. The improvement in gunfighting skill seems not very significant, although increasing the number of attached firearms can notably enhance my sustained damage output. It corresponds to a large investment of skill stones. I can only hope that this skill will bring me other surprises later. With 12 skill stones left, I thought for a moment and decided to consume 8 skill stones to raise the life shield skill to level 9. Although offense is the best defense, having a defensive skill to deal with unknown dangers is still very necessary. Life shield, golden level 1, LV9. Generates a shield upon use, with a shield value of 500 plus health *0. 9, lasting for 5 minutes. Consumes 100 mana, cooldown time 10 minutes. The consumption of skill stones is indeed increasing. After all the operations, only 4 skill stones remain. I still need to run more dungeons to farm some skill stones. Now that gunfighting has an additional attached firearm, it seems I need to acquire another weapon. After searching for a while, I finally found a suitable weapon among the shotguns. Dragon Roar, silver level. Continuous shooting will charge the Dragon Roar magic bullet. Critical hits will increase the charging speed, and once fully charged, it can create a large area shockwave attack. From the weapon introduction, due to my critical hits with every shot, the charging speed for the Dragon Roar magic bullet will be extremely fast. The shockwave damage of the Dragon Roar magic bullet is similar to the burning damage of white phosphorus shells, unaffected by the automatic headshot talent, making its area attack a strong supplement to my group damage. I bought the Dragon Roar, added a kinetic muzzle, and reinforced it once, costing Liu Chen 30 million Dragon Yuan. It was a painful feeling. I had just earned 50 million Dragon Yuan today, and in the blink of an eye, I spent more than half. The content currently unlocked by the system is still very limited, and a huge amount of funds will be needed for future purchases. It seems I still need to find a faster way to make money. Holding the Dragon Roar, it is a pump-action shotgun, with a blue dragon coiling around the gun body, the muzzle merging with the dragon's head, as if the huge dragon mouth is about to emit a dragon's roar. Dragon Roar +1, kinetic muzzle quality, silver level requirement, 20 ammo capacity, 9 rounds, each small magic crystal replenishes 9 rounds of ammunition. Attack speed, extremely slow attack power, 200-2400 Dragon Roar magic bullet, each shot charges 1 point, critical hits charge 2 points, and charging 10 points can create a semicircular shockwave attack with a diameter of 6 meters, dealing 2400 plus agility *1. 1 damage within the area. Looking at the weapon introduction for Dragon Roar, Liu Chen felt pained by the money spent on microtransactions, but he also exclaimed that the money was well spent. Glancing at the time, it was already late, and thinking about the dungeon task tomorrow, he quickly washed up. After a tiring day, he soon fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, a gigantic eyeball floated in the air, as if watching him. After shooting it down, countless worms crawled out from the corpse, rushing towards him. The next morning, Liu Chen woke up feeling quite well, although he had a nightmare. It thankfully didn't last long. After getting up and washing his face, he felt refreshed. Looking at the time, it was already 7:30, so he hurried downstairs and teleported to the front of the administrative building. At this time, Vice President Gao Chang of the Super God Academy was already waiting there, accompanied by 7 students. They should be the students from the preparatory class of the Super God Academy that Principal Yi mentioned yesterday. I don't know the specifics of this preparatory class, but from the name, it is likely a talent training base set up by the Super God Academy itself. Liu Chen approached Gao Chang and the group. Gao Cheng glanced at the time and said, "You're not late, you have some sense of time." Gao Cheng gestured for him to stand with the students from the Super God Academy preparatory class. Under the surprised gazes of the 7 students, Liu Chen joined the line. Once everyone was present, Gao Cheng said, "This mission is of great importance." Saying this, Gao Cheng pointed at Liu Chen and continued, "This is the newly crowned national champion of this year, Liu Chen." On his first day at school yesterday, he broke the historical record of the Dark Forest dungeon. I know you 7 are proud and arrogant prodigies, almost on the verge of entering the Super God Academy. You might not like him, to be honest, I don't like him either. At this point, the 7 preparatory class students suppressed their laughter, secretly glancing at Liu Chen. But he is the national champion personally selected by Professor Gondao. Principal Yi Zhengtian strongly recommended him as an SSS level hidden profession, a master of firearms. You can compete privately, but if personal grudges affect this mission, you will lose your heads when you return. Do you understand? The 8 members of the task force, including Liu Chen, replied in unison, "Understood." After saying this, Gao Chang revealed a smile that was even more unsightly than crying, leaning closer to Liu Chen and asking, "How is it? Is the card face enough?" Lu Chen was unclear about why Gao Chang was doing this. Clearly, they had been at odds just yesterday, yet today he was actively helping him integrate into the task force. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Director Gao. I will give it my all." Gao Chang took out 2 items from his backpack, one in each hand, and first extended his left hand, saying, "This is a bidirectional teleportation stone prepared for this mission. It can teleport between the central area of Shindu University, where we are, and the outer camp north of the Guyuan Fortress, near the Rotten Abyss. In a moment, everyone will use this to teleport to the destination. After the mission ends, return it to me. If lost, you will have to walk back to school from the vast wilderness." After saying this, Gao Chang extended his right hand, revealing a talisman. He continued, "This is an instant teleportation talisman, set to teleport to the Guyuan Fortress. If any danger arises during the mission in the abyss, use the talisman immediately to escape. Each of you will receive one of these." With that, Gao Chang handed the 2 items to a tall boy and continued, "Lin Xiao, you are the captain of this mission. Remember, if the number of retreating personnel reaches 3 or more, immediately stop the mission and retreat everyone." Lin Xiao took the teleportation stone and talisman, replying, "Understood, Director." Then, Gao Chang distributed the teleportation stones and talismans to everyone and instructed them to begin teleporting. Lu Chen put away the talisman and watched as the others began to disappear from their spots. He held the teleportation stone and clicked on the outer camp of the Rotten Abyss. The moment the teleportation stone activated, Lu Chen felt as if he were being sucked into a pure white void, surrounded by an invisible force that was rapidly whisking him away. The teleportation took a bit longer than expected, even exceeding the time it took him to teleport from Mingtian City to Shindu University. After about 20 seconds, he endured the dizziness and finally made it through. The Shindu University task force had all arrived at the outer camp of the Rotten Abyss, 160,000 kilometers from Shindu. What greeted their eyes was a dim sky. Even in the morning, it seemed shrouded in an unshakable black mist. A team of imperial soldiers from the Guyuan fortress welcomed them, and an officer began a warm conversation with Gao Chang. "Old Gao, you have to trouble your academy's genius students again this time." Gao Chang waved his hand and said, "Don't talk about genius students. This is a real battlefield, where only life and death matter. This experience is a valuable opportunity for them to accumulate practical combat experience." The officer laughed heartily. "Ha, I won't say any more polite words. Come with me to the command center." While they talked, Lu Chen observed the camp around him. In this desolate place shrouded in thick fog and shadows, the imperial military camp stood like an island. The camp was tightly surrounded by towering alloy walls, which shimmered with a layer of sturdy energy shields, defending against the attacks of the dark mist's demonic creatures. Inside the camp, rows of field dormitories made of alloy plates were neatly arranged, with enough space between them to ensure quick assembly and evacuation in emergencies. The military should now have a mature modular alloy camp construction system. In the 4 corners of the camp, sentinels were vigilantly observing the surroundings from tall watchtowers. Visibility under the black mist was not good, so perhaps they had special equipment to see through it. Arriving at the center of the camp, outside the entrance to the abyss made of stacked black boulders, there was a team of soldiers on guard. The command center was next to the entrance of the abyss, half of it located underground, forming a semi-subterranean structure also made of alloy plates. A group of people walked into the command center, but it was not filled with battle plans and blueprints as they had imagined, nor were there busy staff officers. Lu Chen felt a bit puzzled. Was the main force of the army not here? At that moment, the command center only had a huge display screen, which showed the introduction to the Rotting Tomb dungeon. At the invitation of the officer, everyone found their seats. "Let me introduce myself briefly. I am the deputy commander of the Empire's military operation, Guan Mao. There are still some dungeons in the magic cave that have not been cleared. The brave soldiers of the Empire are currently fighting. Although the magic cave is dangerous, outside the major dungeons, the monsters have been mostly cleared, leaving only some finishing work. I will send people to enter the magic cave with you. Please do not act independently away from the group. To avoid unnecessary casualties, you must follow orders." At this point, Guan Mao glanced at Gao Chang and continued, "Director Gao should have explained the use of teleportation stones and teleportation symbols to you. Please remember, safety first." After finishing, Guan Mao walked to the display screen and pointed at the introduction of the Rotting Tomb. "The introduction to the dungeon is here. I will emphasize a few important points. First, there may be toxic gas in the dungeon, so please pay attention to changes in the surrounding environment. If a toxic environment appears, those in priest professions should purify it in time. Second, based on past experience, the types of monsters in the dungeon should be demons and worms. Demons are warrior-type monsters, while worms are more agile, so be cautious. Third, there have been no signs of demon gods found in other dungeons within the magic cave, so the final boss of this dungeon may be a demon god. However, due to the level restrictions of the dungeon, the demon god's level can only reach the dungeon's upper limit. If a demon god appears, attempt to attack, and if it cannot be resolved, everyone should retreat immediately. Lu Chen's expression changed rapidly. Another demon god? So the demon god is now specifically targeting human newcomers, right? The other 7 members of the special team were also worried. Although they were all exceptionally talented, entering the Super God Academy's preparatory class with SS level or above professions, they had no experience facing a demon god. The thought of potentially encountering the underworld demon god sent chills down their spines. At this moment, Gao Chang, sitting nearby, glanced at Lu Chen and said, "Speaking of demon gods, we actually have a godslayer among the students we brought." In the command center, everyone looked at each other in confusion, not knowing who Gao Chang was referring to as the godslayer. A few students from the special team looked at Lin Xiao, who usually performed the best among them. They felt that if there was a godslayer among them, it would most likely be Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao also sensed everyone's gaze. He was well aware of his own strength. Although the paladin profession had excellent offense and defense, he was still clear about the gap between himself and a demon god. Lin Xiao secretly shook his head, thinking that this godslayer couldn't possibly be Lu Chen, the outsider that Gao Chang brought in. At this moment, Lu Chen felt extremely unlucky. Who would want to encounter something like a demon god, and a godslayer at that? They were discussing demon gods here, and if one really showed up, he wanted to see how they would handle it. Guan Mao, as the deputy commander of the Northern Expedition operation at the Guyuan Fortress, had been through life and death on the battlefield for many years. He could tell at a glance whether a soldier standing in front of him had killed before and whether they dared to kill. At this moment, he scrutinized the 8 seated students and immediately noticed the killing intent in Lu Chen's eyes. The killing intent he saw was not the murderous aura that soldiers developed from fighting on the battlefield, it was a chilling aura that came from facing endless fear and being able to confront everything calmly. For a brief moment, Guan Mao had the illusion that if they met on the battlefield, the student in front of him would attack him without hesitation. Seeing that Guan Mao was staring at Lu Chen, Gao Cheng clapped his hands and said, "As expected of the wolf of Guyuan, old Guan, your instincts are sharp." Guan Mao heard this and thought it sounded like a compliment, but it felt a bit strange. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, the incident at the exam dungeon this year. The student who killed the demon eye of the underworld demon god couldn't be this one, could he? You must be Lu Chen, right? Lu Chen was a bit surprised to hear this. His name was known even by the troops stationed at the Great Wall. In fact, the mishap during this exam dungeon incident ultimately stemmed from the lack of rigor in last year's military operations at the 9 borders of the Great Wall. This led to a dungeon containing a demon god not being thoroughly cleared before appearing in the exam venue. Because of this incident, especially at the 3 major fortresses in the vast wilderness, all military personnel held a meeting, discussing discipline issues for several hours. Guan Mao had represented the Guyuan Fortress in a national video conference. How could he forget the name Lu Chen? Lu Chen stood up and replied to Guan Mao's inquiry, "Sir, I am Lu Chen." Guan Mao stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, "Truly, heroes emerge from youth." After saying this, Guan Mao turned his gaze to the other students and continued, "The future will ultimately belong to you. You will be the guardians of the Empire's citizens and the pioneers of the Empire's borders. And today is the moment for you to serve the country." In an instant, the emotions of the 8 members of the Special Task Force were stirred by Guan Mao, feeling an impulse to confront even the demon god if it appeared. Gao Chang secretly cast a look of approval at Guan Mao. Seeing the gloom brought by the demon god dissipate, Guan Mao organized everyone to prepare to enter the dungeon. The group walked out of the command center, where a formation of 30 imperial soldiers stood neatly at the entrance. Upon seeing Guan Mao and the others come out, the soldiers made way, and everyone followed Guan Mao to the open space in the center of the formation. Then, under the protection of the soldiers, they walked toward the entrance of the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon was essentially a teleportation portal. If the dungeon had not been breached or controlled by humans, monsters would continuously pour out, rampaging through the human realm. Passing through the entrance, Lu Chen saw the decayed state of the dungeon, which was different from the withered forest-like dungeon during the exam. In the dim environment, the stench of rotting flesh filled the air, making the few members of the Special Task Force who were entering a dungeon for the first time feel a bit nauseous. Here, every step felt like stepping into slime. This slime was dark red, possibly the blood left behind from a recent brutal battle. Guan Mao led everyone forward in the dungeon, and with each distance they covered, a light orb would appear, illuminating the surrounding environment. Along the way, they passed several sealed dungeon entrances, which had likely been cleared by the Imperial Army. Before long, they arrived at the destination of this mission, the Decayed Tomb Dungeon. Guan Mao stopped in front of the dungeon entrance, and the adjutant distributed supplies to each of the 8 members of the special task force. Lu Chen received the supplies and examined them. Imperial Army Standard Combat Supplies. After use, gain health potion *5, mana potion *5, individual rations, and drinking water. Finally, Guan Mao gave a few last instructions, and under Lin Xiao's lead, the special task force entered the dungeon entrance. Upon entering the Decayed Tomb Dungeon, the smell was even stronger than outside. Lin Xiao stood in front of the 7 and said, "Remember our mission for this dungeon, obtain the dungeon core. The smell here is very intense. If anyone experiences a drop in health due to poisoning, be sure to speak up, and I, along with Xiao Yueyong, will provide treatment." After saying this, Lin Xiao looked at a tall, muscular man. "Sure Dahu, you and I will go ahead." Sure Dahu replied in a deep voice, "Okay." Lin Xiao then looked at a boy dressed as a swordsman and said, "Ai Xiaohai, you take the rear." Ai Xiaohai's profession is that of a swordsman, wielding 2 long swords, and he agreed, "Alright." Lin Xiao continued, "Lu Chen, Xiao Yueyang, Annie, Pandora, and Shijilin, you all take the center. Pay attention to the rhythm of attacks and skill casting." With the special task force formation arranged, everyone set off cautiously. Ahead lay what seemed like an endless graveyard, a stone path winding into the distance. Due to the black mist, no one could see what lay at the end of the stone path. Seeing the team begin to move, Lu Chen took out the demon exorcising sacred flame and dragon roar. The few people in front couldn't see, but the swordsman Ai Xiaohai at the back could see clearly. "Lu Chen, I know your dual wielding style, but what kind of style are those 2 shotguns?" Lu Chen turned around and saw Ai Xiaohai staring at his 2 shotguns, so he simply threw the guns towards Ai Xiaohai. Ai Xiaohai never expected such a move. "Those are guns, not firewood." Just as he was about to swing his sword to block, he saw that the guns did not fly towards him but instead hovered in midair, swaying left and right. With his hands free, Lu Chen took out 2 more berserk puppies and said, "If we're talking about styles, I guess I should be the 10,000 guns style, though I only have 4 for now." The few people moving forward were initially displeased with the 2 joking around at such a dangerous moment, but upon seeing the 2 shotguns flying in the air, they looked on as if they had encountered a monster. Sherdaho looked at the 2 shotguns spinning in the air, took a deep breath, and threw his giant axe into the air, seemingly wanting to test if physics had ceased to exist. The heavy axe quickly fell back to the ground, nearly crushing Sherdaho's foot. Holding a teddy bear, Annie laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Sherdaho, whose good person is controlling the axe? Sherdaho, feeling disgruntled, picked up the giant axe and said, "This good person in front of you is also controlling the shotguns." Lin Xiao initially wanted to reprimand everyone, but he keenly noticed that after this little farce, the tension among the group had eased somewhat. Due to the nature of his profession, he was trained as a team commander in the Super God Academy's preparatory class. His long-term combat and command experience told him that a certain level of tension is beneficial, but excessive tension could severely distort tactics and lead to irreparable consequences. He did not blame anyone but simply reminded them, "Stay alert, let's continue." The atmosphere of the task force was no longer so heavy, and everyone felt their steps had become much lighter. Lu Chen watched the 2 shotguns swaying around in the air. After his gunfighting technique reached the 3rd tier, although the additional firearms were few, only one, it seemed much more agile than before. Besides being able to control the 2 guns to move freely in the air, they seemed to have their own consciousness, making some movements on their own when Lu Chen was not operating them. For instance, now, the 2 guns turned towards Lu Chen, swaying up and down wildly, as if nodding. After walking a few steps, the 2 guns suddenly fired at 2 empty graves. In the astonished gazes of the others, the graves erupted with rotting black soil, and the bullets created a hole, revealing a gray-brown headless worm corpse before everyone. Hearing the gunfire, Lin Xiao immediately entered a state of readiness and asked, "Lu Chen, what's going on?" But just as he finished asking, the surrounding graves began to shake violently, and soon, worms with 2 massive fangs appeared before them. Worm Devourer level, LV 25 strength, 1000 constitution, 1000 agility, 2000 intelligence, 500 health, 10,000 magic, 5,000 blood of the underworld, 4-dimensional attributes *10 burrowing. For worms, burrowing is quite scientific. Please note, the Worm Devourer may launch attacks from underground. Charge, after locking onto a target, accelerate towards it, dealing massive damage. After Lu Chen finished checking the information on the Worm Devourer, he immediately shouted, "Watch your feet. The worms might come up from underground." Hearing this, Lin Xiao quickly began to command, "Shijilin, shield. Hurry." Shijilin conjured a stationary clock with a pointer in his hand and threw it onto the ground beneath everyone. The clock rapidly spread out, transforming the ground into a massive clock face with a radius of 10 meters, forming a hemispherical energy shield. Lu Chen didn't care about tactical coordination, he had always been about unleashing firepower and slaughtering everything in his path. Activating fire suppression, his attack speed bonus reached a terrifying 275.4%. 4 guns fired simultaneously. Bang bang bang. Da-day-day-day-day-day. 2 shotguns automatically aimed, taking down a worm devourer that had emerged from its grave with a single shot. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, wielding dual fury dogs, abandoned aiming altogether. Since the enemies were coming from the ground, he sprayed bullets wildly across the surface. The bullets, after being angled just right, shot straight into the dark soil. Although the fury dog's penetration wasn't strong, the worm devourers close to the surface were all hit. Typically, it took 2 to 3 shots from a fury dog to kill a worm devourer, but under Lu Chen's extreme attack speed bonus, the firing rate reached 13 rounds per second. Lin Xiao and the others waited in vain for the worm devourers to appear, only witnessing Lu Chen's bizarre scene of frantically shooting at the ground. Shirdahu, holding a giant axe, watched Lu Chen's actions and couldn't understand what he was doing. Damn, Lu Chen, what are you doing? The worm devourers burst forth from the ground in all directions around the shield, using their charge skill to leap out, shooting into the sky like a swarm of gray arrows, ready to launch a deadly aerial assault. Unable to wait for Lu Chen's response, Shirdahu turned to prepare for the incoming worm devourers. Lu Chen also spotted the worm devourers flying towards the group and raised a fury dog to change his attack direction, a line of fire sweeping past Shirdahu. Annie, whose class was Ice Flame Apostle, a dual caster of fire and ice, held a fireball in one hand and an ice spike in the other, but couldn't find a suitable target in the first few seconds of the battle. Every time Annie prepared to lock onto a target, the worm devourer would almost simultaneously be shot down by Lu Chen's bullets, leaving her feeling a wave of frustration. Being short, Annie nervously searched for a target and ended up standing next to Shirdahu, hiding behind him. Standing together, the towering Shirdahu, over 2 meters tall, and Annie made Lu Chen look like a beast beside a little girl. A few seconds later, the worm devourers that had initiated the aerial assault were all intercepted by Lu Chen, the humanoid anti-aircraft gun. Annie, having not found a suitable target, felt a bit annoyed and casually threw the fireball and ice spike to the ground. At that moment, a worm devourer that had slipped through the cracks emerged from the ground, its mouth wide open, 2 massive fangs frantically attacking the ground barrier. The fireball and ice spike Annie had thrown pierced through its gaping mouth, creating a dual-element explosion, instantly killing the worm devourer. At this point, the gunfire ceased, and this wave of assault finally came to an end. The greed pot hanging at Lu Chen's waist flickered, and the magic crystals dropped by the surrounding worm devourers were all collected by him. Plus 28 ordinary magic crystals. Shirdahu looked at the worm devourer killed by Annie on the ground, scratched his head, and finally seemed to understand something. Lu Chen, there were a lot of these worms under our feet just now, right? Standing nearby with her arms crossed, Pandora twirled her dagger, then, holding the blade tip, extended her hand and tapped the hilt of the dagger against Shirdahu's head. Your reaction is way too slow. The exam ended before you remembered the answers. The dagger struck Shirdahu's head as if it had hit steel. He scratched his head and laughed. There were so many monsters just now, my brain couldn't keep up. Pandora sheathed her dagger, and Lin Xiao walked over, saying, Lu Chen, your performance just now was truly outstanding. With you on this mission, we should be able to complete it smoothly. Lu Chen put away his gun and replied, it's just a small scene. The worm devourers attacking from underground are a bit troublesome. Everyone should still be careful. Time Guardian Jilan spoke up, don't worry, my time-stopping barrier has a high shield value. As long as everyone has enough firepower, I can provide protection. Xiao Yueyang added, I also have a shield. If anything unexpected happens, I can ensure everyone's safety. Lu Chen nodded. The special team was well equipped, with frontline, output, and support all in place. Alright, let's continue moving forward. Pay attention to the sounds of my 2 shotguns, they are both auto-targeting. The group reorganized and set off again. They encountered several waves of worm devourer attacks along the way, but Lu Chen easily dealt with them. Shirdahu had not been able to join in at all. Several times he raised his giant axe, but the worm devourers were killed by Lu Chen, leaving him disgruntled. My big axe is already itching for action. He was then lightly tapped on the head by Pandora. Shirdahu, you just need to be ready to take hits as a meat shield. Shirdahu seemed to dislike being called a meat shield and shouted, I am a warrior, a Xuanwu warrior, not a meat shield. At that moment, the rear guard, Ai Xiaohai, said softly, Xuanwu? Isn't that just a turtle? Still a meat shield. Everyone burst into laughter, and Lin Xiao was in a good mood, having easily passed through several attacks, making everyone relax a lot. However, as the team commander, he remained tense, keeping a close watch on the last thread of the team's safety. Lu Chen checked the mini-map and noticed that the number of graves hidden in the black mist ahead had significantly decreased, replaced by a sparse and strange forest. From the map, these trees were actually white, with similarly white branches that looked like bones. To avoid revealing the existence of the mini-map, he pretended to be deep in thought as he stared ahead. When Lin Xiao noticed his actions, he finally spoke up. The terrain ahead has changed, there may be other monsters appearing, so everyone be careful. Lin Xiao followed his gaze but couldn't see the terrain changes due to the black mist. Nevertheless, Lu Chen's warning caught Lin Xiao's attention, and he called for the laughing group to focus. Everyone, concentrate, don't let your guard down too much. Remember, we are still in a monster lair. Continue moving forward. Shi Daho hoisted his giant axe and caught up with Lin Xiao. The others also heightened their vigilance, watching for potential threats around them as they continued. After walking for a while, they caught a glimpse of several dead trees through the black mist. As they got closer, the sight before them sent chills down their spines. Each of these dead trees was actually a massive white bone, with branches resembling ribs, and strands of hair tangled in them. Looking down along the hair, they saw bloody corpses hanging from the bone trees. Since the mini-map was a satellite image, Lu Chen hadn't seen these heads earlier. Now, seeing them made his back feel cold. Lin Xiao stopped. The team had just experienced several sudden attacks from the worm devourers, and now everyone in the special team was much more cautious. Pandora strode forward with her long legs, skillfully twirling her two daggers, and approached Lin Xiao, saying, "Captain, let me go ahead and take a look." Seeing it was Pandora, Lin Xiao nodded. "Alright, be careful, and retreat promptly if you encounter danger." Then he spoke to the remaining crowd. "Everyone, stay alert and be on guard." Pandora turned back and gave everyone a charming smile, saying, "Wait for me, okay?" After saying that, Pandora's body gradually blended into the surrounding environment. In just a few seconds, she was completely invisible. At that moment, a sudden bang came from Shidahu. Shidahu cried out in pain, covering the back of his head, and looked down at Annie behind him, dissatisfied. "Why did you hit me?" Annie covered her face and shook her head, ignoring Shidahu. A light, playful laugh came from the front, gradually fading away. Lu Chen was very interested in Pandora's skill. Although he was used to being reckless, this invisibility skill was also very useful for a ranged unit. AI Xiaohai seemed to notice Lu Chen's confusion and whispered, "Pandora's class is a phantom assassin. If it's a one-on-one fight, very few people in our preparatory class can gain the upper hand against her." Lu Chen nodded, deeply agreeing. A foe that could appear and disappear like that would indeed be difficult to deal with if one didn't have true sight skills to break her invisibility. But for Lu Chen, whether invisible or not didn't matter. As long as he controlled the gunplay, he didn't need to see the enemy for the weapon to attack on its own, just like the worm devourer hidden underground earlier. He didn't speak further, took out a bottle of mana potion, and drank it to replenish some mana. Previously, every time he went into a dungeon, he leveled up too quickly, and his mana was replenished before he could use it all. The speed of leveling up would surely slow down, so he needed to find some equipment to boost his intelligence or mana cap. Everyone quietly waited in place, always ready to face the enemies in the black mist. Suddenly, a corpse on a bone tree in front seemed to sway, and then the body broke off at the neck, the headless corpse falling from the bone tree. Instead of crashing to the ground as imagined, it stood upright on the ground. Demon puppet level, LV 25 strength, 2000 constitution, 2000 agility, 1000 intelligence, 1000 health, 20,000 mana, 5000 demonic blood, 4-dimensional attributes * 10 demonic fire. Throws demonic fire at the target. Demonic curse, its attacks carry a demonic curse. The cursed will gradually go blind and lose health continuously. Everyone was stunned by the bizarre scene before them, and the next sight made their hair stand on end. A bloody pair of hands from the headless corpse suddenly ignited in flames, swirling around as if searching for a target. At that moment, two daggers pierced out from the chest of the headless corpse, and then it fell straight down. "It's Sister Dora," Annie said, tightly hugging her teddy bear. Soon, a light breeze brought a scent of roses, and Pandora reappeared before everyone, having dispelled her invisibility. Lin Xiao quickly asked, "How is it?" Pandora held the daggers tightly, with some blood still on the blades. "The corpses hanging on the trees here should all be this kind of monster. Have you seen them before?" Lin Xiao nodded and said, "I checked the school's data before coming here. This should be a demon puppet, with a health value of 20,000. Moreover, it's a monster that excels in both melee and ranged combat. The flames in that demon puppet's hands just now are demonic fire." Everyone was astonished that Pandora could instantly kill a demon puppet with 20,000 health. Lu Chen calculated as well, 2 shotguns were certainly enough to take down a demon puppet, but the rabid little dog might need 5 to 6 shots. Just as he was about to inform everyone to use the artillery purgatory skill to clear the field, Lin Xiao brought an important piece of news. These demon puppets have no minds, they are completely under the control of the demons. According to the data, where demon puppets appear, there is a high probability that an elite boss demon's offspring is sleeping nearby. Lin Xiao said this and looked at everyone, asking, "Does anyone have any thoughts?" The group exchanged glances, and then they all turned to Lu Chen. Lu Chen opened his hands, holding 2 furious little dogs, and looked at Pandora, asking, "Did you figure out how many demon puppets were ahead?" At that moment, Pandora was wiping the blood off her dagger with a tissue and replied, "I didn't dare to go too far. I counted the places I visited, and there were about 100. Lu Chen thought for a moment and continued, "How many bone trees did you see?" 10, Pandora answered without hesitation. Lu Chen thought to himself that if one bone tree had 10 demon puppets hanging from it, he could determine their number by looking at how many bone trees were displayed on the mini-map. He opened the mini-map, the bone forest wasn't large, and he could see its entirety on the mini-map. After counting carefully, he found that there were actually 40 to 50 bone trees in this area. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he slowly said, "The number of demon puppets ahead should be over 400, even 500. The members of the special team cast him strange looks. "What? So many?" Pandora said incredulously. Others might have only seen her take down a demon puppet with 20,000 health points in one hit, but because they were unaware of the enemy's situation, that was her full power strike. With 2 daggers enhanced by the power of the void mirror, plus the 5-fold damage from a surprise attack from behind, she managed to kill it. If she had encountered a second demon puppet right after, she would likely have been in a tough battle, let alone facing 4 to 500. The others felt the same way, except for Shirdaho, whose thought process was always on a different wavelength. Excitement filled his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "If you ask me, we should evenly distribute these 500 demon puppets later. No one should compete with me." Everyone chose to selectively ignore Shirdaho. Bang! Only Pandora's dagger handle responded to him. Shirdaho covered his head, seemingly recalling something, and said, "Did you just hit my head?" Pandora spoke as if nothing had happened, softly saying, "You deserved it." Lin Xiao interrupted their argument, looking at Lu Chen. Although he didn't know how Lu Chen could determine the number of monsters, everyone had their own secrets, and that might be the foundation of his survival. Lin Xiao didn't intend to dig deeper. He asked, "Lu Chen, what are your thoughts?" Lu Chen was also hesitant at this moment. The best approach would be to lure the demon puppets on the outskirts of the bone forest out and gather them in the center. Then, Lu Chen could use a barrage of artillery to wipe them out easily. However, according to Lin Xiao, there might also be the presence of an elite boss demon's offspring here. If he encountered the demon's offspring during the cooldown period after the artillery strike, Lu Chen didn't have absolute confidence in winning. So he didn't answer Lin Xiao directly but instead asked, "Lin Xiao, can you and Shijilin and Xiao Yueyang's shields withstand the ranged attacks of these demon puppets?" Lin Xiao looked at Shijilin and Xiao Yueyang and said, "It would be a bit difficult with 500 all at once, but if it's just the ranged attacks of the demon fire, we should be able to withstand the attacks of about 100 demon puppets at a time." After saying this, Lin Xiao looked at the 2 shotguns floating in the air and asked, "Can your firepower ensure that the demon puppets don't get close?" Lu Chen nodded firmly. Even without using fire suppression skills, the rapid fire rate of the rampaging puppy reached 9 shots per second, which meant 18 shots per second with 2 guns. If it took 5 to 6 shots to take down a demon puppet, Lu Chen could eliminate 3 every second, not counting the 2 shotguns. Including those, the number could rise to 5 per second, meaning that 100 demon puppets would only take about 25 seconds. If fire suppression was activated, that number could drop further to under 15 seconds. As long as he slowed his advance and didn't wake all the demon puppets at once, Lu Chen was confident he could hunt down all these monsters. After witnessing Lu Chen's storm-like attacks, Lin Xiao believed he had the strength to do so. Lin Xiao made a quick decision and said, "Everyone maintain formation. Lu Chen will be the main attacker, and the rest should watch for any stragglers. I will first cast a shield, followed by Shijilin, and finally Xiao Yuyang. If the shield starts to drop rapidly, report immediately. AI Xiaohai and Shirdaho, be alert for any close-range demon puppets. You are allowed to leave the team up to 5 meters to initiate an attack, and return to the team immediately after the fight." Everyone adjusted their statuses and prepared for battle. The task force maintained a combat stance and slowly moved forward until they entered Lu Chen's attack range. To avoid startling the enemy, Lu Chen switched his gunplay mode to controlled shooting as he advanced. Now within the attack range of all firearms, Lu Chen reminded them, the show is about to begin. He switched the controlled shooting mode back to hostile target shooting, and the two shotguns fired like wild horses, crazily shooting at the demon puppets in the trees. Bang! Bang! The bullets did not hit the heads hanging from the trees but instead struck the chests of the demon puppets. With the experience of killing the eye of the demon, Lu Chen knew that the automatic headshot talent was not limited to the conventional meaning of head. The head in his heart, the fingertip, and even the asterisk head were all targets. Wherever the fatal weakness was, the automatic headshot would lock onto it. The rampaging puppy in his hands showed no signs of stopping, continuously pouring out bullets. Day. Many demon puppets hanging on the bone trees were killed before they even had a chance to land. The time interval from awakening to attacking was quite long, which was why Lu Chen dared to face 500 demon puppets. Seeing this, Lin Xiao held his skills tightly, waiting for the demon puppets to attack before releasing them to maximize their effectiveness. At that moment, demon puppets began to drop from the bone trees near the task force, charging towards them. Lu Chen was firing with all his might, and the dragon roar occasionally unleashed a shockwave. Although the shockwave's damage was not enough to kill the demon puppets, it did push several back. However, with so many monsters, a few demon puppets that dodged Lu Chen's hail of bullets raised their hands, ready to unleash the demon fire. Lin Xiao quickly released his skill, Holy Light Guardian. A golden holy light expanded from Lin Xiao, creating a semicircular energy shield with a radius of 10 meters that enveloped the task force members. Several demon fires landed on the energy shield, causing waves of energy to ripple. Seeing the approaching demon puppets, Annie threw her toy bear directly at them. Bear big! The toy bear transformed in midair into a 3-meter-tall flaming giant bear, slapping the demon puppet and sending it flying. Flames spread across the demon puppet from the point of impact. Lin Xiao swung his holy sword, striking at the demon puppet from a distance, sending a golden sword aura slicing through the air, cleaving it in two. Amidst the hail of bullets, Shirdahu paid no mind to the fierce battle ahead. After all, he was a melee fighter and couldn't join in. He gripped the giant axe tightly, his eyes wide as he stared intently at the area within 5 meters in front of him, murmuring softly, "Come in, come in, come in." Under Lu Chen's terrifying firepower suppression, the number of demon puppets that could cross the fire line and reach the range of the demon fire was not many. Time Kiran was also focused on the battle ahead, and finally, he spotted a few demon puppets standing together. A clock with a wildly spinning hand materialized in his hand and was thrown at the demon puppets. As the first clock hung in the air, another identical clock followed closely behind, both flying towards the demon puppets. The first clock landed on the bloody body of a demon puppet, as if it had stuck to it. When the second clock fell, the two clocks immediately exploded. Boom! Although the explosion did not kill the demon puppets, they seemed to be frozen in place, maintaining the posture of throwing demon fire. Seeing this, Lu Chen adjusted his shooting direction, and a line of fire swept over, killing the few demon puppets. At this point, the number of demon puppets had clearly decreased, with about 100 of them having been killed just moments ago. Lin Xiao shouted, "Advance slowly." The task force maintained their formation and moved forward slowly, the Holy Light Guardian following their advance, moving gradually. As the team progressed, the gunfire attracted more demon puppets from the bone trees, and these monsters began to awaken and fall from the trees. The gunfire showed no signs of stopping, but as they delved deeper into the bone forest, the number of awakened demon puppets began to increase. The damage from the frenzied puppies had created a gap in firepower, and several demon puppets dodged the hail of bullets and rushed into the range of the demon fire. The energy fluctuations on the Holy Light energy shield grew more intense, and the golden light gradually dimmed. Lin Xiao quickly said, "Time Kiran, it's your turn." A stationary clock fell to the ground, and at the moment the Holy Light energy shield disappeared, a blue time-stopping barrier took its place. Annie drew her bow, launching fireballs and ice spikes simultaneously at the demon puppets. But as more monsters slipped through, the fire giant bear also fell. She took out another toy bear from her backpack, her big eyes turning sharp, and with a hint of reluctance, she threw it forward. Bear 2. The toy bear transformed in midair into a frost giant bear, also 3 meters tall. The giant bear landed, its snow-white paws striking repeatedly at a demon puppet, and the demon puppet began to be covered in a pale blue frost, its counterattack slowing down. Seeing this, Lin Xiao raised his holy sword high, golden light shining from it, and then the golden light shot out from the sword, rushing forward. Above the heads of the demon puppets, the golden light transformed into countless golden swords, swiftly descending, and these demon puppets, struck by the golden swords, were rendered immobile. A tongue of fire swept across, and Lu Chen harvested the trapped demon puppets. With everyone's full effort, the number of demon puppets that had gathered around them decreased significantly once again. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Continue to advance." As the team moved forward, the number of monsters increased again. However, everyone's cooperation became increasingly skilled, and after 1 minute, the gunfire finally ceased. Lu Chen's level also rose to level 28. Pandora let out a long breath, finally relieved. As a melee fighter, she had not had a chance to strike, but the continuous gunfire, like popping beans, kept her nerves taut. At this moment, only the voice of Shirdahu echoed in her ears. The intense battle had made everyone notice that Shirdahu seemed to be saying something, but they couldn't hear clearly. Now that the battle was over, the surroundings had become eerily quiet, and Shirdahu's voice stood out sharply. He was focused, looking down at the area within 5 meters in front of him. Come in, come in, come in. Pandora had no mood to knock on his head anymore, just giving Lin Xiao a glance. Lin Xiao stepped forward and patted Shirdahu's back, saying, "Old Shir, the battle is over." Only then did Shirdahu come to his senses, looking around in frustration and shouting, "What's going on? Not a single one left for me." At this moment, Lu Chen noticed a demon puppet in the distance, out of shotgun range, and was about to raise his furious little dog to shoot it down. But Pandora gently pressed down on the gun barrel with her dagger, and Lu Chen felt indifferent. Just one, it was nothing serious. Everyone tacitly refrained from attacking the demon puppet, quietly waiting for Shirdahu to notice it. The demon fire flew in, landing on the activated holy shield of Xiao Yueyang. Finally, Shirdahu spotted the demon puppet, his eyes filled with excitement, mumbling to himself, "Come in, come in, come in." Ai Xiaohai looked at Shirdahu's expression, then at Pandora, saying, "I suspect you broke his brain." Pandora rolled her eyes, holding the tip of her dagger with the hilt facing Ai Xiaohai, saying, "You want to give it a try?" As they spoke, the demon puppet finally ran within 5 meters under Shirdahu's incessant calls. Shirdahu let out a roar, like a beast released from its cage, swinging his giant axe towards the demon puppet. A faint black aura could even be seen swirling around the giant axe as Shirdahu smashed it down on the demon puppet, sending it flying 5 meters away. Shirdahu turned to look at Lin Xiao, who nodded helplessly, and Shirdahu charged at the demon puppet again, the axe continuously striking its chest. The chest of the demon puppet began to cave in under the relentless attacks, but Shirdahu kept attacking. Not paying attention to Shirdahu's frenzied assault, Lu Chen saw Annie, looking sad, hugging 2 battered teddy bears, tears welling up in her eyes. Pandora also noticed Annie's distress and walked over to crouch down and comfort her softly. Shirdahu finally finished his destruction of the demon puppet's body and returned to the team with a satisfied expression. Lin Xiao saw that the battle was completely over and was just about to let everyone rest for a while. But as the last demon puppet was killed, the surrounding bone trees began to shake violently. In the back of the team, in the center of the bone forest, 5 bone trees that formed a circle began to topple towards the center. From above, the fallen bone trees and the white bone branches on the ground formed a pentagram pattern. In the center of the pentagram, a black portal appeared. A towering 4-meter-tall white bone demon, even taller than Annie's teddy bears, appeared before everyone. Its eyes were 2 deep black holes, flickering with ghostly light, and it had 2 bony wings on its back. Demon's Child Bone Demon Level, LV 29 Strength, 20,000 Constitution, 20,000 Agility, 20,000 Intelligence, 20,000 Health, 2000000 Magic, 2000000 one of the many offspring of the underworld demon god. Demon Bloodline, 4-dimensional attributes *10, Health and Magic *10 Destruction Flame, a series of demon fires causing massive damage. Bone Demon Curse, its attacks carry a demon's curse. The cursed will gradually go blind, weaken, become irritable, and be engulfed in endless pain, causing continuous damage. At this moment, the members of the task force had just experienced a fierce battle and were all very exhausted. Now, seeing this demon's child, fear showed in everyone's eyes. In the briefing of the command center's instance, everyone had seen the introduction of the demon's child, whose health value reached 2 million. Annie's tears had not yet dried as she tightly hugged 2 battered teddy bears, unsure of how she could defeat the current situation. Ji Qiren and Xiao Yueyong quickly drank magic potions to replenish some of their mana, as the recent battle had drained them significantly. Lin Xiao never expected to encounter an elite boss under such circumstances, especially after the ranged attackers had already expended so much energy. The upcoming fight would likely require some melee fighters to sacrifice themselves in close combat. Ai Xiaohai and Pandora seemed to have realized this as well, gripping their weapons tightly. Pandora stopped twirling her dagger, staring intently at the demon's offspring, while Ai Xiaohai crossed his 2 long swords in front of him, faint wisps of blue sword energy rising around him. Shirdahu's eyes were filled with anticipation for the battle, his hands gripping the giant axe tightly, secretly thinking that this time there was only one monster, and he must not let anyone else take the kill. When Lu Chen saw the demon's offspring, the bone demon, he was relieved he hadn't used the Inferno artillery skill to clear the area earlier, otherwise, this elite boss with 2 million health points would be very difficult to handle. Just as Lin Xiao was about to signal the melee fighters to engage the demon's offspring, Lu Chen's voice rang out. Cover your ears. Don't say I didn't warn you. The others were puzzled by Lu Chen's meaning and looked at him in confusion. Only Shi Daho, being straightforward, took it as a battle command and immediately covered his ears with one hand while holding the axe. The Inferno artillery, a black-purple magic circle, appeared above the demon's offspring, expanding significantly after reaching the third tier. Beneath the magic circle, the white bony wings of the demon's offspring spread out. It looked up at the magic circle above, its eye sockets flickering with a deep, eerie light, accompanied by a sound like bones grinding against each other. Keek, foolish mortals. Before it could finish speaking, countless shells rained down on its head. Boom boom boom. 961 shells fell, and under this saturation bombardment, the demon's offspring was about to be blown to bits. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before them. The auditory and visual impact of the Inferno artillery skill was overwhelming, with massive explosions, clouds of dust, and acrid smoke. The towering figure of the demon's offspring was completely engulfed. At that moment, Pandora lost her usual alluring demeanor, disregarding her image as she covered her ears and silently screamed in madness. Xiao Yueyang and Annie, the two girls, were the same. Even though they were just outside the bombardment range, they could clearly feel the violent tremors of the ground. Annie pressed tightly against Xiao Yueyang, her eyes shut, covering her ears. The fierce killing intent that Ai Xiaohai and Lin Xiao had prepared for a desperate battle dissipated instantly, leaving them with a sense of disbelief. Was this the power that mortals could possess? Only Shi Daho seemed completely unaffected, still looking forward with excitement at the spot where the demon's offspring was being bombarded. He had only one thought in mind: Lu Chen must not kill the monster. As soon as the bombardment ended, he wanted to be the first to rush in and fight. Boom boom boom. Finally, the bombardment ceased, and Shi Daho shouted as he prepared to charge forward. Lu Chen quickly called out to him. Wait! There are white phosphorus shells still burning on the ground. The flames burning on the black soil, combined with the dim surroundings, made everyone feel as if they were facing a scene from hell. As the smoke cleared, there was no longer any sign of the demon's offspring, only some bone dust rising into the air under the high temperature. Lu Chen stepped forward, using the greed's vessel to collect the spoils. He turned back to the team and said, there was no dungeon core among the spoils. The others, just recovering from the shock brought by Lu Chen, were all puzzled upon hearing this. Lin Xiao sighed and said, if the core of the dungeon hasn't been revealed, it means this boss isn't the strongest monster in this dungeon. In other words, the demon god might really be waiting for us in this dungeon. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit disheartened. If this spawn of evil wasn't the final boss, then the appearance of the demon god would be inevitable. Lu Chen noticed everyone's low spirits and said, let's rest here for a bit to recover. If it really is the demon god, we can try to launch an attack. If we truly can't handle it, we can always teleport out of the dungeon later. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Let's take a break for now. After saying this, he looked at Lu Chen and asked, your skill just now, it can't be used only once a day, right? Lu Chen shook his head. If the cooldown was that long, he would have teleported out already. 5 minutes. There are still 4.5 minutes left. Once the cooldown is over, we'll set off. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Chen's skill could cool down in time, then they still had a fighting chance. The bone forest after the battle was eerily silent. There was no wind in the demon lair, so aside from Shi Daho occasionally shifting in his seat, there were no other sounds. Everyone felt both fear and excitement for the impending battle against the Godslayer. Pandora was moving around, vigilantly observing her surroundings, her dagger spinning faster and faster in her hand. Shi Daho was sitting on the handle of the giant axe he had placed on the ground, with Annie and the others. At this moment, the two toy bears in her hands seemed to have regained their vitality, looking as good as new. Under the tense atmosphere, Annie watched her little bear regain its smile. Lu Chen checked the mini-map and discovered the edge of a deep pit at the northern edge of the map. He wasn't sure what this deep pit was about, but such a unique terrain must be hiding some secret of the dungeon. He sat down next to Lin Xiao and told him about the deep pit. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, and a terrifying thought crossed his mind. World Devourer. Lu Chen asked, what kind of monster is that? The others were also drawn to this topic and gathered around. Lin Xiao continued, worm, black soil, deep pit, demon god. When these terms are combined, the only thing I can think of is a dark demon monster, the World Devourer. In Professor Terrell's work The Journey's End, it is recorded that the World Devourer, like the Worm Devourer, is a type of long worm monster, but its body is much longer than that of the worm devourer, exceeding 100 meters. Moreover, as its power increases, its body grows longer. Everyone gasped in shock. Thinking back to the worm devourer they encountered when they first entered the dungeon, it was hard to imagine how they would cope with a world devourer that was dozens or even hundreds of times larger. Upon hearing this, Shirdahu's massive head was spinning with thoughts, and finally, he asked Lu Chen, Shaoan, 100-meter-long worm, you can't take it down in one hit, right? Do I still have a chance? Lu Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. This Shirdahu was truly a battle maniac. Throughout the dungeon, he hadn't had many opportunities to engage, and even the demon puppet they sent out was smashed to pieces by him. However, the demon god, the world devourer, wasn't a matter of whether he could handle it, but whether the task force could survive long enough to defeat it. Lin Xiao patted Shirdahu and continued, moreover, the world devourer has a characteristic. It is actually composed of many segments. Each segment has its own independent life and consciousness. Pandora twirled her dagger and asked, so, that means we have to eliminate every segment of the world devourer to successfully kill it? Lin Xiao nodded and said, yes. After experiencing so much in the dungeon, Lu Chen's performance had impressed everyone, and now, when faced with another challenge, they unconsciously looked to him. Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't waste words and directly stated, I have a certain level of confidence that I can kill the world devourer. If this had been said earlier, no one would have believed him. Even though Lu Chen had killed the demon god's eye in the college entrance exam dungeon incident, it still didn't convince anyone that he had the ability to kill the demon god world devourer. This was because the world devourer was simply too terrifying, and its level was higher than during the college entrance exam dungeon incident. However, after experiencing so many battles in the rotting dungeon and witnessing him instantly kill the demon's child, the members of the task force believed him without a doubt. Yet, Lu Chen didn't dare to make any guarantees, as the characteristics of the world devourer were indeed strange. If it hit its weakness like the demon's eye, and he couldn't find it immediately, he could very well end up in a tough battle. So Lu Chen continued, but I can't guarantee 100%, because when facing the world devourer, I only have one chance to kill it. The others couldn't help but be curious about the opportunity Lu Chen mentioned. At that moment, Annie was holding a teddy bear, having put the other one back in her backpack. She swayed her body and asked, one chance? Are you referring to that skill of yours? Lu Chen nodded and said, if, when I activate the skill, the world devourer hides its weakness or moves out of the skill's damage range of 100 meters, then we can only retreat. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, so, you need time to confirm that the world devourer's weakness is exposed, and you need to control it as much as possible before releasing the skill? Lu Chen replied, exactly, but I don't know how effective the control skills will be against it. At this point, he raised two guns, saying, these two guns of mine, one with an ice barrel and the other with a brutal barrel, both have control effects. However, when I faced the demon's eye before, the hard control failed, and only the soft control for slowing down worked. After that, Lin Xiao took stock of the control skills of the task force members and found quite a few. Lin Zhao's, Light Sealing Sword, Shijilin's, Mad Clock, Pandora's, Weakened Strike, Annie's, Ice Spike, and the Frost Giant Bear, as well as Shirdahu's, Brutal Strike. Lin Xiao and Shijilin's skills were hard controls, which might very well fail against the World Devourer. Therefore, the control skills of the other members became particularly important. After much discussion, Lin Xiao and Lu Chen decided to give it a try. If it really couldn't be resolved, they would have to retreat. Lin Xiao reiterated the safety issues, stating that if they encountered danger and didn't have a displacement skill, they should evacuate early without waiting to get injured. The group's expressions were serious as they set off towards the deep pit. Along the way, they encountered no monsters. Apart from footsteps and breathing, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Before long, they arrived next to the deep pit. Lu Chen, relying on his ability to blink 9 meters, leaned forward to look into the pit. The deep and dark pit seemed like an entrance to the underworld. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt his heart race and his hands and feet turn cold, yet he couldn't tear his gaze away, as if he were hypnotized by the bottomless pit. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes back at you. In the pit, he vaguely saw something rising. Lu Chen! Suddenly, a holy light descended upon Lu Chen, a warmth dispelling the cold feeling. Shirdahu grabbed Lu Chen and jumped back just as the two of them were escaping the edge of the pit. The World Devourer flew out from the depths. It had a giant eye on its head, and a massive mouth filled with 4 enormous fangs, nearly swallowing the two of them. World Devourer, Residual Soul Consciousness, Level, LV29, limited by the dungeon, maximum level is 29, Strength, 2000000 Constitution, 2500000 Agility, 6000000 Intelligence, 1000000 Health, 25,000,000 magic, 10,000,000. It is a dark demonic god from the void, the devourer of the dark divine court. Any life that defies the will of the divine court will be devoured by it. Worm missile releases a swarm of worm devourers that rush quickly towards the target. Devouring impact charges at the target, causing massive damage. If the target's health drops below 10%, it will be devoured directly. Worm instinct. The body of the world devourer consists of 29 segments. The head has a health value of 2.6 million, and each remaining segment has a health value of 800,000. If any segment is shattered, the world devourer will undergo fission. 25 million health points. Liu Chen was stunned. His initial courage to challenge the world devourer stemmed from the 20 million damage dealt by the artillery hell after a 3.5 times critical hit bonus. But now, the world devourer before him had a health value of 25 million. Even his strongest skill could not instantly kill the world devourer. This was the first time Liu Chen encountered a monster he could not one-shot. Bang! Bang! The demon-repelling holy flame and the dragon roar guns, facing the terrifying demonic god that was overwhelmingly powerful, showed no fear and opened fire directly. Under automatic targeting, the bullets shot towards the world devourer's enormous eye. The frenzied puppy in Liu Chen's hands also fired fiercely, activating its fire suppression skill. All the bullets from the frenzied puppy aimed at the world devourer's eye. 346134533509. Critical hit. However, even if he destroyed the world devourer's head, he still could not kill it, so it was not the best time to unleash the artillery hell. Liu Chen could only keep firing, as the bullets enhanced by the ice gun and the brutal gun from the frenzied puppy continuously hit the world devourer. A bluish frost began to appear on its body, and its movement speed started to slow down. Lin Xiao activated the holy light shield to protect everyone, then released the sword of light, which instantly shattered upon striking the world devourer. Shijilin and Annie also threw their control skills at the world devourer, but the effects were not significant. The world devourer, with its massive body, turned its head towards the crowd and charged. Lin Xiao shouted, "Shijilin, Xiao Yueyong, give everyone a speed buff." Facing the charging devourer, Liu Chen first activated Gale Step to increase his agility. He still had the Blink Leap displacement skill, so he could handle the world devourer's attacks, and he shouted to Lin Xiao and the others, "Don't worry about me. Run to the side." Liu Chen opened fire suppression, and the gunfire from the frenzied puppy became even more intense. He fixed his gaze on the world devourer, like a matador facing a bull. Accelerated, the world devourer began to charge. Liu Chen's heart raced. He could even clearly see the disgusting black mane of the rapidly approaching world devourer. Blink Leap. He instantly vanished from the original attack direction of the world devourer. The 30-second cooldown of the Blink Leap skill was immediately completed under the frenzied puppy's frenzied critical damage. To be safe, Liu Chen activated Blink again. The world devourer's head suddenly plunged into the ground, and the bullets fired by the frenzied puppy slowed down as they entered the black soil. A large number of bullets could not keep up with the world devourer's speed and fell onto its body. Sure enough, the body of the world devourer could not deal 3.5 times the critical hit. At least at this stage, it could only inflict normal damage. At that moment, a frenzied voice came through. Shirdaho shouted wildly as he charged forward, raising a giant axe above his head and smashing it down onto the world devourer. The giant axe pierced through the magical scales on the world devourer's torso, embedding deeply within its body. Blood, thick like cement, flowed out from the wound, and Shirdaho tried to pull out the axe but found it stuck in the magical scales. Just like that, Shirdaho was dragged underground by the world devourer. Soon after, the world devourer burst forth from the ground. Although covered in black mud, Shirdaho appeared quite excited. He finally pulled out the giant axe, gripping the magical scales with one hand while wielding the axe with the other, hacking away at the world devourer. Shirdaho's skill, Brutal Strike, stacked a slowing effect on the world devourer with each chop. Coupled with the slowing debuff from Liu Chen, the world devourer now resembled an aging black dragon soaring through the sky. Under Liu Chen's relentless attacks, in less than 20 seconds, the world devourer's head, with 2.6 million health points, was nearly depleted. Bang! With the roar of a dragon, a gunshot rang out. 48678. The world devourer's head was shattered by 12 bullets. At that moment, the world devourer froze in place. Then, on the remaining 28 segments of its torso, each segment opened a giant eye. The bullets fired by the frenzied puppy, after destroying the old target, turned to shoot at the giant eyes on the world devourer's torso. 347235133501. As soon as the torso opened its eyes, it began to suffer critical hits. Each segment of the torso had only 800,000 health points, and a round of shots from the demon-repelling Sacred Flame and Dragon Roar took away nearly 100,000 health points. The magical scale that Shirdahu was holding happened to be the eyelid of one giant eye, and as the giant eye opened, one segment lost its balance and fell from the World Devourer. Fortunately, it wasn't very high, and Shirdahu, being tough and resilient, got up, dusted himself off, and was ready to charge forward again. Lu Chen was preparing to unleash a skill and shouted, "Come back!" Shirdahu glanced back, but he was clearly blinded by rage and wanted to press on. At that moment, Lin Xiao also called out to Shirdahu, while Annie controlled the frost giant bear nearby to run over and carry Shirdahu back to the group. Seeing this, the World Devourer used the worm missile, and a dozen worm devourers flew out from the segment of the torso closest to Shirdahu. These worm devourers, connected together, resembled a smaller version of the World Devourer, rushing towards Shirdahu and the frost giant bear beneath him at high speed. Xiao Yongyue quickly cast a shield on Shirdahu, while Lu Chen adjusted the shooting angle of the frenzied puppy. Shirdahu charged up with his right hand and hurled the giant axe towards the swarm of worm devourers. The axe sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. The giant axe smashed down on the worm devourers, cleaving the foremost one in half, while the rest were scattered by the impact. The remaining worm devourers were swiftly harvested by the frenzied puppy, and the swarm heading towards Shirdahu was intercepted mid-air. Seeing that Shirdahu had returned to the team and that the 28 eyes of the World Devourer had not yet closed, Lu Chen seized the moment to use the skill Inferno of artillery. The appearance of the black-purple magic circle excited the other members of the task force. Were they about to witness Lu Chen successfully slay a god once again? Shells rained down from the magic circle. Boom! 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 Each shell, under the 3.5 times critical hit bonus, could deal over 20,000 damage, and an average of 39 shells could shatter one segment of the torso. During the bombardment, Lu Chen did not dare to slack off and continued to control the firearms, firing wildly. He knew that this World Devourer was not something he could kill in an instant. There should still be 4 or 5 segments of its body that had not been shattered. When the bombardment ended, all 961 shells had been fired. Amidst the smoke, 4 segments of the World Devourer's body, which had been blasted apart, charged out from 4 directions, their bodies still ablaze with white phosphorus flames. This was the first time Lu Chen saw a living monster after the hellish bombardment. The 4 segments of the World Devourer shot out 4 worm-like missiles. However, they were intercepted by the frenzied puppy. These segments of the World Devourer were not at full health, and soon one of them was shattered by Lu Chen. Other team members rushed forward, with Ai Xiaohai and Shirdahu charging the fastest. Shirdahu had not yet retrieved his giant axe, and at that moment, he barehandedly grabbed the mane of the World Devourer's body, letting out a strange cry as he smashed his head into it. Ai Xiaohai's facial muscles twitched, but the intense battle left him no time to care about anything else as he wielded his twin swords, continuously hacking at the World Devourer's body. The frenzied puppy and 2 shotguns continued to fire, killing a segment of the Devourer's torso in 5 or 6 seconds. With the final shot of the demon-slaying Holy Flame, the World Devourer was finally killed. Hiss hiss hiss, a strange sound came from the black mist in the sky, with a strong penetrating power that made everyone feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the sound soon disappeared. The spoils of the World Devourer exploded when the last segment of its body was killed, scattering across the ground. Shirdahu picked up a deep blue-purple scale, noticing a layer of energy fluctuations on it. Lin Xiao walked over, took the scale from Shirdahu's hand, and threw it to Lu Chen. He knew that their contributions in the dungeon should not entitle them to claim these spoils. Lin Xiao then searched the ground for the dungeon core and took it away, while Lu Chen walked over, collecting all the scattered spoils into the greedy pot. Lin Xiao looked at the dungeon core, confirmed it was correct, and smiled at Lu Chen. "If it weren't for you, we definitely couldn't have completed this mission. You are really too strong." Witnessing this battle against the Godslayer in person is simply unbelievable. The World Devourer was really killed by you. At that moment, Annie was sitting on the head of the frost giant bear, looking at Lu Chen with admiration. After the battle in the Bone Forest, she felt she had reached her limit, but unexpectedly, Lu Chen had consecutively killed the son of the demon and the World Devourer. Pandora was spinning her 2 daggers rapidly, feeling very good at that moment. She never expected that this seemingly impossible task would be accomplished under Lu Chen's heroic efforts. As an assassin, she might have had the strength to fight the son of the demon, but against the World Devourer, she felt as small as an ant beneath a god's foot. At this moment, Xiao Yueyang suggested, "Now that the mission is over, why don't we take a group photo to commemorate it?" Everyone agreed, and Lu Chen was pulled to the center by Pandora, while Annie, being shorter, stood in front of him. At this time, Shirdahu raised a question about who would take the photo. "Of course, it's you." Under Pandora's urging, Daho covered his head and walked in front of everyone. After scratching his head and thinking for a long time, he slammed the handle of his giant axe into the ground and surprisingly used the axe blade as a phone stand. Seeing this, Ai Xiaohai laughed and said, "Ha, Daho, have you become smarter?" Daho pressed the countdown shutter, running over while saying, "I'm just too lazy to think, not stupid." Click. The Divine Capital University Special Task Force, the Rotten Demon Cave Ruins dungeon, has been completed. As the dungeon was successfully cleared, everyone returned to the entrance of the Decaying Tomb dungeon. As soon as he exited the dungeon, Lu Chen saw Gao Chang and Guan Mao staring at him with wide eyes. Daho, upon seeing Gao Chang, exclaimed joyfully, "Director Gao, we killed the demon god. We got the dungeon core." A smile appeared on Gao Chang's face, but it looked terrifying, as he kindly gazed at Daho. Seeing this, Daho stepped forward, about to say something, when Gao Chang slapped him on the shoulder. "Get lost." Daho turned around 180 degrees and walked back to the team. "Alright then." Gao Chang, with a kind expression, walked towards Lu Chen and said, "Where on earth did you come from, you prodigy? I really like you." With that, he opened his arms to hug Lu Chen. Lu Chen quickly stepped aside, pushing Ai Xiaohai into Gao Chang's embrace. Ai Xiaohai looked at Lu Chen with a resentful expression. "What are you doing?" Guan Mao laughed heartily at the sight. The successful completion of this dungeon meant that the first phase of the northern expedition was perfectly concluded, and he was in a great mood. Although they hadn't witnessed Lu Chen's feats in the dungeon firsthand, the recorder outside the dungeon had clearly documented the situation of everyone inside after Lu Chen and the others completed it. He looked up at the record board again. Such a super genius was truly rare. Decaying Tomb Dungeon Completion Statistics: Lu Chen, 11,719 points, Lin Xiao, 230 points, Shijilin, 126 points. Lu Chen topped the list, while the others received only a small amount of kill points and some damage and healing points due to their limited contributions. From this completion statistic, Guan Mao could see that Lu Chen had played a decisive role in the dungeon. The members of the special team followed his gaze, all wide-eyed. Lu Chen's score was simply outrageous. Although everyone knew the reason, they were still shocked when they actually saw the results. Daho, whose thought process was always surprising, looked at the completion statistics and complained, "Why do I only have 8 points? Director Gao, you don't know, I jumped right onto the World Devourer's back and swung a giant axe, making the demon god scream. That shouldn't." Daho's words were gently interrupted by Pandora. Seeing that everyone was safe, Guan Mao looked around at the dim, foul-smelling environment and said, "Old Gao, haven't we had enough of this decaying tomb? Let's head back to the command center. I'll set up a celebratory feast for everyone." In the joy of victory, they left the dungeon. Back at the command center, everyone was in a good mood. Lin Xiao handed the dungeon core to Gao Chang, who then passed it to Lu Chen. He received the dungeon core with confusion, and Gao Chang gestured to Guan Mao, indicating that Lu Chen should hand it over. At this moment, Guan Mao adjusted his officer's cap, straightened his clothes, and stood tall in front of the introduction board for the Decaying Tomb dungeon. A military reporter had already set up his equipment and saluted Guan Mao, saying, "Sir, I'm ready." Guan Mao nodded, smiling at Lu Chen, and said, "Lu Chen, come on." Lu Chen had no choice but to stand up, tidy his clothes a bit, and walk in front of Guan Mao, handing over the dungeon core. The adjutant quickly stepped forward, lifting Lu Chen's other hand to present it with both hands. Guan Mao smiled at Lu Chen and said, "Truly, heroes emerge from youth. The future of the empire relies on you." With that, Guan Mao slowly and firmly raised his right hand to salute Lu Chen. In that moment, Lu Chen felt a bit moved. He had originally thought this was just a show. But when the soldiers of the empire's front line saluted him, Lu Chen felt the heavy mission behind that salute. He raised his hands a bit higher, handing over the dungeon core to Guan Mao. Crack! The military reporter recorded this scene. Guan Mao took the core copy and patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, saying, "Well done." Although Lu Chen was reluctant to be overly constrained, he respected the soldiers of the empire and yearned to kill enemies and serve the country on the battlefield. Perhaps, in the future, he would return here to assist the imperial army in penetrating the vast wilderness. After sitting back down, Ai Xiaohai leaned over and said, "Awesome, Xiaowen. What rank does this person have to salute you?" Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. "Next time there's an opportunity like this, I'll let you take it." Upon hearing this, Ai Xiaohai's eyes filled with anticipation. It was already noon, and the progress of the core copy was so fast that everyone had no time to eat the combat supplies prepared by Guan Mao. Guan Mao instructed everyone, including his aide, to leave the command center. Soon after, a team of cooks in white aprons entered the command center carrying dishes. Lu Chen and the others initially thought that the celebration banquet at the field army's base would only be a simple meal. However, the food prepared by the cooking team was astonishing. Braised pork, Buddha jumps over the wall, pan-fried snowflake beef, frozen flower crab, braised goose head, roasted lamb chops. The variety of dishes dazzled everyone and made their mouths water. Seeing this, Guan Mao smiled and said, although the army's conditions are tough and we operate in the field year-round, when it comes to meals, the food of the Shenzhou Empire's army is second to none in the entire Blue Star. No one dares to claim first. As long as we can bring the cooking team to the battlefield, we must ensure that the soldiers eat fresh and hot meals. Take this braised pork, for instance. Even in the field army, we still caramelize the sugar, use fresh ingredients, and cook on site, refusing pre-made dishes. At this point, Guan Mao gestured for everyone to start eating, and after seeing them take their first bites, he continued, our cooking team consists of carefully selected top chefs. Good meals can support half a commander. These dishes not only look and taste great but also have effects on vitality, magic, and stamina recovery. Lu Chen picked up a piece of snowflake beef, and it tasted quite good. Moreover, just like the tea that Chen Wu, the director of the National Security Bureau of Ingtian City, had brewed for him last time, these meals made him feel his fatigued body slowly recovering. Guan Mao stopped talking and raised a cup of tea, saying, I, Guan, still have military duties, so today I will use tea instead of wine to thank everyone for their efforts for the empire and our homeland. Everyone, please. The crowd raised their cups and drank the tea in one go. After the speech, everyone began to eat. The table full of delicious food was simply irresistible. After eating and drinking to their fill, Gao Chang leaned back in his chair and, seeing that everyone had almost finished, said, General Guan, thank you for the hospitality, we will be heading back now. The members of the task force looked at Gao Chang, preparing to stand up and say goodbye. However, although Gao Chang said he was leaving, he did not move an inch, sitting as steady as a mountain. Guan Mao looked at Gao Chang with amusement and said, ahem, then I won't see you off. Lu Chen realized that these two must be old friends, joking and bantering. He also sat there, picked up a cup of tea, and took a sip. The other members of the task force prepared to stand up again, but seeing Gao Chang still firmly seated, even crossing his legs, they hesitated. Well, I'm leaving? Guan Mao laughed, stood up, and gave Gao Chang a punch, then said, you brat, dare to poke me? Gao Chang reached out as if to grab Guan Mao's groin, but Guan Mao caught him. Alright, I'll have someone fetch it. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Guan Mao walked to the command center's entrance and instructed the aide waiting outside. In a short while, the aide came in carrying a crimson plate, on which were two redwood boxes with gold edges, one large and one small. Guan Mao opened the large box and said, this time, everyone braved dangers and worked hard to successfully obtain the core of the decayed tomb dungeon. On behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the Imperial Army at the Guyuan Fortress, I extend the highest respect and gratitude to everyone. This is the Imperial Honor Medal, awarded for your brave performance in the Demon Lair. It was a silver star-shaped badge, engraved in the center with the words Shenzhou Honor. Imperial Honor Medal, silver level, no level restriction, all attributes plus 100. Guan Mao did not rush to distribute the honor medals but instead looked at Lu Chen and said, and the greatest contributor to this operation, classmate Lu Chen, with courage and determination that commands admiration, killed the demon god in the dungeon, ensuring the successful completion of the mission. For this, classmate Lu Chen is awarded the Imperial Bravery Medal as encouragement. After saying this, he took the bravery medal from a small box. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Guan Mao personally pinned the bravery medal on Lu Chen's chest. After fastening it for Lu Chen, the adjutant distributed the honor medals to the other task force members. Lu Chen looked at the Imperial Bravery Medal on his chest. It was a round badge with a small star in the center engraved with Shenzhou Bravery. Imperial Bravery Medal, gold level, no level restriction, all attributes plus 500. If the honor medal was a surprise, then the bravery medal was simply shocking. All attributes plus 500 meant a total of 2,000 points in attribute bonuses, and receiving this medal alleviated the somewhat overwhelming attribute structure Lu Chen had. Gao Chang was satisfied now, stood up, and shook hands with Guan Mao. Old Guan, then we'll take our leave. Guan Mao tightly grasped Gao Chang's hand and said, alright, then I won't see you off. I need to head to the front lines immediately. After bidding farewell, at Gao Chang's gesture, everyone used the teleportation stone to return to the administrative building's teleportation array in the central district of Chengdu University. Whether it was due to the significant attribute boost from the bravery medal, Lu Chen felt no dizziness this time, only a slight discomfort in the last few seconds. After returning to Chengdu University, Gao Cheng disbanded the team and then kept Lu Chen behind. Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was about to head back to the dormitory for a nap, he turned around to see Gao Cheng displaying that terrifying smile again. You're a good seedling, come with me, I'll take you to a place. Lu Chen didn't understand what Gao Cheng meant but followed him nonetheless. In the teleportation array, Gao Chang selected the option North District, Super God Academy. The two were teleported to the Super God Academy, and what caught Lu Chen's eye was a huge stone with the inscription, Super God Academy, never betray the country, never betray teammates. The teleportation array of the Super God Academy was located in a square. Lu Chen followed Gao Chang's footsteps and continued walking forward. There weren't many people in the academy at that time. Along the way, the students who saw Gao Chang kept their distance and curiously observed Lu Chen. Gao Chang brought Lu Chen to the academy building, where a plaque read Super God Building. Upon entering Gao Chang's office and sitting down, Gao Chang spoke. Being able to bring you here, I'm sure you know what I want to say, right? Without hesitation, Lu Chen replied, you want to admit me to the Super God Academy as an exception? Gao Chang's facial muscles twitched, and he mockingly scolded, you think too highly of yourself. I have two versions of the answer. One is the official version, and the other is the personal version. Which one do you want to hear? Lu Chen knew it was futile but patiently decided to listen. The official version. Gao Chang sat upright and said seriously, you've heard the story of Zhang Zhongyang, right? Admitting you as an exception now is no different from pulling seedlings to help them grow. It would be detrimental to your development. Lu Chen spread his hands, indicating he had nothing to say. Then Gao Chang continued. The personal version is that there are many experts in the academy. If I were to admit you against the rules, how would I explain it to the geniuses in the academy? Lu Chen said upon hearing this. Then I'll go take a nap. Gao Chang put away his smile and said seriously. It's definitely impossible to enter the academy, but I hope you will join the preparatory class. Here, you will qualify for the academy's training dungeons and obtain tasks for the academy's development. With your talent, I believe your only goal should be to enter the Super God Academy. Therefore, the preparatory class will be your best choice. After saying this, Gao Chang handed a registration form to Lu Chen. Picking up the form, it mainly contained information about the academy and some precautions. One of the points stated that the preparatory class is a club under the Super God Academy, and according to school regulations, one can only join one club, so one must withdraw from other clubs before enrollment. Without thinking, Lu Chen picked up the pen placed on the registration form, filled in his personal information, and signed his name. Gao Chang, satisfied, took back the registration form and said, I will be the head teacher of this year's preparatory class. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Lu Chen indeed had a few questions, so he said, first, have the conditions for preparatory class students to enter the Super God Academy changed? Second, can we enter the training dungeons casually? Third, are there any academy development tasks available now? Gao Chang replied, first, there is no change. Second, you cannot enter casually. Third, you cannot take tasks at will. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt as if he had been deceived and tried to snatch back the registration form. But Gao Chang quickly put the form into the drawer, revealing his signature terrifying smile. Seeing this, Lu Chen said, Director Gao, if you don't allow this and don't allow that, what's the point of me joining? Gao Chang waved his hand, signaling Lu Chen to calm down, and said, the training dungeons are rewards for outstanding students. He took out 5 entry tickets from the drawer and handed them to Lu Chen, continuing, for example, based on your excellent performance in the academy's development tasks this time, I can give you 5. Hearing that there were only 5 entry tickets, Lu Chen said, for a task of this level, only 5? No way, I want 50. Gao Chang slammed his palm on the table and said, do you think this is a vegetable market? Lu Chen, hearing this, was still a bit afraid that Gao Chang would get angry and do something to him, so he was about to reach out to take the entry tickets when he heard Gao Chang continue, at most 10. Lu Chen smiled and accepted the entry tickets, thanking him, thank you, Director. Super God Academy Training Dungeon Entry Ticket LV29*5, Super God Academy Training Dungeon Entry Ticket LV39*5. Gao Chang cursed as he retracted his hand and continued, the training dungeons are for you to break through levels, so there are only the 29 level and 39 level dungeons. They are difficult but provide rich experience. They will be very helpful for you to break through these 2 levels. At this moment, Lu Chen obediently nodded and asked, what about the academy development tasks? Seeing Lu Chen calm down a bit, Gao Chang said with satisfaction, you little rascal. The academy development tasks indeed cannot be taken at will, but they also cannot be refused. These tasks are customized by the academy after assessments across the country for the development of students in the class. So, there are usually no tasks available, but the academy will issue tasks based on the student's development. Lu Chen curiously asked, what if I refuse? Gao Chang stared into Lu Chen's eyes and said, then your qualification to enter the Super God Academy will be cancelled. Gao Chang took out a set of equipment from his backpack space and placed it on the table, continuing, of course, in addition to credits, the academy will also provide generous rewards based on the students' actual situations. For example, the archer gloves in front of you. Lu Chen took the equipment, which was a full set of archer gear, consisting of 6 pieces. Gao Chang, leaning back in his chair and stretching lazily, said, "Alright, you can take it back and study it. I'm going to take a nap." Lu Chen first stored the equipment in his backpack and, thinking about the nap, asked, "Does the academy have dormitories?" Gao Chang closed his eyes and replied, "No." Lu Chen continued to ask, "Does the academy subsidize transportation costs for students?" At that moment, Gao Chang, still leaning in his chair, began to snore. Seeing this, Lu Chen lost the motivation to ask further and got up to prepare to return to the dormitory in the East District. Genie tamed just as he reached the teleportation array of the Super God Academy. His phone rang again, this time it was a call from Gon Daoji. "Shaoan, you completed the task smoothly, right?" Lu Chen suddenly remembered that Gon Daoji and Yi Zhengtian had promised to compensate him with exam points after the task was completed. "Professor Gon, my task is complete." Gon Daoji laughed. "Then come to the academic affairs office, Yi is there too." "Okay, I'll be there right away." After hanging up, Lu Chen quickly walked into the teleportation array and was transported to the administrative building in the central district. On his way to the academic affairs office, Lu Chen heard students and teachers discussing the upcoming freshman competition. In his haste to get to the office, he didn't catch the details. Upon arriving at the academic affairs office, the two were discussing something inside, and upon seeing Lu Chen enter, they gestured for him to sit down. Yi Jingtian initially thought this was just a somewhat challenging military task, but he didn't expect Lu Chen to encounter the demon god again. Moreover, Lu Chen had once again killed the demon god and successfully completed the task. This was a student who had just entered university, and his resume was already marked with such bold strokes. Yi Zhengtian studied Lu Chen for a long time before speaking. "No wonder Professor Gon has been recommending you for this task. I didn't expect you to kill the demon god again. You truly are a young hero. This is your exam points compensation." With that, he waved his right hand, and Lu Chen's exam points compensation appeared, floating in midair, slowly flying towards him. Lu Chen stored the items in his backpack and recalled the discussion he had overheard about the freshman competition, asking, "Principal Yi, I heard someone talking about the freshman competition on my way here. When does it start?" Yi Zhengtian replied, "It starts the day after tomorrow morning. If you're going to participate, wouldn't that mean you're guaranteed first place?" Lu Chen laughed. Not necessarily. Is there any reward for coming in first?" Yi Jingtian answered, "The first place gets a reward of 100 credits and a custom prize from the academy." Lu Chen thought to himself that he had to participate. This was much more rewarding than completing tasks. At that moment, Gon Daoji looked at Lu Chen and said, "How about I tell Principal Yi to award you directly?" Yi Jingtian looked at Lu Chen, waiting for his response. Lu Chen didn't take it seriously and replied, "No merit, no reward. What is mine, no one can take it away. I have to rely on my strength to win this first place." Yi Zhengtian nodded in satisfaction and said, "Don't let pride blind your eyes. A true master always carries the heart of an apprentice." Lu Chen nodded in agreement. At that moment, he remembered the abyssal cave dungeon, where the world devourer had dropped the abyssal demon scale, so he took it out. Abyssal demon scale, the raw material for the abyssal divine court armor, retaining energy wave remnants that whisper the essence of the world devourer. Long-term wear will confuse the mind and lead to the soul being devoured by the world devourer. Epic level material, an important material for crafting epic level special demon equipment. It was another material related to the curse of the abyssal demon god, and he wanted to ask Gon Daoji how to deal with the whispers of the world devourer. Gon Daoji took the abyssal demon scale and examined it for a long time. This is an important raw material for the various armors of the demon army of the underworld god court. I need some time to deal with the whispers of the world devourer. Based on your profession, I think the most suitable option is to forge the shadow set. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately became interested. Gon Daoji continued, "Although the shadow set is very suitable for your gunmaster profession, the difficulty of obtaining it is too great. To forge a complete set, you will need at least 9 underworld demon scales and 750 shadow demon ore." Lu Chen was instantly dumbfounded. 9 underworld demon scales. He had barely managed to obtain one by risking his life to kill the world devourer. Where could he go to reason about this? Seeing Lu Chen's disappointment, Gon Daoji said, "Underworld demon scales are not only dropped by the world devourer, many underworld demon gods will drop them." Lu Chen had originally held a glimmer of hope, but upon hearing Gon Daoji's words, he immediately deflated. "Professor Gon, although I did kill 2 demon gods with my strength, But demon gods are not small monsters like goblins or zombies. Even if I encounter one, I might not survive to claim the prize. Gon Daoji chuckled. Don't be anxious. Underworld demon scales are widely used in the equipment of the Underworld God Court's army, so Underworld God Court monsters have a small chance of dropping fragments. When you collect the fragments, you can come to me, and I'll have my students help you repair them. Considering the wear and tear, about 12 or 13 fragments can repair one Underworld demon scale. Although this gave Lu Chen a bit of hope, the difficulty was still considerable. Professor Gon, what about the shadow demon ore? Gon Daoji adjusted the ring on his hand and said, that's much more abundant. The material dungeon suitable for your level should be the corrupted land. Specific information can be found on the Academy's website in the dungeon data, you can check it out later. After clarifying the situation with the shadow set, Lu Chen handed the Underworld demon scale to Gon Daoji, bid farewell to the two, and prepared to return to his dormitory to rest. Back in the dormitory, Lu Chen washed away his fatigue and sat at his desk to organize his recent gains. First were the spoils dropped by monsters and bosses in the dungeon. Besides the Underworld demon scale he gave to Gon Daoji, there were also a large number of magic crystals, skill stones, and more. Skill stones *23, breakthrough stones *5, ordinary magic crystals *127, medium magic crystals *22. Then there was the archer set, which was a level 30 archer equipment set, including the helmet of archer's precision, gloves of archer's focus, armor of archer's stealth, leggings of archer's agility, belt of archer's swiftness, and shoes of archer's gale. The entire set provided an agility bonus of 2,300, along with some bonuses to attack speed, critical hit, armor, and constitution. Moreover, equipping the full set would activate the set effect of the Heart of the Archer, granting plus 50% to ranged normal attacks like bows and firearms. The archer's set could be considered a very powerful piece of equipment. Unfortunately, he couldn't equip it yet, he needed to speed up his leveling to reach level 30 as soon as possible. Additionally, there was the college entrance examination score compensation, which included the trial tower tokens and the first floor pass for the dungeon hall, both of which were items used for dungeon runs, and he could use them to level up shortly. He had 10 red and 10 blue dominance talismans, which would greatly help in boosting his status during boss fights. The most significant boosts for now came from the 10 skill cores and breakthrough stones. Currently, Lu Chen had skill stones *27, skill cores *10, and breakthrough stones *24 in terms of skill upgrade items. His skills, Firestorm Inferno and Gunfighting Technique, had both reached the peak level of 29 at the 3rd tier. Based on previous experience, it could be confirmed that when the Gunfighting Technique breaks through to the 4th tier, it should increase the number of external firearms by 1. However, it was unclear whether continuing to level up would increase the number of external firearms, so he decided to only break through the gunfighting technique to the 4th tier at level 30, while using the remaining resources to upgrade Firestorm Inferno to the 4th tier at level 38. After consuming 8 breakthrough stones and 10 skill crystals, both skills have been upgraded. Artillery Inferno, Mythical level 4, LV 38, Summons 49, 31 plus, Skill level 31 plus 2. *2, rounds of artillery fire within a radius of 280 meters, each round firing 48 regular shells and 1 white phosphorus incendiary shell. Each regular shell deals 4,900 plus agility *4. 9 damage, and each white phosphorus incendiary shell ignites the target and the surrounding ground, dealing 2,000 plus intelligence *2. 9 magic damage per second. Consumes 800 mana, cooldown 5 minutes. Gunslinger Technique, Epic level 4, LV 30. The firearms are almost fused with you, like a part of your body, establishing a close mental connection with the guns. You can now automatically fire 3 guns without manual operation, and the bullets can change direction within a certain range. Consumes 20 mana, cooldown 1 second. After upgrading the Artillery Inferno skill, the damage is terrifyingly high, completely on a different level than before. If at level 30, wearing the sharpshooter gloves, combined with the 4x critical hit from auto-targeting, the single target burst damage will exceed 200 million. Even in special circumstances, like the previous encounter with the Demon Eye in Phase 1, and when the World Devourer's body hasn't opened its eyes, it can still deal over 50 million damage to instantly kill it. Now, with some skill stones and breakthrough stones left, he plans to upgrade other skills as well. With limited skill stone resources, Lu Chen decides to prioritize attack speed and agility. Consuming 26 skill stones and 2 breakthrough stones, he has upgraded Firepower Suppression to peak level 19 and Blink Leap to level 12. Firepower Suppression, Master level 2, LV 19, increases shooting speed by 190% for 20 seconds after use. consumes 100 mana, cooldown 1 minute. Blink Leap, Diamond Level 2, LV12, instantly teleports to any position within a radius of 12 meters, hitting a target reduces cooldown by 1 second, critical hit reduces cooldown by 2 seconds, consumes 80 mana, cooldown 30 seconds. The attack speed bonus from firepower suppression further enhances, and when he wears the sharpshooter gloves, Lu Chen's attack speed bonus will be extremely terrifying when activating skills. After increasing the number of external firearms, Lu Chen opened the system's firearms shop, and now all his magic crystals and dragon essence combined are worth 248.5 million. To upgrade the firearms shop to level 3 requires 500 million to unlock, still halfway to go. For now, he can only look for something among the existing firearms. Hurricane Hammer, Silver Level, Quadruple Shot. Although this gun has no special skill attributes, it is a shotgun with 4 barrels, firing faster than the Demon Exorcism Sacred Flame and Dragon Roar, making it more suitable for clearing fields. After adding a kinetic muzzle and enhancing it once, Lu Chen spent another 30 million Dragon Essence. It seems the plan to make money needs to be prioritized. Hurricane Hammer +1, Kinetic Muzzle Quality, Silver Level Requirement, 20 ammo capacity, 16 rounds, each small magic crystal replenishes 16 rounds of ammunition. Attack speed, slow attack power, 100-1200 Quadruple Shot, each shot fires 4 bullets simultaneously from the 4 barrels. Although the Hurricane Hammer's attack power is slightly lower, the damage is still extremely terrifying with the Quadruple Shot enhancement. After organizing the gains from this time, Lu Chen took a short break. After a while, Li Yaoyao called, saying that the Demon Hunting Society was holding an important meeting and asked him to attend punctually at 2:30. Lu Chen, still half asleep, said, "Don't call me for meetings, just call me for raids. I'll sleep a bit more." After saying that, he hung up the phone and fell back asleep. Half an hour later, Lu Chen heard someone knocking on the door, stretched lazily, got up, and opened the door. It was the 3 sisters of the Li family. Li Yaoyao saw Lu Chen looking like he had just woken up and said, "The meeting is very important. President Song Qianying is going to participate in the Super God Academy interview, and the meeting later should be about resigning from the club and selecting a new president." Lu Chen's mind was still a bit foggy, not fully awake, and he said, "Then I'll choose Xiaoyun as president, just like that. I'm going to sleep a bit more." After he finished speaking, he was about to close the door, but Li Xiaoyun pressed it down with one hand, and Li Yaoyao and Li Baitao dragged Lu Chen out. Struggling, Lu Chen said, "No, I haven't washed my face yet." Li Yaoyao pouted and said, "I think your face is too big, washing it would waste water." As Lu Chen struggled, in order to maintain their image, the 2 let go of him once they got him into the elevator. Thus, the 4 of them arrived at the Demon Hunting Club's activity room. Inside, there were already about 40 to 50 people seated, indicating that the club had recruited quite a few newcomers. The group found their seats, and after a while, Song Qianying saw that everyone was present and said, "Hello everyone, many of you have only just met me in the past few days, but I have actually been at the school for a year. With the help of all the members, I successfully qualified for the entrance exam of the Super God Academy. Therefore, from today onwards, I will resign from the position of president of the Demon Hunting Club. In the future, I hope everyone can cooperate and help each other, striving for the Super God Academy and the 4 major colleges." In the activity room, everyone was discussing who would be the new president after Song Qianying's resignation. In fact, the changes in the presidents of various clubs were quite frequent, as clubs were merely a stepping stone to enter the major colleges, and everyone's goal was to get into those colleges. Song Qianying continued, "Next is the selection of the new president. Anyone willing to take on the role can come up and share your plans for the club's development." She paused and looked at Lu Chen, saying, "Here, I would like to nominate classmate Lu Chen. Those who have been to the dungeon square should all know him. The record for clearing the Dark Forest dungeon has been continuously broken by him, and now he occupies the entire leaderboard by himself. I have personally witnessed his strength, which is beyond ordinary. Please raise your hands to vote." For a moment, the audience was abuzz with discussions, all talking about the legends they had heard about Lu Chen at the dungeon square. The 3 sisters of the Li family were the first to raise their hands, and soon many newcomers followed suit, choosing Lu Chen. When Lu Chen saw this, he was alarmed. He just wanted to shoot, not to be president. Moreover, he had already joined the preparatory class of the Super God Academy, and according to the Academy's regulations, he had to withdraw from student clubs. Lu Chen immediately stood up, and others thought he was about to give an impassioned speech, while Song Qianying looked at him with anticipation. "I cannot take on the role of president." The crowd looked at him in confusion, thinking that Lu Chen simply did not want to be president. However, his next words left everyone astonished. "I have joined the preparatory class of the Super God Academy, and according to the rules, I cannot participate in other club organizations. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Yaoyao and the others were shocked. It was only the second day of school, and Lu Chen had already reached such heights. Students who understood the Super God Academy knew that entering the preparatory class was almost equivalent to taking a half step into the Super God Academy. Every year, a large portion of the admission list for the Super God Academy came from here. Li Yaoyao felt both happy and sad. She was happy because Lu Chen could develop on a larger platform, but sad because she had been working so hard to catch up with Lu Chen's growth, yet she was always just a little behind. Li Xiaoyun and Li Baitao were also stunned by this news. When they came to Chengdu University for the interview, they had also applied for the preparatory class, but were rejected due to insufficient professional talent intensity. Now Lu Chen has joined the preparatory class, which makes them feel even more deeply the terrifying nature of Lu Chen's talent. Song Qiaying also looked incredulous. She had worked hard for a year to qualify for the entrance exam of the Super God Academy before the deadline. However, compared to Lu Chen, she felt that all her efforts over the past year seemed so laughable in the face of Lu Chen's talent. Song Qiaying. Congratulations, Lu Chen. Now the selection for the president will continue. The crowd below began to discuss again, and at this moment, Zhou Zihao came on stage to announce his candidacy, but only received support from a few of his close friends. This was because Zhou Zihao usually spoke without thinking and had poor relationships with other members of the club, so almost no one was willing to vote for him. Lu Chen looked at Li Xiaoyun and said, "Sister Xiaoyun, why don't you run for president?" Encouraged by Li Yaoyao and Li Baitao, Li Xiaoyun decided to run. During yesterday's orientation, many new students got to know Li Xiaoyun, who was beautiful, kind-hearted, and strong in ability, so most of the new students chose her. As a result, Zhou Zihao felt it was pointless and announced his withdrawal from the club. Lu Chen did not participate in the subsequent handling of internal club affairs. He needed to hurry to complete dungeons and strive to reach level 30 before the new student competition the day after tomorrow, so he could equip the archer gloves. After leaving the club activity room, Lu Chen wanted to teleport to the dungeon hall, but all the teleportation options for the dungeon hall from the 1st to the 9th floor were grayed out and unclickable. With no other choice, he looked at the navigation map next to the teleportation array and teleported to the teaching area of the East District of Chengdu University, which was the closest to the dungeon hall. The East District was still quite large, encompassing dining, accommodation, teaching, and club activities within the school, and he walked for a while before finding the dungeon hall. The Dungeon Hall of Chengdu University has a total of 9 floors and is the largest dungeon hall in the country and even the world. It contains the most dungeons in the entire Blue Star, and these dungeons continue to increase every year. Upon entering the dungeon hall, a girl guarding the entrance approached him and said, "Hello, my name is Guo Keping. Are you a new student? Do you need me to explain the situation of the dungeon hall to you?" Seeing this, Lu Chen asked, "How did you know I was a new student?" Guo Keping replied, "Because qualified old students usually teleport directly into the dungeon hall using teleportation stones. Only new students who haven't had the chance to buy teleportation stones and are coming for the first time need to register." Lu Chen thought that teleportation stones were only for tasks brought by Gao Chang, and he didn't expect that individual students could also possess them. "You're not going to charge me for the explanation, are you?" Guo Keping smiled, a bit embarrassed, and said, "This is my first time doing this, but I know the situation here very well, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Lu Chen nodded. Spending a little money was not a problem. "How much?" Guo Keping replied, "I don't want dragon yuan, I want points." Guo Keping thought for a moment and changed her mind. "Since you're a new student, you probably don't have many points, so I'll charge you 80. After saying that, she handed Lu Chen a card with a QR code hanging from her neck. Lu Chen scanned the code and paid 80 points. After receiving the points, Guo Keping led him into the dungeon hall. At the front desk on the first floor of the dungeon hall, Guo Keping asked Lu Chen for his ID and the first floor pass, then helped him register his information with the front desk lady. Lu Chen only needed to cooperate with a facial scan. After a while, Guo Keping returned Lu Chen's documents and said, "From now on, you only need to do facial recognition to enter the first floor dungeon hall." After that, Guo Keping led Lu Chen through facial recognition and entered the first floor dungeon hall through a teleportation portal. Here is a grand square, the ground paved with a kind of luminous white stone. Above the square is a massive dome, and looking up, one can see carvings depicting the history and patterns of battles between the Divine Empire and various other races such as the Underworld, Void Spirits, and Undead. Occasionally, streams of colorful light flow among them. After entering, Guo Keping pointed to the teleportation array by the door and said, "This is the teleportation array for the instance hall, but only those with a pass and registered personal information can teleport here." Lu Chen nodded. No wonder he couldn't teleport directly here just now. Guo Keping thought for a moment and continued, once you buy a teleportation stone, you can teleport directly from anywhere on campus. Of course, since you just arrived at school, you might not have many points, so it's the same for the teleportation array. Lu Chen asked, how many points is a teleportation stone? 5,000, you can buy it at the Student Service Center in the Southern District, and there are many good things there, you can check it out when you have time. After saying this, Guo Keping led Lu Chen forward. Although the entire building looks large from outside the instance hall, the size of the first floor of the instance hall should far exceed the area visible from the outside. Seeing Lu Chen deep in thought, Guo Keping said, don't be surprised, this is actually a transformed magic cave. When the site was chosen back then, the increasing number of instances was taken into account, and using a magic cave as the instance hall perfectly solved the space issue. At this moment, the instance hall was bustling with people, and Guo Keping brought Lu Chen to an empty display screen and said, there are too many instances here for you to look at one by one, you can search for instances that meet your needs here. Once you select an instance, you can teleport directly to the entrance from here. Lu Chen stepped forward and casually flipped through, discovering that the number of instances here far exceeded that of the instance square. He saw a unique instance among them. Normal competitive instance, Summoner's Rift, no level restriction, 500 points. He turned to Guo Keping and asked, what is a competitive instance for? Guo Keping looked at it and said, this is a 5v5 battle instance, used for training and sparring. In addition, there are small, large, and battlefield-level competitive instances. Sparring between students and clubs can take place in this instance, and it is also used to train team combat abilities. Since there are team battle events in both the National College League and the World League, the school set up these competitive instances. Lu Chen nodded. Currently, this type of instance was not his goal. At this moment, he noticed a prominent notification at the top of the display screen. Major update. Next week, a brand new experience instance will be launched on the first floor of the instance hall, level 29 Rotting Tomb. The instance offers rich experience and is suitable for students about to break through level 29. The instance only requires 500 points, and if you reserve more than 3 times in advance, you can enjoy a 10% discount. Here, let us thank the Imperial Army and the Special Task Force from the Divine Capital University for their selfless contributions, bringing us a brand new instance core. Guo Keping looked at the notification and said, I just heard that the school sent a special task force to participate in the Imperial Army's Magic Cave mission, and I didn't expect them to obtain the instance core so quickly. They are really impressive. If I get the chance to meet them, I must ask the Special Task Force members for their signatures. Lu Chen was a bit curious. Do even such activities have fans? Why do you want a signature? Guo Keping said with a dreamy expression, to sell it. I heard that there is a super genius in this special task force who turned the tide and killed the demon god to obtain the instance core. Now he is quite popular in school, I just didn't pay attention to what his name was at the time. If I can get his signature, I think selling it for 10 points would still attract buyers. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless, his signature was worth so little. Let me sign for you, how many copies do you want? Guo Keping waved her hand and said, it's not like any random signature can be sold for money, do you think you're a godslayer? Lu Chen chuckled awkwardly. Alright. Turning his gaze back to the display screen, he limited the range to level 25, and still, a large number of dungeons appeared on the list. Corrupted Land, LV 25, points 100. Toxic Swamp, LV 25, points 100. Steel Fortress, LV 25, points 100. The dungeons here required points to enter, while the dungeon square did not. Guo Keping said, actually, when you just enter school, if you don't have many points, you can go to the dungeon square first. Lu Chen replied, I still have some points. Guo Keping thought about the students who could enter Shindu University, their college entrance exam scores must be at least 20 to 30,000, and thinking of this, she looked at Lu Chen and muttered softly, I really miscalculated earlier, I even gave him a 20% discount. But he's so handsome, this 20 points can be considered as paying to see a handsome guy. Seeing Lu Chen continuously searching through the dungeon list, she said, you can also search for monster names, materials, etc. And the system will filter out the dungeons that meet the criteria. Lu Chen entered Shadow Demon Ore in the filter bar, but no dungeon information was displayed. Even after removing the level 25 restriction, it was still the same. Guo Keping tilted her head and asked about the name Shadow Demon Ore. What kind of material is this? I've never heard of it before. Lu Chen replied lightly, just a rare material, it might only be produced in higher level dungeons. He then entered Shadow Demon Mine, and this time several dungeons that met the criteria appeared. Corrupted Land, LV 25, points 100. Dark Mine, LV 30, points 500. Nether Pit, LV35, points 1000. Lu Chen decided to check out the corrupted land first, unsure of how much Shadow Demon ore would drop. Clicking on the corrupted land, team information appeared on the system page. Do you want to go to this dungeon? It's a material dungeon, so the experience might be less than other dungeons, which means you might have to wait a while to find teammates. Lu Chen nodded and said, "It's fine, I'll take a look." The two were teleported to the dungeon entrance, where the corrupted land dungeon entrance was starkly quiet compared to the bustling entrances of several nearby dungeons. Guo Kebeing remarked, "Do you really want to go to this dungeon? If you can't find teammates, you can post an announcement, just like in the dungeon square." Lu Chen stretched his limbs and said, "It's fine, I'm used to soloing." Guo Kebeing was a bit surprised. Although everyone knew that soloing yielded the highest rewards, the risks were equally great. She noticed that Lu Chen seemed to be a ranged class and didn't quite understand why he dared to solo a dungeon. Perhaps he was a genius student from some province. She decided not to say much more and just reminded him, "Then be careful, if you encounter danger, make sure to exit in time. I'll be at the dungeon hall entrance this afternoon. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." After bidding farewell to Guo Kebeing, Lu Chen opened the hell difficulty for the corrupted land dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon, he was greeted by a landscape of black hills covered in strange vines, with a depression in the center of several mounds. These vines looked very uncomfortable, resembling a 9-turn large intestine with fangs at the tips. They emitted a nauseating, rotting odor, and beneath the fangs was an orifice. The source of the disgusting smell was the dark green liquid continuously flowing from the orifice. "Damn! It stinks!" Lu Chen covered his nose and checked his health value. Fortunately, he hadn't lost any blood. If it were toxic gas, that would be troublesome. Corrupted vines, level, LV25, strength, 200, constitution, 200, agility, 200, intelligence, 200, health, 20,000, magic, 2,000, corruption affinity, in a corrupted environment, health value *10. Corrupted slime, when stimulated, it will spray out corrupted slime, which not only disgusts but also reduces movement speed. Although these corrupted vines had low attributes, their numbers were overwhelming. The corrupted land before him was filled with these disgusting things. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided against using artillery to cleanse the area. Encountering a boss during the cooldown period would be troublesome. He took out 3 shotguns, the demon-banishing Sacred Flame, Dragon Roar, and Hurricane Hammer, which floated in midair. Lu Chen had a strange illusion that the 2 guns, the demon-banishing Sacred Flame and Dragon Roar, seemed curious about the new addition, their dark muzzles constantly turning towards the Hurricane Hammer. Perhaps shotguns had their own way of greeting each other. After equipping the rampaging puppy dual wield, Lu Chen entered mowing mode. Bang! 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 Da-day-day-day-day-day. From the mini-map, he looked like a humanoid lawnmower, rampaging through the corrupted land. The ground was covered in slime spewed from the vines, making it extremely uncomfortable to step on. Lu Chen watched the 3 floating shotguns, currently having a blast, spraying whoever they encountered. He suddenly imagined that when he bought a big sniper, a Gatling gun, or an RPG, he wondered if he could sit on top and shoot. Thinking of this, he shook his head. Sitting on such things might burn his butt. After stopping his wild thoughts, Lu Chen noticed that although the slime on the ground looked like gelatinous jelly, it was slowly flowing towards the depression in the center. He focused on the depression, the only place in the entire dungeon without corrupted vines. It should be the boss spawn point, but he wasn't sure what the spawn mechanism was. After killing about 100 of them, he suddenly saw the Cauldron of Greed automatically pick up a piece of shadow magic ore from a pile of rotten meat. It looked like a kidney stone formed from poor digestion. What the hell? What kind of drop rate is this? Even on hell difficulty, this drop rate is ridiculous. Just kill a Kohaner. Lu Chen felt like quitting the dungeon. It was dirty and smelly, and the drop rate was abysmally low. However, the 100 points spent to enter the dungeon made him hesitate. Since he was already here, he might as well try for a while longer. Fortunately, although the drop rate was low, these corrupted vines had low health values, and the corrupted slime didn't cause health loss, only slowing Lu Chen's movement. The shotguns were mostly one-shot kills, and with the addition of the new gun, Hurricane Hammer, he could take down 4 with a single shot. This made Lu Chen feel a bit better. Enduring the disgusting slime, he unleashed his firepower, and before long, he cleared the vast expanse of corrupted vines. He only harvested 25 pieces of shadow magic ore. At this point, Lu Chen noticed that the slime was continuously gathering in the depression, gradually forming a dark green lake. It was obvious that this was the boss spawn point. He stood on the hill, 5 guns poised menacingly at the lake, waiting for the boss to spawn. Suddenly, some vine fragments floated on the dark green lake, and bubbles began to rise, increasing in number and size. Lu Chen's mind flashed back to a dish from his past life on Earth. beef bile hot pot. Just then, the 3 shotguns suddenly opened fire. Bang! 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 The bullets plunged directly into the slime lake, causing some black-purple liquid to ripple. Lu Chen quickly opened fire, bullets falling like raindrops. At this moment, the surface of the mucus lake was turbulent, and a fish covered in black and purple scales, ugly in appearance and somewhat decayed, leaped out of the lake, spitting a stream of mucus projectiles in his direction. Dark-scale flying fish king level, LV 30 strength, 800 constitution, 1000 agility, 1000 intelligence, 500 health, 100000 magic, 5000 corruption affinity. In a corrupted environment, health value *10. Self-heal, while in corrupted mucus, recover 10% of health per second. Mucus barrage spews a large number of mucus projectiles from its mouth, which are highly corrosive and cause damage to flesh and metal. Aerial glide, using its unique wing fins, the flying fish king can suddenly leap out of the water during battle, glide in the air, and then dive from above to attack players. A boss that can heal? If a group of melee class players encountered the dark-scale flying fish king, it could pose quite a problem, because if they didn't kill it immediately, allowing the boss to escape back into the mucus lake, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Lu Chen, let alone escaping back to the mucus lake. After 49 rounds of bombardment, it might evaporate along with the lake. He watched the incoming mucus barrage, teleporting to the side to dodge the attack. The damp ground where the mucus projectiles hit immediately began to smoke, emitting a hissing sound. Without wasting any more time, Lu Chen prepared to cast Hellfire. At that moment, the dark-scale flying fish king leaped to an extreme height, its 2 tattered fins just opening. It flapped them, gliding towards Lu Chen in a strange manner. However, before the magic circle could appear, 3 shotguns fired simultaneously. 8563882278788078. The dark-scale flying fish king was shattered in mid-air. Lu Chen couldn't believe the damage. It hadn't been killed instantly in the mucus lake, yet it was taken down as soon as it hit land. At this time, the shells finally arrived, falling continuously. Boom! 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 The foul-smelling mucus lake seemed to evaporate under the high temperature, a stench wafting through the air. The shells had hit nothing but evaporated the mucus lake. Lu Chen moved a bit closer, allowing the Cauldron of Greed to collect the spoils before immediately leaving the dungeon. Upon returning to the dungeon entrance, he looked up at the dungeon record board, and unsurprisingly, the historical record had been refreshed. Hell difficulty completion history for the corrupted land of first place, Super God Academy, pre, 4 minutes 24 seconds, Lu Chen 200 points, second place, Dragon King Society 48 minutes 12 seconds, by Babo 116 points, third place, Apocalypse Society 51 minutes 18 seconds, Wu Rendi 97 points. At this moment, Lu Chen received another message from the school. Classmate Lu Chen, you have broken the school's completion record for the corrupted land. In recognition of your outstanding performance, you have been awarded 10 credits as encouragement. Previously, when he broke his own record in the Dark Forest, he didn't receive any credits, but this time breaking the record for the corrupted land earned him some. It seemed that only the first time breaking a record would grant credits, but his main tasks now were leveling up and obtaining shadow magic ore. As long as he accumulated 1200 credits within a year, it would be sufficient. Given his current progress, the need for credits wasn't so urgent. Lu Chen checked his gains from the corrupted land, a total of 40 pieces of shadow magic ore, and the boss also dropped 5 skill stones and 1 breakthrough stone. At this rate, he would likely need about 18 or 19 runs to gather enough 750 pieces of shadow magic ore. The experience from the dungeon was indeed not much, only increasing by 4%, reaching level 28, 80%. A few more runs and he would level up. He decided to tackle this dungeon first today, gather enough shadow magic ore to reach level 29, and tomorrow he would have another day to use the 5 trial dungeon tickets for the Super God Academy. He wasn't sure if 5 would be enough for leveling up. If not, he could always grind experience in the dungeon hall. He clicked on the corrupted land dungeon at hell difficulty again, arriving once more in the Black Hills overgrown with corrupted vines. Upon entering the dungeon, he immediately blinked forward, activating firepower suppression, and fired all 5 guns simultaneously. He quickly cleared the area around the depression of corrupted vines, then waited on the hilltop for the dark-scaled Flying Fish King to respawn. As soon as the Flying Fish King's head emerged from the slime lake, 3 shotguns blasted bullets into its head. Bang! Bang! Bang 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 bang! The dark-scaled Flying Fish King was instantly defeated. Leaving the dungeon, Lu Chen felt that aside from the somewhat disgusting environment, the efficiency of this dungeon was quite high for him. He thought to himself, since he didn't need firepower for the boss, why not use artillery to clear the area? Although the bombardment could only cover 2/3 of the corrupted vines, it would still save a lot of time. Entering the dungeon again, Lu Chen directly cast Firepower Purgatory. 2,401 shells fell within a radius of 280 meters, completely different from the previous bombardment of the boss. The vast area, dense rain of bullets, and trembling ground made the scene even more shocking under the large-scale bombardment. Without wasting time, while the artillery was firing, Lu Chen ran towards the remaining third of the corrupted vines. With the help of blink leaps, he finished the battle in just over a minute. The dark-scaled Flying Fish King flew out of the slime lake on time, meeting its third instant defeat of the day. Leaving the dungeon, Lu Chen looked at the dungeon record board. First place, Super God Academy, Pre, 1 minute 25 seconds, Lu Chen 200 points. Second place, Super God Academy, Pre, 4 minutes 5 seconds, Lu Chen 200 points. Third place, Super God Academy, Pre, 4 minutes 24 seconds, Lu Chen 200 points. This speed was simply bug level. Lu Chen even thought that if this dungeon gave more experience, could he level up to 30 just by grinding in the corrupted land? Entering the dungeon again, this time the Firepower Purgatory skill was still on cooldown, so Lu Chen fought in a different way. He directly blinked up close, letting the frenzied puppy fire wildly, utilizing the mechanism of reduced cooldown from critical hits to blink leap through the vines. He killed the dark-scaled Flying Fish King again, but this time it took a bit longer, reaching 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The continuous casting of blink leaps consumed quite a bit of mana. By the end of the dungeon, his mana had decreased by a third. After that, Lu Chen alternated between different methods to grind the dungeon and quickly reached level 29. However, the experience required to level up from 29 became extremely exaggerated. It took 3 more runs to gain just 1% experience. Over an hour later, after running the Corrupted Land dungeon 19 times, Lu Chen finally gathered enough shadow magic ore, totaling 760 pieces. At that moment, he saw Gui Keping standing at the dungeon entrance, staring at him in disbelief. Lu Chen walked over, and Gui Keping said incredulously, "You are Lu Chen?" He nodded. "Yeah, do you want an autograph?" Gui Keping pointed at the dungeon record board, her breath a bit hurried. 1 minute 25 seconds? Were you that fast? Lu Chen scratched his head and replied, "Not every time is this fast, it depends on the state." At that moment, a student waiting for the dungeon nearby overheard and covered his mouth, chuckling. "Do you think that Beauty will dump him because this guy is too fast?" A companion beside him laughed. "What nonsense! It's a once-in-a-millennium encounter, and they're arguing in public over this." Another female student with a bow and arrow saw Lu Chen's score on the leaderboard and slapped the back of both their heads. "What are you two thinking? Look at the leaderboard." At that moment, the two finally turned to look at the board. "What the heck? So fast? Oh my, if it's this fast, I can accept it too. Wait. Why is the whole screen filled with this guy? We just waited for half an hour. Could it be that all these are his records refreshed in this moment?" At this time, the archer girl focused and noticed Lu Chen's name. "You guys look, that's Lu Chen." The two noticed and exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, it really is him. This guy is too monstrous, right? He broke the record for the Dark Forest yesterday, and this morning I heard he killed a demon god, and this afternoon he broke the record for the Corrupted Land again." While they were in shock, their teammate Josie Heo arrived. "Hey, what are you two looking at?" The two immediately pulled the newly arrived teammate over. "Old Joe, quickly look, isn't that your club's Lu Chen? Wow, he broke the record for the Corrupted Land again, and it's 1 minute and 25 seconds. Upon hearing this, Josie Heo's face turned red with shame, and he buried his head as he walked to the dungeon entrance, saying, "Are we going in or not? If not, I'm leaving." The others looked over, and the archer girl said, "You all are from the same club, what's there to be embarrassed about?" The two boys echoed. Josie Heo didn't turn back and continued, "I'll ask one more time, are you going in or not? If not, I'm going back." The archer girl keenly sensed something was off and asked, "Do you have a grudge?" Josie Heo didn't answer and actually used a teleportation stone to leave the dungeon hall. The two boys saw this and said, "TCH, he thinks he's some big shot. Not only is it expensive to have him lead, but he's also slow as hell." Exactly, look at the organization name in front of Lu Chen, it's all Super God Academy. What does it have to do with his demon hunting club? Meanwhile, Lu Chen, under Gui Keping's desperate pleas, signed 10 autographs for her. "I'll sign this many for now, if the sales are good later, I'll sign more for you, and then we'll split it 90 to 10. Gui Keping looked at him with admiration, feeling a bit shy. "Isn't this too much? I can't take this many." Lu Chen looked at her in confusion and said, "What are you thinking? It's 90 for me and 10 for you." After saying that, he teleported from the dungeon entrance to the teleportation array on the first floor of the dungeon hall, leaving Gui Keping in a daze. "I only get 10%, but he's so popular in school, these 10 will sell out if I just take them to the girls' dormitory tonight. By then, selling 100 a day, no, 1,000. Coming back to her senses, Wu Keping suddenly remembered she hadn't gotten Lu Chen's contact information and hurried to catch up, but Lu Chen had already gone to the student service center in the southern area of the school from the teleportation array. Coming out of the teleportation array, it was already evening, and there were still many students at the entrance of the student service center. Because the dungeon square had just stopped being open, most students had come here to exchange some items. As he walked towards the student service center, students were setting up stalls outside and on the first floor. Following the service center's directions, Lu Chen went to the second floor. Here were some shops officially set up by the school, and as he browsed, he surprisingly found one selling skill stones. He approached to ask the price, and it was shockingly high, priced at 10,000 points. "Boss, you guys are the official school store, right? You can't be this outrageous. 10,000 points for a skill stone, why don't you go rob a bank?" The boss was a beautiful young woman wearing glasses, dressed in a green qipao, sitting in the store. Upon hearing this, she adjusted her glasses and said, "How can you talk like that? This is a 10-year-old store. Skill stones are plentiful, but the demand is even greater, right? Generally, no one sells them, I only have 6 in my shop." Lu Chen looked at the 101 skill stones in his backpack and thought that after upgrading a few skills, he would indeed be out. But 10,000 was too expensive, it wasn't worth it. Seeing Lu Chen about to leave, the female shop owner called out to him, "You look handsome, so I'll give you a 20% discount." Lu Chen didn't turn back and continued walking. The shop owner continued, 30% off, 30% off, come back." Lu Chen returned to the shop, and the shop owner immediately beamed with joy, adjusting her glasses as she said, 30% off for you, handsome. He shook his head and said, "I don't want this, do you have any teleportation stones for sale?" The shop owner replied, "We have those too, 7,000. Lu Chen frowned, "Didn't Gua Kebeing say it was 5,000 today? Give me 30% off this." The shop owner shifted her position and said, "Oh, you're quite the bargainer." Seeing Lu Chen about to leave again, she quickly added, all right, handsome, come back next time." Lu Chen scanned to pay 4,900 points and took the teleportation stone. The shop owner wanted to say something else, but Lu Chen had already teleported back to the dormitory. Back in the dorm, he washed up and lay on his bed to upgrade his skills. Although 101 stones seemed like a lot, after a round of upgrades, only one was left. He spent 100 skill stones and a breakthrough stone to raise firepower suppression and blink leap to level 29 at the peak of the 3rd tier, and brave grenadier to level 12 at the 2nd tier. The attack speed bonus for firepower suppression reached 290%, and the skill range for blink leap increased to 29 meters. The next morning, Lu Chen got up and went to the Super God Academy. At the teleportation array, he met Pandora, Annie, and Shirdahu. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Pandora's spinning dagger paused and fell to the ground. She quickly bent down to pick it up. Shirdahu, standing nearby, remarked, "Stop playing with such dangerous items, don't accidentally hurt me." Pandora picked up the dagger and pretended to scare Shirdahu with the hilt, but when she saw him cowering, she stopped. Annie, holding a teddy bear, asked, "Littlein, are you going to the training dungeon too?" Lu Chen nodded, "Yeah, you know where it is, right? Take me with you." Shirdahu quickly said, I know. I'll take you there, and then you can take me down the dungeon." Lu Chen waved his hand, saying, "It's not worth it for you to go down the training dungeon with me, you won't gain much experience, and I'm planning to solo it." Pandora twirled her dagger again, saying, "That's true, your strength is so high, soloing will yield much better rewards." At that moment, AI Xiaohai also appeared at the teleportation array and greeted Lu Chen enthusiastically. "I knew you'd definitely come to grind the training dungeon today. I didn't expect Gao Cheng to be so generous, giving us 2 entry tickets for the training dungeon." Annie asked, "Littlein, you performed the best, how many did you get?" Lu Chen held up his hand, saying, 5. The others gasped in surprise. "So many." Lu Chen continued, "And I also have 5 entry tickets for the level 39 training dungeon." AI Xiaohai said enviously, "That's a level 39 training dungeon. Many people, even after changing jobs, get stuck at level 39 for a long time. The experience required is no joke." At this time, Xiao Yueyang also arrived at the teleportation array. Lu Chen didn't see Lin Xiao and Shirjailan and asked, "What about the other 2? Aren't they going to the training dungeon?" Pandora replied, "Lin Xiao wants to try soloing, he's a paladin, so he has a chance with both offense and defense. Shirjailan went with others to farm materials, so he didn't come with us." After saying that, the group headed towards the training dungeon. It was a lake, with 2 stone bridges leading to the level 29 and level 39 training dungeons. Upon arriving at the level 29 dungeon, they did not see Lin Zhao's figure. He must have already entered the dungeon. The training dungeon was designed for 5 players, and at the entrance, Pandora stopped spinning her dagger and said, "Shaoan, there are 3 levels of training dungeons: normal, nightmare, and hell. The difficulty and experience of the monsters vary by difficulty level. Nightmare is 5 times, and hell is 10 times. If you want a solo, I still suggest you start with normal." Lu Chen saw that everyone else agreed and added, "I only have 5 entry tickets and don't want to waste them. I'll try to level up to 30 with these 5, so I'll go straight for hell difficulty." Annie shook her head and said, "Hell difficulty is too hard. Nightmare only increases the number of monsters by 5 times, but hell difficulty increases both the number of monsters and all attributes by 10 times. You should be more cautious." Sherdahu also nodded, looking profound as he said, "Yes, I think both of you are right. If you insist on going for hell difficulty, I suggest you bring a tank, like me." Ai Xiaohai laughed, "Sherdatua, I see you want to take advantage of this. Besides, didn't you say you're not a tank?" Sherdahu snorted and said, "I'm a warrior who can be a tank." Amidst the laughter, Lu Chen decided to go all in and enter hell difficulty. Clicking on the hell difficulty of the training dungeon, he instantly vanished from his spot and appeared in a cave. The cave was large, surrounded by numerous passages, each roughly a 3 meter by 3 meter square. He quickly counted and found there were as many as 40 passages. At that moment, the dungeon prompt sounded, "Training dungeon activated. Each passage will spawn 100 monsters, with each wave containing an elite boss, and the last 10 waves will include a final boss. Monster spawn direction is random, and a red gem will light up above the cave indicating the spawn direction 1 second before the spawn. After the monster spawn ends, the gem in that direction will turn green. You now have 10 seconds to prepare. Go! Now! Sleep! Vomit! 10,000! Hiss hiss hiss. A cacophony of monster screeches erupted, and the gem above a cave at the 3 o'clock position lit up red. Lu Chen quickly blinked and leaped over, covering a distance of 29 meters, and ran a few more steps to reach the entrance of the passage just before the monsters spawned. 5 guns appeared simultaneously, and the moment the first monster showed its head, it was shattered by the hurricane hammer. It was a spider. Cave spider, hell, level, LV 29, strength, 5,000, constitution, 5,000, agility, 10,000, intelligence, 10,000, health, 50,000, mana, 100,000, hell enhancement, all attributes *10. Toxic glands, sprays venom at the target, causing massive damage and inflicting slow, blind, and weaken effects on the target. Web entangle, shoots a strand of spider silk at the target, applying a binding effect that slows down the target. Reaching 10 layers will imprison the target. The strength of the cave spider, enhanced by hell difficulty, was astonishing, and Lu Chen did not dare to underestimate it, firing with all his might. Bang! Bang! Bang 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 bang! Da-day-day-day-day-day! The damage from the 3 shotguns reached 70 to 80,000, while the damage from the raging puppy exceeded 6,000. As bullets continued to rain down, a large number of cave spiders were killed at the entrance. However, the corpse of the cave spider turned into a wisp of white light and disappeared after a few seconds. If the body had remained, it could have served as a barrier to slow down their attack speed. Fortunately, the entrance to the cave was not very large, and the number of cave spiders that surged out each time was not many. Otherwise, Lu Chen would have had to open fire to suppress them. However, the duration of the fire suppression only lasted 30 seconds after reaching the 3rd tier, and he wanted to wait until he couldn't hold back the monsters before activating it. As he saw the number of spiders increasing, he used the Brave Grenadier skill and threw out 4 grenades. As a golden tier skill, the base damage of the Brave Grenadier was still too low. Although he couldn't directly kill the cave spiders, he managed to reduce many of them to below half health. This allowed the furious little dog to quickly harvest these spiders. Finally, this wave of spiders was completely dealt with, and a stunningly beautiful face appeared at the cave entrance, followed by the enormous Spider Queen appearing before Lu Chen. Cave Spider Queen, Hell Elite Boss, level, LV 29 strength, 50,000 constitution, 50,000 agility, 100,000 intelligence, 100,000 health, 500,000 mana, 100,000 hell enhancement, all attributes *10. Queen's Venom, shoots a barrage of venom at the target, causing massive damage and inflicting slow, blind, and weaken effects. Web Entanglement, shoots a web at the target, imprisoning them. 500,000 health. But at this moment, he couldn't unleash Hellfire. Every wave of monsters was followed by such an elite boss. If he unleashed it now, he would have no room to fight back against the strong enemies later. Activate Fire Suppression. Lu Chen's attack speed bonus reached a terrifying 476. 4%. Even the slow attack Holy Flame and Dragon Roar reached nearly 3 shots per second under this attack speed bonus, while the slow Hurricane Hammer reached 5 shots per second. The furious little dog even approached a terrifying rate of nearly 24 shots per second. In just 1 second, a dark icy effect appeared on the cave spider queen, and before she could spray her venom, she was controlled by the freezing effect of the furious little dog's ice gun. With the Hurricane Hammer firing 2 rounds of 4 tubes in succession, the Spider Queen remained frozen and was smashed to pieces. Luckily, I upgraded the fire suppression, otherwise, I would have had to tangle with this Spider Queen for a while. After killing the Cave Spider Queen, the second wave of monsters was about to arrive. Sleep. Spit. 10,000. In the opposite direction at 9 o'clock, a red gem lit up. What the hell? This is intentional, right? The distance between the 2 monster waves is so far. After Lu Chen blinked and leaped, he immediately ran toward the monster spawning channel. At this moment, a large number of spiders had already surged into the cave. Taking advantage of the remaining few seconds of fire suppression, the terrifying firepower net from 5 guns pushed the spider swarm back to the entrance of the channel. Bang! Bang! Bang 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 bang! Data 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 da. In an instant, the severed limbs and broken bodies of the cave spiders scattered all over the ground, and soon after, they turned into white light and disappeared. The cave spiders continued to appear in an orderly fashion from the channel, lining up to be shot. Under Lu Chen's full firepower, the fire rate was just enough to keep up with the speed at which the cave spiders appeared. If the spawning were any faster, Lu Chen would have had to let the monsters enter the cave. Faced with this situation, he desperately wished to replace his shotgun and submachine gun with an assault rifle. If it weren't for the significant difference in funding, if he had a God of Fire Gatling right now, just one, he wouldn't feel slightly underpowered against the cave spiders. Because the battle was rather dull and boring, he had already begun to fantasize about having 40 Gatlings, lying in wait at every cave entrance, slaughtering the cave spiders in a frenzy. After killing the last cave spider queen, Lu Chen easily passed through the first 90 waves of monsters. Because the training dungeon was purely an experience dungeon, the monsters did not drop loot, but the first 90 waves had already given him 14% experience, bringing him to level 29, 5%. Although the hell difficulty was a bit tougher, danger coexisted with opportunity, and the amount of experience was quite considerable. It was just a pity that the dungeon environment was a cave with narrow passages, otherwise, if he unleashed a wave of artillery fire, he could have cleared it even faster. He thought to himself, at this rate, 5 training dungeon entry tickets might very well allow him to break through level 29. The final 10 waves would soon feature the boss, so he steeled himself, looking at the last 10 passages that had not yet lit up with a green light. At the 6 o'clock position, a red gem lit up, and Lu Chen quickly arrived at the passage entrance. However, what surged out of the passage was no longer cave spiders, but huge beetles. Cave beetle, hell, level, LV 29 strength, 10,000 constitution, 10,000 agility, 5,000 intelligence, 5,000 health, 100000 mana, 50,000 hell enhancement, 4-dimensional attributes *10. Rock shell. The cave beetle's shell is very hard, capable of protecting it from a certain amount of physical damage. Giant pincer. Once the giant pincers bite down on a target, it will cause massive damage. There's actually a physical damage immunity skill. This was undoubtedly very bad news for Lu Chen. If the cave beetles could completely immunize against physical damage, his limited ice and fire damage would be insufficient to clear this dungeon. Forget it, I'll just fire a shot and see what happens. He quickly opened fire with 5 guns, but the scene he imagined, bullets striking the hard rock shell and sparks flying, did not occur. The bullets bypassed the rock shell and struck directly at the soft abdomen through its joints. Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his automatic headshot talent was like a cheat, always able to find the critical points of the monsters. As long as it wasn't like the eye of the demon, which completely hid its weaknesses, it couldn't escape the punishment of his firearms. The cave beetles had a health value of up to 100,000, requiring 2 shots from his shotgun to kill one, while the frenzied little dogs needed nearly 20 shots. However, the cave beetles were not as fast as the cave spiders, and Lu Chen's firepower could barely suppress these monsters. But as the number of cave beetles increased, some began to break through the firepower net and enter the cave. Fortunately, their main attack method was melee, so he just needed to keep retreating and maintain a certain distance. Under Lu Chen's attacks, the number of beetles continued to decrease. Seeing that there were only about 10 beetles left in front of him, he immediately activated firepower suppression. After quickly dealing with the cave beetles, a giant beetle charged out of the cave, its size close to 5 meters, digging through the passage like an excavator, wrapped in a silver-gray metallic shell. The light from the red gem illuminated it, reflecting specks of red light. Metal Giant Beetle, Hell Level Boss, Level, LV29 Strength, 200000 Constitution, 200000 Agility, 100000 Intelligence, 100000 Health, 200000 Mana, 100000 Hell Enhancement, 4-dimensional attributes *10. All metal shell. The Metal Giant Beetle's shell is made of alloy, which immunizes it against 90% of physical damage. Metal Clamp. Once the metal pincers bite down on a target, it will cause massive damage and can kill targets with lower health values. Burrow/Breakground. Uses its giant pincers to burrow underground, then emerges from beneath the target's feet. Wow, if the automatic lock fails, wouldn't my damage be equivalent to giving it a scraping treatment? And the health points are as high as 2 million. Lu Chen was shocked by the skills of the Metal Giant Beetle. But upon further thought, if he could find a way to gain some armor-piercing damage through firearm attachments, or convert part of the damage into elemental damage, especially lightning damage, then he might not have to worry about this boss at all. There was no time to think too much. Lu Chen activated firepower suppression and fired with all his might. 2446, 2350, 2230. Damn it, not only did the damage not crit, but it was also absorbed by its full metal shell by 90%, causing only 1/10 of the damage. Fortunately, although the rabid little dogs only dealt around 600 damage, the crazily stacking ice effect and crippling effect further reduced its already slow movement speed. Just then, the Metal Giant Beetle burrowed underground, and a slightly raised ground indicated that it was moving towards Lu Chen. This scene reminded him of facing the eye of the demon, and Lu Chen smiled slightly, quietly waiting for the Metal Giant Beetle to burst out from the ground. Just as the raised ground was about to reach his feet, he used a blink to leap into the air above him. In an instant, he disappeared from his original spot and appeared 29 meters above the ground. Almost simultaneously, the Metal Giant Beetle also broke through the soil, its massive mouth opening wide, ready to bite and devour Lu Chen. In midair, Lu Chen saw the disgusting black beetle muscles in the mouth of the Metal Giant Beetle. With 5 guns aimed downwards, Lu Chen, while still airborne, attempted to step on the shoulder rests of the demon-repelling Sacred Flame and Dragon Roar. Now's the time. Fire! Bang! Bang! Bang 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 bang! Data 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 da. As the 2 shotguns beneath him fired wildly, Lu Chen swayed like a frenzied dancer amidst the hail of bullets. Damn, damn, damn. It was his first time doing this, and he was desperately trying to stabilize himself on the 2 shotguns that were firing at full throttle. The 2 rabid little dogs also aimed their barrels downwards, pouring out bullets like crazy. 6261, 85638, 82278, 78078. Critical hit. Although the Metal Giant Beetle had a health value of 2 million, Lu Chen's damage during firepower suppression was astonishingly high. In just 1 second, the demon-repelling Sacred Flame and Dragon Roar fired a total of 6 shots, while the Hurricane Hammer unleashed 5 rounds of 4-barrel simultaneous fire, totaling 20 bullets, and the 2 rabid little dogs together unleashed nearly 50 bullets. The bullets surged into the mouth of the Metal Giant Beetle, and this wave of damage instantly killed it. Lu Chen was still standing on the demon-repelling Sacred Flame and Dragon Roar, but the shoulder rests of the 2 guns were still too narrow. It wasn't that he had a talent for dancing, he was just unable to stand firm. If it were a Gatling gun or a close defense cannon, it might have been easier. He quickly used gunfighting techniques to control the 2 shotguns to land smoothly, just as 92 waves of monsters attacked. He ran to the entrance and replicated the series of operations from before. This time, Lu Chen stood more steadily on the shotgun and killed the second Metal Giant Beetle. Soon, the 100 waves of monsters were cleared, and Lu Chen left the dungeon. Back at the entrance of the dungeon, he saw his score on the record board. Level 29 Trial Dungeon Hell Difficulty Completion History, First Place, Super God Academy, Pre, 45 minutes 24 seconds, Lu Chen, Second Place, Super God Academy, Pre, 2 hours 48 minutes 12 seconds, Xiao Yong'en and others, Third Place, Super God Academy, Pre, 3 hours 15 minutes 18 seconds, Xiao Yeso and others. 45 minutes, huh? If I can find a way to use Hellfire to clear a wave of monsters, maybe I can go even faster. The Academy's credit distribution notification followed closely. Lu Chen, you have broken the Super God Academy's completion history record for the Level 29 Trial Dungeon. In recognition of your outstanding performance, you are awarded 10 credits as encouragement. At this point, his credits had reached 80, making it quite easy for Lu Chen to earn credits. While reflecting on the recent dungeon run, he thought that if he could spawn multiple waves of monsters simultaneously and funnel them into the cave, he could use Hellfire to wipe them out in one go. Currently, he hadn't equipped the sharpshooter gloves, and the maximum critical damage from Hellfire was just over 100 million. Combined with the 2,401 shells of Hellfire, Lu Chen decided that if he could spawn monsters in advance, he would release 25 waves at once. The remaining monsters could be dealt with using his firearms. Without hesitation, he re-entered the dungeon at hell difficulty. Once again in the cave, Lu Chen quickly ran to a passageway at the 12 o'clock position, 3 meters high, with an unactivated gray gem above it. Lu Chen used the demon exorcism holy flame to fly up and touch the gray gem. At that moment, the original dungeon prompt was interrupted, and a new notification appeared. The passage activation button has been touched. To avoid accidental activation, please double-click the gray gem to confirm. He decisively double-clicked the demon exorcism holy flame. Current passage activated, monsters will appear in 10 seconds. Not only was this actively activated passage about to spawn monsters, but the originally random passage was also about to start spawning. Without a second thought, Lu Chen quickly ran clockwise to the next passage and activated it. Then the second, third. By the time he reached the fifth, monsters had already begun to spawn. He had to speed up. Lu Chen adjusted the shooting mode of the demon exorcism holy flame to controlled fire. Its main task now was to knock on doors. The remaining 2 shotguns had already fired, and he ran while dual-wielding the rampaging puppy. As the number of monsters increased, when he activated the 15th passage, he began using Blink to speed up the activation process. Finally, all 24 passages were activated, plus the originally random passage, making a total of 25 passages, 24 75 cave spiders, and 25 spider queens. At this moment, a large number of spider queens gathered, tilting their heads, their beautiful faces filled with confusion. But their instinct for battle drove them to frantically unleash venom and webs at Lu Chen, along with the venom and silk from the cave spiders. In an instant, a barrage of black and white projectiles flew toward Lu Chen. He quickly used Blink to evade, activating his skill, Hellfire. A massive magic circle appeared above the swarm of spiders, almost covering the entire cave. Lu Chen was unsure if the shells would kill him, so he hurriedly blinked out of the skill's range. Shells rained down, and the entire cave shook violently. Without the special protective power of the dungeon, the cave might have collapsed entirely. A large amount of dust was kicked up in the cave, and Lu Chen continued to fire into the explosion zone, knowing that this wave of bombardment might still leave some monsters behind. As the smoke cleared, 2 battered spider queens struggled to stand, darting around amidst the flames of the white phosphorus shells. The originally beautiful face was covered in dust, and over 100 cave spiders were also jumping around in the sea of fire. These mostly bloodied monsters were quickly harvested by Lu Chen. The dungeon prompt indicated that the 26th wave of monsters was about to begin. Before the cooldown of the artillery purgatory, Lu Chen did not plan to continue drawing monsters. He would wait until the cooldown time was only 1 minute before considering it. Casually, he dealt with 3 more waves of monsters, and before the 29th wave began to refresh, Lu Chen started to activate the portals in advance. Before long, another 24 portals were activated, bringing a total of 25 waves of monsters to the cave. Let them face the baptism of artillery fire. As the smoke cleared, he harvested the remaining monsters once again. Then it was time to repeat the previous operations. When he reached the 81st wave of monsters, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to activate all the remaining monsters in advance. A large number of spiders and beetles surged into the cave, but Lu Chen did not immediately activate the artillery purgatory. Instead, he waited for the moment when 10 metallic giant beetles broke through the ground. Lu Chen activated Wind Walk to increase his agility, using Blink to dodge the spider swarm's venom and webs. When he saw the metallic giant beetles burrowing underground, he knew the final artillery strike was about to begin. Continuously dodging ranged attacks, he tried to gather the metallic giant beetles together. As he saw 10 raised patches of ground approaching him, the artillery time had arrived. He blinked into the air and cast the artillery purgatory. Under the frenzied fire of the rabid dogs, the blink cooldown was completed. After several consecutive blinks, he finally escaped the artillery range just as the shells fell. The shells rained down wildly, with many directly smashing into the mouths of the metallic giant beetles, killing them. When the bombardment ended, only one metallic giant beetle remained standing, surrounded by nearly 100 cave beetles. At this moment, the silver-gray metallic shell of the giant beetle was already battered, with several large holes blown into it. Lu Chen quickly opened fire, and the bullets pierced through the holes in its head, causing critical hits. The last metallic giant beetle was killed, and the remaining nearly 100 cave beetles fell one after another under the hail of bullets. Reappearing at the dungeon entrance, Lu Chen saw that the time recorded on the board had further decreased. First place, Super God Academy, pre, 20 minutes 6 seconds, Luchen. Second place, Super God Academy, pre, 45 minutes 24 seconds, Luchen. Third place, Super God Academy, pre, 2 hours 48 minutes 12 seconds, Xiaoyongen and others. The time actually took less than half an hour. Mainly, it was due to waiting for the cooldown of the artillery purgatory skill 3 times and spending some time activating the portals. If optimized further, it could be even faster. At this moment, Pandora and her group also finished the dungeon and appeared at the entrance. There were no records for completing the normal difficulty on the board, and Lu Chen roughly calculated that they should have taken over an hour. As Sure exclaimed upon exiting the dungeon, he excitedly said, "That was awesome. So many monsters, my hands are sore from all the hacking." Seeing Lu Chen at the dungeon entrance, Pandora was somewhat surprised, thinking, could this guy have soloed the hell difficulty in just an hour? She looked up at the record board, shocked by Lu Chen's results. Not once, but he had cleared it twice. The best score was 20 minutes. Faster than their 5-person team clearing the normal difficulty. How did you do it? Lu Chen looked at Pandora and smiled. You mean the training dungeon? Just play around, it's not that hard. The others were immediately taken aback. Although they had completed the normal difficulty relatively smoothly, they indeed wanted to try the nightmare difficulty again. But this monster actually said that hell difficulty wasn't that hard? Just playing around? Annie, holding a somewhat scarred teddy bear, said, "Shaoan, you are truly terrifying. You can continuously break records at this level of the dungeon, and you've significantly raised the record limit." AI Xiaohai said with a bitter smile, "This record probably won't be broken for many years." Pandora twirled her dagger and said, "Many years? This will likely become the swan song of this dungeon record. It will never move again." Lu Chen laughed and said, "That's not necessarily true. I still want to see if I can push it further." The others were immediately struck by Lu Chen's words, looking at him in disbelief. Lu Chen didn't waste much time and prepared to start the third trial dungeon. Pandora and the others rested in place for a while, eagerly watching Lu Chen enter the dungeon. Xiao Yueyang sat on a stone bench by the dungeon entrance and said, "Shaoan is too strong. The records he set are simply unbelievable." Pandora's dagger spun faster and faster as she said, "Let's rest here for a bit, then try the nightmare dungeon again, and see if this guy can break the 20-minute record." Shirdahu was quite carefree, lying down on a stone bench and saying, "I think Lu Chen can still refresh the record. Last time in the magic cave, with him around, I had a hard time taking down a monster. His attack power is just too insane. If only I could swing my axe a bit faster, next time I team up with him, I could chop a few more times." The group chatted idly, and after 19 minutes, Lu Chen returned to the dungeon entrance. AI Xiaohai immediately stepped forward, looking Lu Chen up and down, finding not a single wound on him. "My goodness, that's impressive, Shaoan. 19 minutes and 21 seconds. That's just outrageous." As he spoke, Lin Xiao also appeared at the dungeon entrance. Although covered in wounds, he wore a smile. Seeing everyone there, he took a few deep breaths and said, "Soloing the trial dungeon is still challenging, even on normal difficulty. The last wave of metal giant beetles with 300,000 health almost made me unable to hold on." Xiao Yueyong cast a holy light blessing on Lin Xiao, restoring some of his health and stamina. Lin Xiao gratefully looked at Xiao Yueyong and said, "Thank you, after one dungeon run, my magic power is completely drained." Noticing that everyone was silent, Lin Xiao looked around and spotted Lu Chen. Now that he had caught his breath, he enthusiastically approached Lu Chen to greet him. "Shaoan, you must have soloed the dungeon too, right? With your strength, it should be easy for you, unlike me being so ragged, huh?" At this moment, Annie couldn't help but chuckle. "You should take a break, you look like a big spotted cat." Lin Xiao then found a stone bench to sit on, noticing AI Xiaohai constantly giving him signals. Following AI Xiaohai's gaze, Lin Xiao looked at the record board, where the top 3 spots were dominated by Lu Chen. He immediately stood up again, seemingly pulling at a wound, and cried out, "What the heck, Shaoan, this is too outrageous. Hell level, solo, 19 minutes, how is that even possible? How did you do it?" AI Xiaohai asked in a high-pitched voice. "Oh, it was just a casual run, not that hard." Lu Chen lightly pushed aside the playful AI Xiaohai and said, "Actually, it was quite extreme. I wouldn't recommend you all follow my strategy." The others immediately became interested, and Shirdahu climbed up from the bench to ask, "What kind of strategy?" Lu Chen cleared his throat and seriously explained to everyone how he activated the passage in advance within the dungeon. "With my abilities, the limit should be handling 25 waves of monsters at once. After all, that's already 2,500 monsters, and any more might be dangerous." Upon hearing this, Pandora stopped her spinning dagger and said, "How many? 25 waves, 2,500 monsters. Isn't a wave supposed to be 10 monsters?" Does that mean the hell difficulty has increased tenfold? Lu Chen nodded. Yes, a wave has 100 monsters. At this moment, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. He struggled even with just 10 monsters in a wave, while Lu Chen effortlessly cleared 100. Although they were both students in the Super God Academy's preparatory class, the gap between Lu Chen and the rest of them was growing wider. Pandora sighed and said, comparing ourselves to others is disheartening. We should hurry and enter the dungeon. This time we must tackle the nightmare difficulty. The other four seemed to be motivated by Lu Chen's performance and agreed, heading into the dungeon. Only Lin Xiao sat outside the dungeon, smiling wryly. With the team, he could manage nightmare difficulty, but solo, normal difficulty was his limit. With that thought, he stood up to bid farewell to Lu Chen. He needed to find a team to attempt a higher difficulty with the remaining entry ticket. After saying goodbye to Lin Xiao, Lu Chen re-entered the dungeon. This time, he didn't have such a strong desire to break records. He played more casually in the remaining 2 dungeons, not pushing himself to the limit. After finishing these 5 dungeons, he realized he hadn't leveled up yet, stuck at level 29, 94. 5%. Lu Chen didn't see Pandora and the others at the dungeon entrance. They would likely need another hour to finish. Not lingering, as it was nearing noon, he planned to go to the dungeon hall to run some other dungeons, hoping to reach level 30 today. Using a teleportation stone, he left the Super God Academy and arrived at the first floor of the dungeon hall, where Guo Keping was waiting by the teleportation array. Seeing someone emerge, she held up a sign that read fresh lunchboxes and asked, "Classmate, have you had lunch yet?" Upon recognizing Lu Chen, she tossed the sign aside and ran over excitedly. "Wow, you finally came. The signatures you gave me yesterday sold out in no time." Lu Chen pointed at the sign on the ground and said, "Then I'll take one of your lunchboxes. That's not too much to ask, right?" Guo Keping took out a thermal box from her backpack, which had only a few portions left. Lu Chen casually picked a lunchbox that looked good and sat down on a nearby bench to eat. At that moment, Lu Chen received a transfer of 90 points from Guo Keping. He didn't say much, quickly finishing his lunch, while Guo Keping took the empty disposable box and stored it in her backpack. Guo Keping pulled out a notebook and a signature pen, cautiously asking, "Could you sign a few more for me?" "It's still a 91-9 split." Lu Chen took the pen and notebook, signed his name, then shook his head, saying, "Let's collaborate again when there's a chance to make big money. Consider this signature my lunch payment." After saying that, Lu Chen walked over to an unoccupied display screen and selected the Rotting Cave dungeon. Teleporting to the entrance of the Rotting Cave, he found a group of people calling for friends to form a team. The appearance of a new experience dungeon attracted many level 29 students. Lu Chen ignored them and walked straight to the dungeon, spending 500 points to select Hell difficulty. Once again, he returned to the familiar black land filled with graves, not pausing as 3 shotguns floated in the air. Gunfire erupted as he quickly moved forward along the path. The flying worm devourers were instantly killed, and he dodged the occasional ground-attacking worm devourers with his blink ability. Soon, he arrived at the bone forest. Knowing the attributes and respawn mechanics of the demon puppets, Lu Chen charged into the bone forest without hesitation. In an instant, the demon puppets hanging from the bone trees were shot down, and some distant demon puppets awakened and fell to the ground amidst the intense gunfire. Lu Chen ran a lap around the bone forest, attracting nearly all the demon puppets, and unleashed his artillery hell. In an instant, more than half of the bone forest vanished from the map, leaving only a ground littered with craters and flames. When the son of the demon made his appearance, the shelling had not yet ended. The last 2 rounds of bombardment, nearly 100 shells, struck his head and he was instantly obliterated. Lu Chen continued forward, stopping at the edge of the mini-map where he could see the deep pit. After waiting a moment for the cooldown of the inferno of artillery skill, he approached the vicinity of the deep pit. Drawing from his previous experience, he did not get too close to the pit but instead used the brave grenadier skill to throw down 4 grenades. Boom! 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 4 muffled explosions echoed, and a cacophony of sounds emerged from the deep pit. A monster flew out of the pit, followed by a second, a third. It was not the World Devourer. No wonder, if there were still remnants of the demon god, the Imperial Army would have to take the blame. Lu Chen investigated and found that it was a creature similar in form to the World Devourer. Deep Pit Devourer level, LV 29 strength, 20,000 constitution, 20,000 agility, 30,000 intelligence, 30,000 health, 200000 mana, 300000 blood of the underworld, 4-dimensional attributes * 10 devouring fangs, charge and bite the target, causing damage and a tearing effect. Worm missile, shoots a series of small worm missiles from its eyes, causing damage and slowing the target. There were a vast number of these devourers, with 2 or 3 dozen already pouring out of the deep pit. Moreover, a large number of devourers were still emerging from the pit. Lu Chen directly cast the inferno of artillery, and in an instant, a barrage of shells fell, quickly eliminating the devourers outside the pit. The shells gradually concentrated in the deep pit, and the ground began to shake with the sound of muffled explosions. Ultimately, the boss made an appearance but was instantly killed. Because this dungeon was purely an experience dungeon, there were no loot drops. However, the experience was indeed abundant, and Lu Chen successfully leveled up to level 30. Exiting the dungeon, he looked up at the dungeon record board at the entrance, where only his completion record was displayed. Corrupted Tomb Dungeon held difficulty completion history of first place, Super God Academy, pre, 12 minutes 43 seconds, Lu Chen 1000 points, although the required points for the dungeon were 500, if one soloed the hell difficulty, it was still possible to earn 500 points. The Academy credits were also credited in a timely manner. It was unlikely that any student could match Lu Chen, who had managed to gather enough credits to advance to the Super God Academy simply by breaking the dungeon record. Classmate Lu Chen, you have broken the school's completion history record for the Corrupted Tomb Dungeon. In recognition of your outstanding performance, you are awarded 10 credits as encouragement. At this moment at the dungeon entrance, everyone was gathered around a team that had just finished the dungeon, all 8 members covered in wounds and bruises. A familiar priest student was healing them nearby. So, how was the experience in this dungeon? Yeah, looking at you guys, it must be pretty tough, right? At this time, the captain of the 8-member team, a formation mage student, spoke up. The experience is indeed plentiful. For an 8-man team on normal difficulty, breaking level 29 should only require about 500 runs to level up. Of course, I deduce that on nightmare difficulty, the experience gain should be even greater. It should only take about 250 runs. If one could solo it, the experience would be even more. Among the onlookers, a student dressed as a swordsman said, if I could solo hell difficulty, no, nightmare difficulty, that would be great. The leveling speed would definitely be fast. I can't even imagine how much experience that would be. Lu Chen said, soloing hell difficulty, that's 5% experience per run. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, only to see a figure transform into a white light and teleport away. Who just spoke? How did he know about soloing hell at 5% experience? At this moment, a keen student noticed the change on the leaderboard. Damn, that was definitely Lu Chen. He just soloed it successfully. In 12 minutes. The mage stared at Lu Chen's record, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Just moments ago, the 8 of them had spent nearly an hour battling at normal difficulty, and yet this guy managed to solo hell difficulty in just 12 minutes. Lu Chen had already arrived at the central area of the school, intending to find Gandozi to inquire about the Shadow Demon Mine. Upon reaching the Academic Affairs office, he did not find Gandozi, only Vice Principal Yi Zhengtian was explaining something to the teachers there. Yi Zhengtian noticed Lu Chen by the door and gestured for him to come in. As Lu Chen entered the office, the academic staff looked at him with a knowing expression, as if they had just been discussing him. Yi Zhengtian had Lu Chen sit down and said, we were just talking about you, so you might as well listen in. Tomorrow is the school's freshman competition, aimed at giving each college an understanding and preliminary list of this year's students. Therefore, in principle, there should be no student casualties during the competition. Yi Zhengtian glanced at Lu Chen and continued, of course, the school has protective measures, which is the scoring-type energy shield. Before the competition, the teachers from the Elemental Magic Academy will place it on both competitors. If the recorded value exceeds the registered health value, it will be deemed a failure. However, this energy shield completely simulates the contestants' health-related attributes, including health value, life recovery, and life steal. Moreover, the energy shield has a limit. I originally planned to set it at the same standard as the college entrance exam damage test, which is 2 million. But your appearance has forced us to increase that value to 5 million. Lu Chen chuckled at this, thinking that if his damage was high, it wasn't his fault. But in front of this level 199 old monster, he only dared to grumble internally. Yi Zhengtian continued, however, we have new regulations for you. In competitions you participate in, the energy shield will be personally set by the Dean of the Elemental Magic Academy, giving your opponent a shield of 100 million. The other teachers gasped in disbelief. Never before had such a powerful shield been used in a competition. Was it to prevent Lu Chen from accidentally killing his opponent? Hearing this, Lu Chen asked, Principal Yi, what about me? How much will I get? Yi Zhengtian smiled and replied, you'll still get 5 million. Lu Chen immediately became unhappy. That's not acceptable. What if my opponent gets jealous of my talent and goes all out against me? The other teachers burst into laughter. This kid was quite amusing. Yi Zhengtian said seriously, a shield of 100 million consumes a huge amount of resources. We will adjust your shield value based on your opponent's actual situation, so don't worry about that. Lu Chen felt that since it was a competition, it should be a fair duel. Even though he had an advantage, they couldn't play dirty. Principally, giving my opponent a shield of 100 million might not be enough. If I feel threatened during the competition, one careless full-force strike from me could deal more than 100 million damage. Yi Zhengtian waved his hand and agreed. Alright, we'll give you 100 million too. But I have one request. Lu Chen asked, what request? Yi Zhengtian smiled and said, based on your college entrance exam information and recent performance, your artillery hellfire skill's damage is too terrifying. In line with the principle of avoiding student casualties, I hope you won't use that skill during the competition. Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, Yi Zhengtian raised his hand to interrupt him. Don't rush. If you find yourself in a situation where you absolutely have to use that skill, just raise your right hand to signal. As the main referee, I will determine based on the actual situation whether you have defeated your opponent. Lu Chen raised his right hand and asked, like this? Do I need to shout the skill name? Just like this, Inferno of Artillery. Prepare to face the baptism of cannon fire. The teachers laughed heartily, and Yi Zhengtian also chuckled. Do you really have to shout out your skill release? Lu Chen replied, not necessarily. Yi Zhengtian asked, then what do you shout? Lu Chen said, I'm afraid you won't know I'm about to use a skill. Yi Zhengtian said, don't worry, my eyesight is still quite good. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go prepare. The academic affairs teacher still needs to revise the competition plan. Lu Chen nodded and asked, by the way, E-School, why isn't Professor Gon here? Yi Zhengtian replied, he's either at the Academy of Magic and Technology or at the Central Research Institute. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen decided not to disturb Yi Zhengtian any further about the plan. After leaving the academic affairs office, he called Gon Daoji. Hello, Professor Gon, aren't you at the academic affairs office? On the other end of the line, Gon Daoji said, what would I be doing at the academic affairs office? I'm not an academic affairs teacher. What do you need? Lu Chen said, Professor Gon, I've gathered the shadow magic ore. Gon Daoji responded, so soon? I've lifted the curse of the demon scales divine whisper here. But the shadow set is a set, and a single piece isn't very effective, plus this is level 40 equipment after the second transfer, so you can't use it yet. Lu Chen replied, alright then. Gon Daoji continued, by the way, there's new progress on the demon prism. I've already deciphered its connection with the eye of the demon. I was thinking, how about I craft you an epic level accessory? Accessories won't occupy set slots. Lu Chen said, that sounds good, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use it if my level isn't high enough. Gon Daoji replied, but I don't have time to help you gather materials. I'll organize a list, trying to use materials you can obtain. I'll send you the materials and their sources shortly, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Lu Chen said, okay, thank you, Professor Gon. Gon Daoji replied, you're welcome, but I have college matters to attend to, so I'll talk to you later. After hanging up, Lu Chen teleported back to the dormitory. These past few days had been exhausting with dungeons and leveling up, and he needed a good rest. Back in the dorm, he switched from the butcher set to the archer set. Thanks to the archer set and the Medal of Valor, Lu Chen's attributes surged significantly. Name, Lu Chen level, LV 30, 0%, strength, 655 constitution, 874 agility, 3679 intelligence, 638 health, 9040 mana, 7630 armor, 70 attack speed, plus 507. 9% lifesteal, 1% of damage critical rate, 50% critical damage, 280%, base 200%, headshot 300%, normal attack damage bonus, 50% at that moment. Gon Daoji sent a message about the accessory he was preparing for Lu Chen, called the Reaper's Hunter Goggles. The required materials included 1 piece of shadow metal, 2 shadow weaving threads, and 1 tier of the Reaper. Gon Daoji mentioned in the message that shadow metal is a product of refining shadow magic ore, with about 10 pieces of shadow magic ore yielding 1 piece of shadow metal. Lu Chen had already gathered this, and the remaining shadow weaving threads are common materials dropped by shadow spiders, obtainable in the shadow forest. The final tier of the Reaper can only be dropped by the Reaper boss, and Gon Daoji provided the current highest drop rate dungeon, the level 30 Valley of Forgotten. After a day of dungeon runs, he fell asleep, exhausted. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lu Chen woke up early. Feeling refreshed from an early night, he noticed a school message sent last night on his phone. Because he went to bed too early, he only just saw this. The new student tactical competition will start tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. In principle, every new student must participate. Those who do not participate without reason will have 10 credits deducted for unexcused absences. Students from combat professions, support professions, and life professions are requested to arrive on time at the designated location for the competition. Combat Profession Competition Location, East District Training Ground. Lu Chen looked at the time. It was just past 6 o'clock. After leisurely washing up, he bought a bottle of Wangzai milk and a Wangzai steamed bun as breakfast downstairs. I will definitely be lucky today. Upon teleporting to the entrance of the training ground, he found it already bustling with people. Just the combat profession competition had filled the entire training ground. The training ground was an open-air competition venue, somewhat similar in design to a football field. The center was the competition area, surrounded by a large spectator zone. However, the attention on the new student competition was not high. Aside from the participating new students and club recruitment personnel, there were only a group of school teachers on the podium. Lu Chen walked into the training ground, and the staff registered his competition information. His number was 00001. After confirming his information, the staff was shocked to find he was the number 1 seed. After receiving the competition certificate handed to him by the staff, Lu Chen entered the training ground. The open space in the center was very wide, with a total of 100 small competition areas. He went to the designated area marked as number 1 on his competition certificate and sat down in the nearby contestant rest area. Before long, most of the participating students had arrived. At this moment, Yi Zhengtian began to speak from the podium. A beam of white light shot from his position into the air above the training ground, forming a holographic projection of a figure. Hello everyone, I am Yi Zhengtian, the Vice President of Academic Affairs at Chengdu University. Today's new student competition is an assessment of everyone's practical combat abilities. This competition is a great opportunity for you to showcase yourselves in front of the various colleges, and the school has prepared credits and material rewards for the top 100 contestants. Please give it your all, show your courage and perseverance, do not retreat or fear, and continuously break through yourself through the competition to enhance your personal combat experience. As Lu Chen listened to these words, he felt as if they were directed at him. Amidst the strange gazes of the other contestants, he attempted to raise his right hand. Yi Zhengtian paused for a moment in his speech. He continued, everyone should. At that moment, a teacher maintaining order in the competition area walked over and asked, "Student, do you have something to say?" Lu Chen casually scratched his back and said, No, just a bit itchy." The nearby contestants immediately stared at Lu Chen, thinking about what pose they would use to teach this arrogant kid a lesson later. Yi Zhengtian's speech was finally coming to an end. Finally, I want to emphasize a few points. First, killing opponents is prohibited. If the damage to an opponent's energy shield reaches their health value limit, you must stop immediately. Second, the use of recovery or enhancement potions or items is prohibited. Third, it is prohibited to do anything unrelated to the competition in the arena, such as eating or drinking. Lu Chen took a couple of bites of the Wangzai steamed bun and silently put it back in his backpack. Now, I declare the 233rd New Student Tactical Competition of Chengdu University, the combat competition, officially started. A round of applause erupted, and Yi Zhengtian's holographic figure was replaced by a competition schedule. The first match was Lu Chen's. He stepped onto the number 1 competition area. At this moment, the basic information of both sides appeared above their heads, projected by the school system. Lu Chen, LV30, Profession, Gunmaster, Health, 9040, Magic, 7630. Opposite him, Lu Chen's opponent was a young man. Zhao Mingkai, LV25 Occupation, Frost Knight Health, 4396 Magic Power, 1400. Zhao Mingkai held a chain flail, the massive spiked head swaying under the chain's pull. But when he saw that the health of the ranged opponent across from him was double his own, his jaw dropped. The spiked head fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, someone in the player's rest area below reacted and said, "Oh man, that's Lu Chen. Being in the same group as him, what else is there to say? Let's fight for the second qualifying spot." Hearing this, Zhao Mingkai took a closer look at the opponent's information and indeed, it was Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't use gunfighting techniques. Instead, he slowly pulled out 2 shotguns, glanced around, and decided to stick with the demon-banishing Holy Flame. This gun was enough. If he accidentally fired a few shots with the Hurricane Hammer and killed the opponent, that wouldn't be good. The demon-banishing Holy Flame was also a pump-action shotgun. Although there was no concept of loading bullets after the transformation of hot weapons into magic crystals, pulling the forend still looked cooler, right? Nearby, the dean of the Elemental Magic Academy cast energy shields on both sides. Waves of energy flickered around them. The referee for Arena 1 saw that both had donned scoring-type energy shields and announced, "The match begins." Click. As the match started, the demon-banishing holy flame emitted a crisp sound of bullets being chambered. Jia Mingkai across the way was momentarily stunned. Bang! He was immediately knocked back by the tremendous impact of the bullet fired from the demon-banishing holy flame. 270795, the damage was simply outrageous. With his agility attribute having skyrocketed, the damage was already high, and with the 50% bonus from the heart of the marksman, the damage from the demon-banishing holy flame had nearly quadrupled. Lu Chen was also taken aback, unsure of the terrifying damage that the Hurricane Hammer's 4-barrel volley could achieve. The referee below was stunned by the number and instinctively ran between the two, thinking of Lu Chen's terrifying damage, then quickly moved aside and announced, "In Arena 1, the first match, Lu Chen wins." The crowd below saw Jia Mingkai being one-shot and broke into a cold sweat, all praying they wouldn't face Lu Chen in the second round. This damage is too exaggerated, 270,000 damage in one shot, who can withstand that? Did you not see him just pull out 2 guns? He put away the one that looked even more outrageous. Classmate Shaoan is still very kind, choosing the gun in his hand. The other one with 4 barrels probably has even more exaggerated damage. I hope we meet Lu Chen later, that way, we still have a chance to qualify as second. Familiar competitors helped Jia Mingkai off the stage. Although the shield had absorbed the damage, the massive shockwave still left him feeling a bit dizzy. The boy supporting Jia Mingkai laughed, "You really are unlucky, facing Lu Chen in the first match." Jia Mingkai replied, "What's the big deal? While you guys are fighting for your lives in the first round, I've already started studying my opponent for the resurrection match." The boy supporting him chuckled, "Huh, you're just putting on a brave face, you didn't say that when you were knocked back." Another boy seriously asked, "Where's the resurrection match? You should just go back and recover." Lu Chen walked off the competition stage and returned to his previous spot. At this moment, the dean of the Elemental Magic Academy also snapped out of his daze, realizing why Oldie insisted on having him come out to give Lu Chen and his opponent a shield worth 100 million. If Lu Chen fired a few more shots, the damage would likely exceed 5 million soon. He leaned down and said something to the referee beside him, then vanished from the spot, returning to the podium. On the podium, Yi Jingtian saw the dean of the Elemental Magic Academy return and warmly called out, "Old Lu, thank you for your hard work." Dean Lu sat down next to Yi Jingtian and said, "This little guy's damage is simply terrifying, 270,000 in one shot. In the new student competition, isn't that instant death for anyone he targets?" Yi Jingtian laughed heartily and replied, "Did he just use a gun?" Dean Lu nodded. Yi Jingtian continued, "Do you know how many guns he can fire simultaneously?" Under Dean Lu's puzzled gaze, Yi Jingtian extended his right hand, palm open. Seeing this, Dean Lu exclaimed, 5. Then he thought of something and asked, "Does he have a skill similar to sword control?" Yi Jingtian nodded, "Yes." Dean Lu shook his head, "That's too terrifying. If he fires at full strength, that round of shooting could deal over 1 million damage. I wonder what his attack speed is like. If his attack speed is fast, wouldn't he be able to break a 5 million shield in just 2 or 3 seconds? No wonder old E, you wanted me to give his opponent a 100 million shield." Yi Jingtian raised a finger and shook it. No, giving his opponent a 100 million shield isn't just because of his normal attack damage. He also has an even more outrageous artillery skill. It was considering this point that we gave his opponent a 100 million shield. But his growth rate is too fast. If he uses this skill now, with his current abilities, even a 200 million shield might not hold up. Dean Lu was stunned. A burst damage of 200 million was something he couldn't find among the few capable students in his Elemental Magic Academy, and those students were all about to reach their third transition, with levels and skill levels far exceeding Lu Chen's. Dean Lu smiled wryly, "What a monster. If he were a mage class, it would be great if he came to my academy." Yi Jingtian replied, "You don't need to worry about that. Such a monstrous student has already been reserved by the Super God Academy." In the following matches, both sides fought back and forth, and everyone watched with great interest. Lu Chen felt a bit bored and simply closed his eyes to rest. Before long, the first round ended, and the second round was about to begin. Lu Chen was still the first to take the stage, and his opponent was a girl dressed lightly. She held a crossbow in her hands and was currently taking a ribbon from her thigh wrapped in black stockings to tie up her hair. From her appearance, she seemed to be a ranged class as well. Su Yeyu, LV-29 class, Night Ranger health, 3456 mana, 2810. Lu Chen had already taken out the Hurricane Hammer, looking at the petite girl in front of him, hesitating whether to switch to a smaller gun to shoot her. After all, the design and damage of the Hurricane Hammer were too exaggerated, It would probably send her flying even further when it hit. Dean Liu, back at Arena 1, placed shields on both sides. The referee, seeing this, jumped down from the competition platform and shouted from outside, "The match begins." As soon as the words fell, Su Yeyu in front of him disappeared from sight. While the crowd below was still searching for Su Yeyu, they suddenly found that Lu Chen was also missing. What the hell? What's going on? Did I not pay for VIP? Why can't I see anything? Bro, I didn't pay either. How the hell are both of them gone? At this moment, a sharp-eyed contestant spotted Lu Chen in midair, standing on 2 shotguns. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Oh my god, flying with shotguns, unheard of and unseen." Bang! 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 251643251001250738251888. Gunshots rang out, and all 4 bullets from Lu Chen's hurricane hammer hit the ground. The rigid rocky surface of the competition platform was blasted into a large hole, right in the center of which was Su Yeyu, holding her head and crying in pain. Although she wasn't injured, the exaggerated damage and impact, along with the sense of weightlessness caused by the ground collapsing, filled Su Yeyu with deep fear of Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. After landing, he wanted to help Su Yeyu up. Perhaps the sight of Lu Chen approaching Su Yeyu with a gun made the referee mistakenly think he wanted to shoot again. The referee, who had been stunned, rushed onto the stage without regard for his own safety and tightly hugged Lu Chen. Classmate, you need to calm down. You've already won." After saying this, he raised Lu Chen's right hand and shouted, "In the first match of the second round, Lu Chen wins." Lu Chen looked helplessly at the still sobbing Su Yeyu and said, "I'm sorry for making you cry. Let your companions come to take you down." With the comfort of her companions, Su Yeyu managed to hold back her tears and trembled as she walked off the stage. Nearby, Jia Mingkai laughed, "Huh? Compared to this, I seem a bit stronger." Jia Mingkai's companion replied, "Stronger in what way? Stronger because you didn't cry?" Laughter erupted around them. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Chen descending from the stage with awe, secretly praying not to encounter this prodigy. The number of participants in the second round was halved and quickly came to an end. In the third round, it was Lu Chen's turn again. This time, his opponent was a boy dressed in black battle armor. Shixing, LV-29 occupation, Storm Guardian health, 8848 magic, 2300. Shixing stood opposite Lu Chen, holding a battle axe in one hand and a shield in the other. Lu Chen raised his gun, and Shixing quickly dodged to the side, prompting a burst of laughter. "Ha, the match hasn't even started yet, and this kid is already scared. Don't talk nonsense, you'd be scared too if you stood opposite Lu Chen." Shixing felt a bit embarrassed. He wanted to surrender but held back due to pride. Finally, after Dean Liu placed shields on both of them, Shixing raised his shield to cover his face and quickly said, "If you have the guts, don't use your gun, fight me in close combat." The audience immediately criticized Shixing for being shameless. "What the hell, you want a marksman to fight you in close combat? How can you say that with a straight face? No wonder this kid is hiding behind a shield. I've never seen such a brazen person." Exactly, why doesn't this little brat compete with Lu Chen on who can shoot faster and more accurately? I want to say, why don't you compete with everyone on who has the thickest skin? I bet no one can beat you. Or why don't you just take the shield away? Your skin is thicker than the shield. Shixing felt extremely ashamed and was about to surrender when he heard Lu Chen say, "Okay, I'll fight you in close combat. Referee, we can start." The referee saw that Lu Chen was empty-handed but had 3 shotguns floating above his head. His face twitched involuntarily as he stammered, the match begins." Shixing was overjoyed to hear Lu Chen's words. Could it be that he really wanted to fight him in close combat? He slowly moved the shield blocking his face, and his pupils dilated as his heart stopped. He saw the 3 shotguns aimed at his energy shield, just a palm's distance from his head. Bang! Bang! Bang 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 bang! 272583267133251527. The 3 shotguns fired simultaneously, instantly dealing millions in damage. Ah! The tremendous impact sent Shixing flying far away, soaring over the second arena and heading towards the third arena. Ah! In the second arena, 2 beautiful sorceresses were casting spells, and under the collision of ice and fire, Shixing was first frozen and then scorched by flames. At this moment, the third arena was in the heat of battle, with 2 muscular warriors fiercely clashing, and Shixing landed right in the middle, struck simultaneously by a giant axe and a giant hammer. Ah! Not knowing whether it was too embarrassing or too stimulating, Shixing fainted directly. The competitors from the 3 venues, the audience below, and the referees were all stunned by this sudden turn of events. The 2 muscular warriors looked down at the fainted Shixing beneath their feet, somewhat at a loss. At this moment, the referee from Venue 1 ran towards Shixing while quickly shouting, "The match is over, Lu Chen wins, Lu Chen wins. Quick, someone help me carry this guy down." With everyone's help, Shixing was carried down from Venue 3 and then taken away by the stretcher team. Lu Chen stood in place, expressionless, watching the direction in which Shixing was carried away. He gently waved his hand, and the 3 floating guns disappeared without a trace. The carried Shixing had actually woken up long ago. He just didn't have the face to open his eyes and face the world. The people from the 3 venues finally regained their composure and slowly turned their gaze towards Lu Chen on the stage of Venue 1, following the figure of the referee. Wow, he put down the gun, but he didn't even need to hold it, okay? Close range critical hit, just say it's a melee fight. Jia Mingkai laughed even more joyfully at this moment. Ha! I said I wanted to be a bit stronger, and this kid Shixing just got knocked out. Others expressed that when they encountered Lu Chen later, they would directly surrender without any nonsense. Thus, in the 4th and 5th rounds, when his opponents came to the stage, they all chose to surrender immediately, giving Lu Chen no chance to fire. Even Dean Lu hadn't even put their energy shields on before they jumped off the competition stage. The first phase of the freshman competition also ended smoothly, and many competition stages were dismantled. The staff set up a large arena in the center of the martial arts field. There were 300 contestants entering the second phase, and they were currently seated in the waiting area next to the arena. Other personnel unrelated to the competition were arranged in the surrounding viewing areas. At this moment, the eliminated contestants from the first phase's venues 1, 2, and 3, after witnessing Lu Chen's terrifying damage, all became his fans. This group of people was now sitting in the viewing area, each guessing who would be the next opponent to be beaten to tears by Lu Chen. As Yi Jingtian announced the official start of the second phase, Lu Chen, as the number 1 seed, was the first to appear again. The audience area erupted with cheers like a tsunami. Gun God! Gun God! Gun God! Lu Chen! I wanna have your babies. At this moment, Shixing was also sitting here. He wasn't actually injured, he just felt too embarrassed to wake up. However, upon realizing that no one seemed to be mocking him for losing to Lu Chen, he joined Lu Chen's support team. He wanted to see with his own eyes someone getting beaten even worse than himself. On the podium, Yi Jingtian looked at the audience's roaring cheers and smiled as he spoke to the dean of the Ballistics Art Academy beside him. "Good Apeo, don't you think it's a bit of a pity that you didn't recruit this student?" The dean of the Ballistics Art Academy, called Good Apeo, sighed helplessly. "What's there to be sorry about? With his strong talent, it's impossible for our 4 major academies to snatch him away." Arriving at the central arena, Lu Chen was already standing on it. To his surprise, facing him was Annie. In the audience, Lu Chen's support team became extremely excited upon seeing this. They couldn't wait, eager to see what exaggerated pose he would use to social security this little girl still holding a teddy bear. Annie stepped onto the stage, saw Lu Chen opposite her, stomped her foot hard, and angrily said, "What bad luck! How did I end up facing you, the big killing star?" Shixing in the audience twisted his expression and shouted, "Social security her! Gun God, quickly social security her!" Lu Chen looked at Annie, said nothing, and simply spread his hands slightly to express his helplessness. Director Lu, after the previous 2 rounds, no longer gave Lu Chen and his opponent a shield in advance. What if this little girl in front of him surrendered? Wouldn't that be a waste of magic power? Thus, the 3 judges looked at Director Lu, waiting for him to cast the shield. Director Lu looked at Annie, waiting for her to surrender. Annie looked at Lu Chen and after a long pause, finally said, "Big bad guy," and turned to jump off the stage. Lu Chen's support team immediately let out a wail. Damn, she surrendered? Such a pretty little loli, it must have felt great to be knocked away. What a pity, this was the match I was looking forward to the most today. The people around, hearing Lu Chen's support team, turned their gazes over. These people must have been beaten into Stockholm Syndrome by Lu Chen. In the next match, it was Dahu against an Elemental Ranger. After the match began, the Elemental Ranger used agile movements to keep a distance from Dahu on the stage. Ice arrows, fire arrows, storm arrows, and other elemental arrows shot towards Dahu, who charged at the Elemental Ranger while dodging or blocking the incoming arrows. Too slow, with your shooting speed, you're not even 1% of Lu Chen. The distance between them continued to close as Dahu kept muttering. If Lu Chen's attack speed were only as slow as yours, with your firepower, you definitely couldn't outgrab me. Before long, under Dahu's verbal assault, the Elemental Ranger made a positioning mistake and Dahu seized the opportunity. Dahu threw his giant axe fiercely at the Elemental Ranger, sending him flying. Before he could get up, Dahu charged again, smashing him away, and then brought the giant axe down hard on him again in midair. At this point, the elemental ranger had already lost, but Shirdaha seemed unwilling to stop, and the 3 judges immediately rushed in front of him, using a binding skill to control him. Annie in the audience looked at Shirdahu with resentment and said angrily, "Shirdahu was really lucky. If I had faced that ranger, I would have advanced too." Lu Chen didn't pay much attention to the subsequent matches until the next round began, and when his name was called, he slowly opened his eyes and walked onto the stage. His opponent was also a girl who had advanced from the first arena. As she stepped onto the stage, she ran towards Lu Chen holding a staff embedded with shadow magic orbs. The 3 judges immediately shouted, "The match hasn't started yet, please stay in your respective areas." But the girl completely ignored the judges and continued running towards Lu Chen. The 3 judges, worried about an accident, could only use a binding skill to control her. At this moment, the girl was about 10 meters away from Lu Chen, trapped in a small barrier. She raised her staff and said, Shaoan, can you sign on my ball?" Lu Chen glanced at the judges, who all covered their heads and turned away. At this point, the binding was lifted by the judges, and he stepped forward, took the marker from the girl's hand, and asked, "Which ball?" The girl blushed and lowered her head, softly saying, "Any of them." After Lu Chen signed for her, he noticed she was still looking down at the signature. So he took out the hurricane hammer, and seeing this, Director Lu quickly cast an energy shield on the girl. It seemed the girl finally realized what was happening. "Ah!" she exclaimed and ran off the stage. In the audience, a sturdy warrior wearing sunglasses and sporting a side-part hairstyle slammed his palm on the table in front of him, startling his companions. "Damn it, this one surrenders, that one surrenders, are we even going to fight?" In another section, Chen Haonan from the Hongxing Society, who was there to observe the newcomers, sneered at the scene. "Wuya, if you're so capable, why don't you go up?" Wuya spat and said, "I'm going to blow up this Lu Chen right now." Chen Haonan pressed his thumb against his temple and continued, "You're already in your 2nd year, and you're still going to participate in the freshman competition? The school won't let that happen." Wuya slammed his fist on the table and said, "Difficult? If it's difficult, then don't do it." His desk mate immediately tensed up, quickly gathering the fruits and drinks in front of him into his arms as if trying to hide them from a thief. After Wuya spoke, he flipped the table in front of him, and the fruits and drinks that hadn't been taken away scattered all over the ground under his companion's astonished gaze. A nearby security guard saw this and immediately stepped forward to detain Wuya and take him away from the training ground. The desk mate silently propped the table back up and returned the surviving food to the table, acting as if nothing had happened, as if he had already grown accustomed to it. In the remaining rounds of the 2nd stage, the opponents either had experienced Lu Chen's terrifying damage or had heard of his title as the Godslayer, and they all surrendered. By the time of the finals, Lu Chen hadn't had the chance to fire a shot. In the final match of the freshman competition, his opponent was Long Chen, hailed as the strongest warrior among the freshmen this year. The audience below was eagerly anticipating this battle. Do you think Long Chen has a chance to survive for 3 seconds under Lu Chen's gun? Not likely. After all, Long Chen is also an SSS level hidden class, a dragon blood warrior. Maybe he even has a chance to win. But, as an SSS level hidden class, Lu Chen has already killed gods twice and leveled up from 29 to 30. True, both of them awakened their classes at the same time, and now Lu Chen has far surpassed Long Chen. On stage, Long Chen held a crimson greatsword, feeling a deep inner struggle. Before hearing about Lu Chen, he had always thought of himself as the top freshman at Chengdu University. However, after entering Chengdu University, he discovered that many freshmen had awakened their classes early and had reached level 29, being directly admitted to the university. He had worked hard in dungeons, barely reaching level 29 in 3 days, only to find that Lu Chen had already led a team to slay gods in the demon lair and had broken through to level 30. During the first stage, he had witnessed Lu Chen's terrifying damage in the 2nd arena and was uncertain if he could match him. But he wanted to give it a try. As an SSS level hidden class, he was unwilling to surrender outright. With this thought, he fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, raising his crimson greatsword. Lu Chen was somewhat baffled, wondering why this person looked so deeply troubled. He could only prepare 3 shotguns with his gunfighting technique while wielding 2 furious puppies. The audience below began to get excited. This was a duel between 2 SSS level hidden class users. Here it comes, here it comes. Wow! The duel of 2 supernovas is going to be spectacular. I bet 50 cents that Lu Chen will need to fire at least 10 shots to win. Come on, you look down on the Dragon Blood Warrior. That's an SSS level hidden class. At least 20 shots. Dean Lu saw that both sides were ready and placed energy shields on them. The 3 judges, seeing the energy shields in place, stood in the corners of the arena and shouted, "The match begins." The moment the match started, 5 guns fired simultaneously. Bang! Bang! Bang 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 bang! Dada 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 dada. Dragon scales lit up on Long Chen's body, and he quickly moved to the side. With the automatic lock-on talent, the bullets chased after him, hitting the dragon scales on his head. There were no critical hits. Moreover, the dragon scales on the surface were immune to a large amount of bullet damage, just like the shell of a metal giant beetle. The audience erupted. Count, how many shots was that? Damn it, I can't count, it's impossible to keep track. What a terrifying attack speed. Crap, for a moment I don't even know who to praise. In the audience, Shixing clenched his fists, as if facing Long Chen himself. He shouted hoarsely, Gun God! Ugh, take him out. Send him flying. The people beside him, although part of Lu Chen's support team, were also startled by Shixing's exaggerated actions. Damn, Shixing is truly a role model for us, I almost threw up. On the arena, Lu Chen quickly used the detection function to check Long Chen's information. Long Chen level, 29 class, Dragon Blood Warrior, SSS level hidden class, strength, 2156 constitution, 2446 agility, 545 intelligence, 404 health, 70934 mana, 11716. Dragon Bloodline LV29, immune to 90% elemental damage, health and mana increased by 2.9 times, attacks inflict Dragon Blood effect, dealing an additional 2,900 points of true damage. Dragon Scale Armor LV29, reduces physical and elemental damage taken by 29%, actively activates Dragon Scale to cover the entire body, reducing physical and elemental damage taken by 90% for 2.9 seconds. Dragon Soul Possession LV29, fully restores health, immune to all damage for 0.29 seconds, and temporarily greatly increases attack power and movement speed. Dragon Flame Jump /LV9. Lu Chen was taken aback. This was definitely a top-tier tank. 90% elemental damage reduction, and after activating the armor, another 90% reduction in physical and elemental damage. If a mage encountered Long Chen, the damage dealt would probably be in single digits. However, under Lu Chen's terrifying firepower, Long Chen's health immediately hit rock bottom, but at that moment, a faint red dragon appeared around him. The subsequent bullets surprisingly dealt no damage at all. Seeing this, Lu Chen realized that Long Chen had entered an invincible state. In that 0.29 seconds, he could not let Long Chen get close. Once he got close, with Long Chen's attack power, he could very well be defeated. He decisively activated Blink to create distance, while Long Chen used Dragon Flame Jump / to pursue, bullets continuously hitting him, quickly refreshing his blink. The bullets from the frenzied little dog carried ice and brutality effects, raining down on Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen gradually became covered in a layer of bluish-white frost. The 0.29 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Chen once again distanced himself. The red dragon figure around Long Chen had already dissipated. In its place was a complete encasement in bluish-white frost, completely frozen. Just then, Lu Chen activated Firepower Suppression, his attack speed bonus instantly reaching 797.9%, nearly 8 times the terrifying attack speed. 9086702966181409. The Dragon Roar skill unleashed a shockwave, violently sending the frozen Long Chen flying. Although the Dragon Scale armor reduced 90% of the damage, Lu Chen still managed to deal over 200,000 damage in half a second with his saturated firepower. The 3 judges immediately declared Lu Chen the winner. Match over. Lu Chen wins. In the audience, Lu Chen's support team erupted in huge cheers. Wow! What supernova! There can only be one supernova at Shindu University. Shixing in the crowd was completely driven mad. Gun God! Awesome! Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Long Chen sat down on the ground, murmuring, I actually lost. On the podium, Gudapeo was both excited and thrilled. So terrifying. Such exaggerated damage, combined with agile skills, I can't think of any class at the same level that could defeat Lu Chen. What a pity, so monstrous. If it weren't for the Super God Academy, he would definitely become the pillar of my Ballistic Arts Academy. Yi Zhengtian saw Lu Chen in action for the first time, and the various combat techniques he displayed were simply breathtaking. Given time, Lu Chen will surely clear the Great Wall north of the Empire. At this moment, Yi Zhengtian saw Lu Chen on the stage, smiling as he slowly raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up. Yi Zhengtian chuckled, this kid has a good mindset, he's not the type to easily lose himself. In the audience, the support group seemed to have discovered a new world, all raising their right hands and giving thumbs up. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly retracted his hand. At this time, Long Chen was still sitting dazed on the ground, although he knew there was a certain gap between him and Lu Chen. However, under his desperate strike, he hadn't even touched the corner of Lu Chen's clothes. At this moment, Yi Jingtian flew directly from the podium and slowly landed on the stage. He approached Lu Chen and said with a smile, "Well done." Lu Chen replied, "Teacher Yi, I kept my promise, I didn't use my full power." Yi Jingtian patted his shoulder and said, "If you had used your full power, I would have been in trouble, huh?" Long Chen had just stood up when he heard their conversation and was taken aback. Lu Chen had actually held back and didn't go all out? Thinking of this, he felt as if his heart had turned to ashes and walked down the stage alone. Yi Zhengtian noticed and called out to Long Chen. "Long Chen, doubt is the strongest enemy. Recognizing reality is also beneficial for your growth. Losing to Lu Chen is nothing to be ashamed of. Come here, the awards are about to be presented." Seeing Long Chen return to the center of the stage, Yi Zhengtian addressed the crowd in the training ground. "I announce that the champion of this year's freshman tactical competition is Lu Chen." The training ground erupted with cheers like a tsunami. "Runner-up, Long Chen." Although the cheers were significantly lower, many believed that Long Chen's ability to endure for so long under Lu Chen's barrage was already impressive. At Yi Jingtian's gesture, two tall ladies in Qipao brought the awards for both of them onto the stage. One of the ladies approached Lu Chen, quickly glanced at him, and shyly lowered her head. Then, feeling that it was somewhat impolite to act this way during the award ceremony, she forced herself to look up at Lu Chen, suppressing her racing heart. The moment their eyes met, her body felt weak, and she almost fell over. Lu Chen, seeing this, was at a loss for whether to help or not. In an instant, he thought of a brilliant solution, pulling out the demon-repelling sacred flame and dragon's roar, quickly placing them under the lady's shoulders to support her. Yi Zhengtian was just about to present the award to Lu Chen when he saw this scene. His expression instantly froze, unsure of what to do. Other girls looked on with envy, and one girl clasped her hands in front of her chest, dreamily saying, "So manly, I really like it." The other boys looked at her in astonishment, then at their own weapons, as if they had found a new way to impress girls. One boy imitated, placing two machetes under the arms of the girl next to him, saying earnestly, "Yashin, I like you, be my girlfriend." The girl named Yashin's pupils widened, and she took a step back, firing a flame bullet at the boy's face. The boy, knocked to the ground by the flame bullet, groaned in pain. "Why?" On the stage, under Yi Jingtian's gaze, a female teacher from the audience came up to support the etiquette lady. Only then did Lu Chen put away the two guns. Ahem! Yi Jingtian adjusted his emotions and approached Lu Chen. He took the award from the etiquette lady's hands and unveiled the red cloth. When Lu Chen focused his eyes, he was surprised to see a dark silver bracelet. Ring of Shadow Blade quality, gold level requirement, 30 agility, 800 critical hit rate, 30% critical damage, 30% Shadow Blade, continuously hit a single target. From the third attack onward, normal attacks inflict Shadow Blade strikes, dealing 1000 true damage to the target. This equipment has a high agility bonus, surpassing that of a single piece of archer gear, and the increase in critical damage is significant for someone like Lu Chen, who relies on critical hits. The true damage effect from Shadow Blade allows Lu Chen to deal more damage against enemies with strong defensive capabilities. Although 1000 true damage isn't particularly high, when applied to a high attack speed weapon like the Rampaging Pup, it can result in terrifying true damage in an instant. It's important to note that now, when he opens fire, the attack speed of the Rampaging Pup reaches an extremely terrifying level, close to 40 shots per second, which means 80 shots per second with two guns. Adding a few shotguns, his true damage to a single target can exceed 80,000 per second. Lu Chen took the Ring of Shadow Blade from Yi Jingtian and thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Principal Yi." Yi Jingtian replied, "This is the reward you deserve. In addition, the school will also award you 100 credits, which will be credited shortly." After saying this, Yi Jingtian turned to present the award to Long Chen. Lu Chen also received a notification on his phone. "Student Lu Chen, you have won the championship in the new student tactical competition. In recognition of your outstanding performance, you are awarded 100 credits as encouragement." At this moment, his credits had reached 190 points. It had only been a few days since the start of the semester, and he had already accumulated such a massive amount of credits. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he met the credit requirements for the Super God Academy. Next, he needed to level up and prepare to enhance his strength for the second transition. After the award ceremony for the top two contestants, Long Chen walked up to Lu Chen, extended his hand, and said, "You're strong, but I won't give up. Next time we meet, I will defeat you." Lu Chen smiled and shook Long Chen's hand firmly, saying, "If defeating me is your goal, then I suggest you choose another target. You won't be able to achieve it." Long Chen's gaze was resolute as he said, "I will definitely work hard to surpass you." The two released their hands, and the next segment was a lengthy award photo session. The top 100 contestants took group photos with the main school leaders. Lu Chen was placed in the center position. Under Gu Depeo's strong insistence, he stood on either side of Lu Chen with Yi Jingtian. After the photos were taken, Gu Depeo, feeling reluctant, leaned closer to Lu Chen and asked, "Student Shaoan, are you interested in coming to our Ballistics Arts Academy?" Seeing Gu Depeo whispering to Lu Chen, Gao Cheng immediately stepped forward, wrapped an arm around Gu Depeo, and said, "Gu Depeo, if you have something to discuss, talk to me. I'll speak on behalf of Lu Chen." With that, he took Gu Depeo away. As the evening approached, Lu Chen casually dealt with dinner after the event and returned to his dormitory to rest. The new student competition had lasted a day, leaving him somewhat fatigued. After washing up and lying on his bed, he began to reflect on recent events and realized there were many areas he still needed to improve. First and foremost, the most important thing was to earn money. He had recently felt somewhat lacking in firepower. Although the rampaging pup's attack speed was decent, the damage was too low. His burst damage was sufficient, but his sustained output capability was still lacking, and he needed to unlock more powerful firearms as soon as possible. Moreover, after reaching level 30, he would unlock gold-level firearms, which would entail significant expenses for upgrading and replacing his current weapons. While taking people on dungeon runs could earn some money, the inefficiency of finding consistent partners would still hinder his ability to farm dungeons effectively. So, Lu Chen thought of two ways to make money. One was to farm magic crystal dungeons, which was the main way to obtain magic crystals in this world aside from underground mines. The other was to check the school's task center to see if there were any tasks that could be settled with dragon essence and magic crystals. Although points could also be exchanged for dragon essence, the official exchange rate of 1:100 was still too low, and the school did not allow private trading of points for dragon essence. Therefore, if there were tasks involving dragon essence and magic crystals, he could consider them. Besides the funding issue, he also needed to prepare the materials for the Death Hunter goggles. As his level increased, the second job transfer was imminent. At that time, whether it was farming the trial tower levels or the job transfer scrolls, or the second job transfer trials, he needed to further enhance his strength to ensure a quick completion of the second job transfer. Lastly, he needed to diversify his damage types. He could not rely solely on physical damage anymore. Currently, he only had some fire damage from white phosphorus grenades and true damage from the Shadow Blade Ring. However, if he faced targets with high physical immunity, and if he did not prepare in advance, he could still find himself in a tough battle. Once he encountered monsters like evil spirits that were completely immune to physical damage, it would be very difficult for him to deal with them. He needed to work on his firearm accessories and upgrade the mall and accessory shop as soon as possible. If he ran out of time, he would have to find a way to use points to buy some equipment to make up for it. With this in mind, Lu Chen decided to go to the task center early the next morning to see if there were any tasks that could be settled with dragon essence or magic crystals. After a tiring day, he soon fell into a deep sleep, dreaming of stepping on a Gatling gun and wearing a beret on his head. The next morning, Lu Chen set off for the task center. At this time, it was already very lively there, as many students came to the task center in the morning to find suitable tasks and tried to complete them the same day, returning in the evening to settle their rewards. Lu Chen walked into the task center, which was built very grandly as the task center of Chengdu University, the top university in the country and even the world. Upon entering the door, he found a spacious and bright task hall, with a huge magic circle in the center where students could receive and submit tasks. The walls around the task hall were embedded with interactive screens displaying the latest task information and announcements. In the corners of the task hall were some resting areas equipped with bookshelves and coffee tables, where students could read or discuss task strategies. Lu Chen approached an unoccupied interactive screen. The system panel design here was similar to that of the dungeon hall. He found the keyword search bar and entered Dragon Essence and Magic Crystal. However, because the Academy mainly used points for transactions, the few Dragon Essence and Magic Crystal tasks available were very simple, and the task rewards were minimal. The vast majority of task rewards appeared in the form of points, with a small portion offered as physical items or even credits. Lu Chen thought about posting a task, allowing others to fill in the task requirements, and then collecting Dragon Essence, but after clicking to post the task, he was prompted that manual verification was required for posting. At that moment, a communication screen popped up on the interactive screen, and after a few seconds, a customer service representative appeared on the screen. "Hello, employee number 10,000 is happy to serve you. What business do you need to consult or handle?" Lu Chen replied, "I want to find some tasks that can be settled with a large amount of Dragon Essence and Magic Crystals, but there aren't any. Is there any way you can help me achieve that?" The customer service representative said, "Yes, you want fixed rewards and to accept others' commissions, right?" This requires qualification verification. You can go directly to the second floor, and I will take you to do it. Lu Chen responded, okay. After disconnecting the video call, he took the elevator to the second floor. Soon, the customer service representative from earlier came to greet him. Hello, I will take you to do the qualification verification. Lu Chen nodded and followed the customer service representative into an office. After both sat down, the customer service girl opened the magic crystal computer in front of her. The display screen was two-sided, visible from both sides. The customer service asked, how much dragon yuan or magic crystal do you need as a task reward? Lu Chen thought for a moment. If it was too little, it wouldn't be worth it and would simply be a waste of time, so he said, at least 100 million dragon yuan or the equivalent in magic crystals, the higher, the better. The customer service girl was somewhat surprised. 100 million dragon yuan was no small amount, so she asked, may I ask why you need so much funding? Lu Chen remained silent, took out the demon-repelling sacred flame, and placed it on the table under the astonished gaze of the customer service girl. She was clearly startled and stammered, hello, may I ask if you are a gunner profession? He nodded and put away the demon-repelling sacred flame. The customer service girl breathed a sigh of relief and said, no wonder, I've heard that gunner professions are even more expensive than mage professions now. She opened the information registration page and asked, may I have your name, level, and profession? Lu Chen, level 30, Master Gunner. The customer service girl widened her eyes, looking at Lu Chen. She didn't expect that the renowned gun god Lu Chen, who had gained fame in the past 2 days at the Divine Capital University, was right in front of her. The customer service girl shyly murmured, you really are handsome. Then she put on what she thought was her most perfect smile and registered the other information for Lu Chen. A few minutes later, the task release was completed. Lu Chen received a notification message, hello. The task you posted has been approved. Once someone accepts the task, customer service will communicate with you promptly. Please keep your phone available. Dragon Yuan task. Task reward requires over 100 million Dragon Yuan. Publisher, Lu Chen, level 30 Master Gunner. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he was called back by customer service. Classmate, someone has accepted your task. Lu Chen didn't expect it to be so quick. Perhaps at the school, few were willing to take on high difficulty tasks settled in Dragon Yuan or magic crystals. He looked at the screen, which displayed the task requirements. Task objective, obtain the heart of the ancient guardian. Task reward, 150 million Dragon Yuan. Do you accept? Lu Chen looked at customer service and asked, where can I obtain the heart of the ancient guardian? The customer service girl checked the information and replied, the person who accepted the task provided the information. It can be obtained in the level 30 mysterious forest. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen clicked confirm and said to customer service, please help me post 2 identical tasks. I will come back later to continue. He then used a teleportation stone to arrive at the dungeon hall. Arriving at the entrance of the mysterious forest dungeon, he directly chose Hell difficulty. Entering the dungeon, it was a colorful forest filled with magical hues. Everywhere he looked, there were trees of various colors. He had all 5 guns ready and walked along a beast path. Before long, 3 shotguns suddenly opened fire on a large greenleaf tree. Bullets hit the trunk, splattering a large amount of wood chips. 45630, 37670, 34215. No critical hits, and it was physical damage reduction. Lu Chen checked the information on the large tree. Green Tree Guardian, level, LV 35, strength, 10,000, constitution, 10,000, agility, 100, intelligence, 1,000, health, 1 million, magic, 10,000, earth blessing, health value * 10, recovers 33% of health per second after exiting combat. Hard bark, physical damage taken reduced by 50%. Nature Strike, extends numerous branches to strike the target. Although the physical damage reduction of the Green Great Tree Guardian reached 50%, under the true damage of the Shadow Blade Ring and the already high burst damage of several shotguns, the 3 shotguns still managed to take away more than 1/5 of its health in an instant. With 5 guns unleashing full damage, the Green Great Tree Guardian fell in the blink of an eye. From its corpse, it could be seen that the areas where the bullets had struck were already stripped of more than half of the trunk. At this moment, a Great Tree Heart was exposed. When the Great Tree Guardian was alive, Lu Chen noticed that this tree heart still emitted a green glow. This should be the critical hit point of the Great Tree Guardian. However, under the recent saturation damage, even without a critical hit, it was enough to kill it. Lu Chen continued forward, constantly encountering Great Tree Guardians of various colors along the way. There was even a red Great Tree Guardian that would uproot nearby small trees, infuse them with energy, and throw them at Lu Chen. After dodging with a blink, these infused small trees would actually explode. What a terrifying forest! As he delved deeper, the number of great tree guardians increased. Just after Lu Chen had killed dozens or even hundreds of great tree guardians, a deep voice echoed, "Leave this place, human!" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately realized that he might be facing a boss and prepared to blink away, vigilantly observing his surroundings. At that moment, a massive tree-like hand swept towards him, and Lu Chen quickly blinked back to create distance. The 5 guns continued to fire, bullets hitting the hand without critical hits. At this point, his field of vision opened up a bit, revealing a towering tree that was as high as a 5-story building, uprooted from the ground and standing before Lu Chen. The deep voice of the towering tree sounded again. "Leave this place, do not disturb the tranquility of the forest." Lu Chen looked at the cleared area created by the tree's slap and said, "That slap of yours destroyed more trees than I just did." Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Chen examined the boss panel of the great tree. Ancient Guardian, Boss, Level, LV 39 Strength, 10000000 Constitution, 10000000 Agility, 10000 Intelligence, 500,000 Health, 100,000,000 Mana, 500,000 Master of the Forest, all attributes *10, Health *10, recovers 20% of health per second after leaving combat. Ancient Forest Armor, reduces physical damage taken by 90%. Nature's Power, summons a large number of branches to whip the target, causing massive damage. Under Hell difficulty, this boss's health had already reached 100 million. Moreover, the significant physical damage reduction made it difficult to handle. At this moment, the Ancient Guardian swung its massive hand again, and Lu Chen quickly opened fire to refresh the cooldown of his blink, narrowly dodging this attack. With millions of power, if hit, that slap would have killed him instantly. After evading the Ancient Guardian's attack, Lu Chen recalled the great tree guardians he had just killed, each with a tree heart beneath their trunks. If that was the case, he just needed to keep attacking the trunk, and once the tree heart was exposed, he could use artillery to reap the rewards. With this thought, he no longer hesitated, unleashing firepower suppression, with bullets striking the Ancient Guardian's trunk like a torrential storm. A large amount of wood chips flew out with the bullets, and a hole in the trunk of the Ancient Guardian was continuously deepening and expanding. At this moment, Lu Chen felt the surrounding trees swaying abnormally, and on the trunk of the Ancient Guardian, numerous branches began to grow wildly. These branches quickly surged towards his position, and due to their density, many were hit by bullets and snapped. Lu Chen couldn't afford to waste too much time on these branches, constantly using blink to dodge and find new angles to unleash bullets at the Ancient Guardian. A large number of shadow blades flew towards the Ancient Guardian along with the bullets. Although he dealt hundreds of thousands of damage in just a few seconds, it was still insignificant compared to the Ancient Guardian's 100 million health points. With the ice effect and brutal effect of the frenzied puppy, the Ancient Guardian was significantly slowed down. Originally extremely slow in movement, the Ancient Guardian now became even more rigid. Countless bullets firmly shot towards the ever-expanding tree hole in its trunk. Although the damage dealt couldn't quickly kill the target, the accumulation of damage could lead to a breakthrough. As long as he kept shooting and pierced through its ancient forest armor, he could directly attack its heartwood. With the increasingly frenzied branch attacks from the Ancient Guardian, Lu Chen could only keep using blink, and his mana was rapidly depleting. "No, if this continues, I'll run out of mana soon, and that would be troublesome." Lu Chen first used a mana potion, then combined the red and blue empowerment runes. The blue empowerment rune provided a 10% cooldown reduction and restored 100 mana per second for 1 minute, while the mana potion had the same recovery amount but a maximum limit of 2000 points. With the boost from the red empowerment rune, Lu Chen's attack speed increased by another 40%, and the bullets poured out like crazy, engulfed in flames, continuously shooting towards the Ancient Guardian. Bang! Bang! Bang 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 bang! Da-day-day-day-day-day! The tree hole instantly carbonized under the burning effect, and with each bullet hitting the tree hole, the penetration depth increased. In this tense battle, Lu Chen felt that time was passing too slowly. Finally, under the dense barrage of fiery bullets, Lu Chen saw a green light shining from the tree hole that had expanded to a meter wide. 365974, 358594, 351214. Successfully critting the heart of the Ancient Guardian. In just 1 second, Lu Chen dealt nearly 4 million damage. The moment he realized he had scored a critical hit, he immediately cast Artillery Inferno. Shells rained down, accurately striking the heartwood. Boom! 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 As long as he could land a critical hit, let alone 100 million health points, even 200 million, Lu Chen could now take it down in an instant. When the explosions ended, the ancient guardian was left in ruins, reduced to ashes. The surrounding trees caught fire from the white phosphorus shells, and this magical forest was engulfed in flames. Lu Chen approached the spot where the ancient guardian was killed, and the greed pot directly picked up the dropped loot. Heart of the ancient guardian, core material for crafting the great tree guardian summoning staff. This material would likely be needed by a summoner or a similar profession. If the great tree guardian was summoned, it would be a powerful summon. Fruit of the ancient guardian *5, increases 100 points in constitution and intelligence upon consumption, effective only for the first 5 uses. It was a consumable that directly increased base attribute points, but unfortunately, it was only useful for the first 5 times. Otherwise, Lu Chen would have wanted to run this dungeon a few more times and become a god just by eating the fruits. He consumed all 5 fruits of the ancient guardian, increasing his constitution and intelligence attributes by 500 points. In addition, the dungeon sporadically dropped some magic crystals, all medium-sized, totaling 40. After leaving the dungeon, Lu Chen successfully broke the dungeon record. Lu Chen, you have broken the historical record for clearing the mysterious forest dungeon at school. In recognition of your outstanding performance, you have been awarded 10 credits as encouragement. The boss with 100 million health points, although its attack methods were somewhat singular and clumsy, without Lu Chen's artillery inferno skill and automatic headshot talent, it would have been nearly impossible to resolve the battle quickly. Focusing closely, he had only spent half an hour, surpassing the second place by a full 8 hours. It seemed that these teams had wasted too much time while farming the ancient guardian. Using a teleportation stone to return to the mission center, he successfully received 150 million dragon yuan after delivering the mission item in the magic circle at the center of the mission hall. Upon reaching the second floor, the customer service girl looked at Lu Chen, who had reappeared, in disbelief and said, "You can't have just completed the mission, right?" Lu Chen nodded and replied, "I did. Is there anyone who has assigned a new task?" The customer service girl took Lu Chen to a private office to check. Yes, these 2 tasks were just proposed by that person. Lu Chen looked and saw that they were indeed posted by someone named Bai Jun. The customer service girl added, he also left a note, "Take a look. Note, Gun God. If you see this, please contact me. I need a large number of summoning cores. My number is 188 *8888. Lu Chen looked at the string of 8s in this person's phone number and sighed inwardly, wondering which rich kid this was. He dialed the number and said, "This is Lu Chen." On the other end of the line, Bai Jun's voice was filled with excitement. "Gun God, it's really you. Ha ha." Lu Chen replied calmly, "What summoning cores do you need?" Bai Jun said, "Oh, I need quite a few, but actually, I'm not looking for a few specific summoning cores. I want any powerful summoning cores. Of course, it would be even better if they could be a good mix of offense and defense." Lu Chen was a bit curious about why Bai Jun needed so many summoner cores. Generally, as a summoner's level and skill level increased, the number of summoned creatures could indeed increase. But relying solely on summoning cores, how many could one equip? He was somewhat concerned about the authenticity of this order and asked, "Are you sure you need so many summoning cores?" Bai Jun replied, "Gun God, don't worry. I have my reasons for needing these summoning cores. If you're concerned, I can pay you half the reward up front." Only then did Lu Chen continue, "Okay, how many do you need? How do we settle the payment?" Bai Jun said, "I still need 8 more. Of course, if I can find summoning cores better than the ancient guardian's heart and my current dragon heart, I can also purchase those." Lu Chen was taken aback. Dragon heart? This guy actually had a dragon summoning creature? Sensing Lu Chen's confusion, Bai Jun didn't hold back and said, "This dragon heart was bought at a high price from my family. To be honest, it's not that I don't want to buy from the trading post, but summoners are just too popular right now. Many young heirs from big families believe that being a summoner is the safest profession in combat. I'm just afraid of dying, so I switched from a warrior profession and had my family buy me a summoner profession scroll. So now, the equipment, summon creatures, and skill books for summoners on the market are ridiculously expensive." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen understood why this guy was willing to spend 150 million dragon yuan on an ancient guardian core. After Bai Jun finished speaking, he added somewhat shyly, "Gun God, 150 million for your ancient guardian core is indeed a bit low. I'll add another 150 million to you later." Lu Chen asked, "What specific cores do you need? I don't have time to help you check them one by one." Bai Jun thought for a moment and asked, "Gun God, can you deal with evil spirit-type monsters?" Lu Chen replied, "If you pay in advance, I can help you get an evil spirit summoning core." Bai Jun exclaimed in delight, "That's great. I'll cancel the previous task right now, and then you can repost it, gun god. Lu Chen hung up the phone and asked customer service to help repost a Dragon Yuan task. Before long, Bai Jun had completed his operation on his end. Lu Chen looked at the task information on the screen, which included a series of items. Task objective: obtain the heart of the unicorn, heart of the spider queen, heart of the frost snow wolf, heart of the dark lich, heart of the griffin, heart of the wood elf, heart of the phantom nightmare, heart of the reaper. Task reward: 1.5 billion Dragon Yuan. Do you accept? He glanced at the number of summoned hearts required. How could it only be 1.5 billion? At that moment, he received two messages. One was a bank notification. Your card ending in 2200 has received a transfer of 1,650,000,000 Dragon Yuan from Bai Jun, balance. The other was a text from Bai Jun. Gun god. I'll pay you half first, plus 150 million from the Ancient Guardian's heart as a supplement. Happy cooperation. Seeing the funds in place, Lu Chen accepted the task and went to the resting area of the task hall on the first floor to check the system. It had been a long time since he spent money. He felt uncomfortable after a day without spending. Now he had over 1.85 billion Dragon Yuan and over 200 million in magic crystals, and with his wallet bulging, he couldn't wait to charge ahead. Current host level is LV30, can unlock the special shop talent wheel function, need to upgrade the special shop to LV3. As soon as he opened the system, it prompted him that a new function had been unlocked, the talent wheel. Wouldn't that mean he could draw more talents? He already had 2 SSS level talents, which were incredibly powerful. If he got a few more SSS level talents, he would soar. Time to spend money. He opened them all, and 500 million Dragon Yuan vanished in an instant, upgrading them all to LV3. Although the talent wheel was tempting, the most direct way to enhance his combat power was still through firearms. Upgrade the firearms shop to LV3. The accessories, support, and special shops were upgraded to LV2, consuming another 650 million Dragon Yuan. This time, the unlocked firearm type was the submachine gun. Fearless Bison, 100 million golden level, Wings of the Gale, 100 million golden level, Plague Stinger, 100 million golden level. Lu Chen immediately set his sights on the Fearless Bison, mainly because the mechanism of this submachine gun was too insane. Bison Charge increases firing rate by 10 while moving, and by 20 while charging forward. This was a direct addition to the base attack speed. Its base firing speed was already rapid, and while charging, the Fearless Bison's base firing speed would reach 24. Coupled with his extreme attack speed bonus of 877.9%, its firing speed would reach a terrifying 210 rounds per second. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about reloading or aiming. Lu Chen could equip 5 Bison guns. Under the charge, it would be a frenzied output of over 1,000 rounds per second. He even felt that if a deity descended at that moment, he would rush over and stuff 5 Bison guns into its mouth, making it understand what a brave bison was. Thinking of this, tears of excitement streamed from the corners of his mouth. Although he only had 900 million left, Lu Chen still decided to purchase 5 Fearless Bison guns. He would upgrade and buy other firearms as needed based on practical combat requirements. Then, he opened the accessory shop and spent money on the most important accessory of the day: bullets. The muzzle generally enhances the basic attributes of firearms and converts elemental damage. However, to deal with evil spirit-type monsters, special bullet accessories were necessary. Psycho Energy Bullet, 100 million golden level, converts 150% of the firearm's physical damage into psychic damage, directly attacking the illusory body of evil spirits. Psychic damage can only deal 75% psychic vibration damage to non-evil spirit creatures. Although it was a bit expensive, the psychic damage converted by the Psycho Energy Bullet could directly attack the essence of evil spirits. Moreover, the conversion rate reached 150%, equivalent to an additional 50% damage against evil spirit monsters. However, this energy bullet can only deal 75% damage to other monsters, which is quite limiting. Lu Chen thought that in the evil spirit dungeon, his artillery skill might not deal the expected damage. To be safe, he decided to spend money on 3 energy bullets. He then spent 90 million to upgrade the frost gun's muzzle to gold level, increasing its control capabilities. Once he collected the necessary quest items, these 5 guns would be fully equipped for the current stage. Holding the silver, white and deep blue energy bullet, he focused on the assembly. The energy bullet transformed into a beam of light and flew into the muzzle of the Fearless Bison. He held a Fearless Bison with a cyan-white muzzle and examined it closely. Fearless Bison, frost muzzle quality, gold level requirement, 30 ammo capacity, 53 rounds. Each ordinary magic crystal replenishes 53 rounds of ammunition. Attack speed, rapid attack power, 100100 Bison Charge Energy Bullet, Frost Muzzle. Each shot has a 33% chance to apply a layer of frost effect to the target, up to 100 layers. Each layer reduces the target's movement speed and attack speed by 1%. Can actively freeze targets with more than 50 layers of frost effect, consuming all frost layers to freeze the target for 3 seconds. For each additional frost layer, the freeze time increases by 1%. An extreme rate of fire. If all firepower is unleashed, the 5 Bison charges would deal over 36 million damage per second. After securing the 5 Bison, Lu Chen teleported to the dungeon hall, preparing to tackle the evil spirit dungeon first to obtain the heart of the Nether Nightmare. He found the corresponding dungeon, Nether Illusion. Upon teleporting to the dungeon entrance, a boy dressed in a yellow robe was there. Seeing someone teleport in, he adjusted his hat and approached. Classmate, are you going to fight evil spirits? I'm a Taoist, specialized in fighting evil spirits. Whatever materials you need, I can provide, at a fair price, no deception. Lu Chen ignored him and walked straight to the dungeon entrance. The Taoist boy followed closely, saying, Are you going to fight by yourself? Do you need talismans, charms, or purification holy water? Noticing Lu Chen was ignoring him, he rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a pile of miscellaneous items, saying, You don't look like a mage or warlock. Physical damage doesn't work on evil spirits, you know. Take a look, these are all good items. Lu Chen glanced back. They were all special items for dealing with evil spirit monsters. However, these items consumed a lot, and without energy bullets, he didn't know how many points he would spend on this dungeon. He replied lightly, No, thank you. The Taoist became anxious, continuously searching his backpack until he finally pulled out a potion, urgently saying, Classmate, you'll definitely need this true sight potion, otherwise, you might not even see where the evil spirit monsters are. Lu Chen looked at the potion, thought for a moment, and asked, How many points? The Taoist boy replied, 1,000 points. This potion lasts for 10 minutes, I suggest you buy a few. After considering, Lu Chen decided to buy some, saying, Give me 10 bottles. The Taoist boy was overjoyed, saying, Alright, for 10 bottles, I'll give you a 5% discount, a total of 9,500 points. Lu Chen did not take the true sight potions offered by the Taoist boy but said, I'll take them if you give me a 30% discount. The Taoist boy immediately dropped his smile, looking distressed, and said, At 30% off, I wouldn't even cover the material costs, classmate. Lu Chen turned to enter the dungeon, and the Taoist boy hurriedly called out to him, 9,000. Lu Chen ignored him and checked the dungeon difficulty. This dungeon also had 3 difficulties, normal, nightmare, and hell. Entering the dungeon required a consumption of 500 points. The Taoist man sighed when he saw Lu Chen ignoring him and said, 7,000 it is, just consider it making a friend, a good start today. Only then did Lu Chen turn around to take the true sight potion and transferred 7,000 points to the Taoist man. The Taoist man wanted to promote something else, but Lu Chen had already disappeared at the entrance, entering the dungeon. The Taoist man muttered to himself, How strange, this person doesn't look like a mage class at all, yet he's soloing the Nether Illusion. Inside the dungeon, Lu Chen had entered the Nether Illusion and immediately used gunfighting technique, summoning 3 fearless bison equipped with psychic bullets that appeared in the air. Lu Chen tried to control the fearless bison to move back and forth, discovering that as long as he focused his mind, the 3 guns would move to the positions he envisioned, even easier than manipulating his fingers. He issued a command to keep moving, and the 3 fearless bison began to circle around him continuously. As long as they kept moving, the base attack speed of the 3 guns would reach 14. After getting familiar with the operation of the fearless bison, Lu Chen looked around. It was a small grove filled with grayish-white mist, and opening the mini-map revealed a winding path through the woods, like a maze. After passing through the grove, there was a large building. Clearly, the main battle scene of the dungeon was there. Lu Chen used a bottle of true sight potion, and his eyes felt as if covered with a layer of blue film. He wasn't holding a gun. Aside from the 3 guns, the others lacked psychic bullets, making their damage to evil spirit-type monsters negligible. Walking along the path, he saw some phantoms drifting towards him from the woods on both sides. Vengeful spirit level, LV 30 strength, 1000 constitution, 1000 agility, 50,000 intelligence, 50,000 health, 10,000 mana, 500000 spirit. Physically immune, elemental damage reduced by 33%. Resentment causes continuous psychic damage to non-evil spirit targets that come close. Vengeful spirit chain extends an invisible chain to lock onto a selected target, continuously draining their health and mana. Being locked by the vengeful spirit chain for over 10 seconds will imprison the target. Vengeful spirits can be somewhat difficult for mage classes, as normal elemental attacks deal 1/3 less damage. Moreover, once locked by a large number of vengeful spirit chains, a fragile class like a mage would quickly have their health and mana drained. However, in front of the three fearless bison, they were nothing but trash. Bison, activate! Under Lu Chen's command, the fearless bison did not fire in place like shotguns but charged forward rapidly, each targeting an enemy. As Lu Chen advanced, the three fearless bison, like reapers, continuously harvested the approaching vengeful spirits. The psychic bullets struck the vengeful spirits, creating waves of psychic energy that scattered them. In an instant, the once silent and eerie woods echoed with the cheerful gunfire of the fearless bison. Guided by the minimap, Lu Chen smoothly navigated through the maze-like path in just a few minutes. Emerging from the woods, he found himself in front of a building resembling a hospital, with a weathered sign partially reading, M Psychiatric Hospital. The closer he got to the hospital, the more vengeful spirits appeared around him, and Lu Chen seemed to hear some strange whispers. Night after night, you wander through nightmares, feigning beautiful pain, no less than the pain of reality. As he drew closer, a fine rain began to fall from the gray sky. The strange whispers grew faster, gradually turning into incomprehensible, bizarre language. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. The surrounding vengeful spirits lit up their red eyes, seemingly guided, surging towards Lu Chen like a tide. The number visible alone exceeded 500. He dared not delay, quickly activating firepower suppression, as the fearless wild bulls officially entered a frenzy mode. 3 guns darted back and forth among the wave of vengeful spirits like mad bulls. The psychic bullets spread out like fireworks in a rainy night, scattering in all directions. On the mini-map, a large number of white vengeful spirits rushed towards Lu Chen, only to be dispersed a few dozen meters away from him. After several seconds, the whispers gradually ceased, replaced by a mournful female voice humming a desolate tune. Lu Chen could guarantee he had never heard this song before, yet unconsciously, the more he listened, the more he wanted to hear it. Just as Lu Chen was gradually sinking into the song, the 3 fearless wild bulls charged forward. The dense gunfire jolted Lu Chen back to reality from the song. Damn! What's going on? He focused on the direction the fearless wild bulls were charging, and a massive monster appeared not far away. It was covered in various vengeful spirits, with at least 100 heads staring at him with blood-red eyes. Phantom Nightmare, Boss, Level, LV 39 Strength, 100000 Constitution, 100000 Agility, 300000 Intelligence, 500000 Health, 100000 Magic, 500000 Phantom Spirit, immune to physical damage. Elemental damage reduced by 66%. When taking damage, automatically consumes magic points to offset health point consumption. Resentment inflicts significant continuous psychic damage to non-evil targets that come close. Nightmare Impact casts 39 nightmare impacts on the target, causing massive psychic damage. Song of Nightmares, when the target approaches, they automatically enter a nightmare state, awakening their deepest and most terrifying nightmares. If they remain in the nightmare state for 3 minutes, they will be devoured by the nightmare, causing immense psychic damage. No wonder Lu Chen had been briefly lost in a nightmare just now. If the Song of Nightmares continued, he could suffer significant harm. Fortunately, the health points of evil spirit-type monsters were not high. Even a hell-level boss had only 100,000 health points. As the psychic bullets hit, several heads were shattered, and the song abruptly stopped. Although its magic points could offset health damage, under the frenzied attack of the 3 fearless wild bulls, the Phantom Nightmare was instantly killed. Phew, it's good I prepared psychic bullets, otherwise, I would never have been able to tackle such an evil spirit dungeon. After experiencing the decayed tomb's deep pit in this encounter, he deeply felt the need for equipment that could enhance his mental strength. Otherwise, once he fell into confusion, he would temporarily lose the ability to counterattack. As the Phantom Nightmare was slain, the grayish-white mist dissipated, the rain gradually stopped, and a ray of sunlight shone outside the hospital. The entire building collapsed rapidly, as if it had decayed for years. Lu Chen quickly approached and collected the loot. Heart of the Phantom Nightmare, core material for crafting nightmare necklaces. Phantom Staff, silver grade. In addition, he also harvested 52 medium magic crystals. The Phantom Staff was of no use, he could sell it off at some point. After leaving the dungeon, Lu Chen returned to the entrance. At this moment, a team was gathered at the dungeon entrance, listening to a male Taoist promoting to them. Don't think that just because you a few mages brought 2 meat shields, you can clear this dungeon. Elemental damage alone is completely insufficient. Because the small monsters and boss in this dungeon are not only completely immune to physical damage but also have a large amount of elemental damage immunity. At this moment, a female mage in the team exclaimed, What should we do? I thought the evil spirits were only immune to physical damage. The male Taoist said mysteriously, there is a type of damage they cannot be immune to, and that is spiritual energy damage, which can deal full damage. Saying this, the male Taoist raised his head and continued, I am but a humble 35-level Taoist, specializing in dealing with evil spirits for many years. I am proficient in various spiritual energy damage skills. Since we are acquainted, I can take you to fight. The male Taoist raised a finger and said, of course, our fee is worth $1 million. At this point, he took out a QR code that he had printed in advance from his pocket, extended it towards the crowd, and continued, support points payment, please. At this moment, the crowd, who were ready to pay, froze in place, staring intently at what was behind the male Taoist. Seeing their gaze fixed behind him, the male Taoist, who had long been accustomed to the evil spirit dungeons, felt the hairs on his back stand up. Could it be that the dungeon monster broke through the formation's restrictions and escaped? He took out a spiritual talisman, pinched it between his fingers, and quickly turned around. However, what he saw was Lu Chen, and he relaxed, saying, it's only been a few minutes, and you can't hold on. Just in time, I have a team going down, and since we have a connection, I can take you along. Lu Chen was busy preparing for the next dungeon, casually saying it was unnecessary, and then teleported to the dungeon guide area at the entrance of the first floor. The male Taoist scoffed and turned back, saying, see, this is what happens without spiritual energy damage. He just went in a few minutes ago, and now he's out. However, a boy holding a shield pointed at the dungeon record board and said, he cleared it. Hell difficulty, 9 minutes. The male Taoist waved his wide sleeves and said, impossible, absolutely impossible. I've been in various evil spirit dungeons for years, and I've never heard of clearing hell difficulty in 9 minutes. As he spoke, he turned to look at the dungeon record board, frozen in place, the spiritual talisman slipping from his fingers. Whoa, 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 what the hell? 9 minutes and 21 seconds. Looking at the name, his eyes nearly popped out. It's Gun God Lu Chen. Wait, isn't he a gunner? A pure physical damage class. Arriving at the dungeon guide area, Lu Chen prepared to take the second evil spirit summoning core. He searched for the next evil spirit dungeon, Valley of Forgetting. Looking at this dungeon, he suddenly remembered that the Death Hunter goggles given to him by Gondao had a death's tear that dropped from the Valley of Forgetting. This dungeon could also provide the equipment materials he needed. Teleporting to the dungeon entrance, a team was already preparing to enter the Valley of Forgetting. This team was almost entirely composed of holy classes, and the leading holy mage was currently giving final reminders to the teammates. Be sure to pay attention, the number of undead in the Valley of Forgetting is extremely large. The front line and the priests must cooperate well to avoid breaking through the defense line. We few damage dealers must always pay attention to the movements of the monsters, prioritizing attacks on the monsters coming towards us to avoid being cut off from the back line. Finally, be cautious when casting large area AoE skills. We must maximize the damage of these skills and not let them go to waste. In short, this dungeon is quite difficult. One mistake could lead to failure. We must be fully focused. This time, we must get the death's tear. Lu Chen bypassed the team and directly clicked on the hell difficulty of the Valley of Forgetting, disappearing at the dungeon entrance. At this moment, a shooter holding a holy light crossbow exclaimed, someone just entered the dungeon by themselves. The holy mage did not see Lu Chen passing by and replied, impossible, this dungeon's monsters have both high damage and health, soloing the dungeon is unrealistic. Stop overthinking and prepare for the dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon, Lu Chen found himself in a desolate canyon, littered with the white bones left behind by decaying corpses, as if it were an ancient battlefield weathered by time. The canyon was terrifyingly silent, with only some wailing echoing through the air. The visibility here was better than in the previous ghostly realm, and after using a true sight potion, he discovered a massive number of undead wielding illusory swords, staves, and bows floating not far ahead. After scouting, he realized these were undead warriors, undead mages, and undead archers. All of them were monsters immune to physical damage, primarily dealing psionic damage, and had numerous curse effects. The number of these undead was overwhelming, so Lu Chen summoned 3 fearless wild bulls and slowly moved forward. Once within the range of the wild bulls, they charged forward wildly. In the silent canyon, the cheerful gunfire of the bulls suddenly erupted. Psionic bullets flew swiftly towards the undead ahead. Da-day-day-day-day-day. Each bullet that struck an undead brought forth a wail, scattering them. In the canyon, the sounds of gunfire and wails were incessant. However, the canyon seemed endless. As Lu Chen slowly advanced, more undead surged from the depths of the canyon, rapidly floating towards him. Like waves of white undead, they came in wave after wave. Unfortunately, after encountering the relentless barrage of the fearless wild bulls, these waves quickly dissipated, unable to stir up any more ripples. Lu Chen felt he had already killed at least 1,000 undead, yet the canyon still showed no signs of an end, with countless undead continuing to rush towards him. Occasionally, a few psionic arrows and magic projectiles shot towards Lu Chen, all of which he easily dodged with a blink. 5 minutes later, Lu Chen had killed 4,000 to 5,000 undead and was close to leveling up, with his experience reaching 92%. In the distance, he finally saw the end of the canyon, a massive cave entrance. After dealing with the scattered undead, Lu Chen stood before the 5-meter-high cave entrance. Under the effect of true sight, he saw enormous undead monsters inside. He did not enter the cave directly but instead used the Brave Grenadier skill, throwing 4 grenades into the cave. Boom! 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 The explosions awakened the sleeping undead inside, and piercing shrieks echoed as the massive undead monsters flew towards the cave entrance. Undead Knight, level, LV 35, strength, 30,000, vitality, 50,000, agility, 10,000, intelligence, 1,000, health, 5 million, magic, 10,000, undead body, immune to physical damage, elemental damage reduced by 33%. Undead Knight, health value *10, recovers 10% of health per second after being out of combat for 2 seconds. Night Charge, charges at the target, causing impact and psionic damage. If other undead knights are charging nearby, it will uncontrollably charge along with them. A terrifying monster. If it were just one, the undead knight would still be easy to deal with. But if he recklessly charged into the cave and found a massive number of undead knights charging, he would be in deep trouble. At this moment, the undead knights rushed towards Lu Chen at high speed. He took a few steps back and commanded one wild bull to charge as well. Lu Chen activated fire suppression and used a red tyrant talisman. The wild bull charged into the cave, its gun barrel piercing through the heads of countless armored undead knights. At this moment, the entrance to the cave was like a boundary between two worlds. Inside was the land of the dead, while outside was a battlefield filled with gunfire and chaos. The cave entrance could only accommodate 5 or 6 undead knights charging out, which greatly limited the terror of their assault. 2 tongues of red and blue flames flickered like the holy light of a cyber bodhisattva, illuminating the frenzied undead knights pouring out. Under this terrifying damage, the undead knights could not advance more than a meter from the cave entrance. Although the narrow cave hindered the charge of the undead knights, it also prevented the wild bulls from unleashing their full firepower. Lu Chen slowly approached the cave entrance, and after confirming it was safe, he ordered a fearless wild bull to charge inside. Within the cave, there was already some ghostly blue light, and now, under the barrage of gunfire, it was as bright as day. After a while, the gunfire gradually calmed down, slowing and eventually stopping. Lu Chen waited a moment before stepping into the cave. It seemed to have once been a military camp, with decaying weapons scattered everywhere, now in disarray from the recent rampage of the fearless wild bulls. As he entered the cave, a piercing, eerie laughter suddenly echoed. Hee hee hee. A massive undead wielding a scythe appeared before Lu Chen. Shadow of Death, boss, level, LV 39 strength, 500000 constitution, 500000 agility, 100000 intelligence, 500000 health, 500000 mana, 500000 skills, Death Spirit, Soul Reaper's Scythe. Bloodthirsty undead. The Shadow of Death not only had physical immunity to spirit attacks and reduced elemental damage but also had lifesteal damage enhancement. With the physical damage of the artillery hell skill rendered ineffective, Lu Chen did not hesitate to activate firepower suppression, supplemented by a red dominance talisman, and directly blinked out of the cave. He could not give it a chance to attack. If it continued to lifesteal, his mere 14,000 health points would be utterly insufficient. 3 fearless wild bulls were left in the cave, charging fearlessly at the Shadow of Death. They fired wildly, and under the effect of the frost gun, frost began to form on the pitch-black Shadow of Death. With the 40% attack speed boost from the red dominance talisman, the attack speed of the 3 fearless wild bulls reached its peak. Shooter's Heart 1. 5x normal attack bonus. Psionic Bullet 1. 5x psionic damage conversion. Headshot 4. 1x critical damage bonus. The 3 fearless wild bulls' damage per second reached 33.96 million. Despite the high movement speed of the Shadow of Death, in less than 2 seconds, the fearless wild bulls instantly killed it. After defeating the Shadow of Death, Lu Chen successfully leveled up to 31. Re-entering the cave, the Cup of Greed automatically collected the surrounding loot. Tears of Death, core material for crafting the Death Hunter goggles. Heart of Death, core material for crafting the Undead Summoning Ring. He obtained 2 materials in one go, and after collecting 80 medium magic crystals, Lu Chen left the Valley of Forgotten with satisfaction. With a completion time of 13 minutes and 30 seconds, he naturally broke the dungeon record, and his credits had now accumulated to 220 points. At that moment, Jun called, "Gun God, have you cleared the first dungeon?" Lu Chen replied, "I finished the second one. I've already obtained the Heart of the Nether Nightmare and the Heart of Death." Jun exclaimed, "Wow, Gun God, you're so fast." Lu Chen said, "It's nothing special, mainly, I couldn't deal full damage in the evil spirit dungeons, otherwise, I could have been faster." Jun said, "Gun God is amazing." Lu Chen asked, "Do you need something? If not, I'm going to continue to the next one." Jun hurriedly replied, "Yes. Gun God, I forgot one thing, the dungeon for the Heart of the Dark Lich, the Abyss Ruins, is a large dungeon for 40 players. Otherwise, I'll change to another summoning core, this dungeon might be too difficult." Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "This dungeon isn't a ghost-type dungeon, right?" Jun nodded and replied, Yes, it's not. This is a dungeon for the underworld fiends." Lu Chen continued, "Then I can go get the Heart of the Dark Lich for you, but it will cost extra." Jun was instantly overjoyed and said, "Money is no issue, as long as I can get the Heart of the Dark Lich, I'll add another 1 billion. Lu Chen said, "Transfer that 1 billion to me first, and I'll head over right now." Before long, Lu Chen received the transfer notification, 1 billion was credited. He opened the premium system. First, he spent 90 million to upgrade the brutal muzzle, then spent 300 million to purchase 3 rapid muzzles, whose 100% attack speed bonus made the firing rate of the fearless wild bull reach a terrifying peak. Finally, to ensure damage diversity, he spent another 300 million to buy a scorching bullet, an extreme cold bullet, and a venom bullet. He also enhanced all 5 fearless wild bulls to +1, and just like that, the 1 billion was gone in an instant, leaving only 260 million. But the benefit of spending money was that the damage of the fearless wild bull was further enhanced. At this moment, the previously disheveled team of paladins had just escaped the dungeon and arrived at the entrance. The paladin captain pointed at his teammates and scolded them. "Are you all pigs? The archers can't hit anything, the mages are casting spells randomly, the priests don't know how to purify debuffs, and the front line dies with a single touch. Damn it, teaming up with you to tackle the Forgotten Valley is just the worst luck ever." Hearing this, Lu Chen shook his head with a smile, preparing to start the Abyss Ruins dungeon. The paladin, seeing Lu Chen's expression, mistakenly thought he was mocking him. Despite his injuries, he looked at Lu Chen and said, "Laugh? You'll be crying once you enter the dungeon." Lu Chen's face turned cold, and 3 fearless wild bulls instantly flew out, pressing against the paladin's forehead. "Watch your mouth, if you haven't cleared the dungeon and only know how to blame your teammates, then I think you're just trash." The man, with 3 guns pressed to his forehead, immediately activated his shield and tried to argue. At that moment, Lu Chen had already temporarily upgraded the Hurricane Hammer in the system for 90 million, turning it into the Hurricane Dragon. Holding this imposing gun, he stepped toward the paladin, and a teammate recognized the weapon. "It's the 4-shot shotgun from the newborn Grand Tournament. He's Lu Chen." A teammate tugged at the paladin's sleeve, and he suddenly remembered the buzz around the school about the gun god Lu Chen over the past few days. It wasn't until Lu Chen stood in front of him, the Hurricane Dragon pressed against his chest, that he finally reacted. Faced with Lu Chen's murderous gaze and the 7 dark gun muzzles, his holy hammer and shield fell to the ground, and sweat began to pour from his forehead. I am sorry, gun god. I didn't know it was you." Lu Chen held the Hurricane Dragon against his chest with one hand and looked at the paladin's teammates, saying, "With scum like this, teaming up with him will eventually lead to you being sold out." After saying that, with the muzzle of the Hurricane Hammer pointed down, Lu Chen pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang! 4 bullets hit the ground, creating a large hole. Lu Chen teleported away from there, and the guns pressing against the paladin disappeared. He felt weak and knelt on the ground. A nearby priestess pinched her nose and said, "Wow, it stinks. You didn't scare yourself to death, did you?" Everyone's gaze followed the priestess's words, looking at the ground where the paladin was kneeling, where a large puddle of yellow liquid flowed out from where he sat. A male mage looked disgusted and said, "You still have the face to scold us, you really are trash." The archer beauty beside him pinched her nose and looked up at the record board, where Lu Chen's clearance record was displayed, momentarily forgetting the foul stench from the paladin. Gun god, 13.5 minutes to clear hell difficulty. Others also turned to look, unable to help but exclaim. Following such trash is really a waste of our time. Exactly, if we had the gun god leading us, we would have taken off ages ago. People like this only blame their teammates, they have no skills themselves. Let's go, find someone else. Several of them teleported away, leaving the paladin with a dazed expression. At that moment, the security team from the dungeon hall arrived. Looking at the pile of filth on the ground, one of them pinched his nose and said, "Who told you to take a dump here, you little brat?" After saying that, 2 strong warrior-type security guards grabbed the paladin and took him away. A mage-like security guard frowned and cast a water spell to wash the ground, then used a wind spell to dry it. The large hole in the ground also restored itself with waves of magical energy. Lu Chen found the Abyss Ruins dungeon at the dungeon guidance area. Abyss Ruins, LV35, 40-player large dungeon, level range relaxed to 30 to 39, points 1000. Clicking to teleport, he arrived at the entrance of the Abyss Ruins dungeon, which was much larger than other dungeon entrances, resembling a small square. At that moment, a large team was gathering to prepare for the dungeon, while scattered students waiting to form teams watched the group. What's going on? Such a big commotion. Don't you know? This is the Dongxin Society. They are organizing their first large-scale dungeon activity since the semester started. The current president of the Dongxin Society is Wu Ya. He's a level 39 destroyer, and I've heard he really likes to flip tables. The society members don't like to eat with him. Haha, really? At this time, Wu Ya stood at the front of the team, raising his fists above his head, and it was evident that his fists had grown larger than normal, with faint red flames swirling around them. Ah, everyone, listen up. Once we go in, charge forward. If anyone runs slow, I'll knock them out with one punch. Abyss Ruins, the Lich's Blood on Hell difficulty refreshes once a month. It's refreshed today. If I don't get the Lich's Blood today, I'll drag all of you to the underground arena to work for me. The surrounding students were abuzz with discussion. Damn, who is this guy? So arrogant. You don't know? He's the son of the Dongxin Group's president. This Dongxin Society was set up by his dad for him. Right. I heard that the members of the Dongxin Society are basically the children of Dongxin Group employees. It's almost like his dad gave him a private army. Lu Chen ignored the group and walked straight to the dungeon entrance, but was blocked by a few members of the Dongxin Society. He looked at the two blocking his way and said flatly, "If you block me again, I'll make you wish you were dead." Wu Ya, noticing the commotion, let out a strange cry. Yo-ho! He then swaggered over. Isn't this the gun god Lu Chen? What, you think you're so tough? Want to have a match with me today? After saying that, he turned to one of the team members and shouted, "Hey, you, step aside and make room for the gun god." Lu Chen frowned, staring at the slowly approaching Wu Ya, and said, "No need, I'm enough on my own." Wu Ya flipped over a nearby member and said fiercely, "That's not acceptable. Today, you can't go in." The surrounding students were stunned. Damn, this guy can't even flip tables and won't spare his teammates. So arrogant. If a fight breaks out, I support the gun god. What kind of people are these? I just want to go up and deal with him. Shoo, keep your voice down, he's very calculating. If he hears you, you'll be in trouble. Lu Chen instantly took out the Hurricane Dragon. After upgrading, the originally simple metallic body of the gun transformed into a golden hue, with a golden dragon coiling around it. The muzzle of the Hurricane Dragon was aimed at Wu Ya, and he said, "What do you mean?" Wu Ya raised his hands and stepped back several paces. Oh, so powerful. I'm so scared. At this moment, flames blazed even more fiercely on his fists, and just as his expression grew increasingly cold, a hand grabbed his shoulder. Wu Ya, it's just one person. Can he really solo the dungeon? It's no big deal. The speaker was a bald man, with a tattoo of a fierce tiger on his bald head. After speaking, he leaned in and whispered something to Wu Ya. Wu Ya turned and returned to the team, while the bald man smiled at Lu Chen and said, "Gun god, please." Lu Chen ignored him and clicked on the dungeon at hell difficulty. The bald man behind him saw this and his expression darkened, thinking to himself, "This is a 40-man large dungeon, he can't possibly solo it. He must be acting on impulse." Upon entering the dungeon, Lu Chen was fully armed with 5 wild bulls. Not far in front of him was an abyss that seemed bottomless, with 9 bridges spanning across it. From a distance, the bridges appeared to be spaced far apart, each several hundred meters long, crowded with a massive number of monsters. On the opposite side of the bridges were large gates, and faintly, one could see a huge monster guarding each gate. At this moment, a prompt from the dungeon sounded. Abyss Ruins Dungeon Phase 1, please find the correct gate to enter the ruins. 9 gates in total, and he had to find the right one? Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to waste time deciphering, he could just clear them one by one. He walked to the middle bridge No. 5 and found it strange that the 3 guns controlled by his gunfighting technique did not fire. Lu Chen held 2 wild bulls and tried to shoot. However, the bullets were blocked by the energy barrier on the bridge, and the monsters inside seemed not to notice him at all. Fortunately, there was a 5-meter-long open space at the head of the bridge, so the monsters did not crowd this area. Lu Chen maneuvered the 3 wild bulls forward but was also blocked outside the barrier. goodness, he could only initiate an attack after getting inside. However, there was one advantage: the battles on each bridge could be seen as independent. He didn't have to worry about being flanked by monsters from other bridges. Lu Chen slowly approached Bridge No. 5 and successfully passed through the barrier into the bridge. In an instant, the Abyssal Hellhounds, Abyssal Warriors, Abyssal Mages, and Abyssal Archers scattered across the bridge all looked up at Lu Chen. In their pitch-black eye sockets burned two streams of eerie blue flames. The sound of armor and weapons clashing echoed, and each monster emitted strange cries. The three wild bulls charged into the monster horde, and three different colored fire tongues shot towards them. Red scorching bullets, blue frigid bullets, and green venom bullets. Like a colorful celestial canopy, they surged towards the monster horde, quickly sweeping down a large number of monsters. At this moment, from the back of the monster horde, some abyssal mages and abyssal archers within range launched attacks at Lu Chen. A multitude of various magic balls and arrows flew towards him, most of which were dispersed and interrupted in mid-air. He activated Wind Step to increase his movement speed. He quickly moved forward, casually firing the two wild bulls, trying to keep up with the three bulls charging wildly. On the bridge, Lu Chen alone created a firepower net that suppressed the massive number of monsters, slowly but steadily pushing forward. The three wild bulls charged so fiercely that they even rushed into the monster horde, then turned back, sweeping through these monsters back and forth. Finally, Lu Chen arrived at the other end of the bridge, where an elite monster was guarding the gate. Lich Guardian Beast, Elite Monster, Level, LV 39 Health, 80 million Magic Power, 5 million. This dungeon is really impressive. Even a mere Gatekeeper Elite Monster is almost on par with the dungeon bosses encountered before. Lu Chen didn't want to waste his artillery Hellfire skill and activated Fire Suppression instead. 5 fearless wild bulls opened fire wildly, and the Lich Guardian Beast's health bar quickly dropped, being killed in less than 2 seconds. At that moment, the patterns on the gate behind the Lich Guardian Beast began to glow, and the dungeon prompt sounded again. The correct gate to the Abyss Ruins has been found. Please wait for 1 minute while the gate charges. Attention, the barriers on the other bridges will be lifted, and a wave of monsters is about to surge. Please prepare. He felt incredibly lucky today, having found the right gate on the first try. Moreover, he originally planned to clear out the monsters here for extra experience. Now, he didn't even have to search for them one by one. Lu Chen sat on a large rock at the bridge's edge, watching as the barriers on the nearby bridges all disappeared. On this side of the gate, the bridges were not connected, and the monsters from the other 8 bridges surged out, attacking from the direction Lu Chen had originally come from. Due to the disappearance of the barriers, many monsters were pushed off the bridge, letting out a long string of wails. He watched the falling monsters with a pang of regret. What a shame, all that experience lost. The safety measures on this bridge are really inadequate. As he spoke, the monsters had already surged onto the bridge, and 3 fearless wild bulls charged forward. From his estimation, the farthest control distance was probably the center of the bridge, about 200 to 300 meters away. Lu Chen also held dual bulls and opened fire on the monsters on the bridge. The bullets ruthlessly harvested these monsters like cutting wheat. It wasn't long before the gate behind him finished charging and slowly opened. He turned around, dual guns aimed at the gate, watching cautiously. So fast? After a dozen seconds, the open gate remained silent, with only a teleportation portal behind it. As long as no monsters spawn, that's fine. Lu Chen turned back to the bridge, where 2 Lich Guardian Beasts were charging forward. However, all they met was a colorful curtain of bullets, and in just a few seconds, they collapsed to the ground. He looked at the wave of monsters surging from across the bridge and felt they were moving far too slowly. Yawning, Lu Chen took out the Hurricane Dragon. This gun still had no money for attachments. But even in its base state, its damage was already incredibly formidable. Although the distance to the monsters was far, the shotgun's damage was weakened beyond effective range, but testing the gun was harmless. He raised the Hurricane Dragon and pulled the trigger. Bang! After leveling up, the 4 barrels of the Hurricane Dragon fired more in sync, almost simultaneously. A large number of bullets, without any attachment bonuses, shot forward like little golden dragons, leaving long golden trails. The bullets hit a monster. Although it was already beyond effective killing range, the bullet still knocked it back, killing it instantly. What surprised Lu Chen was that after exceeding the effective killing range, each bullet carried 12 pellets that clustered towards different enemies, locking onto their heads. This meant that with this one shot, a total of 48 pellets could lock onto a dozen or 20 monsters, with each pellet's damage close to 40,000. After thinking for a moment, he still had 180 million dragon yuan left, so he spent 100 million to buy a golden level kinetic muzzle. Adding it to the Hurricane Dragon increased the gun's damage by 100%. Looking at the 4 barrels of the Hurricane Dragon, he noticed that only one barrel's muzzle was different from the other 3. At this moment, Lu Chen had a bold idea. He detached the muzzle of a Fearless Bison kinetic gun in his hand and attempted to attach it to the Hurricane Dragon. It was successfully installed. This meant that the Hurricane Dragon could accommodate 4 muzzles. With this thought, Lu Chen removed another brutal muzzle from the Fearless Bison and fitted it onto the Hurricane Dragon. The damage boost from 3 muzzles was already terrifying. He looked at the Fearless Bison in front of him, which was engaged in a frenzied battle, called back a bull equipped with a heated projectile, removed its projectile and rapid-fire muzzle, and attached them to the Hurricane Dragon. Now the Hurricane Dragon was fully equipped. Although the combination wasn't very reasonable, the damage should be extremely frightening. The 3 muzzles that had been removed from the Fearless Bison faced the Hurricane Dragon, and Lu Chen even felt a hint of resentment from them. He gently patted the 3 guns and said, "I'll buy you new ones when I make some money." After saying that, he put away 2 of them, summoned the remaining 3 to his side, and adjusted them to control shooting mode. In the time it took him to change the attachments, most of the monster tide had already been eliminated. Lu Chen stood up, raised the Hurricane Dragon, and repeatedly pulled the trigger. A large number of golden dragon projectiles wrapped in red flames shot towards the monster horde, and the crazily surging monsters seemed to hit a wall, all tumbling backward. Wow, the damage is terrifying. As Lu Chen kept firing, he even thought that if he unlocked a Gatling gun in the future, could he attach a dozen or 20 muzzles to this gun? With this thought, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Hurricane Dragon created a dense rain of bullets, and the charging Lich Guardian was shattered into pieces by 2 shots of 96 projectiles. This shot wasn't even the Hurricane Dragon's limit. With the unreasonable combination of attachments, it had already dealt over 40 million damage. The 3 muzzles of the Fearless Bison, aimed at Lu Chen who was crazily firing, were filled with a sense of grievance. If they could talk, they would surely curse Lu Chen as a scumbag, praising them as brave bulls one moment and dismantling their attachments for a new love the next. After the firepower suppression was activated, the Hurricane Dragon's firing rate increased even more, approaching 9 shots per second. The remaining thousands of monsters surged in, but it was only a matter of seconds before they were dealt with. So satisfying. Each of these guns had its advantages, but in terms of explosive damage, the shotgun was still superior for now. After clearing the monster tide, a large number of loot glimmers scattered across the bridge, and Lu Chen walked over, with the greed pot automatically collecting the loot. A total of 159 medium magic crystals, even more than some dungeons would yield in total. He returned to the portal leading into the Abyss ruins and stepped inside, with the 3 floating Fearless Bison quickly following. Entering the ruins, he found an ancient building constructed of dark red bricks. Passing through the portal, Lu Chen arrived in a hall filled with black-armored Lich warriors. Pairs of ghostly blue eyes turned towards him, and the Hurricane Dragon immediately opened fire, while the 3 Fearless Bison also entered enemy target shooting mode. Bang! Da-day-day-day-day-day. At close range, the Hurricane Dragon's bullets did not scatter like before. Although the shot dealt massive damage, it only shattered 1 Lich warrior. To his surprise, the penetrating projectiles actually went through and struck the ones behind, killing a large number of Lich warriors with stray bullets. Although the 3 Fearless Bison had fewer attachments, their base firing rate boost remained, and their monster clearing efficiency was still very high. Given the enormous number of Dark Warriors, there were probably 500 on this level alone. Thus, with such a dense quantity in a limited space, the Hurricane Dragon's advantages became apparent. Bang 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 bang! With each shot, large groups of Lich warriors were killed. Coupled with the Fearless Bison charging madly, it didn't take long to clear this level of Lich warriors. In the corner of the hall, a barrier vanished, revealing a staircase leading down. Lu Chen did not rush down. Using his brave grenade launcher skill, 4 grenades rolled down to the next level. Boom 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 boom! As the explosion sounded, a series of shark shrieks echoed from below. 3 fearless wild bulls immediately charged down. Da-day-day-day-day-day. Although he couldn't see what was happening downstairs, the gunfire alone indicated that a fierce battle was underway. Some Lich warriors surged up the stairs. Bang 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 bang! With the roar of the Hurricane Dragon, they were instantly reduced to dust, black liquid splattering against the walls. It was both safe and efficient to farm monsters at the staircase, as the gunfire below gradually subsided. Lu Chen slowly descended the stairs, and the 3 fearless wild bulls immediately flew over, spinning back and forth as if to take credit. By the time he reached the barrier on the lower level, it had already disappeared. Lu Chen repeated his previous actions and quickly dealt with the monsters. When he reached the 9th floor, just halfway down the stairs, the three fearless wild bulls blocked his path. He looked at the three guns in confusion and leaned down to peek through the gap in the stairs at the 9th floor. The height below was much greater than above, although the corpses scattered around proved the wild bulls' recent achievements. However, beside each dark red stone pillar on the 9th floor, there was a barrier. Inside the barrier stood creatures 3 to 4 meters tall, their once long hair now replaced by writhing tentacles. Upon closer inspection, each one was surprisingly beautiful, all stunning women. He wiped the nervous sweat from the corner of his mouth and examined the monsters. Lich Maid, Elite Monster, Level, LV 40. Health, 80 million mana, 60 million overwhelming desire. Within its desire aura, it reduces movement speed, reaction, and vision, causing continuous psychic damage channeling. The tentacles on its head elongate and strike the target. Ejecting filth, hitting the target causes massive damage and inflicts a confusion effect. Gulp. Lu Chen nervously swallowed, counting the number of Lich Maids. There should be 10. He thought for a moment, if he opened fire to suppress them, he could take them down in about a second. He just needed to avoid their ranged attacks and not let them hit him. With that, Lu Chen held the Hurricane Dragon and slowly walked down the stairs, keeping the gun barrel aimed at the Lich Maids. Just as he reached the last step, a series of female screams erupted. The barriers containing the 10 Lich Maids all opened. Lu Chen dared not delay, activating his swift step and immediately opening fire, while the three fearless wild bulls charged toward the Lich Maids. In the distance, the tentacles on several Lich Maids stood upright, pointing directly at Lu Chen, and 4 or 5 filthy magic bullets flew toward him. He quickly blinked to dodge, firing continuously with the Hurricane Dragon. One shot, one maid. In just a breath, the 10 Lich Maids were shattered. Looking at the fragments of the Lich Maids scattered on the ground, Lu Chen sighed, thinking it was truly a pity. He raised his head to observe the situation on the 9th floor, where there were 4 passages. Since it was an underground structure, the current minimap couldn't show which of the 4 passages was the correct path. He thought for a moment, summoned the 3 fearless wild bulls to his side, and attempted to communicate with them. You 3, each gun go down a different passage. If you find a path at the farthest distance, fire a 3-round burst and then 2 single shots to notify me. If there's no path, just fire a 3-round burst. Do you understand? Originally, Lu Chen didn't have high hopes, but the 3 guns surprisingly nodded their barrels and began firing at the ground. Da. He smiled and gave a thumbs up to the 3 guns, then rested in place with the Hurricane Dragon. 3 fearless wild bulls immediately flew towards 3 different passages, which had just been tested for their maximum control distance of about 200 to 300 meters. If this were a maze, they should be able to go quite far. Soon, dense gunfire and the cries of monsters echoed from all 3 passages. The gunfire ceased for a while, only to be followed by another round of concentrated and brief shots. Occasionally, some monsters that had slipped through the net appeared in the 3 passages. First came Abyss Warriors, Archers, and Mages, followed by Lich Warriors and Knights. Finally, even Lich Guardians and Lich Maidens showed up. However, these sporadically appearing monsters were almost all taken down by the Hurricane Dragon with a single shot. After waiting for a few minutes, the gunfire from the 3 passages came to a halt. Not long after, the same gunfire rang out from all 3 passages. Lu Chen quietly waited for a few seconds, but there was no follow-up gunfire. It seemed that all 3 paths were dead ends. Soon, the 3 fearless wild bulls returned to Lu Chen's side. He walked towards the remaining passage. As he turned the first corner, a row of Abyss Mages launched a barrage of dark energy missiles at him, prompting Lu Chen to quickly blink back. The 3 wild bulls charged forward, clearing the area with a round of gunfire. After that, there were monsters lurking at almost every corner, and the monsters here were generally of a higher level than those outside, mostly reaching level 40. After walking for 2 minutes, although he encountered monsters at every turn, the 3 fearless wild bulls were able to deal with them instantly. At this moment, Lu Chen turned another corner, and the 2 Lich Maidens guarding the area had already been killed by the fearless wild bulls, their once plump bodies riddled with bullet holes, almost no intact skin left. Behind the maidens was a climbing ladder leading upwards, and Lu Chen stood at the bottom, looking up. From the ladder's entrance, he couldn't see anything unusual, but he was sure that there were definitely monsters above. He controlled the 3 fearless wild bulls to go up first, and as soon as they reached the ladder's entrance, Lu Chen saw a large number of filthy missiles crashing down. He quickly moved away from the ladder, as pools of filthy liquid flowed down, actually corroding the ladder. Damn, how am I supposed to get up there? The charging speed of the 3 fearless wild bulls was extremely fast, completely unaffected by the filthy missiles. Gunfire erupted at the ladder's entrance. At that moment, a Lich Maiden with one arm severed fell from above, and Lu Chen quickly raised the Hurricane Dragon to kill her. The battle on the upper level continued for quite a while before finally stopping. The three fearless wild bulls returned to Lu Chen's side. He thought for a moment, stepped on two guns, and used another as a handrail, slowly flying towards the broken ladder's entrance. Upon reaching the upper level, Lu Chen was stunned by the sight before him. A massive blood pool lay in front of him. The blood pool was filled with the severed limbs and arms of maidens, and in the center of the pool, bubbles kept rising. Lu Chen steadied the hurricane dragon and looked around the blood pool. Besides the blood pool, there was a corridor about 7 to 8 meters wide nearby. When the fight broke out, if he couldn't take down the boss in one shot, he could still use the flexibility of blinking to maneuver around it. Soon, a naked, blood-soaked monster emerged from the blood pool. Son of the Lich, Hell-level boss, level, LV 45 health, 300 million mana, 200 million blood feast, upon release, deals massive blood magic damage to targets in the area. Blood Drain, Lich's Fury, significantly increases attack power, movement speed, and attack speed. Damn, under hell difficulty, the challenge of this 40-man dungeon has skyrocketed. Lu Chen immediately activated the life shield to add some protective measures. Then he cast Inferno Barrage at the Son of the Lich, at which point the Son of the Lich spread a pair of bloody wings behind him, his ghostly blue eyes fixed on Lu Chen, before he threw his head back and howled. Lu Chen was taken aback as a massive amount of blood energy began to swirl around the Lich's son. At that moment, the shells started to fall, and he knew he couldn't give the Lich's son a chance to attack, so he immediately initiated fire suppression. The fearless wild bull and the hurricane dragon opened fire without hesitation. Bang! Da-day-day-day-day-day. What shocked Lu Chen was that under the influence of the gale gun, the attack speed of the hurricane dragon further increased. In just 1 second, it fired 10 shots. Before the shells from the artillery hell skill even landed, the Lich's son's health bar dropped significantly. In just 1 second, the hurricane dragon dealt hundreds of millions in damage, instantly killing the Lich's son. The subsequent shells fell into the blood pool, vaporizing the blood and severed limbs within it. Lu Chen thought to himself, if it weren't for his exaggerated damage, how would others defeat this boss? Or perhaps at other difficulty levels, the strength of this boss would be greatly weakened. After waiting for a while, the bombardment finally ended, and the now dry blood pool looked very deep, reaching over 10 meters. Lu Chen blinked and jumped down, using the greed pot to collect the surrounding loot. Lich's blood, hell level can be used once, after consumption, all attributes plus 3000, life steal plus 33%. Dark Lich's heart, core item for crafting the Lich summoning staff. In addition, he surprisingly obtained 1 skill crystal core and 10 large magic crystals, along with the previously dropped 300 medium magic crystals and 30 skill stones, making this dungeon run a huge success. He immediately consumed the Lich's blood, and Lu Chen's attributes skyrocketed by 300. Just as he was about to check his personal attributes, a dungeon prompt sounded. Abyss Ruins Hell difficulty has been cleared, the blood pool has been emptied, and the hidden dungeon below the abyss opening conditions have been met. The hidden dungeon below the abyss will automatically open in 10 seconds. The difficulty of this dungeon is significantly increased, and players can leave the dungeon before it opens. What? A hidden dungeon? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Chen decided to give it a try. Taking advantage of the 10 seconds, he used 200 medium magic crystals to upgrade 2 energy barrels for the hurricane dragon, returning the removed brutal barrel and gale barrel to the fearless wild bull. He then spent another 100 medium magic crystals to enhance it to +2. At this point, the hurricane dragon's panel attributes were extremely terrifying. Hurricane dragon +2, energy barrel *4 quality, golden level requirement, 30 ammo capacity, 20 rounds, each small magic crystal replenishes 20 rounds of ammunition. Attack speed, slow +2 attack power, 500-6000 quadruple barrage, each shot fires from 4 barrels simultaneously, launching 4 bullets. Energy barrel *4, gun damage increased by 400%. Scorching projectile, converts 150% of the gun's physical damage into fire elemental damage. Before he could examine it in detail, the 10-second countdown ended, and a deep blue portal appeared at the bottom of the blood pool, with a tremendous suction force pulling in the surrounding severed limbs and dust. He resisted for a moment but was soon drawn into the portal. Passing through the portal, he found himself in a long canyon, about 400 to 500 meters wide, filled with numerous glowing plants. The canyon extended into the unknown on both sides, with no end in sight. Looking up, he could vaguely see 9 massive bridges spanning above the abyss. He had arrived at the bottom of the abyss. At that moment, a sound of crumbling rocks came from one side of the canyon, followed by a series of piercing shrieks. In the distance, a bizarre high wall nearly 100 meters tall rushed toward Lu Chen's position. What the hell is that? He commanded the 3 fearless wild bulls to charge, and the rain of bullets struck the high wall, stirring up waves of deep blue liquid. Lu Chen then saw the rapidly approaching high wall covered in deep blue tentacles, mouths, and enormous eyeballs. It was as if there was a deep blue flesh wall filled with terrifying organs. Lich's Wrath, Hell Level Boss, Level, LV 49 Health, 99. 9 billion Mana, 99. 9 billion Lich Ray. Upon release, it deals massive blood magic damage to targets within range. Abyssal Maw. Tentacles will stuff all living things around into its mouth, turning them into part of the Lich's Wrath. Damn! What the hell is this? 99. 9 billion health. How am I supposed to fight this? At that moment, hundreds of blue rays shot towards Lu Chen. He quickly used Blink to dodge backward, activating all his firepower boosts, red and blue buffs, and immediately opened fire with the Hurricane Dragon. Bang 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 bang! At this point, the attack speed of the Hurricane Dragon reached a terrifying 11 shots per second, and combined with the attacks of the fearless wild bulls, in just one encounter, the Lich's Wrath suffered over 1 billion damage. The Lich's Wrath moved quickly. The Inferno Cannon skill was still on cooldown, so Lu Chen could only keep using Blink to retreat while continuously firing. 3 fearless wild bulls rushed through the gaps on either side and crazily shot at the Lich's Wrath from behind. Fortunately, although the Lich's Wrath was fast and had high health, its attacks were relatively simple. As long as Lu Chen avoided its Lich Ray, he was safe. He just needed to maintain his distance with Blink, and after consuming Lich Blood, his mana reached an impressive 44,640, allowing him to use it continuously without issue. 20 seconds passed, and the firepower suppression time ended. In the remaining cooldown time of several dozen seconds, Lu Chen's attack speed boost was down to 848.4%. However, during those 20 seconds, the Lich's Wrath's health had already dropped by more than 1/5. The damage was extremely exaggerated. The Hurricane Dragon's damage had even surpassed that of the Inferno Cannon. Of course, the Inferno Cannon skill had infinite growth potential. As long as enough upgrade resources were invested, it could be infinitely upgraded as a mythic level skill. But at this moment, the Hurricane Dragon's damage had already reached the limit, even against a terrifying monster like the Lich's Wrath with its exaggerated 99.9 billion health. In fact, before the Hurricane Dragon, it was as fragile as paper. It truly achieved the effect of normal attacks being ultimate skills. The Lich's Wrath was still occasionally firing Lich Rays, which crossed each other, cutting through the rocky ground. If hit, it would be a near-death experience. Lu Chen could only keep shooting while continuously blinking backward. Fortunately, this abyss seemed endless, continuously extending, giving him ample space to kite the monster. The Lich's Wrath's health was now down to half, and the firepower suppression had finished its cooldown. He reactivated firepower suppression and added another red buff. The firing rate peaked again. Bang 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 bang! The Hurricane Dragon's howls echoed beneath the abyss, and the Golden Dragon's scorching bullets shot towards the Lich's Wrath like countless meteors in the dark. The 3 fearless wild bulls behind also fired wildly, striking the Lich's Wrath like 3 beams of light. Under such a terrifying barrage, the Lich's Wrath held on for over a minute. As the Hurricane Dragon fired its last bullet, the Lich's Wrath, like a wall of flesh, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Just then, the dungeon prompt sounded. Congratulations, Lu Chen, for completing the Abyss Ruins on Hell difficulty. First clear of the hidden dungeon beneath the abyss. Reward points, 50,000. Reward credits, 200. Reward skill crystals *10. Reward breakthrough stones *100. Title, Abyss Conqueror. A series of reward notifications sounded, and I had actually completed the Abyss under Hell difficulty for the first time. No wonder, even though the Lich's Curse had a single attack, its incredibly fast movement speed and absurdly high health made defeating the Lich's Curse at Hell difficulty nearly impossible. After clicking to view the title of Abyss Conqueror, I found it was a unique title. Title, Abyss Conqueror, unique, all attributes plus 5,000, damage to the Lich Clan increased by 300%. The attributes were exaggeratedly strong. If I cleared it again, I should be able to finish this dungeon even faster. Then, the dungeon notification sounded again. Abyss Ruins Hell difficulty hidden dungeon. Abyss Under has been cleared. It will close in 1 minute. Please collect your loot in time. Upon hearing this, I immediately blinked forward and quickly ran towards the corpse of the Lich's Curse. The greed pot instantly swept away all the loot. Source of Vital Blood. After use, gain a permanent buff. Source of Vital Blood, increasing health cap by 1000%. Skill Crystal *5 Large Magic Crystal *50. I was taken aback. When I previously encountered the boss, I envied their skills that increased health caps. Now, with the appearance of the Source of Vital Blood, I directly gained a similar effect, and it was a 10-fold increase in health cap. This was much more powerful than just increasing health points. Now, with the title equipped, my health of over 90,000 directly multiplied by 10. The gain reached over 800,000 health. If my base health reached a million or 10 million in the future, wouldn't that mean an increase of over 100 million health points? Moreover, my skill life shield was also calculated based on health points, allowing me to have extreme output while becoming an unkillable tank. As the dungeon time ended, I was forcibly teleported out of the dungeon. Abyss Ruins Dungeon, Hell Difficulty Hidden Dungeon, Abyss Under, has been completed for the first time. Abyss Ruins Dungeon, Hell Difficulty Hidden Dungeon, Abyss Under, has been completed for the first time. At this moment, the announcement of the first completion of Abyss Under echoed throughout the first floor of the dungeon hall, and everyone rushed over to see what had happened. Damn, such a difficult dungeon as the Abyss Ruins, and someone actually discovered a hidden dungeon at Hell Difficulty. This damn dungeon actually has a hidden difficulty. I've never heard of it. Yeah, the reason the Abyss Ruins is a 40-player dungeon is that the monsters are too strong. I heard that at Hell Difficulty, the Lich's son has been strengthened to level 45, with 300 million health. So exaggerated. Then the boss of the hidden difficulty must have 500 million or even 1 billion health. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, all speculating who had completed such an unheard of hidden dungeon. Let me see which god completed the hidden dungeon. Damn, it's Gun God again. Besides him, I don't think anyone else could have the ability to clear this dungeon before the second transfer. I wonder which lucky ones got to run this dungeon with Gun God. The reward should be quite generous. At this moment, a student who had just seen me clash with Wuya suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait, Gun God soloed the Abyss Ruins. How is that possible?" The announcement said that Abyss Under is a hidden dungeon at Hell Difficulty. No matter how strong Gun God is, he can't solo the Hell Difficulty of the Abyss Ruins. How is it impossible? If it's not Gun God, could it be that group from Dongxin? I appeared at the dungeon entrance, looking at the crowd gathered at the entrance, somewhat puzzled as to why this dungeon had suddenly become so popular. When everyone saw me come out, they were instantly stunned. Some students looked up at the scoreboard, and with Lu Chen's appearance, 2 brand new records appeared. Hell Difficulty Hidden Dungeon First Clear, Lu Chen, Solo, First Place, Super God Academy, Pre, 58 minutes 24 seconds, Lu Chen 50,000 points. Wow, he's really a gun god. How did he do it? He cleared it in less than an hour, a full 7 hours ahead of second place, Wuya. This is terrifying. Even on normal difficulty, it usually takes about 6 hours to complete with teamwork, yet Lu Chen soloed the Hell Difficulty in under an hour. Although the dungeon run wasn't long, the intense battle still left him a bit fatigued. He used a teleportation stone to return to the dorm area. The sky was still bright, but he decided to rest for a bit. At that moment, a phone call came in. "Genie, it was Gao Cheng calling," and Lu Chen answered the phone. Gao Cheng's excitement came through the line. "Lu Chen, you're such a genius." Lu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Gao Cheng's excited voice. Gao Cheng continued, "The Abyss Under is a dungeon specifically used by the school to train elite teams. You actually soloed it." Lu Chen felt a bit tired and said, "Director Gao, if there's nothing else, let's leave it at that for now. I need to go rest." Gao Cheng pressed on, "There is something. I was just thinking about this inspection of the Woku Protectorate and the exchange competition with those little devils from the East Japan country. I wonder who to invite." "It's decided, it's you, Lu Chen." Lu Chen asked in confusion, "What exchange competition?" Gao Cheng explained, "Recently, the activities aimed at splitting our Shenzhou Empire on Kyushu Island, under the jurisdiction of the Woku Protectorate, have intensified. The East Japan citizens are still clamoring to reclaim Kyushu Island. Damn it, those little devils." Gao Cheng cleared his throat and said seriously, "So, the Grand Protector Li Yulong of the Woku Protectorate has decided to hold an East Asia University exchange competition. The exchange competition is divided into different level groups, and I want you to participate in the level 39 group." Lu Chen was puzzled, "But I'm only level 31, still a bit short of 32. Gao Cheng exclaimed excitedly, "You're kidding. The boss in the Abyss Under is level 49, a hell-level boss with 99.9 billion health points. You soloed it. Now you're saying you're not even level 32? I'm afraid that in the entire East Japan country, even if you called all the little devils below level 50 or even 60 to challenge you, they wouldn't be your match." Lu Chen chuckled and said, "Not to that extent. When do we leave?" Gao Cheng replied, "We leave tomorrow, first to familiarize ourselves with the environment on Kyushu Island, and the exchange competition opens the day after." Lu Chen was surprised, "So soon? But I'm so tired today, I want to sleep for 3 days. Gao Cheng said, "At your age, how can you sleep like that?" Lu Chen replied, "But I've been running dungeons all day." Gao Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Don't say I don't care about the students' well-being. I'm transferring you 10,000 points now. Go to the student service center and buy a few bottles of energy potions. Drink them, and you'll be energized all day. At that moment, Lu Chen received Gao Cheng's transfer message and immediately replied, time and place, I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow. Gao Cheng smiled with satisfaction and said, 8 a.m., gather at the Super God Academy teleportation array. Lu Chen replied, okay. After hanging up, he was considering whether to call Bai Jun to inform him and push back the remaining materials a bit. Just then, another call came in. It was Bai Jun. Bai Jun exclaimed, Gun God, you're truly a genius. Lu Chen felt speechless. Did these two only know how to say that one line? Bai Jun, I didn't even know there was a hidden dungeon in the Abyss Ruins. I can't believe you, Gun God, managed to solo it. Lu Chen, it's not that big of a deal. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Bai Jun, Gun God, just say it. If there's anything I, Bai, can do for you, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Lu Chen, it's not that serious. I just have to go out for a bit tomorrow, and I'm not sure how long it will take, so the materials might be a bit late getting to you. Bai Jun, I thought it was something major. It's a small issue. Just help me get it when you come back. After thinking for a moment, Bai Jun said, Gun God, you must have an external mission, right? How can you not have money with you? How about this, I'll transfer the final payment to you, and when you come back, just remember to help me get the materials. Lu Chen, that doesn't seem appropriate. How about I finish what I need to do and then you give me the final payment? Just as he finished speaking, he received a transfer notification from Bai Jun, a total of 1.5 billion dragon yuan. Bai Jun, Gun God, did you receive it? Lu Chen looked at the payment notification, thought for a moment, and said, I'm going to the student service center to buy some energy potions now. I'll try to finish it for you today. Bai Jun, Gun God, you're simply a fan's dream come true. Lu Chen felt a bit exasperated and was about to hang up when Bai Jun said, how about you take me along to fight? I promise I won't hold you back, I just want to see your prowess in person. After all, he was a big spender, so it wouldn't hurt to take him along. Lu Chen agreed. Bai Jun said, great, then Gun God, you don't need to buy any energy potions. I'll bring some from home. Where should we meet for the dungeon? This did save some time. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen said, let's go to the Emerald Plateau first and help you get the unicorn's heart. After hanging up, Lu Chen teleported back to the dungeon hall and found the Emerald Plateau at the guidance station. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Emerald Plateau, a tall, thin man was looking around. When he saw Lu Chen approaching, he immediately came over, excitedly grabbing Lu Chen's hand and saying, Gun God, finally, I see a real person. You look even younger than in the videos. Although it sounded a bit strange, Lu Chen politely responded to Bai Jun. Hello. Bai Jun looked like he was wearing some expensive gear, especially a bracelet on his wrist that was particularly eye-catching. Seeing Lu Chen's gaze on his bracelet, Bai Jun smiled and said, Gun God, this is why I needed so many summoning cores. Saying that, he raised his right hand with the bracelet and continued, this is a symbiotic contract bracelet, which my family spent a lot of money to buy for me. He pointed to the various slots on the bracelet that held different summoning cores and said, there are a total of 10 slots for summoning cores. You can place 10 in there, and it will activate the summoning cores. Lu Chen was surprised and asked, so many? Can you summon them all? Bai Jun nodded and said, yes, I'll summon them for you to see once we enter the dungeon. Lu Chen was a bit confused and asked, but you have them all filled now. If I give you new ones, can you still take them out? Bai Jun replied, yes, the principle is the same as embedding. You can remove them with a contract removal talisman. Lu Chen took out the Heart of the Nether Nightmare, the Heart of the Reaper, and the Heart of the Dark Lich. After all, he had settled the final payment, so it was only natural to give them to him. Then I'll give you these three first. Although Bai Jun already knew Lu Chen had obtained these three summoning cores, he was still very surprised to see them. You actually got the three rarest ones first. Truly worthy of being the Gun God. Lu Chen handed the summoning cores to him and said, let's go into the dungeon. It's already afternoon, let's try to get everything for you today. Bai Jun took the cores and quickly removed the three old cores from the symbiotic contract bracelet, replacing them with the new three, saying, alright. After the two formed a team, they arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, and Lu Chen clicked on the Hell difficulty of the Emerald Plateau. Upon entering the dungeon, Bai Jun felt a bit anxious and said, do we really have to choose Hell difficulty? Lu Chen summoned three fearless wild bulls and replied, I can't guarantee getting the core in one go on other difficulties, so Hell difficulty is better. Bai Jun was surprised to see the three spinning guns around Lu Chen and exclaimed, wow, you really have the spray technique. After a closer look, he added in confusion, wait, these three look different from what I saw in the video. They don't look like shotguns. Upon hearing this, the three fearless wild bulls aimed their barrels at Bai Jun and slowly approached him. Bai Jun immediately raised his hands and stepped back repeatedly. Lu Chen was also surprised that under the control of the gunfighting technique, these guns seemed to become more and more human-like. "Come back," he said calmly, and the three guns returned to their previous position around Lu Chen. Bai Jun let out a sigh of relief. He had seen the video where Lu Chen's opponent was shot far away by the three guns. Lu Chen stopped boasting and prepared to move forward with the three fearless wild bulls. Bai Jun called out to Lu Chen and handed him 10 bottles of potions of various colors. Lu Chen took the potions, which were olive green, orange, and brown. He looked at the 10 differently colored potions, surprised, and asked Bai Jun, "Why are there so many different colors?" Bai Jun smiled and said, "Oh, the stamina potions are a bit bitter, so I had the alchemist at home help mix them in various flavors." After that, he took out a pink stamina potion from his backpack and said, "I like the peach flavor the most. Gun God, you should try it. If you don't like these flavors, I can go back and get you some more." Lu Chen put away 9 bottles of stamina potions, keeping only a black one, which he examined closely and noticed some tiny bubbles on it. He looked up at Bai Jun and asked, "Is this cola flavor?" Bai Jun nodded, and seeing this, Lu Chen twisted off the cap. Hiss gulp gulp, oh wow, this tasted just like Baisho Cola. As he drank the cola-flavored stamina potion, Lu Chen felt all his fatigue vanish in an instant. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Delicious. If you have the chance, bring me some more, I'll pay for it." Bai Jun seemed to think of something and also raised his right hand with a thumbs up. Under Lu Chen's surprised gaze, he said, "No, Gun God, you can have as much as you want, paying? That would be slapping my face." Lu Chen laughed, "Then let's set off." Bai Jun quickly performed a series of actions, including summoning 10 from his wristband, and suddenly summoned a dozen various summon creatures to protect him closely. Only then did Bai Jun catch up with Lu Chen, accompanied by a large group of summon creatures. Lu Chen, seeing this spectacle, couldn't help but marvel at how much of a rich kid Bai Jun was. The Emerald Plateau was flat and seemed boundless. Only a beast path formed by the constant trampling of unicorns led into the distance. The two walked along this beast path, accompanied by a large group of summon creatures and 3 guns. Bai Jun remained vigilant, observing the surroundings. Noticing this, Lu Chen said, "When we encounter monsters later, you won't scream, right?" Bai Jun scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "No, I won't, Gun God. With you here, I'm not afraid of these monsters." After saying that, he made the surrounding summon creatures move a bit closer. After walking for a while, a team of 10 unicorns spotted the two. Bai Jun whispered in surprise, "Why do these unicorns have red eyes?" Lu Chen didn't respond. The 3 fearless wild bulls charged forward, and a dense rain of bullets swept over the unicorn team. The 10 unicorns didn't make a sound and simply fell down. Bai Jun felt it was unbelievable, just one encounter, and 10 unicorns were gone like that? Moreover, he had just seen that the 3 guns were not shotguns at all, but submachine guns. The rate of fire of these 3 guns could only be described as exaggerated, firing countless bullets in just one encounter. Although it was impossible to count, judging by the dense gunfire, there were at least several hundred rounds, if not 1,000. It was too outrageous. No wonder Lu Chen could finish the first 3 dungeons so quickly. The unicorn teams they encountered along the way were easily dealt with by him. Bai Jun, seeing how weak the unicorns were, felt a bit itchy to try. "Gun God, how about you let me try one?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen controlled the fearless bison in shooting mode, firing at 9 unicorns one by one, leaving one charging towards the 2 of them. He dodged to the side, and saw Bai Jun give the command, sending a dozen summoned beasts towards the unicorn. A goblin made a slashing attack, sending the unicorn flying and killing it instantly. Immediately after, a horned warrior charged in, only to be knocked back and enter a near-death state in just one encounter. Lich mages, dwarf spear throwers, were all knocked dead in succession. At this moment, the slow-moving tree guardian extended its vines to bind and control the slowed unicorn. A dragon warrior tightly gripped a steel knife and slashed at the unicorn. A white, transparent chain lit up on the unicorn, likely a spirit draining its life. Other summoned creatures swarmed in, and after several dozen seconds, they ground it to death. Bai Jun, seeing the unicorn killed, happily said, "Gun God, how was that?" Lu Chen smiled helplessly and said, "First, your summoned beasts have no formation whatsoever. Second, your main output was taken out instantly. If the unicorn had a bit more health, you might have lost your entire army. Third, why didn't I see you buffing your summons just now? Shouldn't the summoner class have skills to enhance their summons?" Bai Jun surrounded his summon creatures again, laughing, "I don't have much practical experience. I forgot as soon as the fight started." Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and said, "Your class and equipment are indeed strong, but you need more practice and to master various combat techniques." Baijun nodded and said, "Okay, Gun God, I won't let you down." With that, the two set off again. The Emerald Plateau dungeon was actually very simple. A team of 10 unicorns posed no threat to Lu Chen at all. Before long, they arrived at a lake on the Emerald Plateau, which was a unicorn sanctuary. Surrounding the lake, hundreds of unicorns were moving about. Baijun, seeing this scene, nervously said, "Isn't there too many? Gun God, can we handle this?" Lu Chen didn't respond. The three fearless bisons charged in, shattering the tranquility of the lake. Amidst the unicorns' agitation, the three fearless bisons darted back and forth, slaughtering them in just a few seconds. Before Baijun could even gasp, a giant unicorn, about 4 meters tall and entirely snow-white, leaped out of the lake. What a handsome unicorn, what a pity! Bang! Lu Chen fired the hurricane dragon, and the immense impact turned the giant unicorn in midair into dust. Baijun had just wanted to ask how to fight this boss, and the next second, the boss vanished. To be precise, it was obliterated under Lu Chen's gun. Lu Chen blinked over to the lakeside, and the Cup of Greed automatically collected the loot. He took out the unicorn heart he had just picked up from his backpack and handed it to Baijun. "Take this, prepare for the next round." Baijun looked at Lu Chen in shock, speechless. It was too fast. Hundreds of unicorns, a giant unicorn boss, and they hadn't even had a chance to attack before being slaughtered. Before Baijun could speak, Lu Chen had already finished the dungeon. Although it took a little extra time with Baijun, their completion time was still far ahead of the second place, earning them another 10 credits. Before long, the two had started the next dungeon, Spider Cave. The environment of the dungeon slightly limited Lu Chen's speed, but they still cleared it quickly. In the end, the final boss, the Shadow Spider Queen, dropped 10 strands of shadow spider silk, which were the core materials for crafting shadow weaving threads. By now, all the materials for the Death Hunter goggles had been collected. At the dungeon entrance, Baijun was in high spirits, eager to prepare for the next dungeon. Lu Chen called out to him, saying, "You go wait for me at the Frosty Snowfield dungeon entrance for a few minutes, I have something to take care of." Baijun nodded in agreement, and Lu Chen teleported to the teleportation array on Blacksmith Street at the Academy of Magic and Technology. He dialed Gon Daoji's number. "Professor Gon, I've collected all the materials for the Death Hunter goggles." Gon Daoji replied, "You're really efficient. But I'm currently at the Central Research Institute. How about this, where are you? I'll send one of my students over to pick them up." Lu Chen said, "I'm at the Blacksmith Street teleportation array." Gon Daoji hung up, and after a moment, a person hurriedly ran over from Blacksmith Street. Lu Chen focused his gaze and realized it was the Gem Master who had previously made the Goblin King ring for him. The Gem Master rushed to the teleportation array and immediately recognized Lu Chen. "It's really you. I thought the gun god in the video looked just like that person who sold a lot of goblin hearts." Lu Chen smiled and nodded, asking, "Are you a student of Professor Gon?" The Gem Master approached and extended his hand, saying, Yes. My name is Chen Jinshin, nice to meet you. Professor Gon just sent me to collect some materials from you." Lu Chen also extended his hand and shook hands with Chen Jinshin. He then took out the Shadow Magic Ore, the Tears of the Reaper, and the Shadow Spider Silk and handed them over. Chen Jinshin looked at the rare materials in front of him in shock, saying, "Wow. Gun God, how did you get these things?" Before Lu Chen could answer, a loud shout came from Blacksmith Street. "Chen Jinshin, are you still doing business or not?" Chen Jinshin quickly tucked the materials away carefully and apologized, "Sorry, I have another client waiting. I will definitely deliver these to Professor Gon intact." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Then I appreciate your hard work. I also have things to do, so I won't delay your work." With that, Lu Chen teleported back to the dungeon hall. Arriving at the entrance of the Frosty Snowfield dungeon, he found Baijun lying on the newly acquired unicorn, waiting for Lu Chen with boredom. Seeing Lu Chen return, he immediately got up, leading the unicorn over and saying, "Gun God, once you ride it, our speed in the dungeon will definitely be much faster." Lu Chen smiled. Baijun really had some wild ideas. "What about you? Should I run ahead while you chase after me?" Baijun summoned a wraith and said, "I just tried it, this wraith can possess me. When the time comes, I'll let the wraith take over and fly with me." Lu Chen's eyelid twitched. This guy was something else. Sometimes timid, yet now he wasn't even afraid of being possessed by a ghost. Without further ado, the two entered the Frosty Snowfield. On the vast white snowfield, a galloping unicorn, a flying man, and 3 assault rifles followed closely behind. It was a bizarre combination, yet they wreaked havoc across the Frosty Snowfield. Over an hour later, Lu Chen had gathered all the summoning beast cores that Baijun requested. Baijun excitedly took the last wooden spirit core and said, "Gun God, thank you so much. It's just turned dark, and after a busy day, how about I take you to my club for dinner to relax?" Lu Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, I have important matters to handle tomorrow, so I won't go. Seeing this, Bai Jun no longer insisted and said, Gun God, can I contact you directly for similar summon core items in the future? Lu Chen replied, yes, as long as the funds are in place, I can retrieve them from the dungeons where my abilities lie. After saying this, Lu Chen bid farewell to Bai Jun and returned to his dormitory. To be honest, after drinking the stamina potion brought by Bai Jun, Lu Chen felt completely awake. Lying on the bed, he counted today's gains. There were still 158 billion dragon yuan left, and he had a lot of magic crystals, 622 medium-sized and 71 large ones. In terms of skill consumables, he had many skill stones, totaling 132. There were also 17 skill cores and 142 breakthrough stones. First, let's upgrade the skills, Lu Chen thought, and decided to break through the 30-level gunfighting technique to the 5th tier before equipping another gun. Consuming 11 skill cores and 8 breakthrough stones, Lu Chen upgraded the gunfighting technique to the 4th tier, level 40. Gunfighting technique, epic level 5, LV 40. The firearm is almost integrated with you, like a part of your body. The firearm begins to exhibit a faint gun spirit. If further enhanced, they may become stronger. You can now automatically fire 4 firearms without manual operation, and the bullets can change direction within a certain range. Consumes 20 magic power, cooldown 1 second. Gun spirit? He saw the description of the gun spirit in the introduction of the 5th tier gunfighting technique and wondered what changes it would bring to the firearms. Never mind, let's continue upgrading the skills. The remaining 6 skill cores were consumed, with 5 used for the artillery inferno, and combined with 8 breakthrough stones, it was upgraded to the 5th tier, level 41. Now the artillery skills bombardment reached 55 rounds, with 55 shells per round, and the single target explosive damage exceeded 900 million. There was 1 skill core left, so he simply upgraded firepower suppression to the 4th tier, level 30, with an attack speed bonus of 300%. After consuming 114 skill stones and 10 breakthrough stones, he upgraded both the Brave Grenadier and Life Shield to the peak of the 3rd tier, level 29. Then it was time for some serious spending. The accessories for several main firearms were already quite good. First, he replaced the Wind Fury muzzle on the Fearless Bison, then added a Blazing Warhead and a Death Curse Warhead. The Death Curse Warhead stacks curses, and once it reaches 100 layers, it can deal 10% true damage, which is quite useful for fighting bosses. He already had 2 Wind Fury muzzles, which cost 400 million dragon yuan. Then he enhanced the 4 Fearless Bisons to +2, spending another 400 million. At this point, several guns were fully equipped. Between upgrading the accessory shop, the firearm shop, and the special shop, Lu Chen decided to upgrade the special shop first. The thrill of spending money had gradually faded with the increasing amount spent, but the talent lottery was a huge pit that made him itch with anticipation. The shop was upgraded to LV3, and the special store was also upgraded to LV3, directly costing 1 billion. Due to the depletion of dragon yuan, the system automatically deducted 220 medium-sized magic crystals. The remaining magic crystals were worth over 1 billion, allowing for 2 draws. Before opening the special store, Lu Chen went to the bathroom to wash up, especially his hands, which he scrubbed with soap several times. Returning to bed, he lay down comfortably. Opening the special store, this time, in addition to the enhancement page, there was also a new talent lottery page. Lottery! Activate! He pressed the lottery button, and the talent lottery page kept jumping. Stealth talent, wall passing talent, X-ray vision talent. A series of talents appeared before Lu Chen, causing his hands to tremble involuntarily. Finally, the lottery page stopped jumping. An incredible talent appeared on the page. Automatic Bloodlock, SSS level talent, when receiving fatal damage, automatically activates the Bloodlock, locking the minimum blood value at 99%. Only damage exceeding 100 times the current blood value limit can break the Bloodlock, lasting for 1 minute with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Wow! This is simply invincible. A 1-minute Bloodlock time and only a 2-minute cooldown. Moreover, my current blood value is over 930,000, which means I need 93 million damage to break my Bloodlock. But at the same level, how many people can deal such exaggerated damage? None at all. Even among those far stronger than me, there are probably very few who can inflict such damage. 1 hit to break even, then again. Continuing to press the talent lottery button, Lu Chen eagerly awaited the appearance of the next god-level talent. The bouncing stopped. He focused his gaze. Damn it. What a scam! SSS level X-ray vision talent fragment *1, collect 100 fragments to synthesize. What the hell? What a ridiculous behavior. Fragments. He, already full of energy, was now even more unable to sleep, getting up to throw a flurry of punches at the air. Damn it, where did this dog system learn these scamming tricks? After a while, he finally calmed down. Fortunately, he obtained an SSS level talent, otherwise, this round would have been a total loss. Looking at his remaining 2 medium magic crystals and 11 large magic crystals, he wanted to continue the lottery to change his fate, but he felt powerless. He lay in bed for a long time, unable to sleep despite the effects of the stamina potion. He couldn't help but start thinking about the trip to the Wano Protectorate tomorrow. The shift in the world line of this world occurred over 400 years ago. At that time, the Shenzhou Empire was facing a dire situation due to nomadic invasions, and the heavenly Dao game appeared. 10 powerful job changers emerged in Shenzhou, turning the tide. They were called the 10 Pillars of the Empire's revival, and from then on, the world line underwent a significant change. The Wano Protectorate was established over 200 years ago, as the samurai of the eastern Japan constantly harassed the coastal borders of Shenzhou. To fundamentally resolve the issue of the Japanese threat, the empire dispatched elite forces to form the Expeditionary Army and ventured out to sea. They went to war with eastern Japan. The war began with a decisive battle. In the first battle, the Yellow Sea War, the empire's Expeditionary Army severely damaged the eastern Japan allied forces. They then landed on Kyushu Island, advancing triumphantly. However, at this time, the 3 major alien races north of the Great Wall, Corpse Clan, Underworld Fiends, and Void Spirits, launched a fierce attack on the Great Wall. The Empire had to redirect its focus back home, but eastern Japan remained obstinate, shouting slogans of 1,000,000,000 shattered jade and vowing to fight Shenzhou to the end. Reluctantly, Shenzhou gathered a large army to quickly end the war with eastern Japan, bypassing numerous defenses and delving into the perilous Endless Sea, reaching the capital of eastern Japan, Beijing. After several days of fierce fighting, they finally brought the Empire's strongest battleship, the Shenzhou, within range. The Shenzhou battleship exhausted all its stored magic crystals, activating its giant energy shield, and in no time, many of the Empire's naval ships swiftly entered firing range. Numerous devastating skills rained down on Beijing, turning the entire city into a hell on earth. The king of eastern Japan fled in panic, completely losing the will to resist. Ultimately, both sides signed the Beijing Treaty at the Pig Pass in eastern Japan. The treaty stipulated the cession of Kyushu Island and its affiliated islands to the Shenzhou Empire, compensation of 200 million perfect magic crystals for the military losses incurred by the Shenzhou Empire. The people of Shenzhou are the envoys of the Heavenly Dynasty, and their activities in eastern Japan are not subject to Eastern Japanese law, enjoying extraterritorial rights. The Shenzhou Empire is allowed to invest in and develop magic or veins within eastern Japan. A boundary is set around the blue sea surrounding Kyushu Island, prohibiting eastern Japanese vessels from passing through. After the war, the empire established the Wano Protectorate on Kyushu Island. Thinking of the history of this world, Lu Chen felt a sense of loss, for the earth he had crossed over from was not like this. Lost in thought, he didn't realize what time it was until he drowsily fell asleep. The next day, the alarm clock rang, and it was already 7:30. Having not slept well, his head felt a bit heavy. After washing up and doing some light exercises, he found his spirits lifted considerably. Could it be that the effects of the stamina potion were still lingering? Regardless, he bought some food at the convenience store downstairs and then teleported to the Super God Academy's teleportation array. Upon arriving at the teleportation array, he found Gao Chang was on the phone. There were only 3 people present, including Lu Chen. Besides Lu Chen and Gao Chang, the other was a warrior clad in pure white heavy armor. Seeing Lu Chen looking at him, the armored warrior stepped forward, his cape fluttering in the wind, and extended his hand, saying, "I am Gedalin, nice to meet you." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and shook his hand. "Nice to meet you, I am Lu Chen." Gedalin revealed a meaningful smile and tightened his grip. Although Gedalin was indeed applying force, Lu Chen felt nothing. He instinctively tightened his grip on Gedalin's hand as well. At that moment, Gao Cheng hung up the phone, looked at the two of them competing, and squatted down, observing their tightly clasped hands, saying, TSK, I think you two are just playing house like children, so forceful." At this point, Lu Chen noticed Gedalin's gaze shift towards Gao Cheng, constantly signaling him with his eyes. He instantly understood, and together they forcefully swung their hands towards Gao Cheng, almost hitting his face. Gao Cheng dodged in an instant, leaving only an afterimage in place, and nonchalantly said, Oh, 2 little guys are trying to show off with me." Gedalin laughed heartily, saying, "Director Gao, your reaction speed is quite impressive." Lu Chen also smiled knowingly, looking at Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng slowly walked over, patting both of their shoulders, saying, "Alright, everyone is here, let's set off." Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Just the 2 of us?" Gao Cheng pointed at Gedalin, saying, "Are you saying he isn't human, or that I am not human?" Gedalin slowly stepped away from the position Gao Cheng pointed to, saying, "Are we the only two participating in the exchange competition?" Only then did Gao Cheng nod, saying, "Generally wanted to eliminate. I mean, to take down more of the Eastern Japan geniuses, so it was stipulated that each school can only send 2 people. At that time, all the geniuses from Eastern Japan will definitely gather at the protectorate's capital, Jinhai City." Lu Chen and Gedalin spoke in unison, "Eliminate." Gao Cheng coughed and said, "Slip of the tongue, alright, let's go." Saying this, he walked towards the teleportation array. Standing in front of the teleportation array, Gao Cheng added, "The school has logged your round-trip information to Jinhai City, just search for Jinhai City later." Lu Chen stepped forward, and the teleportation array's panel displayed Jinhai City, indeed showing a consumption of 0. He pressed the teleport button, and after a dozen seconds, the 3 arrived at the protectorate's capital, Jinhai City. At this moment, the central teleportation array of Jinhai City was already crowded with students and accompanying teachers from within the Divine Land. There were also students from Eastern Japan, and even students from the cold underworld and other small countries in East Asia. For a moment, the square in front of the teleportation array was bustling with voices. Most people here spoke the Divine Land language, with only a few students from Eastern Japan chattering in their bird-like tongue. Gao Cheng did not linger here, leading the 2 directly to the Grand Protectorate. Around the Grand Protectorate, one could occasionally see a patrol of soldiers, and on their armbands, the words "Conquering the Barbarians' Army" were prominently displayed. Arriving in front of the Grand Protectorate, a squad of soldiers from the Conquering the Barbarians' Army stood guard. The leading officer saw the 3 approaching and said, "Please show your documents." Gao Cheng took out a red-headed document and handed it to the officer. After reviewing it, the officer immediately saluted and said, "Sir, please come in." Gao Cheng took the returned documents and beckoned Lu Chen and the others to walk into the protectorate. Inside the protectorate, security was tight, with guards stationed every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps, fully armed soldiers visible everywhere. Lu Chen followed closely behind Gao Cheng, and the 3 continued inward under the guidance of a soldier. They arrived at a conference room where more than a dozen people were already seated. Each seat had a name written in front of it. The 3 found their respective places and sat down side by side. In the conference room, aside from the seated students and the accompanying teachers, there were also fully armed soldiers standing in the corners. At this moment, no one spoke, everyone quietly awaited someone. After a while, the conference room was filled, leaving only the main seat empty, with a nameplate that read Li Yulong. A capable-looking general entered the conference room and scanned the crowd. The students felt the general's gaze sweep over them, and most either lowered their heads or averted their eyes. When the gaze passed over Lu Chen and Godalawan, the capable general was surprised to find that these 2 students were looking back at him with unwavering eyes. These 2 students gave him 2 completely different impressions. He glanced at the names in front of them. The student named Godalawan exuded determination and fearlessness. In contrast, the student named Lu Chen surprisingly emanated a chilling aura. Lu Chen sensed the general's gaze and thought that this must be the great protector, Li Yulong. Li Yulong smiled and strode to his seat, saying, "Hello everyone." Everyone immediately stood up, and seeing this, Lu Chen hurriedly stood as well, joining the others in "Greetings, great protector." Li Yulong waved his hand and said, "Please, sit down." Once everyone was seated again, Li Yulong continued, "Everyone here is a student or teacher from the top academies of our Shenzhou Empire. Among the 20 students present, you are the rising stars of the new generation of our Shenzhou Empire. The purpose of inviting you here is solely to temper the spirit of those little devils." At this point, the adjutant opened the display screen behind Li Yulong. It displayed the main rules and procedures for the upcoming competition. Li Yulong sat down, and his adjutant began explaining the precautions for this exchange competition. After listening, Lu Chen realized that this exchange competition did not set up energy shields. When the adjutant finished, Li Yulong said, "If anyone has questions, feel free to ask." Although they were fighting against the little devils, Lu Chen was somewhat concerned that if he killed an opponent on the spot, it might affect his results. After all, he didn't want to return empty-handed after making this trip. So, Lu Chen raised his hand, and upon seeing this, Li Yulong gestured for him to speak. Lu Chen stood up and said, "Great Protector, if there are no energy shields in this exchange competition, does that mean injuries or even fatalities are allowed?" Li Yulong looked at Lu Chen. This student seemed to carry a heavy aura of killing intent, but he still wanted to test this student. "Are you afraid of dying?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen shook his head and said, "I'm afraid of killing the little devils and then being punished by you, Great Protector." Li Yulong burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Kill a little Eastern student? Why would I punish you? If you kill them, it counts as a battle achievement, and I'll credit you with military merit." The crowd gasped at his words. Military merit was extremely hard to obtain. For ordinary people, gaining military merit was nearly impossible unless they were in the military. Only through assessments and entering the battlefield to kill enemies could one possibly earn military merit. It should be noted that the Shenzhou Empire's official selection system operates on a dual track. Aside from the Imperial Administrative Examination System, the other is the Military Merit Nobility System. As long as one continuously accumulates military merit, they can obtain titles and official positions. The reward of military merit is incredibly tempting to anyone. At this moment, Li Yulong surprisingly saw a strong killing intent in Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen nodded and said, "With the Great Protector's word, I can rest assured." Li Yulong clapped and laughed, saying, "Good job. I like young people like you. Sit down." Once Lu Chen sat down, Li Yulong continued to ask, "Are there any other questions?" The conference room was silent as a grave. Li Yulong instructed his aide to close the door and cast a spell similar to a barrier that enveloped the entire conference room. "If there are no questions, then I have something to ask of everyone." Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Li Yulong said seriously, "Tonight, you will all become bait to lure and kill the Eastern Japan assassins." Although the people in the conference room did not dare to make a noise, they were shocked to hear Li Yulong's words. Gao Chang glanced at Lu Chen and Godalawan, secretly complaining in his heart. "Damn, if I had known it was this kind of thing, I wouldn't have called that little monster Shoen, and that fool Godalawan." Others also looked around. This exchange competition had set up 4 groups ranging from level 29 to 59. The students present were not high level, all being prized students from various universities. The teachers leading the teams all showed difficulty on their faces. Seeing this, Li Yulong smiled and said, "Just speak your mind. The barrier is already set up, and what happens inside won't be known outside." At this moment, the leading teacher from Magic City University thought for a moment, stood up, and asked, "Great Protector, does this bait include us, or just the students?" Li Yulong gestured for the teacher to sit down and said, "Since it's bait, it must be highly tempting. If you are present, the enemy probably won't dare to come." At this point, Gao Cheng couldn't hold back any longer and stood up, saying, "Great Protector, I have something to say." Li Yulong smiled and nodded. "Xiao Gao, just say it, let it out." Gao Cheng ignored Li Yulong's teasing and said, "Great Protector, do you have any prior intelligence on the incoming Eastern Japan assassins? The number of assassins, their levels, and professions?" Li Yulong glanced at his aide beside him, then had Gao Cheng sit down. The aide immediately pulled up a document on the screen. What appeared was a man dressed in a ninja outfit, with his face covered. Li Yulong said, "This is the leader of the Japanese espionage organization, the Anbu Yomoroko Group, Steelgate Kyotaro. His profession is Shadow Ninja Sword Saint, and he has reached level 149. For this operation, our Eastern Protectorate has conducted thorough investigations. He will definitely lead the team. The assassins he brings are mostly members of the Yomoroko Group, along with a few members supported by the Anbu." The aide continued to display the information, and one by one, the details of the assassins appeared on the big screen. This information included names, professions, levels, skills, equipment, and even personalities, making it very detailed. The levels of these assassins ranged from level 80 to 119, with the lowest having completed their 3rd class advancement. Seeing this, Lu Chen quietly counted, 1, 2. Beside him, Godalawan, hearing Lu Chen's voice, looked at him in surprise and quietly asked, "What are you counting?" Li Yulong noticed the two whispering and said, "Lu Chen and Godalawan, what are you discussing?" In the conference room, everyone's gaze shifted from the screen to the two of them. Godalawan looked embarrassed and was about to stand up to explain. Lu Chen pressed his hand down, stood up, and said, "Great Protector, I have a question." Li Yulong nodded and said, "Sit down and speak." Lu Chen sat back down and said, "Thank you, Great Protector. I want to know, is there a possibility that the assassins could break through the Protectorate's encirclement and come directly to our resting place? Or, is it that the Protectorate's defense line is actually set right in front of our residence?" Li Yunlong had already determined from his first meeting with Lu Chen and their conversation that this person was not one to fear death. He had just heard Lu Chen counting, and now he was very curious about why this student was asking such questions. "Lu Chen, during the bait operation, the details of our military plan cannot be disclosed. But I can assure you that this operation may affect your rest, but there is absolutely no danger." Li Yulong picked up the materials in his hand and continued, "Also, were you just counting the number of assassins? I can tell you, there are a total of 120. Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Great Protector, I believe the Protectorate has made full preparations for this operation. I wasn't counting to know the number of assassins. Li Yulong looked at Lu Chen with great interest and asked, then what are you counting? Lu Chen replied, I am counting how many assassins I can deal with. At this statement, everyone in the conference room gasped. The teachers leading the team, except for Gangmen Qiangtailing, mostly had the ability to deal with a few assassins. However, hearing this from a student, they felt it was sheer nonsense. The students participating in the exchange competition were at most level 59, while these assassins were all at least 3rd transformation. Not to mention dealing with a few, even in a one-on-one duel, this student had no chance of winning. The other students from different schools also scoffed at Lu Chen's words. They had just believed him when he said he could kill students from the East Ing in the competition. In fact, because of Lu Chen's words, the Great Protector had even promised them military merits, and they were somewhat grateful to him. But now, when he claimed he could deal with several East Ing assassins, these proud students from various top universities felt that Lu Chen was just a foolish braggart. Chengdu University was indeed the strongest institution in the country and even the world, but those present were also elites from the top 10 universities in the country. They believed there was not much difference between them and the students from Chengdu University. How could this kid dare to say he could handle several East Ing assassins that they couldn't even deal with? Li Yulong was also shocked by Lu Chen's words and said sternly, I like brave and fearless people, but I don't like those who seek glory for nothing. Takashiro immediately interjected in front of Lu Chen, saying, Great Protector, Lu Chen indeed has the ability to face a few assassins here, I can guarantee that. Li Yulong became interested and looked at Takashiro, saying, Xiao Gao, you know my temper, don't lie to me. Takashiro nodded firmly, and seeing this, Li Yulong turned to Lu Chen and continued, I want to hear how many of those Japanese assassins you can kill. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, if there is no support or assistance, I can deal with about 10. At this, some students even laughed, but after being glared at fiercely by the adjutant, they sat up straight. They thought to themselves that this person was simply a rare breed of braggart, a student at most level 59 daring to say he could take on 10 assassins, all at least level 80. Lu Chen was not affected and continued, if I can ensure that I am not focused on or restrained by the East Ing assassins, I can take down those below level 100. If Li Yulong was stunned by Lu Chen's words and interrupted, you say you can take down 10? You can deal with those below level 100? Lu Chen nodded, and seeing his confidence, Li Yulong asked, this is real battlefield combat, not your school competition. Where does your confidence come from? At this moment, the adjutant handed Li Yulong a tablet and whispered something in his ear. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, the incoming assassins are mostly ninjas, onmyoji, and archers, which are all fragile professions. I think they are planning a suicide attack. My injury should be sufficient, considering the number of people and the shield type and damage reduction skills and equipment. I have concluded that I can only deal with 10 enemies. The adjutant had just introduced some information about Lu Chen to Li Yulong and had seen his detailed profile. Just as Li Yulong was about to speak, a soldier by the door of the conference room said, Report. The intelligence department outside has important information, please instruct, sir. Li Yulong nodded, and an officer hurriedly entered the conference room through a gap in the barrier. The officer approached Li Yulong, saluted, and handed him an envelope, saying, Great Protector, the intelligence agent from the east has sent word that there has been a change in the bait plan. Li Yulong, puzzled, took the envelope, and after opening it, a white light attached itself to his ear. After listening for a while, Li Yulong laughed and said, I thought they wouldn't come. The more enemies, the more I can kill. Activate backup plan 2, and relay the message immediately. The officer saluted again and turned to leave the conference room. Li Yulong then looked at Lu Chen and said, the latest intelligence indicates that the enemy has added a group of assassins, bringing the total number to 244. Do you still want to take on 10? Lu Chen did not expect that the East would increase their numbers so much, but he still firmly replied, 10 is no problem. Li Yulong took out a cigarette from his pocket, and the adjutant quickly lit it for him. He pondered for a moment, looking at Lu Chen, and slowly said, Are you willing to join tonight's ambush operation? Note, not as bait, but as the hunter. Lu Chen had always been averse to being bait, although the protectorate could ensure their safety, he preferred to be the hunter. He nodded and said, Great Protector, tonight, I want to be the hunter. Li Yulong slapped the table and said, Good, I like it. Xiao Wei, get an Imperial Honor Medal. Although Gao Chang was somewhat worried about Lu Chen, upon hearing that Li Yulong was preparing to give Lu Chen an honor medal, he immediately stood up and said, Great Protector. Li Yulong, thinking Gao Chang was trying to stop Lu Chen from participating in tonight's operation, sternly said, Don't say a word. Gao Chang, who had been excited, immediately put on a smile and said, Great Protector, even if you kill me, I still have to say this. Seeing Gao Cheng's expression, which did not seem like he was trying to stop Lu Chen, Li Yulong said, "Spit it out quickly." Gao Cheng replied, "Only giving an honor medal doesn't seem like your style, great protector." After saying this, Gao Cheng looked at Lu Chen and continued, "Shaoan, show your medal." To be fair, although Gao Cheng sometimes seemed stingy, he was quite bold when it came to benefits for the students. In the game of Heavenly Dao, equipment can be hidden, and at this moment, Lu Chen had hidden all his equipment except for his clothes, pants, and shoes. He opened the equipment panel and clicked to display the Imperial Courage Medal. Instantly, a round-bottomed red star medal appeared on Lu Chen's chest. In the conference room, both the leading teachers and the students looked at Lu Chen's Imperial Courage Medal in disbelief. In university, there were students who had received medals, but the number of those who could obtain the Imperial Courage Medal during their university years was extremely rare. It is known that only those who have made significant contributions during military operations, playing a decisive role in the victory of important actions, can possibly receive the Courage Medal. At this moment, the students of Magic City University looked at Lu Chen in astonishment, and those who had just thought of him as a braggart felt as if they had eaten rat droppings. They couldn't understand how someone who looked even younger than them had obtained the Imperial Courage Medal. While other accessories could be acquired through a wealthy family background, this was an honor medal issued by the imperial government and military. Without courage and strength, it was impossible to obtain such a thing. Li Yulong's hand, which was holding a cigarette, paused for a moment. After a while, he looked at Gao Cheng and said softly, "You haven't changed at all, huh? No matter what, you can't let your soldiers down." Gao Cheng smiled and replied, "Well, I'm just following your lead, great protector." Li Yulong chuckled and said, "Alright then, giving him the honor medal is to qualify him for participating in the imperial military operations." At this point, Li Yulong extinguished his cigarette and continued, "Since Lu Chen has received the Brave Medal as a reward for participating in the operation, I'll give you 100 military merits for now. As for what rewards you can get after the war, that depends on your capabilities." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit dizzy. Wow, he directly received 100 military merits. Under the military merit nobility system, 1,000 military merits are enough to earn a warrior title among the soldier ranks. And for those without a title, killing an enemy or monster of similar level in military operations only grants 1 military merit. This is equivalent to the military merit of killing 100 enemies. The students couldn't contain their restless hearts, and some even thought about standing up to request participation in tonight's operation. But they were all held back by their respective team leaders, who shook their heads, signaling them not to act impulsively. Li Yulong looked at Lu Chen and continued, "So tonight, you will be part of the hunter operation." After saying this, he exchanged a few words with his aide, adjusted his clothes, and stood up, saying, "Well then, I'll leave tonight's matters to everyone. Teachers in charge, please proceed to the Jinhai Grand Hotel. I have prepared a grand banquet for you today. Enjoy yourselves. Other students, please wait in the conference room. Soon, the people from the Protectorate will take you to the operation site. Lu Chen, come with me." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately stood up, noticing that Gedalin tugged at him. Turning back, he saw Gao Cheng handing him a talisman, saying, "Shaoan, don't be greedy and reckless. This is a guardian talisman that can save your life." He nodded and took the talisman, while Gedalin also said, "Be careful." Lu Chen replied earnestly, "I'm confident, don't worry." After saying this, he quickly followed Li Yulong out of the conference room. Li Yulong walked quickly, with Lu Chen and the aide closely following behind. After passing through the front yard of the Protectorate, they arrived at a large gate. A plaque on the door read, "Trespassers will be executed." A few soldiers saw Li Yulong approaching and immediately saluted. Li Yulong waved his hand and led the two through the gate. As Lu Chen passed through the gate, he felt as if there was some kind of barrier inside. He closely followed Li Yulong and arrived at the door of a large room. The soldier on guard saluted Li Yulong, who then reached out to touch the door. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the barrier outside the room, revealing the door. The three entered the room, which was a large conference hall. Lu Chen saw that it was already filled with officers, nearly 100 of them. Li Yulong gestured for Lu Chen to sit in the front row, and amidst the surprised gazes of the officers, he stepped forward and took his seat. Li Yulong walked up to the podium and said, "The latest movements of the Little Devils, you all should have seen the documents just now. Therefore, for this bait plan, the hunter operation, we have added some personnel. After you go down, make sure to inform all team members to leave no survivors, to eliminate future troubles." At this point, Li Yulong looked at Lu Chen and said, "The other arrangements have been rehearsed multiple times. For this operation, I have brought you a super firepower expert, Lu Chen." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen stood up and faced the officers behind him. He wanted to salute but remembered he wasn't a soldier and wasn't sure if it was appropriate, so he slightly bowed to the officers instead. Li Yulong nodded slightly, signaling Lu Chen to sit down, and continued, "He is this year's national champion. His college entrance examination scores have broken the long-standing historical record set by General Li Tsuani. He has killed gods twice and has repeatedly soloed to break the records in the God City University dungeon. In the Rotten Abyss battle, he was awarded the Empire's Medal of Valor, and in the most recent dungeon record, he soloed a level 49 boss with 99 billion health points, the Lich of Calamity." The officers were now looking at Lu Chen in astonishment. At such a young age, he had accomplished so much. Moreover, soloing a boss with 99 billion health points indicated that this young man had impressive damage output and sustainability, which would be beneficial for this operation. Afterwards, Li Yulong emphasized some details of the operation, and Lu Chen gleaned from his words that before this operation, a large banquet would be held on the second floor of the Jinhai Grand Hotel, attended by the teachers leading the participating teams and notable figures from the East Japan. All team leaders must attend. At that time, the students from the participating teams would be arranged to stay at the hotel. The officials would use the excuse of insufficient hotel rooms to arrange for the top 100 students from the Shenzhou Empire's universities, as well as the top 10 students from other countries excluding East Japan, to be uniformly accommodated in the villa area across the river from the Jinhai Grand Hotel. The visible security would be concentrated at the Jinhai Grand Hotel, while the security for the villa area would be clearly placed on the outskirts of the villa area. This information was quietly leaked by the Protectorate through special channels and was relayed back to East Japan by their spies. At that time, based on reliable intelligence from the Protectorate, East Japanese assassins would open teleportation portals at 5 predetermined locations in the villa area to launch an attack on the students there. After the meeting, the Protectorate's 1,000 expeditionary troops would be teleported to 5 basements where teleportation arrays had been prepared in advance. In conclusion, Li Yulong called over an officer and said, "Sun Dishing, Lu Chen will temporarily join your 101st Company as a special envoy." The officer named Sun Dishing replied, "Yes, sir." Li Yulong kept a few senior officers and then announced the meeting adjourned. After the meeting, Lu Chen stood up and saw an officer jogging towards him. When he reached Lu Chen, he said, "Come with me, Company Commander Sun wants me to take you." Lu Chen acknowledged and followed the officer towards Sun Dishing. Upon seeing the officer bring Lu Chen over, Sun Dishing said, "Wang Yusheng, take him to assemble with the company." After saluting, Wang Yusheng replied, "Yes, sir." Lu Chen followed Wang Yusheng and other officers out of the conference room. Wang Yusheng and the other departing officers were likely squad leaders, while those remaining were probably company and platoon leaders. Exiting the conference room, the officers headed in different directions, while Wang Yusheng led Lu Chen and a dozen other officers towards Sun Dishing's company camp. Upon arriving at the camp, nearly 200 fully armed soldiers were resting in place, and Wang Yusheng brought Lu Chen to his squad's area. The nearby soldiers cast curious glances, and an old soldier put down the sword he was polishing and asked, "Hey, kid, what's your background?" Hearing this, Lu Chen drew out 2 dual-wielded fearless wild bull weapons and said, "Special envoy of the 101st Company, Lu Chen." Another young soldier, seeing Lu Chen's weapons, curiously approached and asked, "It's rare to see someone with these kinds of weapons these days. Are you a gunner? What level are you?" Lu Chen nodded and replied, "Level 32, Gunner Master." A few of them looked at Lu Chen as if he were a monster, discussing among themselves, "This kid is only level 32, how could they let him participate in this operation? Isn't that just asking for trouble? When the battle starts, who will take care of him?" Seeing this, Wang Yusheng said, "Stop the chatter. This is the firepower operator personally assigned by the Grand Protector, Lu Chen. Later, follow the combat team's operational regulations and treat him as a core output position. Anyone who causes trouble, I will send him to the military police." Generally, combat teams are diversified to ensure they can handle prolonged and complex combat situations, typically arranging 2 to 3 core output positions. These output positions receive protection and support from other auxiliary and frontline positions to maximize their output. Upon hearing this, the few people present realized that since this little guy was personally arranged by the Grand Protector, they dared not say much. They were just curious to test Lu Chen's strength. The veteran put down his large knife, extended his hand, and said, "Lu Chen, nice to meet you." Lu Chen knew he was preparing to test him and checked the veteran's information. Name, Chi Yongsheng, other unknowns, to be unlocked, unlock cost, 670,000 dragon yuan. Lu Chen directly consumed the corresponding value of magic crystals to unlock his information. Qi Yongsheng, level 99, occupation, Storm War God, strength 415,640, constitution 544,651, agility 54,562, intelligence 40,482, health 180 million, magic 654,820. Seeing the vast difference in strength between the two, Lu Chen did not rashly shake hands but said, "For a master of firearms, the gun is my hand, my second life." After saying this, he summoned the hurricane dragon, the demon-repelling sacred flame, the dragon's roar, and a pair of fearless wild bulls, which floated above his head. As soon as the guns appeared, they spun around Lu Chen like a display, their muzzles subtly pointing towards the veteran. Lu Chen held up two fearless wild bulls and smiled, "Don't mess around, hurricane dragon, go shake hands." The four guns immediately stopped and hovered back above his head. The hurricane dragon slowly moved forward, tilting its muzzle down slightly and extending its barrel towards the veteran. The surrounding soldiers and officers were stunned. What kind of operation was this? The army had no shortage of warriors skilled in manipulating objects, but it was the first time they had seen someone like Lu Chen who could control guns, submachine guns, and shotguns simultaneously. At this moment, Wang Yusheng finally understood why the Grand Protector said Lu Chen was a super firepower operator. This guy could operate 6 guns to shoot at the same time. If the damage was considerable, this was simply a battlefield weapon. The veteran was also amazed by Lu Chen's operation. After years of fighting on the battlefield, he had seen all kinds of monsters. However, he had never seen anyone who could control 4 guns while dual-wielding 2 submachine guns. The veteran smiled and grasped the barrel of the hurricane dragon, saying, "That's quite a unique way to shake hands." Although the soldiers from other teams were curious, they did not dare to approach and watch under the squad leader's supervision. The soldiers from Wang Yusheng's squad, however, all gathered around. A soldier holding a large crossbow compared it with the hurricane dragon. "Wow, this gun is about the same size as my crossbow, yet it can float in the air and move freely." Unable to resist, he reached out to touch the hurricane dragon, which turned its barrel towards Lu Chen, seemingly waiting for its master's command. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, and the hurricane dragon then quietly hovered in front of the soldiers. "Look, this gun actually has 4 barrels. There are very few professions using firearms in the army now. Seeing a gun like this is so exciting. So cool." One soldier tried to grasp the handle of the hurricane dragon but was shaken off. "Oh, this gun seems to have its own consciousness. What was it called?" The sword master from Team 102 mentioned it. "It's called a weapon spirit. Only advanced object manipulation skills can activate the weapon spirit. The sword spirit is called a sword spirit. What is this shotgun spirit called? Shot spirit?" The soldiers looked seriously at the hurricane dragon, examining it up and down. Wang Yusheng came to Lu Chen's side and said, "Do you have enough magic crystal reserves to support a high-intensity battle?" Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, Wang Yusheng winked at him and continued, "If it's not enough, I'll report to the company and have logistics send you more supplies." Lu Chen smiled and nodded, replying, "I didn't expect to participate in a military operation when I came, so I didn't prepare much." Wang Yusheng, with a serious demeanor, pushed aside a few soldiers who were watching and looked at several guns, asking, "What's the rate of fire for these guns? I need to report it so they can budget accordingly." Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to report the maximum rate of fire. After all, the more he reported, the more he would get. Lu Chen raised the 2 fearless buffaloes in his hands and said, "Squad leader, I have 5 of these guns, each with a combat rate of fire of over 400 rounds per second. With all 5 guns firing at full power, that's over 2,000 rounds per second." Wang Yusheng, examining the fearless buffalo, paused in disbelief and said, 2,000 rounds per second at full power. Lu Chen nodded and continued, "With this rate of fire, I can maintain it for about 20 seconds. Under normal conditions, the rate of fire might decrease a bit." Wang Yusheng had a look of realization and said, "I thought so. With your rate of fire, how could it be sustained? What's the rate of fire under normal conditions?" Lu Chen deducted the 300% rate of fire boost from firepower suppression and said, "Approximately 1,500 rounds per second in total." Wang Yusheng looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Are you sure?" Lu Chen replied, "Absolutely, if there's a venue, I can demonstrate." Wang Yusheng looked a bit troubled towards the camp entrance and saw Sun Dishing returning, so he hurriedly jogged over and said something to him. Sun Dishing quickly walked up to Lu Chen, also looking incredulous as he gazed at the 4 guns above Lu Chen's head. "Are you sure these guns have that much firepower?" Lu Chen answered firmly, "Captain Sun, it's absolutely true." Sun Dishing laughed heartily and said, "Great, you alone can match the firepower of a combat squad. We'll set off after lunch. Come with me to the training ground for a demonstration." Sun Dishing led Lu Chen and Wang Yuxing to the training ground behind the camp. The training ground had limited space, and Wang Yuxing arranged for the soldiers in their squad to place a damage testing dummy 50 meters in front of them. Lu Chen, feeling a bit shy, said, "Captain, if we break this damage testing dummy, do we have to pay for it?" Sun Dishing was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "This is military training equipment, it's not that easy to break. Don't worry about it, if you break it, it's on me." Lu Chen then looked at the wall behind the damage testing dummy and asked, "Is there an energy shield on the wall? That won't break, right?" Sun Dishing looked at Lu Chen and said, "Are you trying to brag? What are you hesitating for? Just shoot. If there's a problem, I'll take responsibility." Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled. "That's good." At this point, the equipment was set up, and the personnel had moved to Lu Chen's side. To demonstrate the ultimate rate of fire, Lu Chen placed the demon-suppressing Holy Flame and Dragon Roar on the table in front of him, then took out 2 fearless buffaloes. At this moment, Lu Chen held 2 fearless buffaloes, with 3 more attached to his gunfighting technique, plus 1 hurricane dragon. Activating firepower suppression, Lu Chen instantly opened fire. Bang! Bang! In an instant, gunfire erupted, 5 beams of different colors mixed with a barrage of golden light and red tails. All bullets locked onto the head of the testing dummy. Almost instantly, the head of the testing dummy was shattered, and the bullets then turned towards the chest, palms, groin, and soles, shattering them one by one. Even still, they continued to beat the corpse, smashing the entire damage testing dummy into pieces. Lu Chen quickly put away his gun and stopped shooting, but the bullets still separated and shot towards the wall, causing a violent wave of energy. The gunfire ceased, and the training ground 101 fell silent with over 200 officers and soldiers. After a long moment, Sun Dishing slowly spoke, "In my life, I've never seen anyone who can unleash such firepower. The Great Protector really didn't see wrong, you really are a super firepower expert." At this moment, Wang Yuxing also regained his composure. When Lu Chen had spoken earlier, he had indeed been somewhat skeptical, but now the facts were laid out before him, leaving him greatly shocked. Wang Yuxing looked at Sun Dishing and said, "Captain, how should we calculate this guy's magic crystal consumption?" Sun Dishing was just about to call his adjutant to figure it out when he heard Li Yulong's voice from behind. "Sun Dishing, what the hell is your 101st company doing?" Sun Dishing immediately stepped forward, saluted Li Yulong, and then explained what had just happened. Li Yulong did not come over but shouted loudly, "Good! Well done! Have the logistics department calculate for Lu Chen." "No, forget it, Sun Dishing, send someone with Xiao Wei directly to the logistics department to get 20,000 medium-sized magic crystals." Sun Dishing immediately assigned a soldier to go with Li Yulong's adjutant to the logistics department. The other soldiers and officers gasped in shock. 20,000 medium-sized magic crystals, that's worth 2 billion dragon yuan. But just look at Lu Chen's firepower from just those few seconds, he probably shot out magic crystals worth 1 million. Yeah, this profession has strong firepower, but the logistics supply must keep up, otherwise, those guns will just become firewood. The artillery profession, like summoners and mages, relies on money to deal damage, but artillery experts are even more extravagant in burning money. Li Yulong said nothing more and left the 101st Company's camp with a smile. After a while, the soldier sent by Sun Dishing returned with a small box and ran up to the few people. Sun Dishing took the box and handed it to Lu Chen, saying, "No need to open it, this box is made with spatial technology, just put it directly into your backpack space." Lu Chen took the box, nodded, and was thrilled to receive so many magic crystals. "Thank you, Captain Sun." Sun Dishing waved his hand and said, "This is military operation consumable supplies, why are you thanking me? Just use them well and deal the damage they should." Then, Sun Dishing gathered everyone and entered a nearby room. The cooking team had already prepared the meals, and after lunch, each person received a supply package for frontline operations from the Empire. This was similar to the standard supplies given by Guan Mao at the Guyu Fortress, except the quantity of food and potions included had tripled, enough to sustain a single soldier's energy consumption for 3 days in extreme situations. After lunch, Sun Dishing assembled the company. Under the blazing sun, there was not a sound in the ranks, all soldiers stood straight in their respective team formations. Lu Chen also stood straight in Wang Yuxing's team, marveling at how disciplined the soldiers of the Shenzhou Empire were, following orders without question. At this moment, the ranks were perfectly still, but as soon as Sun Dishing gave the order, these soldiers would instantly enter combat mode. A team of military police walked in, checking each soldier's personal belongings one by one. He thought for a moment, he still had a mobile phone on him. So he stepped forward, and a military policeman noticed and approached. Lu Chen placed the phone in his palm and extended it forward. The military policeman frowned as he took the phone and asked, "Name?" He replied, "Lu Chen." The military policeman then noticed that his clothing was not a military uniform, seemed to recall something, and said, "Commissioner, please cooperate with the inspection." After saying that, the military policeman raised a long strip-shaped device in his hand and began to scan it back and forth over him. One by one, the names of items appeared on the instrument display, even showing the items in the backpack space. After finishing the inspection of Lu Chen, they moved on to the next soldier. After a while, having checked the equipment of all participating personnel, the military police team left the 101st Company camp. Sun Dishing confirmed the time several times before issuing the command. "All stand. Attention! Enter the teleportation array." Each combat team entered the teleportation array beside the camp in order. Soon, it was Wang Yoxing's team's turn. Lu Chen followed the line and ran directly through the teleportation array. He was surprised to find that this teleportation array did not require manual operation. It was a directional teleportation array that could only transport between the 101st Company camp and the basement of the villa area. After passing through the teleportation array, over 200 soldiers from the 101st Company arrived in the basement. Although it was not large, it was equipped with ventilation ducts, restrooms, and a large screen displaying real-time surveillance footage from outside the monitoring room. The area was about 500 square meters, with a total of 4 exits. From the large screen, it could be seen that these exits were all located deep within the greenery of the villa area, disguised under artificial hills and beside residential houses, with one exit boldly placed under a manhole cover in the middle of the road. The large screen clearly showed the situation of more than half of the villa area, and at this time, some participating students had already had lunch and came here to rest. Sun Dishing instructed each team to count their numbers and rest in designated positions. Lu Chen's team was assigned to the exit under the car illusion, which was a passage that could accommodate 4 people at a time. Once the soldiers sat down, no one spoke, and only the faint sound of the exhaust fan could be heard. Sun Dishing stood in front of the large screen, motionless, staring at the surveillance footage. Seeing that the other soldiers were quietly resting in place, Lu Chen felt it was not appropriate to say anything. So he opened the system. This 2 billion magic crystal income could allow him to upgrade his equipment again. Opening the system panel, although 2 billion looked like a lot, upgrading the current LV3 mall and various major stores again required 5 billion dragon yuan. Therefore, he had to think about the direction of upgrades he urgently needed. Currently, his firepower was already sufficient. The 5 equipped with muzzles and projectiles of the fearless bison had an extremely exaggerated attack speed. Further enhancing the accessories would probably not significantly improve the attack speed. Browsing the preview of the LV4 firearms store, Lu Chen was surprised to see that sniper rifles were included. He thought that although his shotguns had high burst damage, they could only deal damage at close range. What he was currently lacking was long-range burst damage, and a sniper rifle would perfectly fill this damage gap. Without hesitation, although it pained him a bit, he still spent 5 billion each to upgrade the LV4 mall and the LV4 firearms store. This consumed half of his magic crystals. On the rifle page, every gun made his mouth water. Red Lightning Matrix, 100 million gold level, Whirlwind Qilin, 100 million gold level, Silent White Dragon, 100 million gold level. But considering the current needs, he decided to focus on the sniper rifle first. He had only 2 requirements for the sniper rifle: high base damage and long range. For now, he was not considering sacrificing damage for a semi-automatic sniper rifle, as although it had a much faster firing rate, it did not meet his current needs. After thinking for a long time, a large number of firearms passed through the page. Finally, Lu Chen's gaze settled on a sniper rifle with a pure gold exterior. Wrath of the King, 100 million gold level. This gun was clearly a powerful upgrade of the Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, with extremely terrifying damage. The agility bonus for other firearms is only 1x, meaning that the agility value directly translates to attack power. In contrast, ordinary sniper rifles have a 2x agility bonus, and with the King's Fury, the agility bonus reaches an impressive 3x, along with a substantial critical hit bonus. Additionally, its firearm skill deals damage equal to 50% of the target's maximum health, and when combined with the critical hit bonus, it can almost achieve a one-hit kill on any enemy. If paired with damage-enhancing attachments, this becomes a weapon that Lu Chen can use to eliminate enemies from a distance without a trace. In the attachment shop, he hesitated back and forth between the kinetic muzzle and the shadow muzzle. Compared to the sustained damage bonus of the kinetic muzzle, the significant bonus of the shadow muzzle for the first shot made it particularly suitable for the long-range sniping requirements of the King's Fury. Thus, Lu Chen ultimately chose the shadow muzzle. For the bullet head, he opted not to change the bullet properties but instead selected the eagle bullet head. This bullet head ignores physical immunity and increases critical hit damage, greatly enhancing the instant damage of the King's Fury under critical hits. For now, without considering switching to other rifles, Lu Chen decided to further upgrade the King's Fury to +3. Without hesitation, he went for it. When upgrading to +2, the success rate for further enhancement dropped to 80%. After clicking to enhance, a prompt appeared. Enhancement success rate, 80% enhancement carries risks, which may lower the enhancement level or damage the weapon. Do you wish to enhance? He didn't have any items to increase the enhancement success rate, but he felt an itch not to enhance. To hell with it, let's gamble. Enhance. Fortunately, the enhancement of the King's Fury was successful. Its attributes were significantly improved, and Lu Chen equipped all the firearm attachments, sizing up this powerful sniper rifle amidst the strange gazes of the other soldiers. King's Fury +3, Shadow Muzzle, Quality, Golden Level Requirement, 30 Magazine Capacity, 23, Attack Speed, Extremely Slow +3 Attack Power, 13,000 plus Agility *3. 3 King's Fury, reduces attack speed to 100% of base attack speed, increases maximum attack speed bonus damage by -100%. Upon activation, the next attack deals damage equal to 54% of the target's maximum health, benefiting from critical hit bonuses, with a cooldown of 21 hours. Shadow Muzzle, reduces firearm noise by 90%. If no shots are fired for 50 seconds, the first shot after 50 seconds will gain the Shadow Strike effect. 100% critical hit rate, final damage doubled. Eagle Bullet Head, ignores 50% of physical immunity, critical hit rate +50%, critical hit damage +50%. Under the effect of the King's Fury skill, the higher the maximum attack speed, the greater the damage bonus. Although it sacrifices a significant amount of attack speed, under extreme attack speed bonuses, the King's Fury can even achieve over 1,600% damage bonus. Nearby, Wang Yusheng stared wide-eyed at the King's Fury, which was 1.2 meters long in Lu Chen's hands. Although the discipline required silence, he could still appreciate this pure gold large sniper rifle up close while sitting next to Lu Chen. Just as the surrounding soldiers turned their attention to the King's Fury in Lu Chen's hands, a soldier emerged from the portal. This soldier lowered his footsteps and quickly approached Sun Disheng, whispering something in his ear. After listening, Sun Disheng turned and waved at Lu Chen. Confirming that he was indeed being called, Lu Chen put away the King's Fury and directly teleported to Sun Disheng's side. Sun Disheng was clearly startled and said quietly, "Conserve your mana." After that, he looked at the soldier beside him and said, "If you have something to give him personally, bring it out now, but it must be checked by me first." The soldier nodded, took out a pair of black goggles from his backpack, and handed them to Sun Disheng. Sun Disheng did not take them, he just examined them closely before pushing the soldier's hand towards Lu Chen. "Your teacher treats you pretty well, make sure to give that group of Eastern devils a good beating later." In the extremely quiet environment of the basement, Lu Chen remained silent throughout. At this moment, he merely nodded and took the black goggles. Sun Disheng whispered, "No need to be so nervous, return to the team." Since he hadn't fired his weapon to refresh the cooldown, the blink ability was still on cooldown. Lu Chen lightened his steps and quickly walked back to the formation. Sitting down in his position, Lu Chen examined the black goggles in front of him. This was indeed the Death Hunter goggles he had commissioned Gong Dao to help make. This was an epic level accessory. Death Hunter goggles quality, epic level requirement, none. Death Hunter, after consecutively killing 3 enemies, gain the soul resonance effect, increasing movement speed by 5%, stackable. Precision strike, all physical and magical damage dealt by the wearer is increased by 150%. Hunter's vision, breaks through all fog and invisibility effects. Death Pulse, on critical hits, there is a 30% chance to deal an additional 10% of the target's current health as true damage. Hunter's Instinct, after killing an enemy, the goggles automatically lock onto the next weakest target in sight. The next shot will definitely be a critical hit and trigger Death Pulse. This was practically a divine artifact tailored for Lu Chen, with increased movement speed, enhanced damage, true sight effects, and percentage damage. Although this equipment had no attribute bonuses, it was already incredibly powerful. Putting on the Death Hunter goggles, the view in front of him changed dramatically. First, the previously dim basement became much brighter. Secondly, the field of vision seemed to expand a bit, which took him a moment to adjust to. It was like switching from a low-resolution screen to an ultra-wide curved display after years of using a low-end machine to shoot. Fortunately, with the increase in attributes, this slight change in vision did not make him dizzy. As he observed continuously to his left and right, he gradually adapted to the expanded field of vision brought by the goggles. Feeling bored, Lu Chen opened the system minimap and realized he still had over 8,000 medium-sized magic crystals left. He decided to upgrade the minimap, which he hadn't done in a long time, to LV3. The minimap's field of vision expanded to a radius of 100 kilometers. At this moment, the entire Jinhai city and surrounding areas appeared on the minimap, and with Lu Chen's mental command, the map could still be infinitely zoomed in. He even spotted Gedalin in the villa area, who was currently having a pleasant conversation with a girl. Lu Chen smiled and looked at the other types of maps on the minimap. He found that in addition to the satellite map, indoor maps and thermal imaging maps had also been added. The indoor map allowed him to see through roofs and floors, displaying the floor plan of houses and basements. Driven by curiosity, he looked at a room shrouded in mist, seemingly with someone bathing. As he zoomed in a bit, just as sweat began to trickle down his tense jaw, he discovered it was a bare-chested muscular man washing his summoned beast. If it weren't for the discipline required by the ambush mission in the basement, he would have jumped up and cursed. I paid for this, and this is what I get to see? Forget it, such things are not suitable for public viewing. He would study it in detail later. Switching to the thermal imaging map, he found that it could be opened simultaneously with the indoor map. Looking at the 5 basements, a neat red formation appeared, and not a single person had left their position. It was truly a disciplined steel army. After a while, the time reached the afternoon, and everyone opened their respective supplies. Lu Chen also opened his Empire front supplies. In addition to potions, there were food supplies like self-heating rice. However, considering the closed environment of the basement, sun dishing only allowed the consumption of ready-to-eat food. Lu Chen opened an energy bar and some biscuits to stave off hunger, and drank some stamina potions. The stamina potions provided by the army were naturally not as fancy as those made at Bai Jun's home, only having a faint lemon flavor. However, they were much better than the plain ones sold on the market. After a brief dinner time, the basement returned to silence. As midnight approached, Lu Chen kept a close eye on the thermal imaging minimap. At 1 o'clock, suddenly 5 huge teleportation gates appeared in the air at the 5 corners of the villa complex, with red dots indicating the Japanese assassins dropping from the gates. Sun Dishing also noticed something on the surveillance screen and immediately ordered, "All units, attack." The soldiers of the 101st Company quickly got up, and Lu Chen stood as well. Wang Yusheng spoke to him for the first time that night. "Stay close to our 12th combat team. The battlefield is no joke. You need to ensure your safety and fire with all your might." Lu Chen nodded in agreement. One by one, the combat teams left the basement through the passageways, appearing at various exits of the villa complex. The 12th team was in the middle, and it was their turn to set off. Wang Yusheng shouted sternly, "Move out." The veterans and 3 other soldiers charged ahead, with Lu Chen, Wang Yusheng, and 2 soldiers in the middle, and 4 soldiers bringing up the rear. Coming out of the passage, they found themselves in a villa, and at that moment, a thick energy shield rose around all the villas, including this one. The Japanese assassins tried multiple times but could not break through the energy shield. The barking of dogs echoed, and seeing they could not enter the house to kill their target, they attempted to leave through the teleportation gates. However, all 5 gates were locked down by the Enishi army's mages who had cast a binding barrier. A huge white magic sphere rose above the villa complex, illuminating the entire area. Once a group of Japanese assassins realized it was an ambush, they prepared to launch a desperate attack like trapped beasts. Lu Chen shouted to Wang Yusheng, "Squad leader, I'm going to fire. Tell the brothers to be careful." Wang Yusheng immediately relayed the message to Sun Dishing, who was leading the charge, and soon the news spread throughout the ambush team. A massive black-purple magic array appeared above a group of Japanese assassins. Shells began to rain down, and among the Japanese team, An Myoji whitened his eyes and immediately activated his energy shield. With the artillery hell at level 41, there were over 3,000 shells and 55 rounds of bombardment. The energy shield only held for a few seconds before shattering. The shells fell into the Japanese ranks, and if the full damage was dealt, the bombardment would cause 1 billion damage. Some unfortunate Japanese assassins were hit by concentrated fire from the shells, resulting in heavy casualties. Seeing this, Sun Dishing immediately led a platoon of 3 combat teams to surround the 12th team where Lu Chen was located. He could not let the damage dealers be ambushed by the enemy, and sure enough, amidst the smoke, a purple figure charged out, quickly heading towards Lu Chen's position. At this point, Lu Chen had already used his gunfighting technique to control 4 wooing wild bulls, all set to hostile target shooting mode. The 4 wooing wild bulls charged towards the purple figure, and Lu Chen fired his Hurricane Dragon. In the air, the wooing wild bulls surged forward like drones, wildly firing at the purple figure. Bang! Bang! A colorful barrage of bullets rained down on the purple figure, igniting waves of purple shields. In just a few breaths, the dense bullets shattered its shield. Sun Dishing held a tang knife, fully prepared for battle, but the purple figure retreated elsewhere. Sun Dishing immediately ordered, "Protect the core output position and advance, Lu Chen, continue firing." Although the Onmyoji and the Eastern Japan assassin team had provided them with numerous shields, many assassin shields were still shattered and killed in the face of the artillery shells and colorful barrages raining down from the sky. The roar of the hurricane dragon howled past, and the golden, red-tailed bullets struck some heavily armored ninjas, sending them flying, only to be turned into a sieve by the fearless wild bull. Surrounding mages and ranged classes were frantically attacking the Eastern Japan assassin team. At this moment, the bombardment ended, and a gigantic, terrifying childlike face rose above the Eastern Japan team. Sun Dishing cursed, "Damn it, these little devils are really tough to deal with. They actually sacrificed a teammate to summon the Black Child." Lu Chen's gun did not stop firing. The Black Child seemed not to have been fully summoned yet and was not a target for attack, with bullets still raining down into the Eastern Japan assassins' ranks. Sun Dishing took off the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Team 3, hold the output position and stand by. Output, focus fire on the Black Child later, aiming to take it down in one shot. We can't let it keep casting skills. Mages, prepare shields. Teams 1 and 2, move forward to engage the enemy." Lu Chen quickly checked the Black Child's information and found that this creature had an extremely high health pool, reaching 5 billion, but its attack methods relied on the triggering of Black Eye Fury after its health dropped. Moreover, the lower its health, the higher the skill damage. Lu Chen hurriedly took out the King's Fury, letting the Hurricane Dragon rest and replacing it with the fearless Wild Bull. The summoning of the Black Child was complete, and a gigantic, proportionally bizarre child emerged from the void, a bloodied mouth continuously grinning towards the Conqueror army. "Fire! Fire!" Lu Chen raised the King's Fury, and a bullet shot out. Bang! Under the influence of the shadow gun's muzzle, the gunfire was almost negligible amidst such a noisy battlefield. He did not use the King's Fury skill because its cooldown was too long. If it weren't for the emergency, using it would mean losing his trump card against the Eastern Japan strongman. With firepower suppression and the enhancement of the Red Dominance Talisman, Lu Chen's attack speed had become absurdly high. The attack speed of the King's Fury was fixed at 100% of the base attack speed, but at the cost of attack speed, the attack power bonus reached 1,549%. This shot, infused with the King's Fury, struck the Black Child, dealing over 10 million damage. Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed with this damage. However, the strength of the King's Fury lay not in continuous strikes, but in activating its active effect to deal massive damage equal to 53% of the target's maximum health. Just wait a bit longer. If the Black Child couldn't be swiftly dealt with, he would have to activate the King's Fury. Fortunately, the damage from the fearless Wild Bull and the Hurricane Dragon was also extremely exaggerated. In just a few seconds, combined with the 10% true damage from Death Pulse based on maximum health and the attacks from other Conqueror army soldiers, they had taken away a quarter of the Black Child's health. As the Black Child's health rapidly decreased, wounds opened up on its body, and from these gaping wounds, countless crimson blood blades flew out, aimed directly at Lu Chen's position. Fortunately, the energy shield blocked them. Sun Dishing wanted to rush forward but was worried that the purple figure would ambush Lu Chen again, so he gripped his tang knife tightly and stood guard beside Lu Chen. He had even forgotten that the core output position he was protecting was that of a mere level 32 student. Just as the Black Child's health dropped to 1/3, more gaping wounds appeared on its body. This time, purple-red blood blades flew out, continuously striking against the energy shield. Lu Chen, under the hunter's perspective of the Death Hunter goggles, saw a purple figure quietly approaching the shield. The other warriors seemed unaware of him. Lu Chen shouted, "There's an enemy sneaking up." Immediately, the Wrath of the King fired a shot, and the purple figure tried to dodge, moving to the side, but was hit in the head by a bullet that followed. Although it struck the shield, it also broke his invisibility. At that moment, the energy shield was shattered by the black boy, and the purple figure transformed into a beam of purple light, instantly lunging towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen quickly redirected all his firearms to fire at it and blinked to another location. When the purple light reached Lu Chen's position, it immediately turned towards his new landing spot. Lu Chen blinked again, and at that moment, Sun Dishing jumped out with a knife, slashing at the purple light and severing it. However, no figure was seen. Lu Chen could see it. A purple figure burrowed underground, and several guns continued to shoot at the ground following the purple figure. "That guy is underground. Wherever my bullets hit, he is there." The other warriors followed Lu Chen's fire line, continuously attacking the ground. Sun Dishing dared not pursue. He feared this person would launch a counterattack on Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to use the wrath of the king to deliver a fatal blow. As the black boy shot out the third wave of black blood blades, the purple figure instantly appeared beneath Lu Chen. Lu Chen blinked to dodge, and Sun Dishing struck the ground with his knife, creating a massive shockwave that carved a large pit into the ground. The purple figure had no choice but to fly out from underground, and bullets struck it without causing the energy shield to flicker. Now was the time. Lu Chen activated the Wrath of the King. The Wrath of the King fired bullets wrapped in a massive airflow, directly piercing through the purple figure's head. A corpse fell heavily to the ground, while 4 guns controlled by gunfighting techniques continued to attack the still-living black boy. Sun Dishing glanced at the corpse on the ground, shocked. It really is Steelgate Chan Taro. He looked at Lu Chen, incredulously saying, "You killed the leader of the Eastern Shadow Demon Group with one shot?" Lu Chen didn't know this Steelgate Chang, but under his gaze, the headless corpse slowly turned to ash, leaving only a half-burned talisman. He cursed, "Damn, didn't kill him." Seeing that the greatest threat to Lu Chen had vanished, Sun Disheng left a squad to protect him and took the remaining 2 squads to encircle the remaining Eastern assassins. Soon, with Lu Chen's aerial fire support, this team of nearly 50 Eastern assassins was eliminated by the 101st Company. Due to Lu Chen's terrifying fire suppression, the 101st Company suffered no fatalities, only some soldiers were injured. Sun Disheng looked at the ongoing battles in the other 4 directions and shouted, "All units, support towards the fake mountain." Following the advancing team, Lu Chen saw the direction of the fake mountain, where an officer of the conquest army was controlling a dozen long swords of various colors. Each of these long swords was accompanied by numerous short swords infused with energy, continuously attacking the Eastern Assassins team. This officer must have been consuming a massive amount of magical energy, as nearby support soldiers were constantly applying various buffs to him. Lu Chen glanced at Wang Yisheng, just about to say something, when he noticed several rings of different colors and sizes had already risen beneath his feet. Goodness, he had been so tense earlier that he thought the support role hadn't buffed him. He put away the Wrath of the King. Its task was complete. Summoning back the Hurricane Dragon, he switched to a Fearless Buffalo, and 4 Fearless Buffaloes instantly charged into the battlefield. The Onmyoji mages of the Eastern Assassins, originally protected in the center of the team, suddenly found 4 lines of different colored fire descending from the sky, and in an instant, several output and support members of the Eastern team were killed. The officer of the Sword Guard, although shocked by the 4 agile submachine guns that had just joined the battle, still maintained the attack on the Eastern team. The numbers of both sides were already unequal, and with the addition of the 101st Company, it was basically 4 to 5 say army soldiers against 1 Eastern assassin. Coupled with the bullets occasionally firing from above, the battle at the rockery quickly came to an end. The remaining 3 teams of Eastern assassins gathered together to resist. They were battered and exhausted, surrounded by 3 times their number of say army soldiers. Sun Disheng looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Is the artillery ready?" Lu Chen nodded. He unleashed his powerful move as soon as the battle began, aiming for an early refresh. Sun Disheng informed the company commanders of the 3 companies via the intercom, and the Sei army immediately withdrew a bit, confronting the Eastern assassins. Lu Chen directly cast the artillery purgatory, and nearly 100 Eastern assassins were instantly covered by the bombardment. In an instant, over 10 wounded were killed, and the artillery center where the Eastern team was located resembled a hell on earth. As the smoke cleared, only a few barely alive Eastern assassins struggled to charge towards the Sei army. These remnants were quickly eliminated by countless flying arrows. The officer of the Sword Guard immediately ordered the 102nd, 103rd, and 104th companies to search the entire villa area and finish off the Eastern corpses. The 105th Company was responsible for treating the severely wounded soldiers and collecting the bodies of the fallen, taking them back to the Protectorate first. After issuing the orders, the officer approached Lu Chen, and Sun Disheng whispered, "This is our 2nd Battalion Commander, Mr. Shen." Mr. Shen stepped in front of Lu Chen, and the soldiers saluted him. "You are the Special Envoy Lu Chen? Well done. If every battle had your level of firepower support, we would have it much easier." Seeing everyone salute Mr. Shen, Lu Chen also stood straight and saluted, saying, "Fighting the devils is my duty." Mr. Shen took a step forward, corrected Lu Chen's posture and salute, and smiled. "Good. What a sense of duty. You should take the credit for this battle." After saying this, he stepped back and saluted Lu Chen. Once the salute was completed, Mr. Shen said, "Comrade Lu Chen, according to the order of the Grand Protector, after the battle ends, return with the main force." Although Lu Chen had doubts, as he still had a competition to play tomorrow, it was clearly not the time to ask questions, so he simply replied, "Yes, sir." At this time, all the wounded on the battlefield had returned for treatment, and the bodies of the fallen Sei army soldiers had been collected. The bodies of the Eastern assassins were all taken away to feed the beasts, leaving one company to clean up the bloodstains left on the battlefield, while the others returned to the Protectorate through the teleportation array. Li Yulong had been waiting at the 101st Company camp. Once everyone returned, he immediately called Lu Chen over. He patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and said, "Damn it, if that brat Gao Chung hadn't refused to let you go, I would have kept you in the Sei army." Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Li Yulong's adjutant stepped forward with both hands holding a medal and Lu Chen's phone. Li Yulong first handed the phone to Lu Chen, saying, "Originally, just participating in the battle wouldn't earn you this Imperial Combat Medal, but you made this battle end quickly and performed outstandingly. You didn't delay the Protectorate's next arrangements. Therefore, on behalf of the Shenzhou Empire's Eastern Protectorate, I award Comrade Lu Chen the Imperial Combat Medal as encouragement." Li Yulong took the medal and personally placed the Imperial Combat Medal on Lu Chen. Most of the soldiers of the 101st Company had just witnessed Lu Chen's terrifying performance, and they were all convinced of his deserving the combat medal. The soldiers all applauded for Lu Chen. After putting the medal on Lu Chen, Li Yulong said, "In this battle, you nearly killed the high-ranking officer of the Eastern Japan's Dark Division, Gangmen Qiang Taro, but even just driving him back is a great achievement. Based on your performance in battle, you are awarded 5,200 military merit points." The soldiers were in an uproar. Whether it was driving back Gangmen Chang or receiving 5,200 merit points, it left them in disbelief. That was a powerful existence at level 149. Only the soldiers from Wang Yoshing's squad and the one platoon led by Sun Dishing witnessed Lu Chen driving him back with a single shot. If it weren't for the substitute talisman, Gangmen Chang might have been killed. And these 5,200 merit points were enough for Lu Chen to directly skip the ranks of warrior and samurai, obtaining the title of 25th level scholar. Li Yulong continued, "Now, you are an officer of the Shenzhou Empire, you know what to do, right?" Lu Chen didn't expect to be given so many merit points directly. After hearing Li Yulong's words, Lu Chen immediately stood up straight. Under the guidance of Mr. Shin, he saluted Li Yulong very properly and said, "Fight for Shenzhou." Li Yulong returned the salute and said, "When dawn breaks, it will be the opening ceremony of the exchange competition. I'll have Xiao Wei take you to rest for a bit." After saying that, he looked at Sun Dishing and said, "After gathering the troops, return to the base for rest immediately." Li Yulong's adjutant led Lu Chen away from the 101st Company camp. Along the way, Adjutant Wei didn't say much, bringing Lu Chen to a guest lounge and said, "In a while, you might experience symptoms like trembling, muscle stiffness, fear, sweating, etc. There are military calming agents in the room. Taking them will help a lot. When dawn breaks, I'll have a soldier come to call you. Just rest easy and don't think too much about the battle." After thanking him, Lu Chen entered the room. After a simple wash, Lu Chen, now calm after the battle, noticed that his hands were starting to tremble uncontrollably. He wasn't sure if it was because it was his first time on the battlefield, and his nerves were still highly tense and excited. Lu Chen saw the calming agent on the table, walked over slowly, picked it up, and took it directly. Instantly, a cool sensation surged through him, filling his body, making him feel lightheaded, and his consciousness began to blur. He hurried to the bed and fell into a deep sleep. At dawn, Lu Chen opened his eyes and vaguely saw a beautiful female military doctor looking at him with gentle eyes. The female doctor smiled and said, "It's normal to have a stress response the first time experiencing war, but you are recovering really quickly." Lu Chen felt his hands and feet were weak and lay there for a while before slowly recovering. "I have to go to the opening ceremony," he said. The female doctor smiled, "No rush, it's still early. You can lie down a bit longer. Once the effect of the calming agent wears off, you can get up." After saying that, the female doctor began to massage Lu Chen's hands and thighs. He wanted to resist, but his body was too weak, so he could only let her help him loosen up his muscles. As the female doctor's hands pressed on various acupoints on Lu Chen's body, he gradually regained control over himself. After a while, the female doctor stopped and said, "All right, you can get up and move around a bit." Lu Chen climbed up, moved left and right, and no longer felt weak all over. The female doctor pointed to the breakfast on the table and said, "Eat your breakfast. A soldier will take you to the opening ceremony when you go out." Lu Chen nodded, the female doctor smiled, and left the room. After having breakfast, he walked out of the room. The soldiers outside saluted as soon as they saw Lu Chen come out, saying, "Lu Gongshi." He felt a bit uncomfortable with the soldiers addressing him this way but still returned the salute and said, "Hello. Please take me to the opening ceremony of the exchange competition." The soldier replied, "Yes." Lu Chen then followed the soldiers out of the protectorate, where the streets were bustling with crowds all heading in one direction. The soldiers brought Lu Chen to a square, where a massive stone monument stood behind a newly constructed podium. Lu Chen focused his gaze and saw that the monument was inscribed with "Monument to the Heroes of the Expedition." At that moment, many competition arenas had already been set up in the square. The soldiers did not linger near the arenas but directly led Lu Chen to the podium. Upon arriving, Lu Chen asked in surprise, "Is my seat here?" The soldier immediately stood at attention and saluted, replying, "Yes, Lord Lu, this is arranged by the Grand Protector. Please take your seat, Lord Lu." Lu Chen looked at the podium and saw a nameplate with his name on it beside the seat. He returned the soldier's salute and said, "Thank you." The soldier replied, "It is my duty." With that, the soldier turned and returned to the protectorate. Seeing that no one had yet taken their seat at the podium, Lu Chen felt it inappropriate to go up directly, so he waited aside. He wondered what his title as a lord truly meant. Perhaps he should ask Gao Chang later. After a while, the waiting area for contestants and the audience section in the square filled up with people, and a group of soldiers escorted Li Yulong and others over. When Li Yulong saw Lu Chen waiting there, he smiled and walked towards him. Lu Chen also moved in Li Yulong's direction and saluted, saying, "Grand Protector." Li Yulong returned the military salute and laughed. "You're getting more accustomed to life in the barracks, huh? I think you should just stay with me." After glancing at Gao Chang, he continued, "Forget about that Super God Academy, stay here, and I'll let you form a Super God team." Gao Chang, smiling, stepped forward and said, "Grand Protector, you can't just poach people like this in front of me." Li Yulong's expression turned serious. "What do you mean poaching? If I really wanted to poach, not even you or Oldie could stop me." Gao Chang laughed and replied, yes, the Grand Protector truly values talent." Li Yulong's stern face relaxed as he patted Lu Chen's shoulder and said, "Come on, the opening ceremony is about to start." The group ascended the podium, and Lu Chen initially wanted to wait until everyone was seated before sitting down himself. However, Li Yulong directly brought him to sit beside him in the center of the podium. "Xiao Gao, go sit over there with Xiaoan and switch the nameplates." Gao Chang's eye twitched as he changed the nameplate. Once everyone found their seats, Li Yulong spoke up, "Everyone, please be quiet." Although his voice was not loud, every word seemed to carry immense weight, allowing every listener present to feel the unique authority of a seasoned veteran. Lu Chen noticed among the various flags in the audience, under a glaringly conspicuous banner, many students from the East Ing and their accompanying teachers had fierce expressions. Logically, what happened last night should be classified military information, they shouldn't know about it. He glanced at Li Yulong out of the corner of his eye, unsure if this was part of a bait plan. After a 4-year hiatus, the East Asia University Exchange Competition meets everyone again. In accordance with the principles of fairness, justice, and openness, this year's exchange competition will adopt a no-shield rule. The event judges will not provide scoring shields, but energy shields included in your own skills or equipment may be used. As soon as this was announced, the audience erupted in an uproar, with students from various countries discussing among themselves. However, it was clear from their expressions that the students were divided into two major camps. On one side were the tribute students from the Shenzhou Empire, who, while also complaining about the competition format, were limited to mere dissatisfaction. On the other side, the students from East Ing and Luzon displayed fierce looks, most not only refraining from complaints but appearing extremely aggressive. Of course, in the exchange competition, friendship comes first, and competition second. We have the best therapists in the entire Kyushu present. Whether it's a missing arm or leg, or internal injuries, you will receive complete treatment in the shortest time possible. Although this statement attempted to ease the atmosphere, the audience's reaction was mixed. The students from the Shenzhou Empire and tributary states felt a slight relief upon hearing the therapist's assurance, but they remained uneasy about the no-shield rule. Meanwhile, the students from the Eastern Japan and Luzon countries, while outwardly satisfied with the therapist's arrangements, revealed a subtle malice and ferocity in their eyes. "Alright, then please prepare, contestants, the competition will begin shortly." Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Li Yulong was going to push him into the spotlight, making him a target for the Eastern Japan students. The staff took the microphone away and set it aside. Li Yulong covered his mouth and whispered to Lu Chen, "Xiaoan, when you encounter the Eastern Japan students, go all out, and remember to finish them off. They might have props to save their lives. Also, regarding Luzon, the Empire is still in a conciliatory stance. Assess the situation, if you find someone displeasing, take them out, but you can spare those you find agreeable." Lu Chen nodded, preparing to rise and head to the competition area. However, Li Yulong held him back and continued, "Don't rush. You didn't rest well yesterday, so I've scheduled you for later. Take a break first." In fact, the massage from the female military doctor this morning seemed to have some special effect. He felt invigorated. But since Li Yulong had spoken, he could only agree, "Thank you, great protector." As the competition began, the square became lively, with cheers rising and falling. In the match at Venue 1, the battle ended in a mere encounter, featuring a student from Goryeo against a student from Eastern Japan. The Eastern Japan student appeared to be a swordsman, wielding 2 katana, rushing towards the Goryeo student, transforming into a fleeting shadow that passed by the Goryeo student and directly cleaved him into 3 pieces. A torrent of blood gushed forth, staining the white marble competition ground red. The Goryeo student's body fell in 3 parts onto the stage, and a scream erupted from the crowd. Faced with such brutality, the Goryeo students and their supervising teacher were filled with righteous indignation. "Ah, you murderer! Without shields, you can sever limbs, but how can you take someone's life? I will kill you! Park Guo-chang, how could you leave me behind?" The Eastern Japan student on the competition stage placed the blade to his lips, licking it with his tongue, completely unconcerned that the edge had cut him, and slowly said, "Wali waliwa, Goryeo people bleed, but the Shenzhou people bleed deliciously." Lu Chen frowned. This Eastern Japan student reminded him of some unpleasant memories. The therapists immediately stepped forward to collect the Goryeo students' remains and take them away from the scene. Li Yulong whispered, "I anticipated this situation. The Empire's protectorate has supported us with a soul contract immortal. We have buried a soul lamp beneath the square. On one hand, we aim to revive our Shenzhou and tributary students, and on the other, to seize the souls of the Eastern Japan students to prevent them from using the same methods. So, when you take action later, make sure to finish them off. The more shattered, the better." Lu Chen nodded, glaring fiercely at the Eastern Japan student licking the blood. In another area, a female student from Goryeo faced off against Gedolin. Seeing the tragic state of her compatriot nearby made her feel apprehensive. She looked at Gedolin with seductive eyes and said, "Brother, you will cherish the delicate, right?" Semaida Gedolin swung his great sword, standing before her, and slowly replied, "To fight for the country, how can I be burdened by romantic feelings? Rest assured, I will spare your life." Having said that, he raised his long sword and charged towards the Korean female student, a golden energy shield glowing around him. The female student immediately thrust her hands forward, and 2 whips made of wrapped flowers shot towards Gedolin. Gedolin completely ignored them, charging forward with his head down, and the whip struck the shield, instantly bouncing off. Seeing that Gedolin was about to attack, the female student transformed into a flurry of petals and vanished from her spot. She reappeared behind Gedolin in a shower of petals, and Gedolin immediately turned around, brutally launching another charge. A beam of golden light appeared beneath his feet, increasing his speed. The female student could only keep whipping Gedolin, but it was of no use. She couldn't hit him, nor could she escape. After fleeing for a while, she was caught by Gedolin, who delivered a slashing blow. The surrounding students closed their eyes, unable to bear the impending bloody scene. But instead of blood spraying, they heard the sound of metal striking. Gedolin had actually struck the female student's head with the blade of his giant sword. She fell to the ground, feeling dizzy and wanting to cast a skill to escape, only to find that all her skills were unusable. At that moment, a giant sword was pressed against her neck, and Gedolin's voice came through. "Surrender, losing to Gedolin of the Super God Academy is nothing to be ashamed of." Lu Chen, watching from the stage, was overjoyed. Gedolin was indeed a joker. At this point, he suddenly remembered something and asked Li Yulong, "Great protector, my bullets have eyes. If I encounter students from Shenzhou or those tribute countries like Korea, I can't guarantee their safety." Li Yulong laughed and replied, "Based on your previous data, I had already guessed some things. The ones I've arranged for you are naturally students from Dongying and Luzon, so feel free to shoot." Hearing Li Yulong's words, Lu Chen felt relieved. After all, he had never fought without locking onto a target. If he accidentally killed someone else, it might not look good. In the subsequent matches, there were many injuries, and some students were seriously hurt, but most received timely treatment. However, in the battles involving students from Dongying and Luzon, fatalities occurred frequently. At this moment, the referee's voice came from the first arena. The last match of the first round in Arena 1, Lu Chen versus the real estate agent. Upon hearing his name, Lu Chen immediately prepared to stand up, but nearly lost his balance when he heard his opponent's name. "Real estate agent, what a great name." Li Yulong laughed. "This little Japanese is the pride of Hiroshima University, take him down." Lu Chen steadied himself, nodded in response, and then directly teleported down to the square. Amidst the crowd's gasps, he pulled out the Hurricane Dragon and strode towards Arena 1. The surrounding audience turned to look at him. "Who is this person? The contestant is actually sitting on the podium? You don't know him? He's this year's national champion of the Shenzhou College entrance exam, the top freshman of Chengdu University, the gun god, the god slayer, Lu Chen." At this moment, a student from Donying scoffed, "What a long name, who are you trying to scare?" The one on the podium is my Hiroshima University's top elemental ninja, a genius who practices both martial arts and magic. A Korean student then complained, "Ah, come on. The top freshman of Shenzhou can't even beat a little fruit ninja? Practicing both martial arts and magic just means he's mediocre at everything." With the Korean students' encouragement, many began to cheer for Lu Chen. "Gun God, you must defeat that fruit ninja. Shenzhou envoy, you must avenge our Korean genius Park Guo-chang." Lu Chen held his gun in his right hand, the muzzle of the hurricane dragon slightly pointed down, waving to the crowd. Meanwhile, Gedalin, watching the excitement from the side, murmured, "I thought I was the king of show-offs, but I never expected this kid to outshine me in that regard." Amidst the audience's cheers, Lu Chen stepped onto the competition stage. The venue had been cleaned by the staff, but in some crevices, traces of blood could still be seen. Facing the real estate agent, Lu Chen's gaze instantly turned cold, losing the warmth he had just shown to his fans. Above both parties, there was an information panel, but the details were more concise, showing only names, levels, and professions. The real estate agent, standing opposite, saw that Lu Chen was only level 32 and laughed heartily, saying, "The decline of Shenzhou is irreversible. Someone like you can become the top freshman at Chengdu University, it's truly laughable." However, when he looked into Lu Chen's eyes, he felt a deep fear wash over him. The last time he felt this way was before departing, during a briefing from the head of the dark department in Hot Beijing. The referee, seeing both parties present, announced the start of the match. The real estate agent wielded two ninja blades, one dark green and the other dark red. Despite his fear, he forced himself to prepare some harsh words. There's an ancient saying in Shenzhou. Bang! 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 Lu Chen opened fire directly, the hurricane dragon unleashing over 20 bullets in an instant, the dense golden projectiles trailing red flames, reducing the real estate agent to dust. He stepped forward to where the agent had just stood, looking at the spot that left no body behind, and said, "The match has started, and you're still blabbering on." If it weren't for so many people watching, he would have spat to pay tribute to this fruit ninja. The audience below had not yet recovered, thinking the real estate agent had gone invisible or used some ninja technique to disappear. It wasn't until the referee announced Lu Chen's victory that they realized the agent had been turned to fragments. The audience erupted in cheers like a tsunami, with students from Goryeo and Dainan, who had just witnessed their peers being killed by the Easterners, cheering even louder. "So brutal, I love it. Please treat me like this tonight, Shenzhou envoy," a voluptuous Goryeo girl said, pulling a rune card from her cleavage and throwing it to Lu Chen. Gadarin covered his eyes with his hand, peeking through his fingers at the sexy and uninhibited girl, muttering, "Graceful and poised, disturbing my heart, steadfast and unmoving, guarding my heart as one." On the eastern side, the teacher leading the Hiroshima team angrily waved his fist, his face turning red with rage. "Baka! This is inhumane, how could he treat his opponent so cruelly?" Around the competition area, students and teachers from Shenzhou, Goryeo, and Dainan cast angry glances. Wasn't it brutal when the Easterners dealt with other students just now? Truly Eastern devils. You are the uncivilized beasts, the existence of the East is anti-human. The teacher from Hiroshima was nearly drowned in the spittle of the crowd, only able to howl in a frenzied manner. At that moment, a squad of order-maintaining soldiers approached, the leading officer holding a steel knife, saying, "Please be quiet and maintain order in the arena." The Hiroshima teacher immediately stood up, banging on the armrest of his chair, shouting, "Are you bullying us from the East?" Nearby Eastern teachers and students stood up, unable to contain their anger. But the Shenzhou people and Goryeo and Dainan people were just making noise too. "Why don't you stop them? Soga, why target our East?" An Eastern student tied a piece of something resembling a sanitary pad, mostly white with a red center, to his head, shouting, "Don't forget, this land beneath our feet is our homeland. What's wrong with us speaking here?" The officer raised his steel knife, pointing at the Eastern student, and said emphatically, "Kyushu Island has been part of our Shenzhou Empire since ancient times. It is a sacred and indivisible part of the empire. You are now suspected of inciting illegal speech that divides the empire, violating the relevant provisions of the empire's anti-secession law. I am now arresting you according to the law." After saying this, the officer looked at the agitated group of Easterners and took out his walkie-talkie, saying, "We have discovered Eastern students inciting division near Venue 1. My team will now apprehend them and request support." The Eastern group was in an uproar, but they seemed to be intimidated by the officer, only expressing their grievances about the unfair treatment by the Conquest Army, not daring to mention Kyushu Island again. Some Eastern students whispered, "Damn those people from Shenzhou, once our generation of Eastern geniuses grows up, we will definitely take back Kyushu." A nearby student said with a fierce look, "Take back Kyushu? If there's a chance to overthrow Shenzhou, our Eastern Army will definitely step into Shenzhou and slaughter the Shenzhou people to honor our Eastern martyrs." Before long, reinforcements from the Conquest Army arrived, and a team of soldiers walked directly into the Eastern group, taking away the student who was inciting division. The Eastern group was no longer as agitated as before. Instead, they looked fierce and venomous as they glared at the Conquest Army and other Shenzhou students. Lu Chen, under Li Yulong's beckoning, had returned to the podium. After sitting down, Li Yulong said to him, "Did you see that? This group of little devils is completely unyielding to the rule of the king. Although those devils are currently intimidated by the Conquest Army, just look at their fierce eyes, and you know they are not convinced." Li Yulong looked at the Eastern group and continued, "As long as they are given the opportunity to bully the weak, they will not hesitate to strike down those weaker than them. The entire nation of the East is like this. Once they grow strong, they will ultimately become a grave threat to our Shenzhou. So today, you are the big stick of our Shenzhou empire aimed at the East, to directly break the spine of the Easterners." Lu Chen fully agreed with Li Yulong's words. Only by thoroughly scaring and subduing these Easterners would they submit. This nation that bullies the weak only flatters those weaker than itself. He nodded and said, "Please rest assured, Great Protector, not a single Eastern student will walk out of the competition arena from under my gun." Li Yulong looked into the distance and said, "There is not much time left for the Empire to deal with surrounding threats. You younger generations need to grow up quickly." Lu Chen did not understand what Li Yulong meant and was about to ask when he was interrupted. "Shaoan, take a break and prepare well for the next match." Hearing this, Lu Chen had no choice but to comply. The second round of the competition had already begun. Godalowin faced none other than the Eastern swordsman who had cut the Goryeo student into 3 pieces in the first match of the previous round. He stood on the competition stage, his giant sword plunged into the ground, dramatically spreading his white cloak with both hands, looking imposing as he faced the Eastern swordsman. Tsukihara Tsukahachi, LV-49 occupation, bloodthirsty berserker. Tsukihara's 2 katana had black spots on them. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was congealed blood. He looked at Godalowin and said fiercely, "Shenzhou people? I miss your blood so much." Godalowin drew his giant sword and pointed it at Tsukihara, saying, "Killing you would really dirty my armor." The match began, and Tsukihara charged at Godalowin. Godalowin showed no fear and activated his golden shield. While Tsukihara was focused on the shield, he struck down on him. The giant sword struck Tsukihara hard. Although his shield was not broken, with the hit, Tsukihara found that he could not use any skills. Moreover, his movement speed was significantly reduced. Godalowin swung his giant sword and began to spin. In an instant, it was unclear whether the giant sword was spinning too fast, creating afterimages, or if several other energy-formed giant swords were also spinning. The spinning giant sword relentlessly struck down on Tofu Yuan, who was continuously battered by the golden light wrapped around the sword, causing his movement speed to slow down. Tofu Yuan wanted to create some distance, but he couldn't outrun Gedolin at all. A few seconds later, when Tofu Yuan was already at half health, he discovered that his skill was finally available for use. However, the golden shield on Gedolin exploded, and the shards of golden light struck Tofu Yuan, sealing him in place. Gedolin also stopped spinning, pointing a giant sword towards the sky, shouting, "Justice will prevail." The giant sword shot up into the sky, transforming into a massive golden sword 5 meters long and 1 meter wide, which then fell directly onto Tofu Yuan's head. Tofu Yuan, sealed in place, could only watch helplessly as the golden sword descended. Boom! The golden sword smashed Tofu Yuan into a pulp, the tremendous impact piercing through the arena and embedding deeply into the ground. As the golden light from the sword hit the ground, it instantly exploded. The golden light seemed to be at an extremely high temperature, turning Tofu Yuan's remains into a lump of black char. As the golden light faded, the giant sword returned to its original form. Gedolin stepped forward and effortlessly pulled out the giant sword, using the tip to poke at the black substance on the ground, saying, "Amir East Japan, what is there to fear?" The audience below was dumbfounded. Lu Chen had already shocked them by turning a real estate agent into dust with a single shot. Now, Gedolin's giant sword descending from the sky was even more astonishing. The Korean girl who had just fought Gedolin looked at him with fear and said, "If he hadn't held back just now, I would have probably turned into a pile of charcoal too." A nearby Korean student quietly agreed, "It's good to encounter students from the Divine Land. Even if we can't win, we won't lose our lives." Yeah, if we meet students from East Japan, we can only fight to the death. Their attacks are increasingly ruthless. Are you stupid? If you can't win, why not surrender? At that moment, the Korean team leader harshly knocked the student's head, saying, I think you're the real fool. This competition is like a battlefield. Think about it yourself. if the Divine Land Empire falls, can you and I escape the slaughter of East Japan? Gedelon strode down the competition stage amidst the cheers of the crowd. The referee, looking at the stage that had been smashed into a large hole, shook his head and sighed. Truly, one is more powerful than the other. At this rate, won't we have to fight and repair it each time? As soon as the referee finished speaking, a staff member walked onto the stage, waving a hand as a stream of earthy yellow energy floated towards the large hole in the ground. The hole created by Gedelon began to slowly recover, and Tofu Yuan's charred body was absorbed by this energy. A Japanese teacher, who was preparing to go on stage to collect Tofu Yuan's body, angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Destroying the evidence?" The staff member didn't even look at the Japanese teacher, calmly saying, "Just cleaning up the trash." The Japanese teacher, emotionally agitated, tried to climb onto the stage but was stopped by the order-maintaining troops nearby. Before long, the competition stage was cleaned up. The Japanese teacher was forcibly expelled from the venue, shouting some incomprehensible words in anger. Lu Chen, watching Gedelon's battle from the stage, still recognized his combat power. After this ended, Lu Chen looked towards other competition arenas. In one arena, a student from the Southern Kingdom was facing a burly man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He looked at Li Yulong in confusion and asked, "Great Protector, why is there a Westerner in this East Asian exchange competition?" Li Yulong laughed heartily and replied, "Have you heard of the East Japan Racial Optimization Plan?" Lu Chen shook his head. He had never heard of any racial optimization plan. Li Yulong continued, "After East Japan lost the Kyushu, they have always believed that the East Japan race has some racial disadvantages. So they initiated such a plan, and due to their hostility towards the Divine Land, they set their sights on introducing superior breeds from the Western countries, such as the United States, the Holy Nord Empire, and the Anglosphere Empire. They offered high salaries to bring men from these countries to the East, to engage in breeding work. At the same time, they dispatched a large number of female students abroad to seek out excellent males, to request breeding. Thus, we have the Eastern student with a Western face before you." Lu Chen was greatly shocked after hearing this. It was simply incomprehensible. "Great Protector, doesn't this mean that in a few years, the East will turn into a mixed nation?" Li Yulong nodded and said, "Pretty much, this place, the East, holds no significance for our Divine Land, but the people living here have always been one of the persistent threats surrounding our Divine Land. This country, this nation, many things are beyond the understanding of ordinary minds." Lu Chen looked towards the competition stage, where this Eastern mixed breed was actually a special transformation-type profession, a demon warrior. In the match, he transformed directly into a demon, wielding a serrated curved blade with great speed. The student from Great South quickly found it hard to defend, retreating step by step, and seeing he could not win, he raised his hands in surrender. However, the referee had just uttered the word match. That pitch-black serrated curved blade suddenly slashed out at an incredible speed, cleaving the opponent directly in half. Blood, internal organs, and filth scattered everywhere. Just as the healer was about to step forward, the left hand of the demon transformed into a black beast, lunging at the corpse and swallowing it whole. The flesh and blood turned into black energy, returning to the Eastern mixed breed, leaving him looking quite satisfied. The healer watched the scene before him and turned to look at the officer of the conquest army below the stage. The officer shook his head, signaling not to pursue the matter. In fact, the conquest army maintaining order on site had received orders that, aside from inciting divisive rhetoric, they should not easily arrest Eastern students. Not because the Great Protector was maintaining fairness between the East and other countries, but because capturing them would allow them to escape the fate of being killed. Thus, after comprehensive consideration, this order was given. Seeing the officer shake his head, the healer sighed and walked down from the competition stage. The surrounding students from Goryeo and Great South were extremely agitated, shouting to kill all the Easterners. Before long, it was Lu Chen's turn for the second round of competition. As always, he strode confidently towards the competition stage, and the students shouted fiercely at the Eastern team, demanding Lu Chen to avenge their classmate. Upon stepping onto the stage, his deep eyes fixed on a tall Eastern girl across from him. Uemura Mayo, LV-39, profession, Yada no Kagami messenger. The Eastern team below became lively upon seeing Uemura Mayo take the stage. I, the first witch of Hataka University, will definitely devour this so-called top freshman of Shindu University alive. Soga, Uemura is the pride of our East. I heard she has already trained 4 heads of the 8-headed serpent, and each one is a super monster that eats people without spitting out bones. Miss Uemura, please make sure to avenge our dear friend. The students from other countries nearby rolled their eyes and commented, Uemura Mayo? What a ridiculous name. The East truly is a barbaric and uncivilized place. At that moment, a male student from Goryeo laughed loudly, puffing out his chest. Ha, with such beauty, come on, face me head on. One of the Eastern girls across from him looked at him with disgust, raised her right hand, pinched her thumb and index finger towards the Goryeo boy, and scolded, "Impertinent guy, you're really short and fierce." The Goryeo boy instantly lost his composure, yelling as he tried to rush over, but was promptly stopped by his companions. "Aish! You dare say that again? Just watch me take you down." The situation below was on the verge of spiraling out of control, but was timely restrained by the conquest army. On the competition stage, Lu Chen held the Dragon of the Hurricane, gazing at the enchanting Yasuji Mayo before him. She looked at him playfully, and from her back sprouted 4 giant snakes, their heads curling around her head and reaching out towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, directly sheathing the Dragon of the Hurricane and spreading his arms wide. The audience below was puzzled. On the side of the Eastern team, someone exclaimed, "Baka, what is this guy doing? He actually put away his weapon. Doesn't he fear those 4 giant snakes? This guy must be enchanted by Miss Yasuji, having lost his will to fight, haha." The students from Goryeo and Dainan were also confused. They had no idea what this powerful envoy from Shenzhou was up to. "Gun God, please don't let your guard down. Envoy, although you look cool like this, please take down your opponent first." Gedalin watched Lu Chun from below, infatuated, muttering to himself, "I never knew there was such a way to show off. I've learned something today." The other Shenzhou students looked at Lu Chen with puzzled expressions. Only a few seemed to have heard of his exploits, saying, "I heard that he is called the Gun God not just because of his precise shooting and high damage, but because he possesses a formidable mastery of gun control. Right, I also heard that during the freshman competition at Chengdu University, he wielded hundreds of shotguns, sending his opponents flying from the east gate to the west gate." That's too exaggerated, that's simply impossible. However, just as Yasuji Miyo's 4 giant snakes, flicking their tongues and dripping saliva, reached for Lu Chen, 4 submachine guns appeared out of thin air, hovering in midair to confront them. The audience erupted in gasps. "Shiba, what they said is actually true, the envoy really has such magical skills. I think the envoy is being soft-hearted, they just said he had hundreds of shotguns, and he only used 4 submachine guns." The 4 fearless wild bulls faced off against the 4 giant snakes, and one of the wild bulls even raised its gun and knocked it against a snake's head. The giant snake looked incredulous, staring at the seemingly showboating submachine gun before it, then turned back to Yasuji Mayo with a look of grievance. Seeing this, Yasuji Mayo looked dissatisfied at the referee. "Referee, the match hasn't even started, and he attacked first, he committed a foul." The referee thought for a moment and said, "This behavior is considered pre-match provocation, which is a normal part of the competition and has not caused any substantial harm. Yasuji Mayo, I hereby warn you once, please do not slander your opponent." Yasuji Mayo was shocked, she couldn't believe it. Clearly, it was her opponent who struck her monster, yet she was the one being warned. The Eastern audience erupted in outrage. Facing such obvious favoritism, they exclaimed, "Clearly, it was the Shenzhou person who fouled. Why is my goddess Yasuji being warned? Is this the demeanor of a Shenzhou envoy? It's simply ridiculous." Lu Chen stared at the crowd and slowly spoke, "Shut up." After saying that, he turned his back to Yasuji Mayo. The Easterners were overjoyed, shouting, "Miss Yasuji, please swallow this arrogant Shenzhou person whole." Lu Chen looked at the conflicted referee and gently nodded, saying, "Let's begin." The referee had no choice but to announce the start of the match. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, under everyone's gaze, Lu Chen turned his back to Yasuji Mayo and slowly walked towards the edge of the competition area with his hands in his pockets. Just when the Easterners thought Lu Chen was stunned by Yasuji Miyo's 4 giant snakes, they saw the 4 hovering fearless wild bulls charge towards Yasuji Mayo. At that moment, Yasuji Miyo's pupils dilated as she looked in disbelief at the dense barrage of bullets before her. In an instant, thousands of bullets shot towards Yasuji Mayo, and the 4 giant snakes were instantly blown apart, turning her into a sieve. However, the attack did not end. As the bullets continued to hit, they were like man-eating locusts, leaving no trace of existence wherever they went. Lu Chen had reached the edge of the competition arena. He lifted his foot to step forward but then stopped. Turning to look at the referee finally reacted and said, "The match is over. Lu Chen wins." Only then did he step down from the arena. The shocked crowd began to react, erupting in cheers. "Oh my god, he really is as handsome as they say. A real man, hands in pockets, never looking back at the explosions." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen thought it made some sense and replied, "That's true, I'll show you all in the next round." At this, a group of girls blushed, not expecting the gun god to respond to them. He truly was a fan-favorite good man. "Oh my god, with that said, I'm actually looking forward to it. If I get the chance, I really want to team up with him." Meanwhile, in the east, There was silence. Just moments ago, they had been shouting about wanting to swallow Lu Chen whole, but now it felt like a lump in their throats, harder to swallow than history itself. At this moment, students from the Central Plains began to mock them. Damn little devils, speak up. Weren't you all so arrogant? Didn't you want to taste the blood of our Central Plains people and swallow our flesh? Aren't you tough anymore? Lu Chen did not linger and directly returned to the podium. Although he had just killed 2 students from the East, he felt that today's exchange competition should not end here. If it were just a ring match, then his efficiency in gaining military merit was too low. It had taken so long to earn just 2 points. He looked at Li Yulong and asked, "Great Protector, the exchange competition can't just be this, right? Otherwise, there are too many students from the East left." Li Yulong said, "Don't worry, you'll know soon." Lu Chen did not pay much attention to the subsequent matches, and it seemed that the East had begun to fear him. In the next 3 rounds, a student from Luzon and 2 students from the East directly admitted defeat as soon as they stepped onto the stage. He didn't even get a chance to fire his gun and looked helplessly at Li Yulong. "Great Protector, this isn't my fault, they are scared." Li Yulong smiled and said softly, "That's exactly what we want, now it's time to reap these East students." The adjutant glanced at Li Yulong, received a nod, and picked up the microphone to announce, "Now, the first 5 rounds of the exchange competition are over. The contestants who successfully passed the first 5 rounds will start the Secret Realm treasure hunt this afternoon, and the final results will be ranked according to the Secret Realm points. I will distribute the specific details to each team leader, so please prepare well." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen realized there was a Secret Realm segment. Li Yulong smiled and stood up, saying to Lu Chen and Gao Chang, "Xiao Gao, bring your 2 students, let's have a meal together." Gao Chang quickly agreed and called over Godalawan, and then the group returned to the Protectorate. Inside the Protectorate, in a reception room, Li Yulong personally welcomed the 3. Once the dishes were served, he invited everyone to start eating. Gao Cheng thought for a moment and then asked, "Great Protector, this afternoon's Secret Realm treasure hunt, is it going to?" At this point, Gao Cheng gestured across his neck. Seeing this, Li Yulong smiled and placed a piece of chicken wing in Gao Cheng's bowl, saying, "Eat your vegetables first. Xiao Gao, why are you in such a hurry?" Gao Cheng still did not pick up his chopsticks and said, "If that's the case, we won't be able to control the casualties inside. Great Protector, please think twice." Li Yulong picked up a piece of chicken leg and placed it in Godalawan's bowl, asking, "Are you afraid?" Godalawan immediately sat up straight and said, "I will charge forward without retreating." Li Yulong smiled and said, "That's the spirit." With a loud bang, Gao Cheng stepped on Gedalin's foot under the table. Gedalin gritted his teeth against the pain and bit into a piece of chicken. Gao Cheng scolded, "Eat, eat, eat, that's all you know how to do." Li Yulong watched silently, then picked up a chicken head and placed it in Lu Chen's bowl. Before Li Yulong could say anything, Lu Chen grabbed a slice of roast duck and said, "Great Protector, this duck on the plate can't be allowed to fly away." Gao Cheng slammed the table and pretended to be angry. "Is it obvious that you 2 are in cahoots? You still don't know how many rewards, dangers there are in the Secret Realm, and you 2 are eager to go, aren't you?" Li Yulong laughed heartily and said, "If you ask me, your awareness isn't even as high as these 2 students of yours." Gao Cheng forced a smile. "What are you talking about? I'm just worried about their safety." Gedalin said seriously, "Please rest assured, leader, we will not disgrace our mission, even if it means going through fire and water." Gao Chang, with a stern face, picked up a large piece of ginger and stuffed it into Gedalin's mouth, scolding, "Can you speak properly? If you can't, just eat." Gedalin painfully spat out the ginger and, under Gao Cheng's warning, dared not speak again. Gao Cheng turned his gaze to Lu Chen and said, "And you, the duck on the plate can't fly away? If it really flies, do you have bullets to shoot it?" After saying this, Gao Cheng looked at Li Yulong, immediately changing his expression, smiling as he continued, "Great Protector, you agree, right?" Li Yulong took a sip of tea and said, "Gao Cheng, you know I never shortchange my soldiers." Gao Cheng quickly replied, "Of course, the Great Protector's care for his subordinates is well known." Then, Li Yulong turned to Lu Chen and said sternly, "But I just gave you 20,000 medium magic crystals, and you already squandered them?" Just as Lu Chen was about to explain, Gao Cheng raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Great Protector, you have to speak with a clear conscience. You've given Shaoan quite a bit of work these past 2 days. One moment it's Shaoan, telling me to beat those Eastern Yamato assassins hard. The next moment it's this little brat being a genius from the East, and you want me to take him out. I remember that. You can't just let a thoroughbred run without feeding it grass." Li Yulong said seriously, "Shaoan hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already getting anxious." After saying this, he turned to Lu Chen and smiled, "Shaoan, your firepower is indeed fierce, and I know this artillery business costs money. So, later I'll have logistics supplement you with another 20,000 medium magic crystals. However, if you can't take out all the Eastern students in the secret realm, don't blame me, Oldly, for cursing." Seeing this, Gao Cheng quickly said, "Great Protector, there's still one more." Li Yulong ignored Gao Chang and looked at Gedalin, saying, "You, on the other hand, are a good comrade, not that costly, right? So, I'll give you a string of life pearls. If you successfully complete the mission, I'll award you an Imperial Honor Medal. Of course, higher-level medals will depend on your performance, and the military merits earned during the mission will be multiplied by 10, okay?" Upon hearing this, Gao Cheng picked up a chicken wing from his bowl and looked at Lu Chen and Gedalin, saying, "You two are getting too bold, I can't manage you anymore. Great Protector, you take care of them." Li Yulong punched Gao Cheng on the shoulder, laughing as he scolded, "Now you can eat, right?" Gao Cheng smiled and served Li Yulong a piece of chicken but, saying, "Great Protector, eat up, I remember you love this chicken tail." Soon, lunch ended, and the adjutant brought a small box and a string of green bracelets, identical to the one given yesterday. At Li Yulong's gesture, the adjutant directly handed the box to Lu Chen. Li Yulong said, "Shaoan, this time in the secret realm operation, don't be careless. If you can ensure the safety of our students from Shenzhou, I hope you can put in more effort." Lu Chen got up to take the box and said, "Please rest assured, Great Protector, I will definitely complete the task." Li Yulong let the three of them rest in the reception room for a while, as he needed to handle some matters first. Gao Cheng saw Li Yulong leave and said to Lu Chen, "The benefits have been secured for you. But when the Great Protector wants to keep you, you must not agree, do you hear me?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "But Director Gao, I am at a disadvantage here. If the Great Protector insists on keeping me, how can I refuse?" Gao Cheng said seriously, "Just say your studies are heavy and you need to return early to catch up on your coursework." At this moment, Godalowin chimed in, "Director Gao, we don't have any coursework, do we?" Gao Cheng looked at Godalowin and said, "Of course you do. You have homework right now, go home and process 10,000 doses of motherwort." Godalowin asked in confusion, "Director Gao, are you on your period? Why so much?" Gao Cheng gritted his teeth and said, "Shut up." Lu Chen laughed and said, "Don't worry, Director, after this exchange competition, I will go back with you. I still have to complete my second transition." Lu Chen then shifted the topic, saying, "But you see, I am already a 25th rank noble, and I have participated in military actions to repel that so-called rogue ghost leader from the East Japan. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to return to the preparatory class, would it?" Gao Cheng nodded, then shook his head and said, "No, you little brat are learning pretty quickly, using what I taught you on me." Gao Cheng continued, "Alright, when we go back, I will give you some entry tickets for practice dungeons. You can grind for experience and hurry up with your second transition, and then you will be directly admitted." After that, the three of them lay on a sofa to rest for a while, and only got up to head to Xinhai Square when the guard came to notify them. Upon arriving at the square, many people had already gathered there. When everyone saw Lu Chen and his group, they automatically made way for them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the three walked straight to the center of the square. At that moment, a group of East Japan students blocked their way, led by a professional demon warrior from East Japan. He spoke up, "I am Meisun Daxiangwen. It's a pity that I didn't get to meet you in the previous match. My demonic power has lost the nourishment of your flesh and blood, a genius from the divine land." Godalowin quickly stepped forward, looking down at his phone as he walked at the front of the three, seemingly ignoring the group of East Japan students, and bumped straight into them. His tall frame knocked several East Japan students, including Meisun Daxiangwen, to the ground, and only then did he innocently lift his head. Gao Cheng scolded, "Godalowin, how do you walk? Didn't you see a few blocking your way? You just kept pushing forward." Godalowin shrugged helplessly and said, "As the saying goes, a good dog doesn't block the way. I didn't expect these East Japan to be such inferior dogs." Gao Cheng laughed, putting an arm around one person's shoulder, leading Lu Chen and Godalowin forward. Originally, Lu Chen was already being watched by everyone, and now the East Japan students had embarrassed themselves in front of the crowd. "Ha, I thought they were tough, but they're just a bunch of barking. If you ask me, if he had met Lu Chen just now, he could have left with a complete bone. I would eat history upside down. They really don't know how to die. With this kind of courage and strength, they dare to shout here, and after being humiliated, they don't even dare to make a sound." Meisun Zhang Tailing seemed to be enraged by the crowd and suddenly got up from the ground, shouting angrily, "Divine land people, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Once we enter the secret realm, I will blood sacrifice each of you to my Amaterasu demon." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately began to argue back with the East Japan students. "You've got guts, go tell Lu Chen that. Now that he's gone, you're talking tough. Damn it, little chick, I'll send you all to meet your Amaterasu deity one by one." Lu Chen and the others did not linger and went directly to the center of Zhenhai Square, where two enormous teleportation gates stood. Li Yulong and a group of officers were waiting in front of the two gates for the contestants to arrive. Gao Chang stood in front of a red teleportation gate with Lu Chen and Goduluan, while some students from Shenzhou, Goryeo, and Dainan spontaneously gathered on this side. On the other side, in front of the blue teleportation gate, Mei Sun Daxiangwen was with a group of students from Dongying and Luyang, following a heavily tattooed man. Mei Sun was saying something to the tattooed man, and the students over there turned their attention toward Lu Chen. While the secret realm had not yet begun, Gao Chang handed two documents to the two, saying, "I almost forgot to give you these, but the secret realm information isn't much to look at, just some monster levels and distributions. These small monsters should be minor issues for you. But one thing to note, the final boss is quite powerful. Shaoan should have no problem facing it, but Goduluan, your primary task is to prevent the people from Dongying from stealing the monsters. Secret realm monsters do not drop loot, they only drop additional point items." Lu Chen took the documents. The secret realm used for today's exchange competition was the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb covered a vast area, recorded as 64 square kilometers. Within the Sword Tomb, the monster levels increased from the outside to the center. The lowest level monsters on the outer edge were level 29, while the highest level monsters in the central area reached level 59, with the final boss at level 60. This difficulty was not fair for contestants entering the second stage, as some participating students were in the level 29 group. However, fairness no longer mattered, as this exchange competition was not meant to select the strongest through fair competition. After a while, all the participating students had arrived, and Li Yulong's adjutant spoke up. "Quiet, we will now proceed to the second stage of the exchange competition, the Sword Tomb Secret Realm. In the Sword Tomb, there are several ways to earn points. Please actively gather points, as they will serve as the basis for the final ranking." At this moment, the students below were eager to participate, filled with anticipation for the upcoming competition. Adjutant Wei continued to explain the ways to earn points. The first way is to kill monsters for points. Level 29 monsters yield 2 points, level 39 yield 3 points, and levels 49 to 59 follow suit. The second way is to kill the final boss for 1000 points. The points will be distributed based on damage dealt by the final killer, and the token dropped by the final boss can also earn 1000 points. The last way, in this stage of the exchange competition, is to defeat contestants from opposing factions, earning between 20 to 50 points depending on their level. When the last method of earning points was announced, the students below, although they had already guessed some of it, were still greatly shocked. The points for defeating opposing faction contestants were actually 10 times that of killing wild monsters. Moreover, everyone knew what defeating meant. To prevent anyone from lingering at the edge of the secret realm, farming points from low-level monsters, a containment system has been implemented. Once the competition begins, the containment circle will continuously shrink. Remaining outside the circle will result in ongoing damage from the will of heaven. Additionally, for every member of a team defeated, the entire team will lose 10 points. According to the list, there are 520 contestants entering this exchange competition's second stage. Among them, students from Shenzhou and Dongying are the most numerous. Thus, we will divide into the Shenzhou Red Team and the Dongying Blue Team, with other countries' contestants assigned based on data. Goryeo and Dainan will join the Red Team, while Luyang will join the Blue Team. Now, you have 10 minutes to prepare. As soon as Adjutant Wei finished speaking, students who had not yet formed teams immediately went to their respective factions. Under the organization of the Protectorate, both sides had equal numbers, with 260 participants each. On the Red Team, everyone had witnessed Lu Chen's strength, and their confidence was soaring. "Eastern Barbarian, make sure to clean your necks later, your grandpa's knife is quick, and I guarantee you'll die without pain. Ha, with a gun god like this on our side, those mere Eastern rats are nothing to fear." On the Blue Team, the Eastern students were also boasting, unwilling to back down. "What a load of nonsense about a gun god, he's just a protected chick under the rules. Compared to our Eastern New Generation's top ninja, His Highness Koingorin, that's the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Sucka, and we also have our noble-blooded Kosun Kun, whose demonic power is enough to take out this so-called gun god in one hit." Both sides were clamoring, making a huge racket, while Li Yulong watched everything with a smile. Takashiro gave a few last pieces of advice before leaving the team to go to the teacher's rest area. Facing the impending secret realm, Lu Chen no longer dawdled. Holding the Hurricane Dragon, he summoned 4 fearless wild bulls. After Vice Officer Wei announced the start of the match, Lu Chen was the first to enter the teleportation portal. Upon entering, he felt as if he were flying in the air, surrounded by a vast whiteness, unable to see anything clearly. After a while, he felt his feet touch the ground, and the surrounding white gradually faded. The scenery around him began to clarify. He was in a wilderness, with yellow sand swirling everywhere. Giant stones shaped like long swords were embedded in the ground, forming a stone forest. Lu Chen opened the mini-map and found himself looking down on this secret realm from a god's perspective. 520 people were completely scattered, dispersed around the periphery of the sword tomb. As he ventured deeper into the stone forest surrounding the sword tomb, he saw a massive black sword thrusting diagonally into the earth. According to the map's scale, the remaining one-third of the sword's blade above ground was about 400 to 500 meters long. Lu Chen marveled at what kind of colossal creature could wield such a sword in battle. The competitors on the map were even marked with different factions, distinguished by red and blue colors. He looked at the hurricane dragon in his hand, smiled, and put it away, replacing it with the Wrath of the King. Although the ultimate skill of the Wrath of the King was still on cooldown, taking out a couple of small enemies was still a piece of cake. Looking at the map again and observing carefully, he discovered an excellent sniping position. Under the protection of the 4 fearless wild bulls, Lu Chen arrived at his destination. Still on the outskirts of the sword tomb, a few small stone golems he encountered were silently dealt with by the Wrath of the King. The destination was a high point where a giant sword-shaped stone stood tall. Lu Chen blinked onto the giant sword stone. The space on top was ample enough for him to lie down. Although the sky was filled with yellow sand, it was unaffected under the hunter's vision of the Death Hunter goggles. He aimed at a blue dot on the minimap and saw an Eastern girl struggling to move forward, her mouth and nose covered with a scarf. The Eastern girl was constantly complaining in her heart about why this secret realm had to be filled with such swirling yellow sand. Staying in such an environment for even a moment was a great harm to her skin. However, as Lu Chen pulled the trigger, a bullet from nearly a kilometer away resolved her troubles. Red team kills one member of the blue team. The blue team loses 10 points. Red team's Lu Chen achieves the first kill, earning 100 points. Leaderboard, first place, Lu Chen 152 points, second place, Koingoran 6 points. Just after Lu Chen killed the Eastern girl, a secret realm notification appeared before everyone. At that moment, Gedalin had just encountered a small stone golem on the outskirts and complained, "I just ran into a monster, and that guy Shaoan has already achieved the first kill. What a freak." At this moment, most of the other red team students were also encountering small monsters for the first time, and the sudden pop-up notification startled many. One warrior even got hit in the face by a chunk of rock because he was too focused on the notification. "Damn it, Shaoan 66. Ouch, that stone giant, no honor in battle, ambushing me." On the blue team side, despair reigned. Aside from Xian Yuangong Luanren, who had killed 8 stone giants and still had points left after deducting 10, the scores of the other blue team students had all turned negative. "Baka, that bastard, he came in and started hunting us right away. Damn it, I just killed a stone giant, and my score turned into -8. However, before they could continue their complaints, the secret realm notifications rang out one after another. Red team killed one blue team member, all blue team members lose 10 points. Red team killed one blue team member, all blue team members lose 10 points. The secret realm notifications rang out 4 times in a row, and at this point, all blue team students' scores had turned negative, with the vast majority of those who hadn't earned points yet now at -50. Meanwhile, in the command center of the exchange competition, Deputy Wei connected a call to Li Yulong. "Great Protector, Lu Chen has made his move. He has already killed 5 students from the east." Li Yulong was on his way to a meeting when he heard Deputy Wei's words and chuckled, "This Shaoan really lives up to the supplies I gave him. Alright, if he stirs up any big commotion later, contact me again." In the secret realm, Lu Chen had already put away his gun. Although the position was excellent, there were no red team students in sight anymore. The stone forest at the edge of the secret realm had no insurmountable barriers, nor were there better sniping positions. He had no choice but to delve deeper into the stone forest, quietly eliminating small monsters with his King's Fury to avoid revealing his position. Level 29 stone giants and level 39 stone forest guardians posed no difference before King's Fury. They were all taken down with a single shot. After walking for a while, he saw a pink light arrow rise into the air not far away. The arrow exploded in the sky, and a massive cherry blossom appeared mid-air. Lu Chen smiled, "This little Japanese kid is quite clever, knowing that I'm wasting time killing them one by one, and actually gathered them." He didn't act rashly but found a concealed spot made of several stacked boulders to observe the blue team's movements on the minimap. Sure enough, after the cherry blossom signal appeared, many blue team members began to move towards the signal's origin. Most red team members moved away from the signal's source, while some red team members, upon encountering each other, banded together to try to scout this bold blue team member. Gedalin was among these people, having gathered 8 red team members. Everyone, in the secret realm, our priority is to kill the Japanese. If they are weak, annihilate them. If they are strong, encircle and cut off their reinforcements. We must not let them gather and head towards the center of the secret realm. The other red team members were somewhat intimidated by Gedelin's words and nodded in agreement. Under Gedelin's leadership, they headed towards the cherry blossom signal source. Just as they approached the blue team, a druid observed the situation of the blue team through a summon creature. Gedelin, there are over 20 of the Japanese ahead, we should go around. As soon as he finished speaking, a nearby rock seemed to be struck by something and shattered instantly. With the rock being hit, a masked figure fell to the ground. Red team killed one blue team member, all blue team members lose 10 points. Gedelin's team looked in shock at the corpse, and only after hearing the secret realm notification did they react. Damn, that's an outer lookout for the Japanese. Who just killed that Japanese? Do we even need to ask? It must be the gun god Luchin. Gedelin seemed to think of something and immediately shouted, "Everyone, initiate the attack." The druid wanted to say something, but a nearby warrior patted him on the back. Do you know what we're doing right now? Just like last night, it's a bait. The druid then realized, thinking of Luchin hiding nearby, and said no more. He transformed into a giant bear, and 5 clouds of black mist appeared around him, transforming into 5 crows that flew towards the blue team. Gedelin's squad maintained a tight formation. Although they advanced quickly, they kept the 4 ranged and support members protected in the middle of the group. Many arrows and magic orbs flew forward, regardless of whether they could hit their targets. As long as they were fired, that was enough. On the blue team's side, they initially wanted to wait for a few more teammates to gather, but upon discovering Gedelin's squad attacking, they immediately launched a counterattack. Several blue team students appeared in front of Gedelin, but before they could engage, within 4 to 5 seconds, a few bullets pierced their heads, leaving only one student from the east fleeing quickly. Luchin was not far away, perched on a large rock, with a fearless bison standing guard beside him. Although the Wrath of the King forced a basic attack speed lock at 100%, its base attack speed had significantly increased with a +3 enhancement. The Wrath of the King had an extremely slow attack speed, originally only 0.25 shots per second, but each enhancement increased the base attack speed by 0.25. After 3 enhancements, its base attack speed reached 1 shot per second. Unfortunately, the active effect of the Wrath of the King still had an extraordinarily long cooldown of 21 hours after enhancement, with only 7 hours left until it was ready again, making it unlikely to be used in this secret realm. The highest level of these blue team students was only level 59, and the normal damage of the Wrath of the King could reach tens of millions. Without special protective measures, it could almost guarantee a one-hit kill. Seeing that one person had escaped, Gedelin immediately ordered several attackers to engage, but most of their shots missed, and the arrows that did hit did not cause fatal damage, allowing the east student to escape. The druid said, "I suspect this guy was intentionally let go by Shawan. My crows have spotted that a few members of that blue team are retreating towards us." Gedelin recalled the rumors in school that Luchin had seemingly set a record for the Dark Forest dungeon shortly after entering school, relying on a terrifying artillery skill. Whether it was the Goblin Vanguard Squad or the Goblin King's camp, hundreds of goblins had been instantly obliterated by the bombardment. Could he really be planning to bombard this group of little devils? Luchin naturally saw the status of the blue team on the minimap, blinked forward, and quickly closed the distance. Once within range, he immediately unleashed the inferno of artillery. Countless shells rained down from the sky, landing in the blue team's formation. Although some activated shields in time, these weak protections were completely unable to withstand the dense bombardment. Gedelin had only heard of Luchin's astonishing artillery skill but had never seen it in action. From a distance, although the sandy environment made it hard to see clearly, the tremors of the earth and the deafening explosions left him greatly shocked. Shawan is truly a god, a warrior unmatched by 1,000 troops. As the magic circle appeared, the druid controlled the crows to quickly retreat, using their vision to witness the horrific slaughter from the air. This is too terrifying. Anyone under this bombardment would be blown to smithereens. Gedelin nodded and said, "In the blink of an eye, thousands of troops are turned to dust. Red team kills one blue team member, blue team loses 10 points. The secret realm dungeon notifications kept flashing on the screen, and soon nearly 30 blue team students had been killed. The members of the Gathering team were all shocked by the speed of the screen notifications. Each message that popped up meant that a Japanese soldier had been killed, and the entire blue team lost 10 points. At this moment, Xianyuan Ganluanwen had already entered the level 39 monster area and had killed over 10 stone forest guardians. His score had just reached 45, but suddenly, after this wave of notifications, it dropped to -285 points. What a bunch of fools. Useless. They actually send signals in such an obvious way. Baka, Karor. Even in death, you have to drag me down, you are the disgrace of the East. Xian Yuan Ganluanren thought for a long time and decided to ignore the others, prioritizing his journey to the center of the secret realm to be the first to enter the sword tomb and kill the final boss. At this moment, Gadarin suddenly remembered Gao Cheng's words, leaving the task of dealing with the Japanese soldiers to Lu Chen, while he was responsible for ensuring that the final boss was not seized by the Japanese. He then said to his team members, "In this dungeon, our main task is to kill the Japanese. Lu Chen is working hard, and we can't hold him back." He looked at the druid and said, "Sun Hao, I have a request." Sun Hao's eyes were now pale, the black pupils sliding down from above, as if he had just retracted the crow's vision. "Speak." Gadarin continued, "I hope you can use your crows to notify the other red team members along the outskirts of the secret realm, urging them to quickly head to the center of the secret realm, the sword tomb. Let the lower-level students try to group up as much as possible, and if the situation is dangerous, let them follow the encirclement, moving left along the inner side of the encirclement. I will send someone to assist them." Sun Hao roughly understood Gadarin's intentions but still asked, "Are we going to the sword tomb to ambush the strong from the east? Isn't that very dangerous for you?" Gadarin's gaze was firm as he said, "Though we may die, we have nothing to fear." Although Sun Hao was moved by Gadarin, he still retorted, "Speak properly, we'll still be friends after we go out. I'm off now." At that moment, an assassin said, "Old dog, I'm going with you." Sun Hao laughed and scolded, "My mom won't let me play with illiterates." But the two still left the team, bickering as they quickly ran off in the direction indicated by the crows. The remaining few looked at Gadarin. Gadarin wanted to say something more but was interrupted by a warrior. "Stop being so pretentious, it makes us look uncultured. If we were afraid of death, we wouldn't have come to this exchange competition. Let's go." Gadarin didn't mind and said to the warrior, "Qin Hongjin, I have a request for you." Qin Hongjin waved his hand and said, "I told you not to speak like that. Normally, I wouldn't want to go, but I have a sense of the bigger picture. I know what this competition is for, I'm leaving." After saying that, Qin Hongjin headed in the direction of Sun Hao and the assassin. Gadarin looked towards Qin Hongjin's direction and slowly began to speak. "The wind is howling." Bang! Just as Gadarin was about to recite a poem, a bullet struck a rock a few meters behind him, startling him. "Damn, there's an assassin." The others, instead of being afraid, burst into laughter, all looking towards the direction the bullet had come from, knowing it was Lu Chen. Gadarin cursed Lu Chen in his heart for lacking martial ethics, and after leading everyone around the area where the white phosphorus bombs were burning, they headed towards the sword tomb. Lu Chen put away his sniper rifle. At this moment, he had already discovered on the mini-map that Gadarin's team had split into two parts. The team with only 2 members was quickly heading towards other red dots, with one person following behind them, while Gadarin's group was moving towards the center of the secret realm. Lu Chen didn't care about the ranking in the exchange competition, it was just that Li Yulong had given him too much. If he didn't finish off the Japanese soldiers, he wouldn't feel at ease taking that money. At this moment, a red dot on the mini-map was rapidly approaching Lu Chen. He zoomed out to the larger map and found that it was actually a crow. The crow flew in front of Lu Chen and surprisingly spoke human words. "Don't worry about hunting the enemy, leave the rest to us." Lu Chen smiled at the crow as it flew away and said, "Be careful." He checked the nearby blue dots. After the recent bombardment, there were no blue dots approaching this way, as everyone was moving towards the sword tomb. He looked at the king's fury in front of him, stowed away a fearless wild bull, and used gunfighting techniques to control the large sniper rifle hovering in front of him. Lu Chen excitedly gazed at the 1-meter-long sniper rifle, lifted his leg to straddle the stock, and held onto the gun body. The king's fury swayed slightly, producing a metallic whirring sound. He looked at the sniper rifle, wondering if he had gained weight, hoping not to damage this treasure. However, as the king's fury slowly rose, it dispelled Lu Chen's concerns. 3 fearless wild bulls approached, no longer moving back and forth, but instead blocking his path. This surprised Lu Chen. These guns felt increasingly strange after their upgrade. Could this be what they called gun spirits? He controlled the king's fury to rise a bit higher, and the 3 fearless wild bulls followed suit. Lu Chen looked at the 3 dark gun muzzles and jokingly scolded, "Are you still going to rebel against your master?" The 3 guns immediately turned their muzzles around, pointing their butts at Lu Chen, yet still blocking his way. He laughed and patted the stocks of the 3 guns, saying, "You're too small, I can't bring myself to use you. We'll talk later. Let's go." Only then did the 3 guns move aside, resuming their back and forth motion. Because the guns had a basic attack speed bonus while moving, Lu Chen had already given this command using gunfighting techniques. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded in the secret realm. a young man sitting on a large sniper rifle, accompanied by 3 submachine guns, flying rapidly over the stone forest. Li Yulong sat in a conference room somewhere, looking down at the real-time footage sent from the command center. Opposite him was a woman in a kimono, her face painted white, with exaggerated red lips, a woman from the east. He glanced at the screen on his phone, chuckled softly, and muttered to himself, "Damn it, a person shouldn't, at least not like this." The woman in the kimono noticed Li Yulong was engrossed in his phone, even laughing at it, and said with a hint of sarcasm, I didn't expect that the Grand Protector of the Great Shenzhou Empire would be such a frivolous person. Truly laughable." At this moment, Li Yulong closed his phone, looked up at the East woman, and said, "Please note, I am the Grand Protector of the Great Shenzhou Empire, the Protector of the Woku. And madam, you wouldn't want your husband to know about the imminent annihilation of the East students, would you?" This woman in the kimono was none other than the current Queen of the East. She had been vigorously promoting this exchange competition with the young bureaucrats of the East, and upon hearing Li Yulong's words, she was taken aback. She had considered the possibility of heavy losses for the East team in this exchange competition, but she firmly believed that the East students, determined to fight to the death, would surely carve out a piece of flesh from the new generation of Shenzhou. This was because her youngest son, Kainin no Miya, was one of the few SS-level illusion ninjas in the East in recent years. However, Li Yulong's resolute statement about the imminent annihilation of the East team made this elegant East beauty begin to worry about her son's safety. Grand Protector Li, although the Great Shenzhou Empire is powerful, the participants in this exchange competition are all young newcomers. If you believe that Shenzhou can annihilate my East team, can I also assume that the East has the strength to annihilate Shenzhou? Upon hearing this, Li Yulong leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and slowly replied, "Madam, hasn't the Dark Department reported the action results to you?" The Queen furrowed her brow. The Dark Department's mission this time was a significant failure. With over 200 people, only the leader of the Yinmolo Ghost team, Steelgate Kyotaro, surviving. Moreover, he had escaped after being severely injured, using a substitute talisman. She composed herself, smiled, and said, "I'm not clear on the Dark Department's actions." "What? Is there cooperation between the Heavenly King and Protector Li?" Li Yulong looked at the Eastern Queen, who was forcing herself to appear calm, and said, "Yes, your husband has sent me a great gift, over 200 elite Dark Department members, just like that, sent to their deaths." Upon hearing this, the Queen did not want to continue the topic and said, "What does this have to do with today's exchange competition? I see that Protector Li still agrees with our proposal, right? Return the Hiroshima leased land, and I will have the Eastern team stand down." Li Yulong took a drag from his cigarette, clapped his hands, and laughed. "Madam, do you know? That night, among the ambushing Dark Department team, there were students participating in today's competition. And the one who severely injured Steelgate Kyotaro was precisely this student." The Queen scoffed and said, "Kyotaro is a level 149 powerhouse. I can't believe what you're saying." Li Yulong did not explain, quietly smoking while watching the Eastern Queen. The Queen felt uneasy under Li Yulong's gaze. After thinking for a moment, she took out her phone and called the Dark Department. After a brief exchange in a foreign language, the Queen trembled as she hung up the phone. She looked at Li Yulong in disbelief and said, "What do you want to do?" Li Yulong extinguished his cigarette and said, "I've said it long ago, the Eastern team is about to be completely annihilated." The Queen's psychological defenses were completely shattered. At this moment, she was only worried about her son's safety. She anxiously said, "Spare my son, and we can talk." Li Yulong tapped his fingers on the table and said, "Then it depends on your sincerity, madam." The Queen closed her eyes, gently loosened her waist sash, and her kimono became a bit looser. "If the Great Protector wants it, take it." With her eyes closed, the Queen heard footsteps slowly approaching her. Fearing for her son and what was to come, tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. As the footsteps grew closer, her emotions changed dramatically, even beginning to feel a bit of anticipation. After all, the Heavenly King now spent all his days researching plans to conquer the Divine Land, and even when he occasionally felt inclined, it was to seek out those young and beautiful concubines. It had been a long time since he had visited her chamber. At that moment, the footsteps stopped in front of her, and Li Yulong's voice rang in her ears. "You ugly creature, looking quite hideous, but thinking quite beautifully. I, the first handsome man of the 9 provinces, am you worthy?" The Queen opened her eyes in shock, seeing Li Yulong placing a treaty in front of her, the Hiroshima Demilitarization Agreement. Forgetting her earlier loss of composure, the Queen slammed her hand on the table and tore the treaty to shreds. "Rude fellow, my Eastern country will never accept this so-called demilitarization agreement." Li Yulong shook his head, took out his phone, and spoke to the soldiers outside, "Bring in all the printed agreements." Shortly after, a soldier, accompanied by Eastern guards, brought in a stack of treaty copies and placed them on the table. Li Yulong casually took a stack and threw it in front of the queen, sternly saying, "Take your time tearing it up. By the time you're done, your son will be about to meet his fate." The queen looked at the disordered papers in front of her, feeling a deep sense of helplessness wash over her. Li Yulong did not stay in the conference room, leaving with the soldiers without looking back. In the secret realm, Lu Chen was gradually adapting to the feeling of flying with the king's fury in the air. However, just as he attacked an Eastern student, the recoil from the gun nearly caused him to fall off. After this experience, he switched the shooting mode of the king's fury to controlled shooting mode, letting the fearless bison handle these Eastern devils. At this moment, Lu Chen, flying in the air, approached a small group of students from the East Japan and discovered that the East Japan student he had encountered was among them. On the ground, Mei's son Shangtao was feeling very frustrated. Since entering the secret realm, his score had remained in the negative and was continuously decreasing. Moreover, along the way, apart from some wild monsters, he hadn't encountered a single student from the red team. The 4 blue team students beside him were also lamenting, occasionally complaining. A student from the Philippines sighed and said, "What's the point of continuing in this secret realm? I'm already over negative 400 points." Mei's son Shangtao was extremely annoyed, and seeing that the one complaining was a student from the Philippines, he could no longer suppress his emotions and turned around to kick him. The Filipino student, caught off guard, was kicked away. Struggling to get up, the kicked student, lacking any backbone, bowed and apologized to Mei's son Shangtao. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that." However, Mei's son Shangtao showed no signs of stopping, grabbing his hair and delivering a harsh knee strike to his face. "Baka, the ideal of East Asian co-prosperity is being buried by trash like you." Just as Mei's son Shangtao was in a rage, the other team members were surprised to see a submachine gun appear behind his head. The blue team members nervously raised their hands, pointing at the back of Mei's son Shangtao's head, trembling as they said, Mei son Kuan, behind you." Mei's son Shangtao, still furious, replied, "Behind me, there's the support of the queen. It's just hitting a Filipino student. What are you afraid of?" However, upon seeing the terrified expressions on their faces, he seemed to sense something was wrong and was about to turn around. Day. Dense bullets pierced through his head. The other blue team students wanted to escape, but they saw 2 more submachine guns charging towards them from the air. In just a breath, the small blue team squad was completely wiped out. Lu Chen, from a distance, sat on the king's fury studying the mini-map. At this moment, if he flew diagonally west from the south, he would encounter the most blue team students along the way. Without hesitation, he sped towards his predetermined direction. All the while, he only watched from afar as 3 fearless wild bulls charged towards a group of blue team students. When he reached the eastern side of the secret realm, the blue team had already lost 68 students. Moreover, with the efforts of Sun Hao and others, many red team students had gathered together, resolutely heading towards the sword mound in the center of the secret realm. Lu Chen adjusted his angle and set off again from the western part of the secret realm, flying north. By this time, many blue team students had realized Lu Chen was hunting them, so they no longer lingered and quickly headed towards the sword mound. Just as he was hunting the blue team's outer students, Gedelin's team had already arrived near the center of the secret realm, close to the sword mound. This black giant sword was plunged into the ground, and the entrance to the sword mound was at the raised hilt of this black giant sword. Gedelin stood at the connection point between the sword blade and the ground, the only way to the entrance, standing straight with his back to the giant sword. A teammate asked, "Aren't we going in?" Gedelin shook his head and said, "We do not know the situation inside. We cannot rashly enter. It is better to hold our ground here and guard against the East Japan." At this moment, a very fast figure rushed over. Everyone immediately felt a wave of dizziness. Gedelin raised the giant sword in his hand, forcing himself to stabilize his stance and opened the golden light shield. Jin, bless everyone. At this time, a healer realized that the dizziness might be a sneak attack from the East Japan students and activated the blessing aura. Once the aura was opened, the dizziness everyone felt gradually dissipated. The figure stopped not far from them, and as everyone focused their eyes, they realized it was Lu Chen. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to wave at him. Gedelin frowned, feeling a bit strange, but unable to pinpoint what was odd. Asian, having already become Lu Chen's fan during the first phase of the competition, eagerly approached and said, "Shaoan, how did you get here so quickly? We just saw the secret realm notifications flooding in and thought you were hunting those little devils." Gedelin hid the life pearl on his left hand, stepped forward, and pulled Asian back, addressing the strange Lu Chen in front of him. "Shaoan, since you're here, return my critical hit bracelet." But the person shook his head and said, "I'll give it back to you after the competition ends." Gedelin pulled Asian behind him and raised his giant sword, charging at the strange figure before him. The others looked at Gatlin in confusion and urged him, Alan, come on, Shaoan shouldn't be that kind of untrustworthy person. Yeah, if there's any conflict, we should wait until the exchange match is over to discuss it. However, at that moment, a series of secret realm notifications came through. Red team kills one member of the blue team, all members of the blue team lose 10 points. Red team kills one member of the blue team, all members of the blue team lose 10 points. Red team Lu Chen achieves 100 consecutive kills, reaching a 100-person slaughter super god. Reward, 1,000 points. Only then did Gatlin's team realize that the Lu Chen in front of them was actually a disguise. Just as Gatlin swung down a challenge strike, the disguised Lu Chen transformed into a shadow and vanished. The shadow turned into black mist and flew towards the group, plunging them into darkness. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in school, with their teammates transformed into grotesque Eastern soldiers. One Eastern soldier cackled as he grabbed a teacher's child, cruelly throwing him into the air and slicing him in half with a single blow. One of Gatlin's archers, witnessing this scene, shouted in anger, "What are you doing?" The Eastern soldier grinned and replied, "We must let the flesh and blood of the people of the divine land nourish my Eastern people." After saying this, the Eastern soldier swung his knife and knocked down several bound classmates. The archer could no longer contain his fury, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow at the Eastern soldier. In a fit of rage, the arrow struck the Eastern soldier's shoulder, piercing through. After breaking through the shadow, Gatlin found that his teammates had begun to turn on each other, and even Asian, with tears streaming down her face, was angrily charging at him with her staff. What was happening? A wave of dizziness hit him again, and when he looked at Asian, she had transformed into a sexy figure in a bikini. Gatlin immediately realized this was an illusion. He closed his eyes and muttered, "Delicate and graceful, disturb my heart, remain steadfast, guard my heart as one. Nothing exists outside the heart, intent as pure as jade, no reason outside the heart, will as firm as stone." As Gatlin recited, golden light points began to rise from him. Asian's staff struck him heavily, but was deflected by the golden light shield. As the golden light points continued to rise, they gradually gathered into a dazzling orb of light. All the teammates were blinded by the brilliance of the orb, and when the light faded, the injuries caused by their mutual attacks had all healed. What the heart emits, the body governs. After Gatlin finished reciting, the dimmed orb exploded, and all the teammates were enveloped in golden shields like his. The archer looked at the mage clutching his shoulder, then at Gatlin, realizing that he had just encountered an illusion and attacked a teammate. "Alan, what do we do now?" Gatlin looked into the distance, where a shadow was approaching them. "Everyone, be alert for another illusion. Let me, Gatlin, confront him." Just as Gatlin raised his sword to charge again, a whistling sound of bullets cutting through the air rang out, and the shadow was instantly knocked away. The crowd exclaimed, "It's Shaoan, it must be him." Lu Chen flew beside the shadow on the wrath of the king and discovered that there was also a half-burned substitute talisman on the ground. Just as he felt frustrated, he noticed a figure being bound by several strands of blue energy from mid-air, falling to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the one bound was none other than the renowned first ninja of the new generation from the east, Koingaranjin. At that moment, in the conference room of the Jinhai Grand Hotel, the Queen of the East was weeping, her trembling hands holding the Hiroshima Demilitarization Agreement. During this visit to the Wano Protectorate, she also held the identity of the full representative of the East's diplomatic delegation, responsible for reclaiming the leased territory of Hiroshima. Now, her youngest son, whom she had high hopes for, was in danger and facing life-threatening circumstances. Not only had she failed to represent the East in reclaiming the leased territory, but she also had to make a decision between saving her son and signing an unequal treaty. Ultimately, as a mother, she cast aside the will of the nation, and in the terrified eyes of the guards around her, she signed her name, Little Lily by the bed, after the text that stated she was the Queen of the East and the full representative for foreign affairs. After signing, Little Lily by the bed wept, painfully closed her eyes, and said to the guard beside her, "Quick, go call Protector Li." Shortly after, Li Yulong walked into the conference room with a beaming smile, directly taking the treaty from in front of Little Lily by the bed. After checking the signature, Li Yulong slammed the treaty down in front of her, pointing at the signature area and said, "Seal it." Little Lily by the bed took out a seal from her briefcase and stamped it on the treaty. Li Yulong took the treaty, signed his name with a flourish, and then affixed the Great Seal of the Wano Protectorate. Only then did he pull out a strangely shaped communicator and dial Lu Chen's number. In the secret realm, after Koingaranjin landed, the blue energy binding him disappeared, and Lu Chen was puzzled about what had just happened. Not understanding it was fine. In any case, the person was right in front of him, and he could just shoot him. Just as Lu Chen was about to raise his gun to shoot, Koingaranjin struggled to get up and shouted, "I am the little prince of the East, you cannot kill me. At that moment, Asian stepped forward, raised her staff, and struck him. Koingaranjan seemed to be in an extremely weak state. Even this nurse's physical attack nearly knocked him out. Little prince? I see you as just a little turtle. Bah! Perhaps influenced by the recent illusion, Asian appeared very angry, repeatedly striking Koingaranjan with her staff. Koingaranjan cried out in pain, trying to dodge but was kicked down by Getelin. Genie at that moment, Lu Chen's phone rang, and he was surprised to find that a call could actually go through in the secret realm. The phone displayed a string of strange, illogical numbers, and he answered the call. On the other end, Li Yulong's voice came through. Shaoan, has it affected you? Lu Chen glanced at Koingaranjan, who was crying and in pain, and replied, not really, just caught a guy claiming to be the little prince of the East, should I kill him? Li Yulong laughed, spare him, bring him back to me. Lu Chen pouted and said, alright, what about the other guys? Do you want them? Li Yulong replied, what do we need them for? Kill them. By the way, you don't need to bother with the rest, just take Koingaranjan directly into the sword tomb and take down the boss, leave the rest to me. Since Li Yulong had spoken, Lu Chen didn't ask any further questions, hung up the phone, and looking at the barely conscious Koingaranjan, he quickly grabbed Asian's hand, stopping her swinging staff. Asian's angry little face turned shy upon seeing it was Lu Chen holding her hand. Xiao and Lu Chen quickly let go of her hand. Cough cough. Well, the Grand Protector asked me to hand him over. Seeing this, Getelin wanted to ask Lu Chen what the Grand Protector had said, but Lu Chen noticed that the blue dot on the map was gradually approaching the sword tomb. After thinking for a moment, he said, Getelin, you carry this little turtle with me into the sword tomb, and the others wait for me here. I need to handle something, so be careful. After saying this, he mounted the Wrath of Kings and flew directly to the grip of the black giant sword, where the entrance to the sword tomb was located. Getelin hoisted the utterly defenseless Xian Gongyuan Luanren and followed him as they ran towards the entrance of the sword tomb. Lu Chen flew in first through the entrance, as if passing through a teleportation portal. Inside was a vast area, a downward extending passage. There were many floating flying swords, which were level 59 sword spirit guards. He followed closely behind the fearless wild bull, charging down the passage, with Getelin sprinting behind him, surprisingly not much slower than Lu Chen. Before long, they reached the very bottom of the sword tomb. It was a triangular burial chamber, and as they entered, the stone coffin in the center of the chamber shook violently. Lu Chen didn't want to waste time because once the students from the East Japan reached outside the sword tomb, it could very likely lead to casualties on the Shenzhou side. The stone coffin exploded, and a black demon with wings flew out from the shattered pieces of the coffin. An unpleasant sound came from the black demon. They call me. Bang bang bang. Da-day-day-day-day-day. Lu Chen didn't want to waste a second. He took out the hurricane dragon and fired with all his might. The black demon hadn't finished speaking before it was covered by a storm of bullets. Congratulations to the red team's Lu Chen for killing the sword demon, reward points, 1000. The red team has killed the final boss, all members receive 100 points. Final boss has been killed, 10. After a brief pause, this notification disappeared, replaced by another. Final boss has been killed, participants with negative points will be erased by the will of heaven in 10 seconds. Amidst the countdown of the secret realm notification, Lu Chen picked up the sword demon token. This item was of no real use, merely a point boosting item. But thinking about how Xian Gongyuan Luanren's points were likely negative as well, he looked at the token in his hand and then at the carried Xian Gongyuan. Xian Gongyuan also heard the secret realm notification. If it weren't for the fact that he had dealt with some wild monsters along the way, he would have been at negative 1000 points. Fortunately, he was currently at about negative 900. Looking at the sword demon token before him, this 1000 points was his last hope for survival, and he quickly pleaded with Lu Chen. Shenzhou envoy, please, save my life. At this moment, the countdown was still ongoing. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, throw out all the items in your backpack space, and I'll give it to you. Xian Gongyuan quickly emptied his backpack, and a large amount of supplies scattered on the ground, which were instantly collected by Lu Chen's greed pot. In the last second of the countdown, Lu Chen stuffed the dark, clumpy sword demon token into Xian Gongyuan's mouth. Xian Gongyuan's points instantly increased by 1000, bringing him to 58 points. As the countdown ended, Lu Chen found that the surroundings turned white and hazy once again. Before long, Lu Chen and the other surviving students reappeared in front of the teleportation portal at Shanghai Square. Getelin still maintained his position carrying Xian Gongyuan, and as soon as he appeared, the surrounding teachers from the East Japan gasped in shock. Xian Gongyuan, has actually been captured alive. In front of the two teleportation portals in the center of the square, the blue portal was empty, while the red portal was crowded with people. The cheers from the Shenzhou side contrasted sharply with the disappointment and anger from the East Japan side. Some teachers from East Japan wanted to rush forward to reclaim Xiangong but were stopped by the conqueror army. Shameless Shenzhou people, let go of His Highness Xiangong. Where are the students from East Japan? Come out, to protect His Highness Coin. However, at this moment, there were only a few students left in the Eastern Japan team, and all the students who had entered the secret realm had perished, leaving only Coin. The few students looked troubled, hesitated for a moment, and stepped forward, saying weakly, "Let go of His Highness Coin, or we will not hold back." At this time, the officer of the conquest army showed a pleased expression, waiting for them to step forward, and sternly said, "You are now suspected of obstructing the law enforcement of the Protectorate, violating the relevant laws of the Empire, and we are now arresting you." After saying this, the soldiers beside him immediately stepped forward and took the few students away. The teacher leading the Eastern Japan team finally reacted, but just as he wanted to speak, he was pulled back by a colleague, watching helplessly as the last few students were taken away. Gatalun carried the weak Coin and looked at Lu Chen, asking, "How should we deal with this person?" Lu Chen looked around and said, "Wait a moment, I want to hand him over to the Grand Protector personally." At this moment, Vice Officer Wei arrived, cheerfully stepping forward to shake hands with Lu Chen, saying, "Comrade Shaoan, this time you have made great contributions to the Empire and the Protectorate." Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's my responsibility. Where is the Grand Protector? I want to hand this person over to him myself." Vice Officer Wei looked at Coin, who was being carried beside him, and said nothing more, instead instructing a team of conquest army soldiers to protect the few people in the middle. Vice Officer Wei said, "I will take you to see the Grand Protector." The group did not set off directly but met up with a squad of soldiers before heading towards the Jinhai Grand Hotel. Before long, they arrived at the hotel entrance, where the squad of soldiers stayed at the door, and only a small team followed Lu Chen into the hotel. They took the elevator to the conference room on the top floor, and in the astonished eyes of several Eastern Japan guards, Gatalun carried Coin and followed Lu Chen out of the elevator. One Eastern Japan guard tried to step forward but was immediately restrained by the conquest army. On the land of Shenzhou, you cannot act recklessly. Vice Officer Wei led the three into the spacious and luxurious conference room. Li Yulong and the small Lily by the bed sat on opposite sides of a large table. Seeing Lu Chen and the others enter, he smiled and said, "Shaoan, how can you treat a prince of Eastern Japan like this?" At this moment, a military reporter beside them immediately pressed the shutter, capturing the scene of Coin being captured alive. Gatalun looked at Lu Chen and whispered, "Shaoan, what should we do?" Lu Chen replied, "Put him down." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a thud, and Gatalun actually threw Coin directly onto the ground in front of him. Coin was almost unconscious, groaning weakly as he lay on the ground. Ouch! The flashbulbs kept going off, and the small Lily by the bed frowned slightly, saying to the guards beside her, "Why haven't you brought His Highness over yet?" The two Eastern Japan guards quickly stepped forward, pausing in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen spread his hands and said, "Is it my fault? Who told him to be so fragile?" The guards dared not say more, helping Coin up, and Lu Chen added, "Coin, you won't blame me, will you?" Coin had been seriously injured by a gunshot earlier, and if it weren't for the substitute talisman, he would have died in the secret realm. At this moment, he was very weak, feeling dizzy, and with the guard's support, he deeply bent down and bowed, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, Your Excellency." The military reporter's camera kept flashing. This was the Prince of Eastern Japan, now bowing humbly to a Shenzhou student, which was a disgrace to the Eastern Japan royal family. The small Lily by the bed had never seen her arrogant son so humble, and she sternly said, "Why haven't you brought His Highness over yet?" Only then did the two Eastern Japan guards react, supporting Coin and walking him to the queen's side. Li Yulong waved his hand, signaling Lu Chen and Godalawan to come over. The two sat down beside him. He did not hide the joy in his heart at all and picked up the Hiroshima Demilitarization Agreement, looking at the furious little Lily in front of him, and said, "Now, I have brought your son here. According to the agreement, my Ueno Protectorate gives you 7 days to withdraw the Eastern Japan Army from Hiroshima and achieve the demilitarization management of Hiroshima." Lu Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the agreement in front of him, secretly thinking, "Goodness, this Eastern Japan prince is quite valuable," actually allowing Li Yulong to use this as leverage to make Eastern Japan sign such a humiliating and unequal treaty. Li Yulong continued, "If you do not cooperate, then do not blame us for taking coercive measures." Little Lily looked at her seriously injured son and gritted her teeth, saying, "Regarding Hiroshima, we will abide by the agreement, but do not think that we will hand over Hiroshima easily." Li Yulong laughed heartily and said, "What is the queen saying? The relationship between Shenzhou and Eastern Japan is like water and fish. The demilitarization management of Hiroshima is for the common prosperity and development of both countries. Just like your country proposed, this is called East Asia Co-Prosperity, right? Little Lily left the conference room with the Eastern Japan personnel, filled with resentment. After they left, Li Yulong also let the accompanying reporters leave. At this moment, Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Great Protector, is this part of the plan?" Li Yulong looked at Lu Chen meaningfully and said, "Sort of, your appearance has greatly expanded the results of this plan." Lu Chen recalled the situation in the secret realm and asked again. Xianyuan Palace was supposed to die in the secret realm, but he also brought a substitute talisman. However, he did not leave the secret realm smoothly and was bound by a wisp of green aura. Li Yulong replied, "Do you remember the soul lamp of the soul contract immortal? His contribution was crucial, otherwise, Xianyuan Palace would have escaped like Gangmen Chang." "I see, it seems that the matter of the substitute talisman was already anticipated by the Protectorate, and letting Gangmen Chang go was also part of the plan." This was one of Li Yulong's plans to capture Xianyuan Palace to threaten that queen. Li Yulong looked at the pensive Lu Chen and said, "Participating in the imperial operation, although dangerous, as the planner of the plan, I will not harm you." After saying that, a tray covered with a red cloth was pushed in front of Lu Chen by Li Yulong. Lu Chen looked at the tray but did not uncover the red cloth. Instead, he said, "Great Protector, you have already given enough." Li Yulong looked at Lu Chen, gently pulled off the red cloth, and revealed a token on the tray. Wanzhou Battlefield Shenzhou Level 1 Officer Order. Li Yulong picked up the token and said, "That is what you deserve, and this Wanzhou Battlefield token is not just a reward, it is also a responsibility." Kudalawan stared at the token, his eyes wide. This was actually a Wanzhou Battlefield token, and it was a Level 1 officer. It is known that merely obtaining the qualification to enter the Wanzhou Battlefield is already quite harsh. Even if one passes the military organization's selection, they can only obtain a soldier's order. However, Lu Chen now not only obtained the Wanzhou Battlefield token but also jumped 3 levels, bypassing the soldier, Level 3 officer, and Level 2 officer, directly receiving the Level 1 officer token. This is equivalent to a military rank of 8,000 merits, as upgrading the Wanzhou Battlefield token directly consumes military merits, and 8,000 merits are close to the requirements for a third-class noble title. Li Yulong handed the token to Lu Chen and continued, "If the noble title symbolizes privileges within Shenzhou and the Tianqiao system countries, then the military rank is the key to obtaining higher-level resources on the Wanzhou battlefield. Accepting this token not only means that the Empire has gained a fierce general on the Wanzhou battlefield but also signifies that you will bear the responsibility of safeguarding the future of the Empire's billions of citizens." Lu Chen took the token and nodded firmly, replying, "I will not disappoint the Grand Protector's expectations." Li Yulong clapped and laughed, turning to Kudalawan. "Shaoluan, this time the spotlight has been stolen by Shaoan, but you did well. Successfully stopping the idol courtyard palace is also a great achievement." After saying this, he picked up a piece of the Imperial Honor Medal from the tray and awarded it to Kudalawan. Kudalawan stood up excitedly, took the medal with both hands, and said, "Thank you, Grand Protector." Li Yulong gestured for Kudalawan to sit down, took out his phone, leaned back in his chair, and dialed a number for Gao Chang. Before long, Gao Chang hurried into the conference room. As soon as he entered, he saw the tray in front of Lu Chen and Kudalawan and smiled. "Grand Protector, since the mission is over, we should head back to school." Li Yulong waved his hand and said, "Hey, don't rush, after all the hard work, shouldn't I treat you properly?" Gao Cheng's eyes darted around as he said, "Thank you, Grand Protector, but the schoolwork is heavy, and these two still have assignments, so it's not convenient for them to stay long." Li Yulong lit a cigarette, looked at Lu Chen, and asked, "What assignments? Tell me about it." Lu Chen suppressed a smile and replied seriously, "Grand Protector, the Academy assigned us a task to gather materials." Li Yulong asked, "What materials? How many copies?" Lu Chen glanced at Gao Chang and continued, It's that, Motherwort, we need 10,000 copies." Li Yulong laughed and flicked the ash from his cigarette, saying, "Gao Chang, your irregular menstruation problem is getting worse." Gao Chang, eager to take the two away, nodded repeatedly in agreement, but suddenly felt something was off and explained, "No, Grand Protector, this is the Academy's requirement, not something I asked for." Li Yulong took a deep breath and said, "Then I won't beat around the bush. Lu Chen will stay to help me with some tasks, and you take Kudalawan back first." Gao Cheng's heart sank, realizing it was not good, but he still forced a smile and said, "No, Grand Protector, Shaoan is clumsy, I'm afraid he will cause you trouble. How about I let Kudalawan stay to help you instead?" Kudalawan looked at Gao Chang with a resentful expression, thinking that the dean was clearly showing favoritism, but he also secretly looked forward to staying by the Grand Protector's side to work. Li Yulong looked at Kudalawan, sizing him up, and asked, "Are you willing?" Kudalawan nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said, "I am willing." Gao Chang slapped Kudalawan on the head, but was stopped by Li Yulong, who said, "Hey, Xiao Gao, don't be so impulsive. Since the school has other matters, you should go back first." Gao Chang was displeased and pulled out a chair, sitting down carelessly. "I'm not leaving. You can't do this, you promised not to poach people, and now you're going back on your word." Li Yulong took out a copy of the newly signed treaty and handed it to Gao Chang. Gao Chang saw that the treaty was boldly titled Hiroshima Demilitarization Agreement. Confused, Gao Chang looked at Li Yulong and asked, "You want Shaoan to handle this for you?" "Impossible, how could the East Japan side agree?" Li Yulong gestured for him to look at the signature at the bottom, and in Gao Chang's shocked gaze, he said, "Shaoan has already helped me finalize this document. The representative from East Japan just left." Gao Chang asked, "So what does the Grand Protector mean?" At this point, Lu Chen and Godalawan also looked at Li Yulong with curiosity. Li Yulong said, "The East Japan side will not easily withdraw from Hiroshima, so I hope Shaoan can stay. If there are special circumstances, he can help me with some tasks. Of course, at most 15 days, and then I will let Shaoan go back. If nothing happens, it will just be an opportunity for Shaoan to train with me." Gao Cheng thought for a moment and said, "But Shaoan is about to undergo his second transformation. How about I take him back for that first?" Lu Chen also echoed, "Yes, Great Protector, I'm only level 32 now, and I still need to level up and farm the second transfer job scrolls. I might really need to go back to school first." Li Yulong tapped the table with his fingers and said, "You guys really underestimate my Wano Protectorate, don't you? Can't you reach level 39 here? Can't you complete the second transfer here?" Gao Chang wanted to say something, but Li Yulong waved his hand to interrupt. "It's decided, you go back first." Lu Chen looked at Gao Chang helplessly and said, "Dean, this." Gao Chang was also at a loss with Li Yulong, but fortunately, he only said he would borrow Lu Chen for 15 days, so now he could only go back. Godalawan looked at Gao Chang and said, "Dean, then I." Gao Chang grabbed Godalawan by the ear and lifted him up, saying, 10,000 doses of motherwort, complete them immediately when you get back." Li Yulong watched the two leave and smiled, "Little Gao, I won't see you off." Once the two had left, Li Yulong said, "Now, let's arrange for you to level up first. If there are no special circumstances, after completing the second transfer, you can return to school. If there are special circumstances on the Eastern Japan side, you will need to participate in special operations." Lu Chen was curious about what the special operations were that would require him to stay, so he asked, "Great Protector, what do you mean by special circumstances?" Li Yulong pressed a button on the table, and a projected map appeared in the center of the large conference table. This is a map of Hiroshima. In the northern district of Hiroshima City, there is a large underground magic crystal vein adjacent to the Empire's leased area in Hiroshima. This Hiroshima magic crystal vein is a joint venture between the Shenzhou Empire and Eastern Japan, with the Empire's White Hole Group holding 80% of the shares. However, this year, a magic cave was discovered deep within the vein, and the Eastern Japan side has been actively obstructing our efforts to clear this cave. Moreover, they have refused our request for the Expeditionary Army to build defensive facilities for the cave. Lu Chen looked at the northern part of the map where there was indeed a large deep pit, which was likely the entrance to the underground magic crystal vein. He curiously asked, "Great Protector, since the White Hole Group holds 80% of the shares, why can't they directly decide to clear the cave?" Li Yulong shook his head and said, "Those are internal shares of the mining company. Even if the company decides, the Eastern Japan government will definitely refuse to act. Furthermore, recently, the hostile sentiment towards us within Eastern Japan has been growing stronger. The existence of the magic cave poses a threat to the Shenzhou citizens in the leased area of Hiroshima." Lu Chen pondered and said, "So this request for the demilitarization of Hiroshima is to resolve the issue of the magic cave?" Li Yulong changed the projected map, and a video began to play. In the video, a group of masked men in black used a special dagger to cut through the energy shield beside the deep pit of the vein. They then used a circular tool to prop up the retracting shield and drilled into the mining company. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Great Protector, with such a grand entrance, the Empire must know about it, right?" Li Yulong nodded and said, "We had prior knowledge, so we monitored their actions throughout." The video continued to play, showing the group of masked men reaching the edge of the deep pit and actually jumping down over the railing. The video ended there, and Li Yulong explained, the company was still worried that this group would damage the temporary seal of the magic cave, so they captured them at the bottom of the deep pit. These people were caught, but they bit down on the poison in their mouths and committed suicide, even their bodies melted away. After watching the video, Lu Chen roughly guessed that Li Yulong wanted to lure the Eastern Japan side into actively damaging the seal of the magic cave. However, once the seal was broken and there were no troops to suppress it, the monsters pouring out of the cave would pose a huge threat to the entire population of Hiroshima. In the entire city of Hiroshima, besides millions of Japanese people, there are also many Chinese doing business here. If a monster invasion from the magic cave occurs in Hiroshima, it will be a huge disaster. Li Yulong saw Lu Chen hesitating to speak and patted his shoulder, saying, "Preventing thieves for 1,000 days is not as good as eliminating future troubles once and for all. If there are 1,000 days of thievery, how can there be 1,000 days of prevention? They neither allow us to send troops to clear the magic cave nor do they send troops themselves. They even hope to use the monsters from the magic cave to destroy the Empire's mining enterprises and influence here, so we can only prepare for the worst in advance. Alright, I will inform you of the specific arrangements before the operation. For now, I will have someone take you to the new recruit training camp of the Expeditionary Army. You need to level up to 39 first, and then I will arrange for your second transfer." Lu Chen nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Before long, Wang Yuxing entered the conference room and approached the two. Li Yulong arranged for Wang Yuxing to take him to the new recruit training camp and specifically instructed Wang Yuxing, accompany Lu Chen throughout these days and inform the training camp instructors to open all training instances for him. Wang Yuxing saluted and said, "Yes, I will ensure the task is completed." After that, Lu Chen also stood up, said goodbye to Li Yulong, and left the conference room with Wang Yuxing. As soon as they exited the conference room, Wang Yuxing whispered, "Not bad, I thought you had gone back. So, you're joining our expeditionary army now? Don't worry, I'll have your back from now on." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you, squad leader." Wang Yuxing felt quite pleased and proudly said, "Back in my day, I broke multiple records in the training camp. There wasn't a single recruit from my cohort who could match me." The two of them boasted as they walked out of the Jinhai Grand Hotel and used the teleportation array outside the hotel to arrive at the new recruit training camp outside Jinhai City. After completing the teleportation, Lu Chen noticed that this teleportation array was heavily guarded and had defensive fortifications. A soldier on duty approached and said, "Comrade, please show your identification." Wang Yuxing presented his officer's certificate, and upon seeing that it stated Wang Yuxing, second-class officer, the soldier saluted and returned the certificate to him, then looked at Lu Chen. Seeing that Lu Chen was slow to react, Wang Yuxing asked, "Did you forget to bring your military ID?" Lu Chen had never joined the expeditionary army, so he had no military ID, and Li Yulong hadn't given him any other identification either. At that moment, under the watchful gaze of the duty soldier, he could only take out his first-class officer token from the 10,000 races battlefield to give it a try. Upon seeing this, the duty soldier immediately stood at attention and saluted Lu Chen, saying, "Good day, sir." Wang Yuxing didn't notice the token and instinctively looked at the teleportation array to see if there were any other officers arriving. Not seeing anyone else, he then turned to Lu Chen and noticed the first-class officer token in his hand. Almost reflexively, Wang Yuxing also stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Good day, sir." Seeing this, Lu Chen could only return the salute to both of them. The duty soldier immediately cleared the way and notified another soldier to open the iron gate of the fortifications. Under the gaze of many soldiers, Wang Yuxing followed Lu Chen out of the fortifications. Once outside, Lu Chen did not see the new recruit training camp nearby and was unsure of where to go. So he looked at Wang Yuxing and asked, "Squad leader, where do we go from here?" At that moment, Wang Yuxing, lost in thought, finally said, "Cough, sir, follow me." Lu Chen replied, "Squad leader, just call me Shaoan." Wang Yuxing waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "How can that be? Your rank is higher than mine, I can't call you that." Lu Chen said, "But you are my squad leader, I'm not used to you calling me sir." Wang Yuxing shook his head and continued, "That won't do either, in the army, we must follow military rules." Lu Chen stopped and said, "I was a soldier under you for a day, so you are my old squad leader, just call me Shaoan." Wang Yuxing was still about to refuse when Lu Chen said seriously, "Squad leader, this is an order." Only then did Wang Yuxing smile and give Lu Chen a punch, saying, "Alright, Shaoan, you really are something. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you jumped 3 ranks and became a first-level non-commissioned officer." Lu Chen also smiled and said, "That's because it's been peaceful lately, and squad leader, you haven't had many opportunities to show your skills. That opportunity will come soon." Wang Yuxing nodded and said, "It's better not to talk about this outside. Let's go, I'll take you to the training camp." Before long, the two arrived at a camp built in the woods. The soldiers at the camp checked their documents and identities as usual before letting them in. The instructor at the camp was a muscular, fierce-looking bald man. Seeing the two approach, he said, "Isn't this squad leader Yuxing? What brings you to this remote place today?" Wang Yuxing replied, "On the orders of the Grand Protector, I'm bringing first-level non-commissioned officer Lu Chen here for training." The bald man scratched his head, thinking for a long time before finally saying, "Are you kidding me? A first-level non-commissioned officer coming to my new recruit training camp?" Lu Chen stepped forward and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Lu Chen, currently at level 32, hoping to quickly advance to level 39. I'll be relying on the instructor from now on." The bald man looked Lu Chen up and down, then suddenly grabbed his hand and said, "Not a problem, not a problem. You go rest over there for a bit while I check the records and set up a reasonable training schedule for you." Lu Chen nodded and walked towards a nearby tent. Just as Wang Yusheng was about to follow, the bald man pulled him back. In a low voice, the bald man asked, "Yusheng, what's this guy's background?" Wang Yusheng stopped and replied, "Delu, this is a first-level non-commissioned officer personally awarded by the Grand Protector today, a favored person by the Grand Protector." Delu slapped his forehead and said, "Really? A first-level non-commissioned officer at level 32? Wang Yusheng answered, "Why would I lie to you?" After saying that, he followed Lu Chen into the tent, and Delu hurriedly followed. The three entered the tent, which was a simple resting place. Delu invited the two to sit down and took out a box of tea leaves from a nearby cabinet, brewing a pot of tea. He served the tea to the two before sitting down himself. Just as Wang Yusheng was about to speak, Delu pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took out two, and handed them to Lu Chen. "Comrade Shaoan?" Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Instructor, there's no need to be so polite. I'm here to train." Delu said, "Train well. I think young officers like you should come here to train more often." Wang Yusheng took a sip of tea and said, "Oh, this tea is quite good. I say, Delu, you bring out your precious tea. Aren't you afraid of wasting it?" Delu replied, "Hey, in this remote place, what good tea do I have? Comrade Shaoan, just make do with it." Lu Chen had originally thought that the instructor here would be very strict, and seeing a fierce-looking bald man made him think the upcoming training would be tough. He didn't expect him to be such a kind person. Wang Yusheng continued, "Delu, I think you've been here long enough. If you complete this task well, the Grand Protector might just let you return to your original position." Delu's face lit up with joy as he said, "Don't worry, Comrade Shaoan, I'll personally train you and guarantee you'll make rapid progress." At that moment, a soldier ran into the tent, saluted the three, and said, "Instructor Lu, a group of new recruits has arrived outside. Please give instructions." Delu waved his hand and said, "Let them stand at attention for half an hour first. I have an important meeting going on." Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly said, "Instructor Lu, you go arrange for the new recruits. We'll rest for a bit." Delu thought for a moment and said, "Alright, just wait a moment." Seeing that Lu had left the tent, Lu Chen curiously asked, "Squad leader, this instructor seems quite kind, do you know him?" Wang Yusheng looked meaningfully at the departing Lu and said, "His name is Lu Chuan, but he's not exactly a good person." Just then, outside the tent, Lu Chuan's angry roar echoed. "Stand at attention. You all look like you're about to fall over, damn it, can't you even stand in military posture properly?" Wang Yusheng laughed. "When I joined the army, he was already an instructor at the new recruit training camp. Before that, he was a platoon leader with the rank of sergeant major, but after mistakenly killing a local during the capture of a Japanese spy, he was demoted to his current rank to avoid being caught by separatists." Lu Chen nodded and said, "I see." Wang Yusheng continued, "You see how enthusiastic he is towards you? He hopes you can speak well of him in front of the Grand Protector. Honestly, it's a pity for someone with his talent to be stuck here because of this incident." Lu Chen asked, "Japanese spies? Are there people from Kyushu Island acting as spies?" Wang Yusheng explained, "There were some years ago, but as the reform plan for Kyushu Island progressed and the population kept moving, the current Kyushu people have a strong sense of identity with the empire. After all, many of their elders and loved ones are from Shenzhou, and most of the blood flowing in the veins of the Kyushu people is Shenzhou blood." At this point, Wang Yusheng lowered his voice. Moreover, back then, it was the height of the separatist activities. If you ask me, that Kyushu Island resident who was killed was very likely a spy. Lu Chen, upon hearing this, thoughtfully looked towards the tent where Lu Chuan was loudly reprimanding the new recruits. After a while, Lu Chuang had the other soldiers in the training camp take the new recruits for basic training and returned to the tent. Lu Chuan walked into the tent and cheerfully said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Comrade Shaoan. How about this? I'll take you directly to grind the level 39 experience dungeon later. This dungeon only requires 10 runs at level 39 to level up, and I'll help you by weakening the high experience monsters so you can reap the rewards. That way, you can reach level 39 by tomorrow and get to 99% experience for your second class change within 5 days." Lu Chen replied, "Instructor Lu, there's no need, I can manage on my own." Lu Chuan grabbed Lu Chen's hand and said, "What are you being polite for? Just stick close to me later, or we can start now." I'll have someone bring you a camp bed, Comrade Shaoan, so you can rest in the dungeon? Lu Chen looked at Lu Chuan's sincere expression and once again declined. Thank you for your kindness, instructor, but I really can do it myself. However, he couldn't resist the overly enthusiastic Lu Chuang and was taken to the training center within the camp. This was just a simple building made of alloy panels. Upon entering the training center, 9 dungeon portals appeared before them, covering different intensities from level 10 to 39. The group of new recruits, totaling 30, was also brought to the training center by other instructors. Seeing Lu Chuang and the others enter, they all stood up straight and looked at them. Lu Chuang directly led Lu Chen to the last dungeon portal, where the dungeon introduction was written at the entrance. Doomsday Ruins, LV39, maximum number of people, 30. Lu Chen saw this and asked, Instructor Lu, this dungeon is quite large. Lu Chuang introduced, yes, this dungeon is also used for the final team combat training for new recruits. So the scale of the dungeon is quite big, but don't worry, Comrade Shaoan. As an instructor at the training camp, I have the dungeon key, which allows me to ignore level restrictions to enter the dungeon. With me leading, you'll level up easily. At this moment, the training center was crowded. They had just been unable to refuse Lu Chuang's good intentions, and now it was even harder to speak up against it. Lu Chen thought to himself that he could only bring this instructor into the instance dungeon. Nearby, the new recruits were being grouped by their current levels, and some had already entered the new recruit instance. Seeing Lu Chuang and Lu Chen in front of the level 39 instance, they began to whisper among themselves. I thought they were here for training too. Looking at that bald instructor, he's probably here to check on the instance operation. It's possible. That person looks so young and isn't even in uniform. He's probably a technician. After the closed-off ideological and political education, this group of soldiers had come directly to the training camp and did not recognize Lu Chen, who had recently shown in the exchange competition. After Lu Chuang and Lu Chen teamed up, they actively chose the difficulty of the instance. Just as Lu Chuan was about to select normal difficulty, Lu Chen stepped forward and grabbed him. Lu Chuan looked at Lu Chen in confusion and then smiled. It's fine, I told you. Before he could finish his sentence, he was shocked to see Lu Chen select hell difficulty with his other hand. Stop, stop, stop. As soon as he finished speaking, the two found themselves in the Doomsday Ruins instance. Lu Chuan looked at Lu Chen, excitedly saying, Comrade Shaoan, this is hell difficulty. I'm not afraid because my level is high, but these enhanced monsters will leave you with almost no health if they touch you. At this point, Lu Chuang shook his head with a bitter smile, thinking to himself. The young man in front of him, who had the same rank as him, originally seemed like a capable military second generation. But now it seemed he was just an unrealistic dreamer. Lu Chen smiled and said, with me here, it's fine. Lu Chuang ignored Lu Chen, pondering how to help him successfully pass through hell difficulty. Although it was a bit dangerous, if he could help him clear it smoothly, it might also leave a good impression, and perhaps he could say a few good words for him in front of the Grand Protector later. With this thought, Lu Chuang seemed to transform, his gaze becoming sharp as he said, this instance is a defense instance, and we are at the last line of defense of the ruins. Originally, there were 3 lines of defense in normal difficulty, but in hell difficulty, only this one remains. When the zombie tide starts, you should hide in the core of the ruins. That's a resting point for the injured, protected by an energy shield. I'll go down and deal with the zombie tide. This instance difficulty is too high, you should first gain some basic team experience. I'll weaken the remaining bosses that aren't too threatening and then call you in to finish them off. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. No need, Instructor Lu, let's just start. Just as Lu Chuan was about to persuade Lu Chen, a series of roars came from a distance. He looked in shock at the approaching zombie tide, disregarding Lu Chen's identity, and shouted angrily, Are you crazy? How can you start the zombie tide early? Lu Chen summoned 4 fearless wild bulls, holding the hurricane dragon, leaning against the city wall. Lu Chuang cursed under his breath, hurriedly running down the city wall to the city gate. However, he did not wait for the zombie tide, because he was astonished to see a huge magic circle appear above the approaching zombie tide, with countless shells falling from it. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions rang out in succession, and among the dense zombie tide, only a few flaming zombies emerged. However, from Lu Chuang's perspective, 4 drone-like objects flew out from the city wall, rapidly charging towards the remaining zombies. After several rounds of gunfire, the first wave of the zombie tide was thus ended. Lu Chuang slammed his giant axe to the ground, unable to believe the disappearing zombie tide before him. At that moment, Lu Chen shouted from the city wall, Instructor Lu, come up and take a break, I'm a bit bored here by myself. Lu Chuan thought to himself, what kind of monster is this guy? At just level 32, his damage and firepower are so exaggerated, no wonder he could achieve the rank of a first-level officer at such a young age. He was still a bit uneasy and decided to stay at the city gate for a while, only to hear the sound of the second wave of zombies approaching. Damn it, they're starting the second wave already. The 4 fearless wild bulls maintained a mobile state within the maximum control range of their gunfighting skills. Since the artillery hell skill was still on cooldown, they could only rely on these submachine guns next. As the zombie tide drew closer, 4 differently colored tongues of fire fell. With an extremely high rate of fire, the bullets swept through the zombie tide like lasers. Lu Chuang noticed that while the elimination of the zombie tide was still quick, it was no longer as exaggerated as before, and he gripped his giant axe tightly, preparing for a possible fight. However, as the zombie tide came even closer, a loud bang echoed from the city tower. Bang 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 bang! A massive net woven from golden light flew towards the zombie tide, and Lu Chuang took a closer look, confirming that it was made up of countless bullets. This unstoppable firepower. My god, the efficiency is too high. As the golden bullets shot into the zombie tide, various types of zombies fell like wheat being cut down. The gunfire did not cease for a moment, and before the zombie tide had even covered half the distance, it was completely wiped out. On the city wall, Lu Chen called out to Lu Chuang again. Instructor Lu, come up quickly. Lu Chuang secretly thought to himself that Lu Chen was impressive and turned to walk up the city wall. Upon reaching the top, Lu Chen had already begun the third wave of zombies. Lu Chuang thought for a moment and reminded him, once the third wave starts, aerial units will come attacking. You should be a bit more careful. Lu Chen nodded, saying, don't worry, I won't let them get close. Hearing this, Lu Chuang couldn't help but smile and said, you're really something, I thought you were just. He. Lu Chen replied, just a useless person, right? Ha, I never fight battles I'm not sure of. Instructor, rest assured, as a firepower output position, I know that only the living deserve to continue outputting. At this moment, Lu Chuang completely relaxed, leaning against the city wall next to Lu Chen, saying, no wonder the Grand Protector likes you so much. He granted you a rank of junior officer at just level 32. Lu Chen looked at his attribute panel and corrected him, I'm already level 33 now. Lu Chuang put away his giant axe, stretched, and said, soloing dungeons like this levels up quickly, even at level 35 and above, I should still be able to maintain a level up speed of 1 level per run. In the distance, a dense swarm of black dots flew towards the ruins, and Lu Chuang said, it's the zombie vultures. The fearless wild bulls in midair split into 2 groups, one intercepting the flying zombie vultures while the other continued to attack the ground zombies. There weren't many vultures, and they were all killed within a few minutes. Lu Chuang took out a cigarette and started smoking, his eyes fixed on the zombie tide outside the city wall, filled with mixed emotions. He had wasted over 3 years in this training camp, never once not thinking about returning to the battlefield. Now he thought he could leverage his relationship with Lu Chen, a big shot, to get closer to the Grand Protector, only to realize that Lu Chen himself was the big shot. He couldn't help but smile wryly at this thought. Seeing this, Lu Chen asked, that person from Jojo, is he a spy? Lu Chuang was taken aback and asked, how do you know? Lu Chen, holding the Hurricane Dragon, fired several shots at the approaching zombie tide and continued, Squad Leader Wang told me. Lu Chuang thought about it. When he first arrived at the training camp, Wang Yusheng was still a rookie, and he was his instructor. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chuang casually threw the cigarette butt off the city tower and said, I've explained everything I needed to at the supervision office many times. If I weren't a spy and had mistakenly killed civilians, I would have been executed long ago. Lu Chen was surprised and asked, then how have you stayed here for so many years? Lu Chuang clenched his fists and said, whether a hero or a meritorious minister, one cannot go against power. What is a hero in the face of power? Just a tool. Lu Chen looked at him with a heavy expression, fell into silence, and finally spoke, that's because they are not strong enough. A true strong person transcends power. Lu Chuang stared at Lu Chen in shock, unable to speak for a long time. After a while, he slammed his fist against the city wall, shattering the entire parapet, and said fiercely, you're right. Damn it, back then they said I wouldn't follow orders and acted on my own. But if the supervisory team hadn't detained me, I would have already dragged that group of spies out. Just 2 months later, they followed my leads and captured that group of spies. But after alarming the snakes, some people from the Dark Department had already damn well retreated, including the not-yet-grown Steelgate Chung Tai-Rang, who is now the leader of the Dark Department's Inmo Luo Gue group. Upon hearing this familiar name, Lu Chen smiled and said, I almost killed him this morning. Lu Chuang didn't believe Lu Chen's words at all and waved his hand, saying, don't joke around, Steelgate Chang is the leader of the Inmo Luo Gue group, and I heard he's already level 149. Lu Chen took out the King's Fury, rested the gun's muzzle on the parapet, casually fired a few shots, and continued, if it weren't for him using a substitute talisman, this gun would have killed him right then. Lu Chuang leaned in, examining the golden sniper rifle up and down, and asked seriously, is that true? Lu Chen nodded, and Lu Chuang, in disbelief, said, you were only level 32 at the time? How could you have shot out Steel Gate Chang's substitute talisman? Lu Chen didn't explain, only said lightly, you can ask Wang Yuxing for verification, he is a witness. Lu Chuang looked at the young man in front of him, who spoke of heavily injured Inimo Luo Gui's leader as if he were killing a dog, and couldn't help but regard him with new eyes. At this moment, the sixth wave of corpses was already outside the city wall. Lu Chuang had been so focused on chatting with Lu Chen that he hadn't noticed the situation with the corpse tide, and in just this short time, they had already passed 3 waves. Lu Chuang, now disregarding any pretense, stepped forward and put his arm around Lu Chen's shoulder, saying, Brother Shaoan, help me speak to the Grand Protector. As long as I can return to the front lines and participate in the Ascension Path once, I will definitely break through level 99. Lu Chen was a bit curious about what the Ascension Path was, so he asked. Lu Chuang explained, you're still far from Ascension. At level 99, if you want to advance further, you must go through the Ascension Path. And the ticket to the Ascension Path can either be obtained through military merit or dropped from special bosses on the 10,000 races battlefield. Now that I'm holed up in this training camp, I've used all my rest time to grind high-level dungeons near Zhenhai City. I'm just one step away from Ascension. I want to progress so badly. Hearing this, Lu Chen thought about how Lu Chuang had almost captured Steel Gate Chang back in the day. If he had been given more opportunities, perhaps he would have already reached Steel Gate Chang's level or even surpassed him. Instructor Lu, I have indeed received some attention from the Grand Protector recently, but I can't interfere with personnel appointments. But I will remind the Grand Protector, don't worry. Lu Chuang immediately beamed with joy and said, Brother Shaoan, in the future, if anyone dares to make things difficult for you in the Wona Protectorate, I'll be the first to take care of them. Lu Chen laughed and said, not to that extent, I'm quite low-key, I usually handle things myself. The two exchanged smiles, and the relaxed atmosphere on the city tower formed a stark contrast with the sea of corpses and blood outside. The dungeon's difficulty was indeed high. Under hell difficulty, the entire process lasted a staggering 30 waves of corpses, taking over an hour to finish. After clearing the Doomsday Ruins dungeon, Lu Chen had already reached level 35. At the dungeon entrance, Wang Yusheng sat bored in the resting area, waiting. Seeing the two come out, his expression changed dramatically, first joy, then shock, and finally he stepped forward and whispered to Lu Chuang, Big Lu, what have you done? If you mess this up, how will you get Lu Chen to help you? Lu Chuang, looking helpless, pointed at the record board and said, look, Little Un is truly a hero of our time. I was just a bystander inside. Wang Yusheng looked at the record board, where Lu Chen's new record showed he had completed the hell difficulty of the Doomsday Ruins in just 1 hour and 25 minutes. He looked at Lu Chen in disbelief, then recalled the fierce battle in the villa area earlier that morning and said, Little Un, you're even stronger than a fully equipped army. Back in the day, we had 30 people and it took us nearly 10 hours to complete this dungeon on hell difficulty. Lu Chuang interjected, of course, you should consider who Little Un is. Can he be compared to you soldiers? At this point, Lu Chuang checked the time and said, it's getting late. Let's go eat something. At this rate, I estimate Little Un will reach level 39 by tomorrow. Nearby, some low-level new recruits had just completed the level 10 dungeon and were sitting exhausted at the dungeon entrance. Hearing Lu Chuang and Wang Yusheng's conversation from afar, they curiously looked over. These new recruits had just graduated from high school not long ago, choosing to join the military instead of going to college, with most at around level 10 and a few above level 20. What dungeon takes 10 hours to clear? Is it really that hard? The other new recruits complained. If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them. Isn't it written that it's a level 39 experience dungeon? If you don't need your ears, you can donate those too. Didn't the commander say it was hell difficulty? And the key point is that this guy, who looks about our age, completed the dungeon in just 1/10 of the time. The new recruit company commander interrupted their conversation. I see you all are just idle. Everyone stand up. Military posture for 10 minutes. As Lu Chen and Lu Chuang passed by, the new recruits saluted under the commander's order. The three arrived at the training camp's small cafeteria, where Lu Chuang arranged for the cooks to prepare meals urgently. Before the dishes were served, the three chatted casually. Lu Chuang looked at Wang Yusheng and quietly asked, what did you do early this morning? Wang Yusheng was taken aback for a moment, then replied, I definitely can't tell you about the operation, but you want to know about Steel Gate Chang, right? He glanced at Lu Chen and continued, no one expected that comrade and almost achieved an extraordinary feat today by killing Steel Gate Chang. but he also seriously injured the opponent. Lu Chen said, "It's a pity he got away." Wang Yusheng picked up the thread and continued, "If it weren't for Steelgate Chang's good luck, Comrade N's rank would probably be even higher now." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuang was completely convinced by Lu Chen's strength, raised his teacup, and said, "Little N is truly a young hero. Due to military discipline, I toast you with tea instead of wine." Lu Chen also raised his teacup and said, "Instructor Lu was joking. How many new recruits have you trained for the country? That's the real hero." Lu Chuang replied, "Let's drop the instructor title. I'm just a few years older than you. If you don't mind, let's call each other brothers from now on." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Alright, Brother Lu, cheers." The two drank in one go, while Wang Yusheng, holding his teacup, looked at them with a face full of grievance and said, "What you did isn't right, there's still one person sitting here." Although Lu Chuang had wasted a few years in the training camp, his military seniority was far above Wang Yusheng's, and he said, "You go aside. I've graduated from many more classes than you. When I was killing enemies, you were still drinking milk." Wang Yusheng shook his head, secretly thinking, "Is this big Lu even speaking human language?" Before long, the meal was ready, and after a busy day, Lu Chen was now ravenous and began to feast. After finishing their meal and tea, Lu Chuang said, "How about we start the next training tomorrow? Today, I'll arrange for you all to settle in." After a day of fighting, Lu Chen was mentally and physically exhausted, so he agreed to Lu Chuang's suggestion. Wang Yusheng had to return to the camp headquarters to report in and did not stay, leaving only the camp's contact number for Lu Chen to reach him after completing the training. Lu Chen and Lu Chuang sat down next to an open area in the camp, and it was already dark. Lu Chuang said, "Brother, the night here is beautiful, right? For the past 3 years, I've sat here for a while every night." Suddenly, Lu Chuang lowered his voice and said, "By the way, later tonight, I'm planning to have some fun with these new recruits. You can sleep soundly, don't worry about what's happening outside." The two chatted for a bit before heading back to their rooms to rest. Although the room Lu Chuang prepared for Lu Chen was simply furnished, it was still clean and tidy. They didn't speak throughout the night, and Lu Chen didn't even hear Lu Chuang and the others making noise in the middle of the night. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Lu Chen got up and went to the training center. At this time, the new recruits looked like they hadn't woken up yet, and Lu Chuang was giving them a lecture. "You guys, your bodies are in such poor shape. Last night, we had an emergency assembly 9 times, and it wore you all out. When facing enemies and monsters on the battlefield in the future, you better remind them not to launch an attack at night." As Lu Chen walked past the group, Lu Chuang noticed him and called out, "Brother, how did you sleep last night?" Lu Chen rubbed his neck and replied, "It was okay, just a bit hard on the bed. I'll get used to it in a couple of days." Lu Chuang quickly said, "That won't do." After saying this, he called over a training camp instructor and said, "Get my brother a thicker mattress for his dormitory, hurry up." Upon hearing this, the new recruits were filled with envy and resentment, thinking to themselves, "Damn it, why do we have to sleep in a big dormitory and be called up for assembly 9 times in the middle of the night, while this guy sleeps so soundly and gets a mattress? Damn, this dog instructor is really something. If I could take him on, I'd definitely find someone to give him a beating." Lu Chen was busy preparing to enter a dungeon and said, "Lu Gu, I'm heading into the dungeon now, you get back to your work." Lu Chuang replied, "I was going to take you with me after finishing here, but it seems you don't need it, huh?" After bidding farewell to Lu Chen, Lu Chuang turned back to the new recruits, who were still sulking, and sternly said, "What are you looking at? If any of you can solo that level 39 dungeon on hell difficulty, I'll treat you like royalty." The new recruits finally snapped out of it. Wow, this kid is actually going to solo a level 39 dungeon on hell difficulty? Yesterday, I thought he was just relying on that dog instructor. Damn, even though the age difference isn't that big, why is there such a huge gap? Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law? Under the scrutiny and murmurs of the new recruits, Lu Chen soloed the hell difficulty of the Apocalypse Ruins. Once again entering the dungeon, he felt a bit bored thinking about how long he would have to grind for an hour. He summoned the fearless wild bull, took out the sofa he had bought in Yingtian, and set it down, then sat by the city wall. Once the zombie tide began, he left the remaining battles to the 4 submachine guns, and with nothing much to do, he opened his spatial backpack. Back in the sword tomb, for the sake of survival, the idle palace prince had left behind quite a bit of money. First were the magic crystals. This little Japanese prince was indeed wealthy, with a perfect magic crystal worth 100 million dragon yuan on him. In total, there were 256 perfect magic crystals, and combined with the logistical supplies given by Li Yulong, he now had magic crystals worth over 600. Then there was a piece of jewelry, the moon bell. Bell of the Moon quality, epic level requirement, no restrictions cooldown reduction, plus 40% moon shadow. Each attack has a chance to gain a moon shadow, which lasts for 1 minute. The maximum number of moon shadows that can exist simultaneously is 100. When attacked, each moon shadow can absorb 1 instance of damage. Goodness, this piece of equipment may only have 1 skill, but for Lu Qin, this skill is a divine ability. With his attack speed, getting 100 moon shadows is just a matter of seconds, right? Fortunately, at that time, Gedalin and the others did not engage in direct combat with the idol courtyard's Gong Luanren, but were merely affected by an illusion. If the moon shadows had been present then, Lu Chen's shot wouldn't have been enough to take him down in 1 hit, it would have taken 2. He rummaged through the other items, only to find cosmetics and women's clothing, a complete waste, using backpack space to store this garbage. The women's clothing looked impressive, but just thinking about it being worn by Luanren, who was suspected to be a crossdresser, made Lu Chen feel nauseous. He threw all these items off the city wall, wishing that the person he had caught back then was not a prince from the east, but a princess instead. Hanging the Bell of the Moon at his waist, Lu Chen opened the system shop. With a massive amount of funds at hand, he was 1 step closer to acquiring the Gatling gun that spews blue flames. He directly spent 10 billion to upgrade both the system shop and the firearms store to LV4, and in the firearms list, he found the long-awaited Gatling. God of Fire Terminator, 1 billion golden grade. This 6-barreled machine gun is simply exaggerated, whether it's due to the characteristics of golden grade equipment. This God of Fire Terminator, a colossal object measuring 1.3 meters long, is entirely golden. Lu Chen stowed away the Hurricane Dragon and purchased this God of Fire Gatling, which felt noticeably heavier than other firearms. Aiming the gun at the newly opened third wave of the zombie tide, he pulled the trigger. The 6 barrels of the God of Fire Gatling began to spin, bullets firing out one after another, and with continuous shooting, the speed of the barrel rotation increased rapidly. In just a few seconds, the firing rate reached an astonishing level. The rapid firing and immense recoil caused Lu Chen's body to shake uncontrollably. Without the support of over 8,000 strength, he might not have been able to handle this gun smoothly. After testing, Lu Chen waved his hand and bought 4 God of Fire Gatlings. Then he purchased 24 muzzles for these 4 guns. Weighing his options, he decided to use kinetic muzzles for all of them to achieve the utmost damage. He then equipped them with scorching projectiles, extreme cold projectiles, venom projectiles, and crippling projectiles to provide a variety of damage types. Finally, it was time to enhance the God of Fire Gatling. Upgrading the special shop to LV4, with over 40 billion funds remaining, he decided to ignore the failure prompts and blindly upgraded all 4 guns to enhancement +4 with his eyes closed. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, it seemed to be fate. Although the success rate for enhancing from +3 to +4 had dropped to 70%, all 4 guns surprisingly reached +4 perfectly. Looking at the less than 100 medium magic crystals left, Lu Chen smiled wryly, realizing that spending money felt great for a moment, but now all his possessions had been consumed. Picking up one of the God of Fire guns, Lu Chen couldn't put it down. God of Fire Gatling +4, kinetic muzzle *6, quality, golden grade level requirement, 30 magazine capacity, 500, attack speed, rapid +4 attack power, 3001 breath, 1800 rotations. Before firing, the base attack speed is 10% of the original. For every 6 bullets fired, it increases by 10%, with a maximum increase of 1800 rotations. Kinetic muzzle, scorching projectile, exaggerated damage, ultimate attack speed. Just wondering why it's not 1 breath, 3600 rotations. Could it be due to the quality of the equipment? However, even now, with a basic attack speed of 1800 turns per breath, the basic attack speed of the Fire God Gatling reaches an astonishing 360 shots per second. Coupled with his current attack speed bonus of 1306%, his attack speed will exceed 4700 shots. If combined with other attack speed enhancing items and skills, his attack speed could easily surpass 6,000 shots. Looking at the 4 fearless wild bulls charging back and forth not far away, Lu Chen felt a bit guilty and called the 4 submachine guns back to his side. The 4 fearless wild bulls returned, their muzzles aimed at the golden Fire God Gatling in his hands. He quickly stowed away the 4 fearless wild bulls, and the Fire God Gatling officially came online. At this moment, the 6th wave of the zombie tide had just begun, and the 4 fire gods flanked Lu Chen on either side. Da-day. Da-day-day-day-day-day. The firing speed of the 4 fire gods increased rapidly, to the point where it no longer sounded like gunfire. The thunderous roar was deafening. The high-speed rotating barrels and the continuously fired bullets made the sound of the Fire God Gatling resemble a mechanical howl. After reaching the ultimate attack speed, the 4 fire gods fired a staggering 20,000 bullets per second, forming a metal storm that was impenetrable. In just a breath, the sixth wave of the zombie tide was instantly reduced to ashes. It was terrifying. If all these bullets hit the same target, the damage per second would easily exceed 2 billion, and with further attack speed enhancements, it could even increase to over 3 billion. Such exaggerated damage made Lu Chen eager to enter the battlefield of the 10,000 races. He called back one fire god and carefully examined it. Its body was 80 centimeters long, and the barrel was 55 centimeters long. Lu Chen straddled the gun, which had a grip for carrying. The fire god seemed very excited with him sitting on it, and as soon as the thought of flying towards the zombie tide arose in his mind, the terrifying machine gun swiftly took off. The remaining 3 fire gods quickly followed, and for a moment, one person with 4 guns soared through the air, 4 tongues of fire whipping across the ground's zombie tide. Almost every few seconds, he cleared a wave of zombies, and by the time he finished all 30 waves, only 15 minutes had passed in the instance. This was still because he had spent a lot of time in the system mall during the first 6 waves, and each wave of zombies had a refresh time at the edge of the instance. When Lu Chen reappeared in the training center, he could hear Lu Chuang still scolding the new recruits. He did not linger, having leveled up to 36, he had to hurry and continue with the instance. Lu Chen directly started the next round and disappeared from the training center. The more than 30 new recruits looked on in terror as Lu Chen appeared and vanished, completely ignoring Lu Chuang's scolding. If Lu Chen had not re-entered the instance, they might have thought he had failed the solo run, but when they saw him enter the instance again, they couldn't help but look at the instance record board. It clearly displayed Lu Chen's score, 15 minutes and 22 seconds. Seeing the terrified expressions on the new recruits' faces, Lu Chuang felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. It was worth the time he spent lecturing these kids. However, when he noticed that the new recruits seemed to be distracted, staring blankly behind him, he turned around, only to find nothing there. Lu Chuang thought the new recruits were playing tricks on him and shouted angrily, "What are you all looking at? If it's so interesting, I'll extend the military posture time by 30 minutes. Let you look to your heart's content." Lu Chuang walked back and forth, occasionally kicking some recruits who were not standing in proper military posture. After a while, when Lu Chuang adjusted his military posture and was satisfied as he approached the line, he saw the same terrified expressions on the recruits' faces again, and he even sensed a certain fear in their eyes. However, when he turned to follow their gaze, he still saw nothing. One recruit seemed unable to hold back and said, "Report, instructor." Lu Chuang stormed over, pressing his massive bald head against the new recruit's forehead, and said sternly, "Speak." The recruit's eyes were filled with fear as he stammered, "I saw someone clear the Doomsday Relic dungeon and then immediately go back in. And not long after, he came out again, and just before you turned around, he went back in." Lu Chuang pressed against the recruit, enunciating each word, "Do you take me for a fool? You like to speak in riddles, huh? Get ready for push-ups." Lu Chuang stepped back, waiting for this audacious recruit to accept his punishment, but instead of dropping to do push-ups, the recruit fell back into a dazed state, staring blankly behind him. Lu Chuang had a bad feeling. Was there something unclean behind him? He quickly turned around, but there was nothing there. At that moment, another recruit said, "Report, instructor. The Doomsday Relic dungeon record has been refreshed. Lu Chen's time is 1 minute and 58 seconds. Lu Chuang instinctively exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense." He cursed under his breath and turned to look at the empty entrance of the Doomsday Relic dungeon, then raised his head to glance at the record board. There it was, Lu Chen's new record. 1 minute and 58 seconds. Lu Chuang had never seen anything so bizarre in his life. How could such a large dungeon be cleared in less than 2 minutes? It had to be an illusion. He rubbed his eyes and looked back at the record board. The record had indeed changed, now showing 1 minute and 51 seconds. What? Lu Chuang looked at the dungeon entrance and saw Lu Chen curiously gazing at everyone, asking, "What's wrong with you all?" Lu Chuang and the other recruits stared blankly at the reappeared Lu Chen, at a loss for words. Seeing that no one was speaking, Lu Chen shook his head and entered the dungeon again. Lu Chuang swallowed hard and pinched the thigh of the recruit next to him. Ouch! After hearing the recruit's cry of pain, he muttered to himself, "This isn't a dream. How did this guy clear the Doomsday Relic in less than 2 minutes? The nearby recruit looked at Lu Chuang with resentment, and at that moment, quiet discussions began to arise among the new recruits. This is too exaggerated. What kind of genius is this? Is he even human? Who clears dungeons at this speed? It takes us nearly an hour to clear a new recruit dungeon, and he does it in less than 2 minutes. I bet 50 cents he hasn't hit his limit. This record can still be refreshed." Just over a minute later, Lu Chen appeared again at the dungeon entrance, and sure enough, the record board had been refreshed again. 1 minute and 46 seconds. Lu Chuang stepped forward, wanting to grab him and ask what had happened, but Lu Chen showed no signs of stopping and directly opened the dungeon again. Half an hour later, Lu Chen had cleared the dungeon 16 times in a row, and his level had reached 99%, hitting the pre-transformation limit. He would need to complete the transformation to continue leveling up. Lu Chen stretched lazily and walked over to Lu Chuang, saying, "Brother Lu, I'm done." Lu Chuang was at a loss for words. "Done? What do you mean done?" Lu Chen spread his hands and said, "The dungeon is cleared. I've reached the level 39 limit." Lu Chuang looked at Lu Chen in disbelief and said, "You mean, in this half hour, you went from level 33 to the peak of level 39? Are you joking?" Lu Chen laughed, "No joke. By the way, Brother Lu, can I borrow the camp's phone? Mine is a private line, and I doubt it can reach the camp's office." After hearing this, Lu Chuan, though still in disbelief, took Lu Chen out of the training center. He silently led Lu Chen to the camp's communication office and had the signalman dial the camp's office number. Once the call connected, Lu Chuang picked up the receiver and said, "New recruit training camp level 1 Sergeant Lu Chen has completed training and is now looking for level 2 Sergeant Wang Yuxing to escort him back." On the other end of the phone, the person confirmed the information and asked in confusion, "Are you sure? Comrade Lu Chen just registered with you yesterday afternoon, and it's only 9 a.m. the next day." Lu Chuan looked at Lu Chen with a helpless expression and said, "I'm sure. That comrade has reached the peak of level 39 in training." There was a pause on the other end before they said, "Alright, I'll notify Wang Yuxing to come over for the handover." After hanging up, the two sat down in the lounge. Lu Chuang held back for a long time before finally asking, "Did you find some hidden trick to skip classes in the Doomsday Ruins?" Skipping classes refers to a special way of clearing instances, and only a few instances have such loopholes. Lu Chen shook his head and said, "No, I've run through the instance 3 or 4 times without looking for any loopholes." Lu Chuan lit a cigarette and re-evaluated the young man in front of him. After thinking for a long time, Lu Chuang extinguished the cigarette with his bare hands and said, "Brother, no, big brother." Lu Chen waved his hands repeatedly, and Lu Chuang continued, "Help your brother out, and when I return to the front lines, I will follow your lead." Lu Chen looked at Lu Chuang in surprise and said, "Lu Gu, don't forget, false heroes are tools of power. True strong ones rise above power. I recognize your strength, and I will definitely speak to the Duhu about you, but relying on others is never the way to become stronger. My strength today is all thanks to my own efforts and talent." Lu Chuang was greatly shocked, seemingly ashamed of his earlier words, and said, "What you said is absolutely right. The true way to become stronger relies only on one's own efforts and talent." The two fell into silence, and after a while, a figure rushed into the tent. It was Wang Yusheng, who wiped his sweat and gasped, "Shaoan, what's going on? The camp said you completed your training mission?" Lu Chuang pulled Wang Yusheng to sit down and poured him a cup of tea, saying, 30 minutes, 16 runs of the Doomsday Ruins, directly from level 33 to the peak of level 39. Wang Yusheng had just taken a sip of tea and immediately spat it all out, looking at the two and saying, "Don't joke around, I didn't run over from the camp to listen to you two brag." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Squad leader, what Lu Gu said is true. Next, I'll need you to take me to see the Duhu. I need to prepare for my second transfer." Wang Yusheng looked at Lu Chuang again, and saw him nodding seriously. "Damn! Shaoan, this is too exaggerated. The Doomsday Ruins are a large instance.